Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan is an original story written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. History contains stories of colorful people, rogues, heroes, kings, and commoners. But there were few who had such a picturesque, blood-stained career culminating in honored glory as a man named Morgan in the 17th century. Henry Morgan, pirate, whose foul deeds earned him the name of Colossus of the Caribbean, eventually became Sir Henry Morgan, King's representative, governor of Jamaica. In the Caribbean Sea, the sun at day's end dips like a blazing ball into the ocean, throwing over the sea a dancing pink mantle, and over the islands a soft pink glow that blends in with the cool white buildings which stand invitingly midst waving fronds and green foliage. Thus, the spirit of night gives warning of her coming over the British island of Jamaica and the Spanish possession of Cuba. But in Havana, capital of Cuba, inside a large white Moorish type of home, the serenity of the evening is gone. Beside a highly polished cedar desk, white and shaking with rage, stands Don Pietro Pizarro, Spanish governor of Cuba. Before him, hesitant, full of apologies, stands a seaman of high rank.
And after losing a ship, you have the effrontery to return here to Havana and face me.
I have tried to explain, Don Pietro. It was no fault of mine.
No fault of yours that you let a ship laden down with treasure, and part of it my own treasure, be taken by that pirate Henry Morgan.
It was the will of heaven. Before I left, Excellency, did I not go on my knees and pray that you would let me put more armor on my ships? I had escorts. They were to protect me.
And like the blundering fool you are, you get separated from them and allowed yourself to fall prey, defenseless, to Henry Morgan.
You fail to understand, Don Pietro. You yourself know the nights in the Caribbean are dark when there is no moon. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, a storm arises. We hurry to bring in our canvases to make our ship secure. And before we know what has happened, we are scattered to the winds. And then comes the morning. The storm is gone, and in the blaze of glory the night changes to grey, then flaming red, and a ship is standing nearby. At first sight, I give thanks to heaven that I still have one of my escorts to protect me. And then breaks the flag, and I know I am victim to Henry Morgan.
Henry Morgan, Henry Morgan, Henry Morgan. Is there no one in the world who will read us of him? Must we always fear the man Henry Morgan? And those aboard the ship, what of them?
Taken by Henry Morgan to Jamaica to be sold as slaves.
Then you are lucky, Cortes.
My luck depends on your clemency, Excellency.
Oh, perhaps it was partly my fault for not allowing you extra armor to defend yourself. But, Cortes, witness this much. I say to you, I pray to heaven for one grant, one gracious gift, to see Henry Morgan in chains in Havana, to have him in the hands of the Inquisition, to see his broken body hanging by the neck in the slave market. That is what I wish from heaven. And with heaven's aid, I will have my wish.
Don Pietro's voice shakes with emotion as he sends his prayers heavenwards. And then, with a curt nod, Cortes is dismissed. The governor watches him go, and the heavy cedar doors close on him. But already Cortes has gone from Don Pietro's mind. There is something else to be faced. The wrath of someone he fears when she is in anger. The loss of his own personal treasure is cause for grave concern, yet the thought of the coming meeting gives him far greater worry. Like a man who realizes it is no good postponing trouble, he lets himself out through a small door into a cool, inviting courtyard. Wisteria vines climb and twist themselves around arches. The mauve blossoms hang in their grape-like bunches. The scent of the flowers mingles with the perfumed waters of the fountain, which plays to cool the hot breath of coming night. The atmosphere of the courtyard is languid peace. But all the beauty and peace is lost on Don Pietro as his steps echo on the marble pavement. eyes are on the figure sitting on the stone seat looking at the well-fed goldfish in the fountain pond. And the closer he gets, the greater his trepidation.
How to tell her? Heaven help me. How to tell her?
The girl by the fish pond looks up. The falling dusk gives her an added beauty, emphasizing the whiteness of her skin. The softness of her arms and shoulders gives luster to her raven hair, and jet-black eyes gives a deeper hue to her passionate red manner. A frown crosses her forehead. A new light enters her eyes.
Something has gone wrong. I know that expression of his. He doesn't know how to tell me.
She waits until he comes up close, and as he fidgets with the cravat at his neck, then with a curl of his wig, she sits waiting for him to speak first. Then can bear his agitation no longer.
Well, Father, something is worrying you. I know. Tell me what it is.
Dolores, I do not know how to tell you, but remember, please, do not lose your temper. I have had bad news. I could not stand to see it.
What is it? What has gone wrong now?
Cortez has just left me.
Cortez? How can he be in Cuba? He is captain of the treasure ship on his way to Spain.
He was the captain, but he fell into the hands of Henry Morgan.
The English pirate. He took the treasure, our treasure.
Dolores, please do not lose your temper. I cannot stand it. Yes, a storm scattered the Spanish ships. Morgan took Cortez' ship with the greatest of ease.
Our treasure gone. That doesn't matter so much. We can get more gold from the mainland. But don't you realize the Aztec necklace was on that ship? My necklace, worth more than money can tell.
Dolores, please. I will make it up to you. I will obtain for yourself a whole shipload of gold.
Gold? I don't want the gold. It is the Aztec necklace I want, and I shall have it back. I shall get it. I swear by heaven that no fat English senora will wear the Aztec necklace which belongs to Dolores Pizarro.
So 2 oaths are taken on this balmy tropical night, and because of them, our tale is spun. The spirit of night encloses the Caribbean in a cloak of black, spangled with large dancing stars. And as she speeds across the sky, the edge of her cloak lifts in the east, showing a grey promise of a new day, which warns the sun it is time for work. Like a man disturbed from a heavy sleep, he climbs into the heavens, angry and red, casting vengeful rays over the ocean, reaching out to alight on the topmost peak of a sail, and down the snow-white canvas until they embrace the hull, making the ship as though of gold. Early as it is, the ship is alive with movement, for land is ahead. On the poop, with one hand resting on the rail, stands Captain Henry Morgan, thick-set, handsome, burly. Beside him, kneeling at an open chest, is a swarthy young man, handsome in a sinister, sly way. His dark eyes are alight with greed as he looks into the open chest. His tongue slowly moistens his lips as he looks upon the treasure.
Aye, take your fill, the arts. That's your payment for your treachery to your countrymen.
You are generous, Captain Morgan, in giving me this loot as my share.
You served me well. I reward well those who serve me.
Diamonds, rubies, gold pieces. It will make my stay in Port Royal a happy one, Captain.
You'll be a welcome visitor in the Dolphin Tavern. Kitty the Buccaneers, Bella will be glad to see you, laden down with that loot. There'll be necklaces to hang around her nice neck.
Ah, Captain Morgan, and look at this one. I shall hang it around her neck.
By St. David, hand it to me.
No, it is mine.
Give it here. Aye, it is beautiful. Gold so finely beaten it looks like lace. Emeralds and rubies of the finest quality. It's too fine a thing to have scum like you waste upon a wanton's neck. It'll be better in my own pocket, it will.
You'll give it back to me. It is mine. You gave me this chest and all that's in it. Give me my necklace back.
What's this, you renegade Spanish rat? Insubordination? You're sailing under Henry Morgan, and Henry Morgan takes what he wants.
But that necklace, it is mine. Give it to me.
I'll give you this, you Spanish dog, in exchange. Now, get ye about your business. The wind is falling. We'll not make Port Royal by tonight. See that every strip of canvas is spread to catch the failing wind.
Henry Morgan's fear of the failing wind proves correct. Soon it dies away until it is just a faint whisper. The sun beats down on the boiling sea, and the gallant ship barely moves towards that smudge in the horizon, which is Jamaica. The tantalizing nearness of the land and the baking sun makes tempers edgy and crafty minds minds treacherous.
Listen to me, you two men. Morgan gives us the crumbs and keeps everything for himself.
And 2 pairs of shifty eyes look on Diaz as he talks.
Enough loot was taken on the trip to keep us in luxury for the rest of our lives. But Morgan seeks to keep it all.
2 heads not in agreement. And so a plot is born.
We won't reach Port Royal until late tonight. Morgan will leave the ship to visit the governor. Why not you two wait for him? A quick dagger thrust in the neck, and we all share his shipload of gold.
Greed makes the other 2 fall in with the plan and blinds their eyes to the fact that they do it while Diaz has no hand in it. Diaz is right. It is late when Port Royal is reached and the town is wrapped in darkness. Before long, Captain Henry Morgan leaves the ship and goes along the dirty laneways near the docks. Figures lurk suspiciously in darkened doorways. Filth litters the ground at his feet. 2 pairs of eyes watch out from under an archway, see him come closer, and then spring forward. The suddenness of the attack throws Morgan to the ground. A knife flashes in the night.
You scum! You seek to take my life, do you?
As if from nowhere, a 3rd figure lurches into the fray. A 2nd knife flashes once, twice, and 2 figures lie dead amongst the filth. Morgan has helped to his feet.
I thank you. You saved my life.
I never did like 2 against 1.
Who is it I have to thank?
I know you not. You know me not. It isn't wise in Jamaica to ask questions of a stranger. I have done you a favor this night. Now do me one. Seek not to question who I am.
A strange meeting on a dark night. The beginning of an adventure tale. Don't miss the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. During the 17th century, Henry Morgan struck terror into the hearts of the Spaniards. Not a ship of Spain was safe from Morgan's buccaneers. When our story opens, a Spanish ship had just been taken. Tragic news for Don Pietro Pizarro, governor of Cuba, because part of his personal treasure, including the fabulous and priceless Aztec necklet, was amongst the cargo. Pizarro swore that Morgan would be captured, and his daughter Dolores swore to get the necklet back. The renegade Spaniard Diaz, a member of Morgan's crew, also coveted the necklet, and upon reaching Port Royal, incited 2 members of the crew to murder Morgan. That night, in a dark alley, they sprang upon the unsuspecting men, but Morgan was saved by a stranger who was unwilling to tell him anything about himself.
Come, man. That's a surly answer to give to anyone whose life you've just saved.
I have my reasons. Jamaica's a strange place, friend. It's best not to ask too many questions of strangers here. Many are the reasons why men are on this accursed island.
I can think of many, but you tell me some.
Some are here because they're sent. Bonded servants, I think they're called. The term slave applies better. Sent here to rot in the marshes of the island or sweat their hearts out on the cane fields. Others come to forget. So, friend, I think it's best we part.
Look, you, I like the sound of your voice. Strange to meet a man of education in this part of Port Royal. I'd like to see your face in the light.
I'm a man who likes the dark.
I'll ask of you one request. Let me see if I can identify my would-be assassins in the dark.
Gladly.
Yeah, so that's what it is. 2 members of my own crew. And why should they seek to kill me? My friend, the greed of man. It seems there are none about me I can trust.
Such is the way of the world.
Could I trust you, friend?
We have agreed to part.
I don't need to look far to know the reason of this attack tonight. And I know who was responsible for it, but I can't prove it. I'm looking for a man I can trust implicitly. Come with me. I'd like to talk with you, friend.
No.
If it's the light you're frightened of, I'll be taking you to a place in which everyone present fears the light. You'll be quite safe there.
Where is this place?
Heard ye of the Dolphin Tavern?
No.
Then you're a stranger in these parts.
What manner of place is it?
Now, my friend, I'll show you that I will. There's but a short walking distance from here.
The Dolphin Tavern, den of iniquity, sin and vice, rendezvous and hideout for buccaneer and pirate, and all of it ruled over by Kitty, the buccaneer's belle. Kitty, whose fame had spread into every corner, every lair, every swamp and creek where pirates gathered, from the Keys of Florida to the most remote and unknown island of the Caribbean. For a smile from Kitty, men would steal from their shipmates. For a kiss, they would kill. Every night from dusk to dawn, Kitty serves the drinks and gives her favors. Her light Irish brogue and her cascading laughter sounding strange amongst the coarse oaths and harsh voices of the scum gathered from every part of the world. Deftly she moves amongst them, skillfully eluding the attentions of an unwelcome arm, sometimes seeing a familiar face which has been absent for some time.
Well, if it's not Patch Eye-Piece. You're back again in Port Royal, and they haven't hanged you yet from the yardarm. Oh, it is right glad I am to see you. There.
And a kiss of welcome is planted on a hungry mouth. Then, with agility born of practice, Kitty is out of the place and laughingly on her way. The air hangs heavy in the Dolphin Tavern, with stale tobacco smoke, smoking lamps, and spilled liquor. The faces are vague in the haze and half-light. And as Kitty goes towards a room at the back of the tap room, a curtain of an alcove quickly parts, and her wrist is caught in a hand of steel. Almost roughly she is pulled into the alcove, the curtains fall into place, and Kitty looks into a pair of black, burning eyes.
So, you didn't expect me back tonight, eh?
Why, Diaz, I didn't see you come into the tavern.
No, that is true, but I come here, I watch you. I see you giving your kisses away. Someday I come back and I strangle you.
All right, glad I am to see you, Diaz.
Do not lie to me. I saw the way you behaved in the tavern. You do not care whether Diaz he come or he does not come back. And tonight I come to tell you that perhaps before long I'll be able to buy your freedom.
Oh, you buy my freedom. And since when has a member of a pirate's crew had enough money to be able to pay the sum which would buy Kitty her freedom? You know full well I'm a bonded servant sent from England, practically a slave. And you know the price my master, bow-legged Jobson, would ask for my freedom. Seeing that I'm responsible for the great success of this tavern.
I know all that. Perhaps tonight I will have the money which you want. Perhaps tomorrow I hang about your lovely white neck rubies, and in your ears I place the finest pearls, on your fingers the heaviest of rubies, bracelets of gold around your wrists. And then you'll be my own woman, eh? I give you a big, fine house, plenty of servants, carriages, houses, eh? Then you'll be mine, eh?
You can do all that for me? Yes, man, tell me how.
No. That is my secret. The other men, they would like to do it for you. But me, Diaz, I am the man with brains. I will do it. Tomorrow morning, you'll see, I come. I buy your freedom. I take you away, and you'll be mine.
Pearls in my ears, fine dresses, a horse, a carriage of my own, rubies and emeralds around my neck. You would do this for me?
I will do anything for you. To take you away from here. To know that you are safe from others.
Oh, no. No kiss for you until I see your purchase money and the jewels in your hand.
If you come back here...
Yes, you had best return to the tap room. Your lord and master has come in. It's Captain Henry Morgan himself.
Morgan? Yeah. No, it is impossible.
Why? Who is it he has with him? He's one I've never seen before. Look at him. Oh, it is so fair. He is so fair. His eyes must be blue and tall and broad of shoulder. Who is he?
I do not know. I've never seen him before. What is he doing with Captain Henry?
Well, perhaps you'd best go and see.
Diaz hardly hears what Kitty says. His face has gone sallow. His heart is pounding in his breast. His plot has gone wrong. Nagging fear is at the back of his brain.
What caused it to fail?
Through the smoky haze, he watches Morgan and his companion weave their way to an empty table. Morgan's companion looks at him closely. His bright steel blue eyes are alight with recognition. And quietly he appraises his new friend with fresh interest. Both sit at the table, eyeing each other closely for the first time.
I might have been ignorant as to what the Dolphin Tavern was, but I'm not ignorant of the name Morgan. In these parts, you'd be a strange man if you were. So you're Henry Morgan. Why did you bring me to this place? I wanted to see if you're the type of man that your voice told me you were.
And am I?
I have a shipload of cutthroats. Amongst them, my word is law. And yet there's not one of them I can trust. Tonight, 2 of them tried to kill me. You know why?
How should I know?
For the sake of this bauble.
Are you mad, man, showing this priceless necklet in a place such as this? Look how those around you are gazing upon it. Put it away, man.
There's not a person here man enough to try and take it from me. Yes, they're watching it greedily, covetously. But they haven't got the courage to come and take it. There's only one man in this tavern who's not looking at it with greed and desire, and that's the man I feel I can trust.
Who is he?
You. That's why I brought the bauble out. I suppose you know its worth?
Taken from an Aztec temple. Finest bit of goldsmith work I've ever seen. Delicate. Like lace. Set with the gems. Yes, I know its value. You couldn't buy it with money.
Then you are the man to be trusted. I care not for your past. I'm only interested in your future. Would you like to sail with me, young man? You can't remain hidden on this island, you know.
My hand on it, Captain Morgan. I'll sail under you.
Oh, and it's Captain Morgan. Oh, it's not often, Captain Morgan, that you honor us with your presence at the Dolphin Tavern.
Look, I'd come more often if I could be sure of getting service from your fare.
Ah, it's a flattery of thee, Captain Harry. But your friend's a newcomer. I have not seen you here before, sir. What be thee called?
Hunter.
The unexpected sight of Kitty had momentarily bereft him of his senses, and as he gave his name, he could have bitten out his tongue. He had resolved never to use it again, but the damage was done. Amongst this filth, squalor, curses, and cutthroat band, Kitty seemed like an oasis in a dry and thirsty desert. Spellbound, he feasted his eyes upon her, drinking in her coppery hair, spun like a golden halo round her head, the grayness of her eyes, which gave promise of hidden fires, the warmth of her generous mouth, the whiteness of her skin, and the soft roundness of her shoulder, where her blouse pulled down. Oblivious of the stares around them, he let her hold him in her gaze, let himself read the invitation in her eyes.
Why, sure, Captain Morgan. Your friend has got the bad manners. He stares at a lady.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect to see someone like you here.
I was showing my friend this pretty bauble, Kitty. You like it?
Oh, it is wonderful. Can I hold it to my neck?
Certainly.
Maybe I could fasten it round my neck. Or maybe your friend would do it for me. Well, answer, man, if you won't do it, there's plenty here who will.
No, Kitty. Holding it to your neck is one thing. Fastening it on is another.
Oh, I would so like to have it. Oh, it is the loveliest thing I've ever seen. A woman would do anything for a thing like that, Captain Morgan.
Mayhap. But this necklace is to be put to other purposes. So I'll thank you for it, Kitty.
Oh, I hate to give it back.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Hunter, I think our business here is complete.
Will you come back, Mr. Hunter, and see us some other time?
I don't know. That depends.
Come, Hunter. Time I was off. Good night, Kitty.
Good night, Captain Morgan. Good night, Mr. Hunter.
Good night.
So, you think to ensnare another man, do you, you little cheat?
Take your hands off me, dears. I've had enough of your pawing for tonight. Did you see the necklace Captain Morgan had?
I know it well.
I'd do anything to have that necklace for my very own. Yes. Do you love me?
That you know too well.
Then get that necklace for me. Let that be the proof of your love. Get that necklace for me, and I'll be yours and yours only.
A necklet, fashioned centuries before by hands long dead, changes the destinies of these people. Listen for the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. The notorious buccaneer Henry Morgan captures the Spanish ship. This is tragic news for the Spanish governor of Cuba, Don Pietro Pizarro, because the ship contains some of his own personal treasure, including a fabulous Aztec necklace. Diaz, a renegade Spanish member of Morgan's crew, covets the necklet to give to Kitty, the serving wench at the Dolphin Tavern in Port Royal. He incites 2 members of the crew to kill Morgan. Morgan is saved by a stranger, and they go to the Dolphin Tavern. Kitty is taken by this man, who says his name is Geoffrey Hunter, but she is more taken by the necklet, which is shown to her by Morgan. And after they leave, she tells Diaz that she'll be his woman if he gets for her the Aztec necklace.
And I mean it, Dad. Get me that necklet and I'll be yours.
You're not tempted. That is something I've dreamed of doing. The moment I set my eyes on it, I could see it lying around your white neck. In my mind, I could see myself fastening it there.
Tonight you did boast loud and long as to how you could buy my freedom to make me yours. You don't need to buy it now. Just give me the necklace as proof of your love.
Oh, you give a man a hard task. It isn't easy to take anything from Captain Morgan when he decides it for himself.
Then mayhap if I'm nice to Captain Morgan, he will give it to me of his own accord.
Why, you want
No, I just fancy that necklace. Remember, Diaz, there are plenty here in this tavern this very night who would willingly get it for me at the price I'm offering.
Someday you will drive me to a state when I will kill you. A woman can make a man jealous only so far, and then after that it's dangerous for a woman.
Or mayhap the tall, handsome stranger who was with Captain Henry could get it for me.
You drive me crazy. What was it Morgan was talking to the man about? Who is he?
Oh, how do I know? Would you like to know more about the handsome stranger?
I distrust this sudden friendship.
Mayhap I could find out from the man all about himself.
You'll leave him alone, or by heaven I'll kill you.
You get the necklet for me, and then you'll have no need to be jealous. You attract me, dears. A lot. I could be happy with you if I had the necklet. That's my price. Bring me the necklet, and you need never have any jealousies of any other man.
Captain Morgan, I beg of you, please go back to the ship and put that necklet in some safe hiding place.
So it is careful you are over my health, is it?
100 men tonight wanted to get their hands on it. And you're full enough to roam this part of Port Royal at night alone. Next time, mayhap, I'll not be about when you're set upon.
Relieve me temporarily of the necklet. Here, take it. Take it back to my ship, the Flying Gull.
Captain Morgan, you trust me enough to give me the necklet with instructions to take it back to your ship?
Aye, Hunter, that's what I said. I trust as a reward for the service you did me tonight. Wait aboard ship till I return. Here, take this ring. Show it to the man on watch, and he'll know that you've come from me. He'll take you to my quarters. Wait there until I return.
When will that be?
That I don't know. I have business to attend to, but I'll see you, Hunter, back aboard the Flying Gull.
So, you're back again, Morgan.
Yes, Sir Thomas. I must apologize for this late visit, but I was detained in town.
Your trip was successful.
Highly successful, Your Excellency.
I'm glad that you dallied before coming to see me. While you're away, things have changed, Morgan. Changed considerably.
What mean you?
I have received from England documents set with the Royal Seal. Documents which came directly to me as Sir Thomas Motford, Governor of Jamaica, not the Assembly.
And these documents contain what, Sir Thomas?
Spain has protested to England against men of your type. England is beginning to frown on buccaneers. I've been asked to see that it's stopped.
Oh.
No laughing matter, Morgan. No laughing matter at all.
I know it is a serious matter. It was not that I was laughing at. It was that you should be ordered to stamp out this notorious practice.
I am here to carry out the King's wishes.
Aye, publicly, you old rogue, but not on the sly. Publicly, you must condemn me, but privately, you give me welcome when I return from my trips. That's how it is it not?
Aye, that's how it is, Morgan. But I have a solution.
Good. Let me hear it.
An admiral could not be a buccaneer, could he?
By St. David. Is that what you have in mind?
You line my pockets well, Morgan. I seek not to lose that which you put into my coffers. But I must obey the King's instructions. You understand that. As Governor of Jamaican waters, I will give you a cloak of respectability. And the moment you sail into Port Royal, you will become my Vice Admiral. What you do beyond Jamaican waters, of course, is beyond my control.
You sly fox. And what of the other buccaneers?
Those who don't join your fleet will be hunted down and wiped out.
Oh, so that's what it is it? You're giving me a license. You're granting me a license to become the chief buccaneer of the Caribbean.
Oh, no. I'm creating you vice admiral with the power to find your own fleet. Your main task will be to drive the other buccaneers off the seas. Of course, what you do beyond the seas of Jamaica is entirely your own business. For creating this position for you, I naturally require recompense.
And recompense you shall have, man.
Well, you'd better see I get it, Morgan, because I am supreme on this island. My word is law. I hold your destiny in my hands. Oh, that reminds me. I received another mail on the last packet that arrived. Can you set sail almost immediately?
Aye? For what reason?
The ship called the Elizabeth Ann is due in any day now. I want you to go and meet her. Give her protection and bring her safely back to Port Royal.
For what reason?
Oh, there's the kinswoman of mine aboard her, Antoinette de Lacy. She's French and a distant relation, you know. Her parents have died and she's coming to join me here in Jamaica. So I'd like you to meet Elizabeth Ann and bring her safely to Port Royal.
You're sure that is the reason? You're not sending me out to a trap, are you?
Trap? Oh, why should I when you lie in my pockets and I've just made you vice admiral?
That office might have been created to throw dust in my eyes. You might fear me and wish to lull my senses with false promises and have me sail into a trap.
But why?
Because the king's told you to be rid of buccaneers and you fear me. I don't trust you, Sir Thomas Motford, governor of Jamaica. I know you for what you are. I'll meet your vessel, but I'll be well prepared.
Oh, this is all unnecessary.
So 'tis unnecessary, think ye? I know, Sir Thomas, that you'd sell me into trouble if you thought it was to your advantage.
When I heard you wanted to see me, Cortez, I could not believe my ears. After giving you another ship, don't tell me you have failed me a second time.
No, Your Excellency, Don Pietro. I have come to tell you that I have redeemed myself.
Redeemed yourself? Cortez, what do you mean?
2 days out from Cuba, I sighted a ship. I recognized her as British. I engaged her in combat. And I have captured her. Spain is avenged for the loss of my other ship.
Indeed? Is that so?
Yes.
And did this British ship carry as much treasure as the ship you lost? Has that been replaced? I ask you, Cortez, have you replaced the fabulous Aztec necklace?
Their cargo, senor, was mainly silks and other goods sent for trade in Jamaica.
A mere pettiness to the cargo you lost. Was she carrying passengers?
Quite a number.
We will send them and the crew to the slave markets. They will at least bring back some small return. But when I think of the loss of the Aztec necklace, I feel bitter about the whole thing. And you come prattling about the price you have taken.
Mayhap, Your Excellency, there is something of great value aboard the ship.
Well, what is it?
I discovered amongst the passengers of the Elizabeth Ann a girl, very beautiful.
And she will fetch a good price.
Don Pietro, you mistake my meaning. You will see for yourself. She is not English. She is French. Her name is Antoinette de Lacy, and she is a kinswoman of Sir Thomas Motford, governor of Jamaica. She was sailing to Port Royal to join him.
So, this is interesting. You have kept the woman safe?
When you see her, you will understand it was with difficulty. But I succeeded. I took the liberty of bringing her with me here into your home. She waits outside in the anteroom now. She speaks quite fluent Spanish.
Bring her in.
Bring that woman in here.
Monsieur, Senor, please help me. Don't harm me, please, I beg of you.
Senorita, there is no need for you to be afraid.
Please don't send me to the slave market. I beg, I beseech you.
It would seem, Cortez, that Mademoiselle de Lacy thinks we ill-treat women. You need have no fear, Senorita. You shall be taken care of, looked after.
Did I hear you doing, Father?
Mademoiselle Antoinette de Lacy, I want you to meet my daughter, Dolores. Dolores, take the mademoiselle. She will tell you all about herself. Treat her like an honored guest. I will see you in a very short while, just when I finish speaking with Cortez.
See, Father. Come with me, please.
Oh, you are right, Cortez. You have brought me a treasure, the kinswoman of Sir Thomas Motford. I know Sir Thomas works hand in glove with that pirate Henry Morgan. So, in exchange for Morgan, Sir Thomas will have returned to him his kinswoman, Mademoiselle de Lacy. Messages must be sent to him immediately, at once. Well, Dolores, what do you think of our guest?
Father, have you sent messages yet to Sir Thomas Motford?
No, child. Not until tomorrow.
Then, Father, do not send them.
Huh? Why not?
I have been talking to Mademoiselle de Lacy, asking her about herself.
Well?
She has never seen Sir Thomas Motford. He has never seen her. As you know, I speak French and English very well.
See, but where is this leading to, Dolores?
My Aztec necklace went to Jamaica. I want it back. Now is the chance to get it back myself and to trap Henry Morgan at the same time. I will go to Jamaica masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy.
How will fare this beautiful Spanish spy on the island of Jamaica? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Sir Thomas Modford, Governor of Jamaica, has received instructions from England to put down the Caribbean's buccaneers. As he shares part of Henry Morgan's loot, he looks upon this order with disfavor. So he creates Morgan Vice Admiral, with permission to sail as he pleases beyond the shores of Jamaica. One of Spain's ships captures a British merchantman, upon which is traveling Antoinette de Lacy, a kinswoman of Sir Thomas Modford. Dolores Pizarro, daughter of the Cuban governor Don Pietro, learns that Sir Thomas has never seen Antoinette. So she proposes to her father that she go to Jamaica posing as Antoinette and there lay plans to trap Morgan and also get back her lost fabulous Aztec necklace.
What is this you say, my child? You go to Jamaica, to Port Royal? Ah, 'tis impossible.
No, Father. It will be living. Better than rotting my soul away here in Cuba, attending the dull social rounds of the Havana society.
The way I have arranged things will bring about Morgan's capture. This girl, she is a kinswoman of Sir Thomas Motford. Although Sir Thomas works hand in glove with Morgan, blood must be thicker than mere business. He knows the fate Antoinette would suffer. Do you think he'll willingly see his own flesh and blood go through that when he can save her by betraying Morgan?
And does that get my Aztec necklace back?
Ah, that is gone. It is gone. It is silly to even think about it now.
No, it isn't. It is in Jamaica, and I am going to get it back. Listen, Papa, we cannot fail. Sir Thomas has never seen Antoinette de Lacy. All he knows is that she is a kinswoman of his and has come from France. I speak French and English, remember?
No. We will do it my way.
Listen, Father. Sir Thomas Motford is no fool. Henry Morgan fills his pockets. He is going to hate seeing Morgan go. Sir Thomas Motford is a clever man. He might trick us so that his kinswoman is returned to him and Morgan goes free. But if I go to Jamaica as the governor's kinswoman, I will mix with the cream of society. I will learn all Morgan's plots, his plans. I will make Morgan my friend.
Even so, how will you, a mere woman, throw him into a Spanish trap?
I have thought of everything. Keep Cortez here in Cuba. Every so often, under cover of night, he approaches the Jamaica shore in a small sloop. I will meet him and tell him what I know of Morgan's plans. When I have finally laid my plans and incidentally got back my necklace, I will leave with Cortez and return knowing what Morgan plans to do. We could easily catch him.
Your plans are reasonable, but there are many pitfalls. We do not know how much Sir Thomas Motford knows of Antoinette de Lacy's family. We might trip you up at the very beginning by asking a simple question about... family of whom you know nothing, but of whom you should know.
Then we will question Antoinette. She will have to tell us of her life for as long as she can remember.
She might guess our purpose and mislead us.
We will have to take that risk.
No, we will not take any risk. Give her to the Inquisition to question. She is a woman, and under torture she will be only too willing to tell us the truth.
Is that necessary, Father? She is a woman.
Your safety, Dolores, is at stake. Your very life is in danger. It is necessary. You will hear what she has to say.
No, I couldn't do that. You have the Inquisition take down her story, and I will learn it by heart.
So, if I consent, how will you get to Jamaica?
I have thought of that, too. Cortez captured the ship. Aboard her is bound to be a longboat. I will sail with Cortez under cover of night almost to the shores of Jamaica, when I will set out in the longboat and make my own way to Port Royal.
And there you will tell them that you managed to escape from the Elizabeth Ann and have only just managed to reach the island.
And why should they doubt my story? The governor will know that Antoinette de Lacy was aboard the Elizabeth Ann. He will know by then that it has been captured by a Spanish ship. I arrive in one of the Elizabeth Ann's boats, saying I just managed to escape in the confusion. Wherein will he question my story?
It depends on one thing, Dolores. And I ask you to abide by my decision.
You do not say definitely that I cannot go.
At the moment, no. But my final decision rests on how much we learn from Antoinette's story. It depends on how much information she gives us, which will allow me to believe that you could get away with this masquerade. If you go, it will be because I would dearly love to lay hands on Henry Morgan.
So, Hunter, you found the Flying Gull?
Yes, Captain. Was not difficult to find. It must be the best-known ship in Port Royal.
I've been paying my respects to the governor, Sir Thomas Montford. Know you him?
I've heard of him.
From your tone, I gather it doesn't please you. Don't blame you either, my lad. Don't trust him myself. But I must say that he's in the past given me his protection, and that is something I've needed.
And for that protection, he no doubt collects part of your gains.
Say it, lad. Loot. Loot's the word. Say it. He does. But tonight he told me of trouble.
Trouble?
Aye, Hunter. It would seem that England's been listening to the whining Spanish. They've gone on their knees to our illustrious Charles II, begging him to sweep the seas of the buccaneers. And he, poor fool, is listening to them. Buccaneers are outlaws in Jamaica, Hunter.
Then you must find other headquarters?
Now, that would not suit Sir Thomas Montford. He'd lose too much. He's created me Vice Admiral, and all the buccaneers who care to join with me can come and form a fleet. Those who don't care to join are to be swept from the seas. I'll have to take certain instructions from the governor, curse it, as I trust him not. You know, Hunter, if he had to choose between trouble and me, I'd be the one to be sacrificed.
Then you had best walk warily with His Excellency.
Life's a thing that quickly changes. This very night I berth in Port Royal, and I leave to call upon His Excellency. I'm set upon by 2 assassins, and you come into my life to save it. I offer you a berth upon a buccaneer ship, and you accept it. And once more the wheel of fortune turns, and instead of being aboard a buccaneer ship, you're now serving under a vice admiral. But we've wasted enough time in talking. I have an order for you, Hunter.
Aye, Captain.
I want you to round up my crew. We sail as soon as possible. There is a British merchantman expected in. We must go and see her and give her safe conduct to Port Royal. The first time I've ever done any legitimate sailing in my life.
Aye, Captain. Where do you advise me to look for the crew?
They're easy enough to find. They'll still be at the place we were earlier this night, the Dolphin Tavern. And hurry, lad. Step lively.
Aye, Captain. I'll have them back aboard in a short time.
A warning before you go. Watch out for Diaz. He's been my right-hand man until now, but I trust him not. Methinks you might be taking his place. You watch him. Watch him carefully.
That's enough, Audrey Diaz. I must be getting back now to attend to the others.
There is no need to do that. You want to leave me now? Oh, you know they're too drunk to want any more liquor. They could not drink anymore. And don't you want to stay here with the arts any longer, eh?
Let go of me, dears, or I shall be angry.
All members of Morgan's crew back to the Flying Guard at once. Be quick about it, you. No insubordination now. Only get moving.
Who is that giving orders in Morgan's name? Oh. Why, it is the fair scoundrel that was here earlier in the night.
There you are, dear. Select the Flying Guard at once.
And who are you to think you can give me the orders?
They're not my orders. They're Captain Morgan's. Get moving.
You think I take orders from you? I am the one who gets the orders.
You scum, you'll do as I tell you. Get back to the ship. We're sailing soon.
I'll fix you upstart.
Look out, he has a knife.
Try that, me, would you? Ah!
A hard fist smashes down on Diaz. His body arches, his feet leave the ground. There is a splintering of smashing wood as his body hits a rickety table and lies limply amongst the wreckage. The blade of his knife gleams white on a dirty floor. In the tap room, the sound of talking goes on unceasingly. Most of the customers are too full of rum to investigate, and in any case the sound of violence is only too common in their ears. On the impact, Kitty's slender hand goes to her mouth to stifle the involuntary cry. Her eyes are fixed on the limp form.
Have you killed him?
He will live to hang yet.
Without a look at her, Geoffrey crosses to pick up the unconscious man.
So, I was right in what I thought about you.
With a gentle gesture, in which there is a certain firmness, Kitty lays her hand on the sleeve of Geoffrey's shirt. Her pressure sends vibrations up his arm, causing a shock of sudden excitement to his heart. He slowly turns to look at her.
I knew the breadth of your shoulders was better covered and straight.
As she speaks, her eyes look up into his and hold them in her gaze. Slightly, she leans her body towards him. Excitement makes his breath come in short, deep gasps. The noise of the tavern fades from his ears. All his vision can see is Kitty whose eyes are two deep gray pools, in which are mirrored longing and a strange, exciting emotion. It is a long, long time since a woman has been in this way so near to him. Her lips, moist and near and invitingly red, are gently parted. An unbreakable, invisible bond forces his head nearer. Her long lashes are lowered and sweep her cheek. Music crashes in his ears. Her lips are sweet and thirsty on his. Her arms climb warmly round his shoulders. And suddenly the music stops. He hears the noise of the tavern, the disorder of the room, the cheapness of the woman. And repulsion sweeps over him. Roughly he pushes her from him, contemptuously wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, bends down and picks up the unconscious Diaz, throws him across his shoulders. Without a word or a look at Kitty, stalks out and through the tap room. Kitty watches him go. The corners of her pretty mouth turned down.
So, I'm good enough for you. Stuck-up pig. You spurn me when I offer you what other men would kill for. All right, Mr. Hunter. The time will come when I'll have you crawling at my feet, begging from me the smallest favors. And I'll laugh at you. I'll laugh at you and spit in your face.
A woman, warm and generous, pours forth the hates of hell. Listen for the sequence of this hate in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan is written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. A Spanish ship captures the English merchantman, the Elizabeth Ann, upon which is sailing Antoinette de Lacy, a French kinswoman of the English governor of Jamaica, Sir Thomas Montford. The governor of Spanish Cuba, Don Pietro Pizarro, to whom Antoinette is taken, discovers that Sir Thomas Montford has never seen her. and so his daughter Dolores Pizarro begs to be allowed to go to Jamaica, masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy, to enable her to trap the English buccaneer Henry Morgan, and to recover a fabulous necklet which Morgan has taken. In Port Royal, Morgan befriends a young man named Geoffrey Hunter, and offers him a berth upon his ship, the Flying Gull. Unexpectedly receiving an order to sail, Morgan sends Hunter to the Dolphin Tavern to round up the crew. Hunter has trouble with a seaman called Dietz and is forced to knock him out. Kitty, the serving wench, is attracted to Hunter, but he spurns her and takes Dietz back to the Flying Gull.
All of your crew who can stand on their feet should be aboard by now, Captain Morgan.
And there's one who cannot that you're carrying, is it?
He'll be all right.
Tip him off your shoulder. Here come two. So it's Dietz, is it?
You warned me, Captain Henry, I might have trouble with Dietz.
Aye, Hunter, what happened?
He seemed reluctant to obey your order and return to the ship. He was foolish enough to draw a knife on me.
Did he now? I thought somehow he would.
Just hold a minute now, Captain. Why did you send me to round up the crew? None of them know me. No one was to know that I had your authority.
Are you blind, lad? I wanted to see if you're the sort of man who could command the respect of other men. I admit I was interested to learn whether Dietz would bring back your corpse or if you'd bring back Dietz. I knew you both would not walk back aboard the ship of your own free will.
So it was a test of courage, eh?
It was to test you, man. Yes, you'll do, Hunter. You'll be my man from now on.
Well, thank you, Captain Henry, but I know naught of sailing.
Well, then, what do you know?
No questions to be asked. Remember, Captain Morgan?
I'll learn in time if you want to tell me. As for seamanship, you'll learn that too. You're not frightened of Dietz, are you?
If I was, do you think I'd still be sailing under you, Captain Morgan?
He hates you. He would have hated you in any case because you knocked him out, but he'll loathe you for being placed above him in authority. He goes back before the mast where he belongs.
You're placing great reliance in me, aren't you, Captain?
Sailing the seas as I've been all my life, you know where you can place your trust. I suppose there were plenty to witness you knocking down Dietz tonight.
Quite a few.
Amongst them was Kitty.
What do you know of her, Captain?
Look, you lad, I'll give you some advice. When we sail into Port Royal, keep away from Kitty and the Dolphin Tavern.
The rest of your crew don't follow their advice. Why should I?
Because I don't need to know your past history to know that you're a gentleman, that you come from a good home. You've never met a girl like Kitty before, and Kitty, being Kitty, would soon know that, and,
I don't understand you, Captain.
Look, man, there's not a sailor who's gone into the Dolphin Tavern and has not fallen under the charms of Kitty, the Buccaneer's Belle. That's all she is, the Buccaneer's Belle.
I care not for the men who have fallen for her charms. I want to know the girl herself.
She's all violent passion, hate, and love. Indirectly, she's been the cause of a dozen men's deaths. She has the beauty of fire that blinds men's reason. If she loves for the moment. When she hates for all time. Her name's known throughout the Caribbean Sea. Men fear her, yet long for her. Don't become like other men, Hunter.
You still really haven't told me very much about her. Where she's from. What is she doing in Jamaica?
Well, she comes from Ireland. I understand she was sent out here from England on some charge. Well, now we've talked long enough. The full tide's in half an hour. We must be under sail by then. Now take away this carrion and come back to me.
Up on deck, the watch peers up through the vines of rigging, past the tall, slender masts and yardarms, over which swarm diminutive figures, struggling to set in position acres of white canvas. Up into the sky he gazes, which is already lightening with the chill grey which precedes dawn. The stars have lost their luster, becoming misty and pale. Gently he sniffs the air. Experience born at sea tells him that a change is coming. Keen eyes discern in the lightening sky clouds scudding across the dimming stars like frightened fawns.
Surely it's going to blow, and blow cold.
Gently the wind blows with the coldness of dawn. Small waves whip up into foam on their crests, and faintly the rigging whistles while men draw their coats tighter around them and think of their woolen sweaters lying in their lockers. Yellow, streaked with wind clouds, becomes the sky in the east, and slowly the islands of Jamaica and Cuba merge from the darkness to take their daylight shape. And on the foreshore of the Cuban coast, secluded and quiet and not far from Havana, a small party stands on the shingle of the beach, their clothes wrapped tightly around them in a futile effort to keep out the biting wind. The sea, grey, cold, and white-capped, throws itself on the beach. Daylight spills over from the east, revealing a sloop standing offshore, swaying like a drunken man in the troughs of the ocean. A longboat pulled up on the beach shudders under the impact and slaps back the waters that swirl around it. The rocks on the shore are wet, cold, grim, and cruel, and the faces of those on the beach seem white and expressionless in this light which is twixt night and day.
It is getting light, Father.
See, are you sure, Dolores, there is nothing we have overlooked? Once you leave the shelter of Cuba, you're out on your own.
If the girl Antoinette told the truth, there is nothing else for me to learn. Wherein can our plan fail? I will arrive. My story must be accepted that I am Antoinette de Lacy, that I am the sole survivor of the Elizabeth Ann. Sir Thomas Montfort will take me in, give me shelter. I will meet Morgan. I will know what has happened to my Aztec necklace. I will learn Morgan's plan.
How will I know if you are in trouble and want aid? You are shut off from me.
Cortez will be coming every so often to a quiet spot on the Jamaican shore. He will bring you back reports as to how I am faring. And should I be discovered, you have the real Antoinette de Lacy safe in Cuba, and Sir Thomas Montfort will willingly exchange me for her. Look, Father. Cortez is waiting with other members of the crew in the longboat for me. It is growing light. I should be on my way. Say goodbye to me here. I will see you when I return. I will not be long. Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye, Dolores. Take good care of yourself. I will remember that you are doing this for the sake of Spain. Goodbye.
The early morning air loudly carries the grating of the boat as it is pushed over the gravel, and then slap into the waves. Dolores looks at the receding shore as the bond between her and safety stretches to breaking point.
This is goodbye. From now on, it is Antoinette de Lacy. Antoinette de Lacy.
On shore, Pizarro sees a small boat reach the ship, watches the ship weigh anchor, and then strains his eyes until it disappears to merge into the nothing which daylight has made of the horizon. The bond between Dolores and safety has snapped. The sun climbs up from his bed, disperses the cold, and glares fitfully through the flying clouds. The curve of the ocean hides two ships which pass far apart. The day drags on, and the Flying Gull tacks and retacks, looking for a ship which has already been lost.
No, I'm afraid it's no good looking any longer for the Hunter. We're almost back to Port Royal, and not a sign of the Elizabeth Ann have we seen.
What's the explanation, Captain?
Well, only one of two things could have happened to her. She's been delayed by adverse weather, or else the Spanish got her. And if the Spanish have her, heaven help Antoinette de Lacy, the governor's kinswoman. Set the course for Port Royal.
Aye, Captain.
So your first official assignment as Vice Admiral ends in failure, Captain Morgan.
Aye, Hunter. So it would seem. If the Spanish have got her, there's no need for us to continue our search any longer.
And if the Spanish have got the Elizabeth Ann, what will happen to those aboard her?
Well, the Spanish possessions have slave markets just the same as Jamaica has.
Seafaring's rather grim and heartless, isn't it? Oh, by the way, Captain, Diaz has been sending messages all day. He wants to see you.
I'll see that treacherous scum when it suits me. Let him stew a while in his own guilty conscience.
All boat, sighted to starboard.
What's that? Where?
See? There, over there. Ah, it's gone. Lost in the trough of the wave. Yes, look. There it is again.
Yes. Turn about, helmsman. We'll pick them up.
All right.
Slowly the Flying Gull obeys the hand of the helmsman. The sails flap, then adjust themselves to the new direction, and the distance between her and the small craft gradually lessens. Men crowd the rail, calling, and above them is heard the voice of Morgan.
Hunter, stand by to pick up any occupants.
There only appears to be one person in the boat. Why, I believe it's a woman. Look, she's standing up weaving.
By St. David, you're right. Stand by to throw a rope.
Gracefully and with dignity, the Flying Gull draws alongside the cockle shell. A rope is thrown and caught. A rope ladder let down over the side, and down it climbs Hunter.
Oh, thank heaven, monsieur. I am so pleased to see you. I have had a frightful time.
Here, let me carry you. I'll have you aboard in no time.
Swiftly picking her up, Hunter climbs back up the ladder amidst the cheers and jeers of the crew. Morgan is on deck to give her welcome.
Madam, I give you welcome to the Flying Gull.
Monsieur, you are English. I am safe. Take me at once to Port Royal. My kinsman, Sir Thomas Motford, will give you welcome.
Your kinsman?
Yes. My name is Antoinette de Lacy.
Morgan looks at Dolores with surprise, and a murmur runs through the crew. But from the back of the crowd of men, 2 angry black eyes watch the rescue, and now look with interest on this dark, beautiful woman. But Diaz, the renegade Spaniard, although crazy for Kitty, still can look with interest on beautiful women. And as his eyes search her face, his expression changes.
Who is she?
Antoinette de Lacy, the governor's kinswoman.
Antoinette de Lacy. Then I have seen Antoinette de Lacy someplace before. I don't forget beautiful women.
Is Dolores' plan already doomed? Has Diaz remembered her true identity? You learn more of this the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores Pizarro persuades her father to allow her to go to Jamaica, masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy, kinswoman to Sir Thomas Motford, governor of Jamaica. While there, she hopes to trap Henry Morgan and retrieve her Aztec necklet, which he has taken. Sir Thomas, not knowing that the ship in which his kinswoman was sailing has been taken by the Spanish, sends Morgan out to escort it back to Port Royal. After an unsuccessful search, Morgan sets out for home, when a small boat is sighted adrift. They find the only occupant is a woman who says she is Antoinette de Lacy. But the renegade Spaniard Diaz, who sees her come aboard, has a feeling he has seen or met her before.
You say your name is Antoinette de Lacy?
Yes. Oh, monsieur, I have had a terrible experience.
How comes you're adrift in a small boat like this?
I was sailing on the Elizabeth Ann. The ship, she was taken by the Spanish.
That is as I feared.
Oh, it was terrible. I cannot bear to think of it even now. The confusion, the fighting, men bleeding and dying. I was terrified. But the captain of the ship, he came to me and said, "Don't worry, mademoiselle. You will escape from the hands of these fiends. I have a boat. It is my duty to get you safely to Port Royal." He put me in the boat and we cast off. And suddenly, a stray ball from a musket, it hit him and he fell overboard and sank. I have been alone in the boat ever since, drifting.
A harrowing tale, mademoiselle. But you need have no more fears now. You're in the hands of the very man who was sent to safeguard you back to Port Royal.
You are very kind, monsieur. To whom do I have to give thanks for this generosity?
Morgan is the name, mademoiselle. Henry Morgan.
Captain Henry Morgan. Oh, it is strange that I meet you so soon.
You've heard of me, mademoiselle de Lacy?
Oh, yes. On the ship coming out, they told me about you. They told me that you are a man to be feared.
Amongst men, yes, a man to be feared. But amongst women, I have the heart of a dove.
It is very fortunate that I should have met you so soon. I hope, Captain Morgan, that we will become friends.
Perhaps, but I'm not used to ladies' company. Oh, but I'm forgetting my manners, keeping you up here on deck. You must be nigh famished and wanting rest. Allow me, mademoiselle, to escort you to my own quarters. Have no fears. You'll be safe.
I have no fears now that I am in your care, Captain Morgan.
And on the outskirts of the crowd, Diaz's black eyes are clouded in wonder as he probes and tries to capture that strange recognition.
How could I know her? She has never been in this part of the world. Yet seen her before, I'm sure I have.
As Morgan takes Dolores to his quarters, voices are raised as they comment on her story, and comment even more on the woman herself.
Now, a beauty if ever there was one.
But not so much to us, eh?
No, but seeing her reminds one that Kitty is back in Port Royal, doesn't it?
Don't speak of her in the Atz's here unless you want a knife in your ribs.
You talk not about Kitty. Remember, she is for me and me only.
And for the rest of the Caribbean buccaneers.
You shut your mouth or else I slit your throat.
You don't scare us now, dear. Your place beside Captain Morgan has been taken by somebody else. You are one of us now,
But not for long. You'll see.
That's not the only place he's lost. I reckon Kitty's eyes are looking past him, Neil. I was lost to leave at Open Tavern that night. Yes, it was a pity you was knocked unconscious. It was an education to see Kitty go to work on young Hunter.
What do you mean? Tell me what happened before I strangle you.
You fellas make him let go my throat.
Avast, you swine! You men get about your work.
Under the roar of Morgan's voice and at his sudden and unexpected appearance, the men melt away like snow before the sun. Diaz to his quiet corner where he can revel in his self-pity, his hate for Hunter, and to give way to his new jealousy as to what happened between Kitty and Hunter while he lay unconscious. Vicious, cruel, treacherous thoughts fill his mind.
You will die. Oh, not quickly. No, I'll find a way to kill him slowly, treacherously, and have him know that I am killing him. Have him scream for sudden death. And then I'll make it slower still.
While Diaz feeds and nourishes his hate, the sun sinks lower and the breeze holds well, and Jamaica looms up as though out of the very sea. On deck, Geoffrey Hunter watches the approaching land, but doesn't see it. His mind is in another island set in the North Sea. He is unconscious of the fact that Dolores has come up on deck and is standing beside him.
That is Jamaica ahead, is it not?
My apologies, mademoiselle. I didn't hear you approach. I was thinking of something else. Are you rested and more happy in your mind now?
Oh, but yes. I have been very lucky when I think of what my fate might have been. Oh, it doesn't bear thinking on. Let us talk of more pleasant things. You are, of course, one of Captain Morgan's friends, else you would not be up here on the poop.
I think I am a trusted member of his crew.
A seaman life must be so very exciting.
Yes. Suppose it must be.
Tell me about Port Royal, Jamaica. Remember, I have never been there. What is it like?
I don't know very much about it.
Sir, are you trying to be rude to me?
Mademoiselle, please no, I can't explain why my manner seems so abrupt. You must just believe me when I say I know nothing of Jamaica or Port Royal. I know nothing of a life at sea.
And yet you are a trusted servant of Captain Morgan? Oh, come, monsieur. You can talk to me. From what I have seen of the other members of the crew, you seem different. You are a man of breeding.
I am just an ordinary man. The same as anyone else aboard this ship, Mademoiselle de Lacy.
I am going to be a stranger in a strange island. I feel that perhaps out of all the men aboard the ship, I could make you my friend. Especially as you are a close associate of Captain Morgan, who tells me he is a great friend of my kinsman, Sir Thomas Montford.
You will find plenty of friends in Port Royal, Mademoiselle, without looking for them in the ranks of buccaneers.
You say that so bitterly. Is this not a life of your own choosing?
Who in this world has a life of their own choosing?
I have come to you speaking quite friendly because I am grateful that this lovely ship saved me from a possibly watery grave, and you are rude to me.
I am not rude, Mademoiselle. I'm a realist. You are a kinswoman of the governor of Jamaica, Sir Thomas Montford. You will become his hostess. I am a buccaneer, and I'm a man whose mind is full of memories.
Piqued at this man's strange and unaccountable behavior, Dolores moves from his side. But already in the short time she's been aboard the Flying Gull, she has gathered that Geoffrey Hunter is a man that Morgan trusts implicitly, and therefore is a man whose confidence she must win. Pretending to watch the approaching island, she slyly watches him from out of the corner of her eye, and soon knows that he is watching her in the same manner. But outward appearances are deceptive. She cannot read what is in his mind.
Elegance, breeding, class. She has them all. Everything that I once knew and took for granted. All gone from me, never to be recalled. Those men down there on the waist of the ship, beasts, treacherous beasts. They are my kind from now on. Why must this Antoinette de Lacy come to remind me of things I must not remember?
Not knowing what he is thinking, Dolores takes Geoffrey's sly interest as an invitation and moves once more to his side, but Geoffrey gives no indication that he realizes it. After a moment, he roughly turns and leaves her. 2 bright pink spots heighten the color of Dolores' cheeks. Her black eyes sparkle like a spark from flint. Her small foot taps in the depth.
So he thinks to treat me like that. No man can give me such treatment.
Angrily, she is about to recall him to her side when she remembers.
I am no longer Dolores Pizarro, whose every whim is a command. I am Antoinette de Lacy, demure and maidenly. I must not let that man worry me. My vanity must not let me ruin all.
Confidently, and with a crooked smile of anticipation, Dolores turns and watches the approaching island. Already white ocean breakers are discernible, breaking over the reef which guards the entrance into Port Royal. Quickly, the Flying Gull swings round as a helmsman feels his way between the reef and the opening. A flag breaks from the stern and stretches itself in the wind. Canvas is taken in and furled. Once again, the helmsman swings the helm, and the ship sails on to the headland, and in turn into Port Royal. A lifeboat is lowered so that a messenger can go ahead to give news to Sir Thomas Modford. Slowly, the ship, under a minimum of canvas, glides into a berth. Morgan, with Dolores at his side, stands on deck, pointing out matters of interest. Sheltered behind a mast, Geoffrey Hunter watches Dolores. Loneliness, like a heavy stone, lies in his breast. The way she moves and talks and turns her head reminds him of another life. A life which he hoped he was forgetting.
I have been pushed so low I can never return. How to forget? Heaven, show me a way to forget.
Suddenly, as he watches Dolores, another memory stirs in his mind. A tavern. Dirty, grimy, and smelly. 2 arms around his neck. Soft, moist lips on his.
At that moment, I did forget.
The Flying Gull lies at a berth. Geoffrey quietly slips ashore. He is the first away. It is not yet dark. The Dolphin Tavern is empty except for 2 or 3. It is dim inside, and for a minute his eyes do not adjust themselves to this half-light. And it is with surprise that he hears Kitty speak.
So, it's Mr. High and Mighty Hunter come back.
Kitty, I want to talk to you.
Talk to me? What sort of a man do you think yourself to be?
You must listen to me, Kitty.
I have far too much to do to listen to the likes of you.
I have come to apologize.
Apologize to me? Why, do you know, Mr. Hunter, it's the first time in my life a man's ever apologized to me.
Let's go to where I found you and Dietz.
All right. Follow me. Apologize? This is a new experience for me. Men that come here, Mr. Hunter, don't apologize for anything.
You mind if I pull these curtains, too?
Not at all. Well, what's troubling you?
It's impertinence on my part to ask you to even listen to me. I am a stranger to you, Kitty, but I'm in great distress. I want to forget. I want to forget that I was ever what you once called me, a gentleman. These men who come here to this tavern, they're my people now. Oh, you don't understand what I'm talking about, do you?
Sure. Sure, I understand. I understand much more than you think. Do you want to forget? Well, the best way for a man to forget is in a woman's arms. To have them slowly climb around his neck, like this. And to have their lips as close as this.
Oh, Kitty, please make me forget.
Has Kitty forgotten the vow she made against this man? That will be revealed in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores Pizarro persuades her father, Don Pietro, governor of Cuba, to allow her to go to Jamaica, masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy, kinswoman of the governor of Jamaica, Sir Thomas Modford. A Spanish sloop takes her to Jamaican waters, from where she has to finish her journey in an open boat, so as to lend conviction that she has escaped from the Spanish. She is picked up by the buccaneer Henry Morgan, who believes her story. While on board, she comes into contact with Geoffrey Hunter, but he ignores her advances of friendship because she reminds him so much of a life he has lost. The memory of that life is so strong that upon reaching Port Royal, he goes straight to the Dolphin Tavern, hoping to forget in the arms of Kitty.
You can make me think, Kitty. You're so soft, so warm.
Why, Kitty, what does this mean?
Oh, you're just human clay like any other man, aren't you?
I don't understand. I apologize for my behavior. I realized how wrong I was. Oh, Kitty, can't you forgive me?
So, you come crawling back to me, do you? And expect me to welcome you with open arms?
You don't understand, Kitty.
Then you must think I have a remarkably short memory. I may be cheap, and I might have a foul life behind me for all my tender years. But I'm not a woman to be bought with a few soft words. You might not believe it, Geoffrey Hunter. Even though I'm not much better than a slave, I still have my pride. Do you think I can forget how you cast me from you, and the way you wiped your hand over your mouth as though I was something unclean?
So you won't help me. To see me in a place like this, you must realize that my life isn't easy.
You can make your own life. I care not for you.
Don't be so hard, please.
There was no price attached to what I offered you the last time you were here. But even to you, I was just a tavern wench, a bondwoman, and you were the fine gentleman. And now you come back and you expect me to fall into your arms. Let me tell you, Geoffrey Hunter, before long the tavern will be full of men, and every one of them buccaneers and pirates. But whatever he may be, he'll be a better man than you are. And I'd rather be with any of them than to have you even so much as touch me again.
Very well. Then return once more to the serving wench and bring me rum, plenty of it. And take this to pay your services. Go to your pirates and your buccaneers. I'll find my forgetfulness elsewhere.
Nonchalantly, Kitty picks up the 2 small gold coins and slinks on her way. But at the curtains, which close in the alcove, she pauses and looks back. Her resolve to humble this man is weakening. And in this Kitty, who knows her men so well, is a new, exciting, disturbing emotion.
I could love him as no other man has been loved by a woman before.
Conscious that she is still near him, Geoffrey looks up. His blue eyes are as cold as pieces of ice. In them there is no warmth. Rebuffed, she tosses her head and suffocates her newborn desire, and resolves that tonight she'll be especially generous to the others. Supplied with rum, Jeff sits alone with a demon memory jogging his elbow. Aboard the Flying Gull, the buccaneer Henry Morgan and Antoinette de Lacy, whom he believes Dolores Pizarro to be, await the arrival of the governor of Jamaica, Sir Thomas Motley. But the sun has gone, and the short twilight ended. Tropical night has put her spell over the island. But the news of the rescue and the fate of the British merchantman has spread like a bushfire about Port Royal, and the quay is thronged with the idle and the curious as they wait, hoping for a glimpse of the rescued woman, whose beauty increases as each person repeats the story. Suddenly above the crowd is the sharp tattoo of horses' hooves. Twin oil lamps from each side of an elegant carriage cut just a faint light over 4 perfectly matched white horses. A huge Nubian slave in red livery sits high on the box, holding in his strong hands thin leather reins, while on the platform at the rear stand 2 black slaves who could be twins, arms folded, white gloves upon their hands, their bodies encased in creaseless livery. So dense a crowd that this handsome turnout is forced to stop. A window of the carriage is lowered, and the head of His Excellency peers out impatiently.
Emmanuel, what's wrong? Peter, get down from behind and clear a path.
Smartly, Peter gets down and walks through the scary scene of flaming torches, babbling people, and elegant carriages to the horses' heads.
Clear the way for the governor. Clear the way, clear the way.
Wielding a stout cane before him, a passage is cleared, and the horses pick their way to the quayside up to the very hull of the Flying Gull. With the dignity befitting his office, Sir Thomas goes aboard and is presented by Morgan, to whom he believes is his kinswoman, Antoinette de Lacy. He listens to Morgan's account of his short journey, hears from Dolores her story. Pleasantries are exchanged, and he and Dolores prepare to leave.
Well, Morgan, you have carried out my first command with credit.
I only half fulfilled my mission, Sir Thomas. I was not in time to save the Elizabeth Ann from her fate.
But you brought my kinswoman Antoinette safely to Port Royal. Am I right, Antoinette?
Oh, yes, Sir Thomas.
Sir Thomas? Oh, stuff and nonsense. You're my kinswoman. You have to be my hostess here in Port Royal. Call me Uncle.
I hope, Uncle, that you are going to reward Captain Morgan for so gallantly rescuing me from a watery grave. Perhaps you might ask him to dine with us very soon.
Why, that's rich child. Morgan spends much of his time with me in Port Royal, so it's quite right and proper that he should, eh, Morgan?
I'm always pleased to be your guest, Sir Thomas.
Perhaps when you come, you would like to bring a guest with you. I thought perhaps the man who so gallantly picked me up from my small boat and carried me safely on board. I would like to reward him and give him my thanks also. Would you bring him to dinner one night?
Geoffrey Hunter, I I don't know.
Oh, Antoinette, my child, it's one thing ask Morgan to dine. After all, he's a vice-admiral. I mean to say, dash it, after all, they're buccaneers, aren't they, Morgan?
Have no fear, Sir Thomas. Jeffrey Hunter isn't like the other members of my crew. I'll be quite safe in bringing him to your home. He has been, and perhaps he still is, a gentleman. I could give my word for it.
Oh, if that's the case, bring him by all means.
But if he will accept your invitation is another matter.
Oh, I would still like him to come, Captain Morgan. Well, Antoinette, now it is time we left. We must go home. There's much you and I have to talk over. No doubt there are lots of things you have to tell me. So I'll bid you good night, Morgan, and thank you very much for all you've done.
With the respect due to a kinswoman of Sir Thomas Motford, Buccaneer Morgan gallantly kisses Dolores' hand in farewell. Her eyes, amused, look down upon his bewigged head. A faint smile lurks from the corners of her mouth. Morgan watches Sir Thomas Motford and Dolores leave his ship, enter the carriage, and drive off. As it disappears into darkness, he returns to his quarters and is about to enter when a figure emerges from the darkness.
You're sick to avoid me all the time, Captain Morgan.
Who gave you permission to come to this part of the ship?
Oh, why shouldn't I? It was my right to go to any part at any time. I was your trusted servant. You dismissed me for no reason, nothing.
When I want to speak to you, I'll call you.
You got to tell me why.
Come inside. I'll tell you why.
Oh. What have I done? This other man, this Hunter man, you've given him the trust you once gave me.
I like him. He saved my life. And he has no desire to have for himself the Aztec necklace.
Oh, you think I want that bit of rubbish?
You'd like to have it. But it's Kitty the Buccaneer's who desires it most. And I know that you, Diaz, are only too eager to please Kitty.
Oh, you're unjust. You took the necklace from me. It is yours. Because I admired it is not any reason for you to cast me aside and put your trust in a stranger you know nothing of. You trust him too much. Someday you'll be sorry.
You'd better return to the crew's quarters where you belong, Diaz. And thank your stars for one thing. That the two assassins you set upon me died before they could tell me their story. Now get out.
Diaz knows in his heart that Morgan has every right to distrust him, that he knows too much about him. Realizing that it is dangerous for his own safety to stay with Morgan, he slinks away, determined that in some way he'll make Jeffrey Hunter betray the trust Morgan has given him. But Hunter, at this moment, cares not about any trust. The Dolphin Tavern has now filled with its noisy, foul-mouthed customers. Their din pierces his brain, and the drink cannot make him forget.
Let's get out of here. Get away from the door.
Clutching to his feet, he pushes the table from him. The rickety chair tips back on the floor. Then the curtains part to make a soft, folding frame around Kitty.
Be there anything else you want, Hunter?
Take this to pay for your services.
Provokingly, Kitty moves towards the table, but her eyes irresistibly look into his. She sees they are full of pain and memory. The longing she has suffocated rises in her throat. It sends sharp messages of pain into the very pit of her stomach.
How is it he can do this to me when I've known so many others?
Without looking at her again, Jeffrey goes to the curtains, parts them. Another second, he'll be gone.
Jeffrey.
He stops, doesn't turn round, just stands, holding the curtain with one hand. Kitty sees the droop of his shoulders, the tiredness of him, and longing strangles her heart.
Jeffrey, turn around. Come back.
For a moment she fears he hasn't heard or is ignoring her. Then his grip of the curtain releases. Slowly he turns, reads the message in her eyes. He savagely takes her in his arms. His lips are hard and cruel in hers. Her hands steal pathways through his hair. Here together, they are out of the world, soaring up to the planets of another universe, seeking a heaven of their own.
So, you betray me again, eh?
Yes.
I'll warn you, Kitty. You make me too jealous. For this, I'll kill you.
Diaz, the jealous lover, has found Kitty in Jeffrey Hunter's arms. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores Pizarro, determined to retrieve the lost Aztec necklet and to trap the buccaneer Morgan, plans to go to Jamaica masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy, the kinswoman of the Jamaican governor. Off the Jamaican coast, she is put out in an open boat to give credence to her story that the ship she was aboard fell into the hands of the Spaniards. Dolores is picked up at sea by Morgan, who readily believes what she tells him. Hoping to gain Morgan's complete confidence, she tries to make friends with his companion, Geoffrey Hunter. But Hunter shuns her company. To him, she is too painful a reminder of the life he has left behind him. And she revives so many bitter memories that as soon as the Flying Gull berths at Port Royal, he goes to the Dolphin Tavern to find forgetfulness in the company of Kitty, the serving wench. While they're together, they're discovered by Diaz, Kitty's jealous Spanish lover.
I'd warned you, Kitty, the last time I was here, that one day you'd try my jealousy too far.
Don't be a fool. Put that knife away, Diaz.
Diaz, you don't mean it.
I gave you good warning. Everyone in this tavern knows she is my woman. And you, Hunter, you're not satisfied. Crawling to Captain Morgan, leaking his book so that you take my place. You think you can come and steal Kitty from me? You're strong up for any man.
You think in your jealousy to scare us, don't you? We're not frightened of you, Diaz.
Have you forgotten, Diaz, how you once drew a knife on me before?
No. But this time it will be I who will strike first.
All right, then. I'll take you on, unarmed as I am.
No, stop it, both of you. You're behaving like babies. Diaz, you let Hunter return to his ship.
I will not.
That you will. You'll listen to me, do you understand? Go, Geoffrey, please.
But, Kitty...
Go, I know how to handle Diaz. Do you think I have handled this sort of situation before?
It's impossible for me to go now.
I've looked after myself all my life. I can handle Diaz. I know you believe, Geoffrey, that no gentleman would go. But I'm asking you to go. And no gentleman would refuse a lady's request.
It's absurd for me to go and leave you to face this alone.
I know Diaz. And while he's still got that look in his eye, I won't come to any harm at his hands. What would life hold for you, Diaz, if you were to kill me?
You're a she-devil. You know what you mean to me. What Kitty has said is right. You better go. We'll meet some other time.
I'll be ready, Diaz. Good night, Kitty. Thank you for trying to help.
Good night.
You did not expect me to come tonight, Kitty.
I reckoned you'd be in sometime.
Why do you treat me like this? Why do you drive me insane with jealousy? You don't know what I've been through.
If it's bad, I have no doubt it is of your own making.
To find you letting that man of all men make love to you. Haven't you got one faithful thought in your head?
You've got no right to dictate to me what I do and what I don't do. I promised I'd be faithful to you, Diaz, on one condition.
Yeah, I know I promised you the Aztec necklet. It is easier to pluck the moon from the heaven than to get the Aztec necklet at the moment. But I'll get it for you, Kitty, I will. This Englishman, he does not mean anything to you, does he? Answer me, does he mean anything to you?
I'll answer your question when you bring me the necklace.
Why were you letting him make love to you like that?
Maybe it's because he's so handsome and strong.
You're trying to make me jealous again.
Or maybe it was because he was lonely.
A woman doesn't kiss a man like that just because he is lonely. A woman kisses a man like that to make him forget.
You're very wise, dear.
How can you want the cold kisses of this Englishman whose blood is chilled by the winds of the North Sea when my blood has been heated by the sun of Spain?
Let go of me. Your fingers are digging into my shoulders.
Like rich red wine, you go to a man's head.
You won't forget your promise.
You will have the necklace, I swear.
Yes, you hurt my lips.
Can your Englishman or any other man give you such passion?
I'd better go and serve in a tavern.
All right. I'll wait in here. You ply them well tonight, Kitty. And when they can drink no more, you come back in here to me. I'll be waiting.
Come in, Hunter. Glad to see you back on board. Thought I was deserted tonight. Come and join me in a drink. It gets lonesome drinking on your own.
I've had enough, thanks, Captain Morgan. But I'd like to talk to you.
All right. Sit down. Well, what's troubling you, lad?
How soon are we sailing on another expedition?
Oh, is it impatient that you be? Or is it that you want to forget?
A little of both.
Don't you feel you can trust me enough to talk about yourself now?
When I joined you, Captain Henry, we agreed that what is past is best forgotten.
But forgetting isn't so easy. Is that it?
I don't like inactivity. Hanging around Port Royal.
There's more to it than that. Still, you'll tell me all about it when the time is ripe. So it's forgetting you want to be. You'll forget me, lad, when I start again on my travels. You know, Spain's like a dowager duchess. Her fingers are dripping with gems. Around her neck are ornaments of gold, just waiting to be filched. And I'll filch 'em. The mainland of Spanish America, whose wealth is just waiting to be taken by someone with a bit of spirit.
The mainland? I thought you confined your activities to the sea, Captain Morgan.
And a prize comes our way, we take it. But it's the mainland, Hunter. That's where the wealth lies. And after a town is taken, the night air is filled with the triumphant cries of the conquerors and the screams of the vanquished.
Screams?
Some Spaniards are foolish enough to think they can conceal their wealth from me. I have means of discovering it. Very effective means. Ever seen a man sewn into a green cowhide bag and roasted slowly over a small fire?
Done.
If you're with me long, lad, you'll get used to it. The cowhide shrinks, and the victim soon screams out the hiding place of his treasures. There are other ways of finding out these things. You'll learn them. Now, won't you join me in the drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, an invitation I have for you here, Hunter.
From whom?
The fair young lady we rescued, Antoinette de Lacy. She's taken a fancy to you, she has. Specially asked that you should accompany me when we go to Government House.
I must refuse.
Must refuse? But why?
I can have no dealings with those who frequent Government House. I am a buccaneer.
And so am I, but I go.
You're different. Do the rest of your crew go?
So it's a snob you are at heart. I thought you'd jump at the chance of being Sir Thomas Motford's guest. She's a sprightly young girl, is Antoinette de Lacy.
Please, Captain Morgan.
It's afraid that you are to go to Government House. That's a roving the high seas you want to be. What is there in Jamaica that you're afeard of? Come now, answer me, lad.
Captain Morgan, I signed on with you on the condition that you ask no question about my past. I have no desire to go to Government House, nor to see Antoinette de Lacy again. Let that answer suffice.
Insubordination, eh?
Insubordination be damned. Aboard the ship, I obey your orders, Captain Morgan. But once in Port Royal, I'm free to go where I wish and speak to whom I choose. I will not go to Government House.
Yes, I like your spirit, lad. There's not another man on the ship who'd stand up to me like that and get away with it. Everything you say is right. I've had too much to drink tonight. That's my trouble. I'll make your excuses to Antoinette de Lacy when next I see her. Maybe tomorrow night.
You're dining then with Sir Thomas Motford?
No, not tomorrow night. Not dining. I have to see him tomorrow night on another matter. You see, Hunter, Sir Thomas Motford's a sly old fox. I don't trust him. Not one little bit. While I can safely fill his pocket with loot, he's my friend. But if I should become a menace to his safety, to his own personal ambition, he'd have no second thoughts about betraying me.
Then you've placed yourself in a dangerous position.
Aye, and I've liked it not for long. But I'm going to change that. Yes, I'll change that when I see him tomorrow night.
I haven't got too long, Morgan. Antoinette and I have to attend a reception. So be precise and come to the point. What's your business? And come to the point. What's your business?
How's Mademoiselle de Lacy finding life here in Port Royal, Thomas?
Oh, give the girl a chance, Morgan. She's only been here a couple of days.
Remember me to her.
Yes, that I will. She was only speaking of you and that other fellow, what's his name?
Hunter.
Oh, yes, Hunter. Speaking of you both tonight at dinner. She's wanting you both to dine one night and be our guests.
Well, I shall be honored to come, but as for Hunter, I can't answer for him.
Well, if he doesn't come, Morgan, I don't mind very much. Just between you and me, I mean. And, well, my association with you is just... But this man Hunter, after all, he's only a buccaneer.
Well, if you don't wish him to come, I feel sure that I'll be able to persuade him to stay away. And now, Sir Thomas, the business, eh?
Yes, what is it? You going to tell me you're saving?
No, not unless you have some further orders for your new Vice Admiral.
What mischief are you up to, then?
Sir Thomas, I've made no bones about it. I distrust you.
Oh, you have no reason to. I've always done the right thing by you. Haven't I created you Vice Admiral to protect you?
Only because it protects yourself. But tonight I've something to show you. Something which will safeguard my future.
Oh, what is it?
Just a little bauble I carry about in my pocket. Look.
Why, Morgan, where did you get it? It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Worth the king's ransom.
And a buccaneer's assured future.
A necklace, eh? Taken from an Aztec temple by the Spanish, I'll be darned. Look at the workmanship, the setting of those rubies and those emeralds. This is for me, Morgan.
Eventually, everyone who's seen that necklet has desired it, Sir Thomas. Anyone would do almost anything to get it. It shall be yours.
Mine. This is the greatest treasure you've ever given me, Morgan.
It's not yours yet, Sir Thomas. I intend to retire and live on the proceeds of my ill-gotten gains. But not just yet. In a few years' time.
What has this to do with the necklet?
I shall keep it in safe custody, Sir Thomas. When I retire in a few years' time, it'll be yours. But should anything happen to me in the meantime, the necklet will be lost for good, because only I will know where it is.
I think I understand.
Cherish me and keep me safe if you want the necklet. Now I'll be getting about my business.
Uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy. I was wondering if you are ready.
Good evening, ma'am.
Oh, that necklace which you have in your hand. Oh, it is wonderful. May I hold it, please?
Dolores has at last seen again the Aztec necklet. Almost greedily, she stretches out her hands to hold it once more. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. The sight of Dolores Pizarro aboard the Flying Gull recalled to Geoffrey Hunter painful memories of the kind of life he's lost and wishes to forget. Remembering the Dolphin Tavern, he goes there to forget in the arms of Kitty, the serving wench. Diaz, Kitty's jealous Spanish lover, finds them together and threatens to kill them both. But Kitty manages to persuade him that Geoffrey means nothing to her, and that as soon as Diaz gives to her the Aztec necklet, she'll be faithful to him. The buccaneer Morgan goes to Sir Thomas Motford and promises him that if he is still free in a few years' time, he will give him the necklet. Dolores, masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy, goes into the room and sees the Aztec necklet for which she has been seeking.
The most beautiful thing I have ever set my eyes on. The Aztec necklace. 'Tis yours, Uncle Thomas?
You like it, eh? Antoinette, it may be mine. Eh, Morgan?
Aye, that it will be if you keep to my conditions.
Conditions? What conditions are these?
Sir Thomas has seen the necklet, and like every other man, he desires it. But it is mine.
Yours? By what right?
You're curious, wench, aren't you? It is mine, Mademoiselle de Lacy, by right of conquest. I took it from the Spanish. I look upon it as a talisman.
Oh, and don't tell me, Morgan, you're becoming superstitious.
Superstitious? No. But it is a talisman which will assure me of safety from treachery. Am I not right, Sir Thomas?
What are you talking about?
I don't intend to sail the seven seas for the rest of my life, mademoiselle. I have hopes of settling down, living a life of peace. And I wish to live long enough to enjoy that life. So I've made an agreement with Sir Thomas that if I'm still free when I wish to give up roaming the seas, he shall have the Aztec necklet.
And in the meantime?
In the meantime, it is mine. I thank you for it, mademoiselle. I prefer to keep it in my pocket. Well, I've kept you long enough, Sir Thomas. I know that you have another important social engagement. I'll bid you good night.
Good night, Morgan.
Oh, before I go, just one other little matter, mademoiselle.
Yes, Captain Morgan?
You are a product of the old world. I am not.
I don't understand you.
We call these parts the New World. On the other side of the sea, we call the Old World. You're a stranger here. You know not our customs.
That is true. All my life I have spent in France and in England before I came out here.
Strange. News of the New World must travel far and fast.
What do you mean, Morgan?
Your kinswoman, Sir Thomas, has been in this part of the world just a few short days, and yet she recognized that necklet as belonging to the Aztec race.
Oh, you are mistaken, monsieur.
There's no need for you to be embarrassed, mademoiselle. And I am not mistaken. You called it the Aztec necklet yourself, and we had never mentioned the word. I compliment you on being so astute and recognizing it as such.
Even in France, Captain Morgan, we heard of the fabulous Aztec race, and you forgive me for saying, we have also heard of your reputation as a buccaneer. I think the word is. So, naturally, when I saw the necklace, the foreign look about the work, I just naturally assumed it possibly could come from the Aztecs and that you had taken it from the Spanish.
A remarkably quick deduction, mademoiselle. Oh, there is another apology I have to make. I extended to Hunter your kind invitation to dinner, but he regrets he's unable to accept.
Oh, but why? You're so nice and kind. I would like to thank him in some little way.
He's a strange man, an unknown history. I don't think he wishes to mix too much with other people. Good night, Sir Thomas. Good night, mademoiselle.
Who is that standing in the doorway? Come in the light of the cabin so I can see who you are. Kitty? What are you doing aboard the Flying Gull?
Oh, Geoffrey, you must forgive me. I thought perhaps you would be coming to the Dolphin Tavern tonight. And when you didn't come, I thought you might have been sick.
Are you mad, Kitty, coming aboard a buccaneer's ship? If the men knew you were here, they would tear you to pieces. You can hold your own in the tavern, but I doubt very much if you could aboard the ship.
Oh, please forgive me, Geoffrey. I felt I had to come and talk to you. You see, there's a lot I want to explain to you.
Wait till I close the doorway. Sit down, Kitty.
Thank you. When I left the tavern tonight, I had it all worked out in my mind what I was going to say to you. And now, when I'm alone face to face with you in the cabin, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to put the words into my mouth.
Are you in some kind of trouble?
Me in trouble? All my life I've been in trouble. But now, something's happened to me like I've never experienced before in my life. I had to come to you, Geoffrey. Please forgive me.
Oh, don't look so sad. And don't look so appealing. It tends to make one forget what one is talking about.
Why did you come to me last night?
I wanted to forget. I wanted to forget a life which is behind me, the like of which can never come my way again. I wanted to make myself realize that I no longer can walk with my head held high amongst honest men. I wanted to make myself realize that those who frequent the Dolphin Tavern are my companions until my neck is stretched on a yardarm.
And it was not at all because you wanted to see me?
Oh, Kitty, don't talk like that. I don't know what schemes you have in your mind or why you really come tonight. I'm not so desperately trying to forget my old life that I cannot know what you really are. Forgive me for being so brutal.
You're not being brutal. Geoffrey, I've been bad. Whatever life serves up to me, it's what I deserve. I've lied and cheated, I've stolen and thieved. I've given what I wanted and I've taken what I wanted.
We're talking of no account. Why have you come aboard this ship tonight?
Do you believe so bad of my past that you cannot see that I love you?
Kitty, no.
Oh, I know it might seem hard for you to believe it, as I've only set eyes on you a couple of times, but that's enough. I've never loved before, Geoffrey. You must believe me. If I didn't love you, would I have come here to the ship? Would I have walked out of the Dolphin Tavern tonight and risked any punishment to come to see you because you were not coming to see me?
But, Kitty, it's incredible. I behaved like a cad towards you. I should not have come to you as I did last night. Had I been in my right senses, not nearly desperate, I would not have come.
But you did come. And you held me in your arms and you kissed me. Everything that's gone before me in my life means nothing to me now. They say that when a woman like me loves truly, they love more faithfully.
Yes, I know, but
In the
Kitty...
first place, I came to see you like the brazen hussy I was, and you cast me aside, as I rightfully deserved. And I said that I'd humble you. And then you came back, and you were unhappy, and I couldn't carry out my resolution, Geoffrey. I just had to love you. I didn't want it to happen, but it was so unexpected, like a shaft of light from heaven.
But it's so hopeless. There's more than emotion.
I know. Even though you're a buccaneer, you still can't forget you're a gentleman, and I'm just a slave servant rum at a dockside tavern.
No, Kitty, not that. Heaven knows I'm no better than you,
But don't you see, I can help you. I can, Geoffrey. There's no one to whom you can turn. These men aboard the ship, they're not for the likes of you. And as bad as I've been, I'll be faithful to you, I promise. Look into my eyes, Jeff. Can't you see I want to help? Can't you see it's all there written in my eyes?
I do believe you, Kitty.
Then don't you turn me away, please. Give me a chance to prove I can help you.
For my own selfish sake, I want to.
Oh, then do.
Over here, Antoinette, in this part of the garden. There. Does it not give you a surprise?
Oh, a beautiful rose garden. What heavenly roses, Uncle.
I thought it would give you a surprise to find on this tropical island a little piece of England.
Oh, they are lovely.
Oh, but surely, Antoinette, you recognize the place. It's built exactly the same. Oh, don't tell me I've failed. I was so sure this part of the garden was an exact replica.
Oh, it is.
And yet you failed to recognize it. I'm so disappointed. Maybe it's because there's no stream running through or no rustic bridge. That's what I couldn't copy.
Oh, yes, Uncle. That makes all the difference. A stream and a rustic bridge. Had I seen that, I would have known immediately.
Oh, I wonder, Antoinette, when I'll be seeing my old home again.
Montfort Castle. A lovely place. Oh, of course, Uncle, you will be seeing it. When you retire, you will spend your declining years in its peace and serenity.
There's just one thing I couldn't remember, Antoinette. You can tell me. Look, in this part of the garden. Now, picture yourself again in the garden of the Montfort Castle. Have I black-hearted roses or the Lady Fair roses growing there?
Uncle, I would have to think. When is Captain Morgan coming to dinner?
I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. Sometime soon.
He is a very great friend of yours. I suppose you must discuss for hours together his plans as to where he is going to strike next against the Spanish.
As a matter of fact, Antoinette, Morgan makes his own plans. I fear he doesn't trust anyone else. I only know he has been on an expedition when he returns with his ship laden down to sea level with loot.
Oh, but surely he must discuss his plans with somebody.
Yes, I suppose he does. Possibly with his mate.
That would be the man Hunter, wouldn't it? It's a pity then Master Hunter would not accept our invitation. We will have to see if we can make him, won't we, Uncle?
I've been waiting for you to appear tonight, Kitty. Hey, what are those long black bruises on your arm?
Four-legged Jobson gave me a whipping.
Why? Because you're not at the tavern last night? Eh?
That is right. But he's within his rights. I'm only his slave.
Where were you last night? Oh, no. Don't tell me. Perhaps I can guess. Oh, Kitty, don't break my heart, please. I beg of you.
Oh, dear, leave me be. I can't love you anymore. I don't want you to touch me, please.
You think I will let you throw me aside for this Englishman? I'll bring you the necklace very soon, I promise.
Even if you bring it to me, it'll be no good, dears. I know now.
You think I'll let that happen? You're not free to choose the one you love. You're a bondservant, a slave, a person to be bought and sold. So you don't want the necklace, eh? Very well, I will take the necklace.
For what purpose?
I will get the necklace. I'll find a buyer. He'll give me plenty of money, all the money I ask. And I will buy you from Bowleg Jobson, and you will become my property.
What complications are going to be made in Kitty's life because of her love for Geoffrey Hunter? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores has deceived everyone. No one has the slightest suspicion that she is not Antoinette de Lacy, kinswoman of the governor of Jamaica, Sir Thomas Montford. She also has seen the fabulous Aztec necklet. Kitty discovers that she is really in love with Geoffrey Hunter. She goes to the Flying Gull the next evening to tell him. Geoffrey, who is lonely, listens to her and accepts the comfort she brings. The next evening at the Dolphin Tavern, Kitty, who bears the marks of a whipping given to her for leaving the tavern the previous evening, tells Dietz that she no longer loves him. Dietz threatens to steal the Aztec necklet and from the proceeds, through selling it, buy Kitty for himself.
No, that you couldn't do.
I can and I will. You're a bondwoman, a slave sent out from England to be bought in the marketplace as necessary. Anyone who has the prize can buy you.
I'll not come to you, do you hear me?
You will have no choice, because no matter what price Oleg Jobson wants for you, I'll be able to get it for the next.
I wouldn't come.
You will have no choice. By law, you will be mine. And that is what I would do rather than have you go to this Englishman. And when you are mine, let me warn you that should any other man try to steal you, it is within my right to kill him because he is trying to steal my property.
I can't help it if I have no feelings for you. I tried to be loyal to you, but you knew I was not even successful at doing that, and now I have no feelings for you at all.
You thought to make a fool out of me, to make me the laughing stock of Portray. You not think the others will chuckle in their beards when they know you have thrown me aside for this pasty-faced Englishman? You must think I'm a fool if you think I'll allow you to cast me aside like this. I am going to keep you by possession, if necessary.
But I'll come to hate you.
Then do not force me to do this thing. Come, let me show you how to forget this Englishman.
No, I don't want you to touch me
Oh,
again.
this is such foolishness. You will let me make you forget him, eh?
My wrist. My wrist.
Look up into my face. You hear me? Look up.
No, I will not. Leave go of me, you swine. You've no right to lay your hands on me. Help! Help, you in the tavern! Help!
Like a hot knife cutting through ice, Kitty's scream flashes to the furthermost corners of the smoke-laden tavern. It tops the babble, the oaths and coarse voices. It seems to hang suspended, cutting off all sound, and the tavern for a moment is still, unearthly quiet. Brawls and fights are no uncommon occurrences in the Dolphin Tavern. Men's voices have frequently been raised in anger, and sometimes in pain. Yet never before have the low rafters flung back the scream of a woman. There is only one voice from which that scream could come, Kitty, the friend of all those from every corner of the Caribbean. Like a surge of an angry rising tide, the men leave their drinks, their tables, and their companions, and jostle to the alcove whence came the sound.
Get away, all of you. Leave this to me.
Angrily, Dietz turns towards the sullen, brutal faces of the mob. Kitty, knowing the uncertainty of their tempers, their love of a fight to the kill, prays to her patron saint that no harm will follow her foolish appeal for help. Tempers become frayed as those behind jostle and elbow to force their way to the front. The crowd seems to swell and sway like an ocean sea, and then suddenly from behind, an unknown hand reaches out and grabs a bottle. It splinters its fragments behind Dietz's head, the liquid spreading and running like blood on the wall. It is as though the bursting bottle is a secret prearranged signal. Bedlam breaks loose. Knives are drawn, oaths and vile curses snarl upon the air. Tables crash and crumble beneath the weight of fighting men. Bottles fall and smash, leaving their slippery smears upon the dirty floor. There is no reason for the fight except that the screamers loosen their lust to kill and destroy. Terrified, Kitty crouches in a corner watching the destruction of material and men. And somewhere amongst this screaming, cursing tangle of arms and legs and bodies is Dietz, for he was the first drawn into the fight. In the distance, safe from harm, stands bow-legged Jobson, alternatively wringing his hands and tearing his hair at the destruction of his tavern. Then, when there are no more tables, chairs, or bottles to be broken, and only a few heads left to crack, it all stops, as suddenly as it began. And those who are able to walk go roistering out into the night, taking with them a badly beaten but still conscious Dietz. Litter and complete destruction is left inside, and amongst the wreckage lie the dead and the wounded. The blood from their wounds mingles with the liquor on the floor. White and shaken, unable to believe that she has not been harmed, Kitty comes from the corner. Almost bereft of speech, bow-legged Jobson looks at her, claps his hands. Two black slaves come out from the rear of the tavern and stand beside him, their eyes wide as they stare on the carnage.
You Irish witch, look what you've done.
No, Mr. Jobson, it wasn't my fault.
Look at the destruction your fine airs and graces have brought. You're in this tavern to amuse my customers. First of all, you run away for a night, and then you spurn them and incite them to destroy. You must be taught that you're no better than a black slave.
No, not another whipping, please.
The beauty of Kitty and fear would move any man, except the one whose possessions are destroyed. With a nod to the two Negroes, Jobson leaves. In the small, square, box-lidded, rubbish-filled yard at the back of the Dolphin Tavern, the flaming torches stuck in brackets around the stone walls cast a yellow, swinging light over a barbaric scene. Kitty, her back bare and showing in this strange light an ugly crisscross of rising red wheels, has her wrists lashed high above her head to a pole. One of the black slaves is coiling a thin, long black whip, while his companion examines their handiwork. He is proud of it. No skin has been broken. To do that would endanger his own skin. For Jobson knows that Kitty's greatest value lies in her unblemished loveliness. With a sharp knife, he cuts her from the pole. And without another look, they both leave her, sobbing upon the ground. News of wars, riots, and rebels travels fast, and the cause of the evening's disturbance soon reaches the Flying Gull and is learned of by Hunter. He waits, watching the bedraggled, bruised men come aboard, looking for one man in particular.
No, don't go aboard yet, Diaz.
I want no word with you tonight, Hunter.
We are not going to have many words.
Leave me be. Can't you see I've had enough tonight? I can hardly walk. I want to get aboard ship and get some rest.
You will never go aboard the Flying Gull again, Diaz. I've heard about your little exploit tonight, and it's time you learned that when a woman tells you to leave her alone, she means it. And as you have not learnt that lesson yet, then you will now.
I'm going aboard the ship. You just try and stop me.
I will.
No!
And if you can't swim now, it's time for you to learn.
Oh, it is right glad I am to see you, Geoffrey. But what are you doing here at the Dolphin Tavern at this time of day?
I've come to see you, of course.
You have... Oh, Geoffrey, grand to hear you say that.
I heard about the affair of last night.
Oh, look at the tavern. They wrecked it. It was just an excuse for them to have a fight among themselves, and I got the blame for it.
You won't be having any more trouble from Diaz, Kitty. Unless he can swim, he's been drowned in the harbor of Port Royal.
Why, how do you mean?
I hit him rather hard when he came back to the ship last night, and he tumbled over the quayside. You won't need to worry about him anymore.
Oh, don't touch my shoulder, Geoffrey, please.
Why, what's this? I see long, thin, black bruises.
Yeah. Bow-legged Jobson. He blamed me for last night, and I got another whipping. His two black slaves are very expert with the whip.
He had you beaten by two black slaves?
Yes.
What is this world we live in where men are able to treat women and their fellow men like cattle beasts of the field?
Oh, he has every right to treat me as he will. You see, I'm only a convict servant, no better than a slave. I'm his property. I belong to him.
What a vile system this is. How can I get you away from here?
Oh, you're very sweet. But you'd have to buy me. And my price would be too high, that I know. Far too high for even you to do it. No, just come and see me and let me be near you sometimes, Geoffrey, and I can put up with anything else.
You've been so good to me, Kitty. I would like to do more than that.
You can't. There's nothing you can do, and now, Geoffrey, you'd better go. There's all this mess, and I've got to get it cleaned up.
All right, Kitty. And I'll be back tonight to see you.
Well, I am honored, Sir Thomas, that you and Mademoiselle Antoinette are paying me a visit aboard the Flying Gull.
I will be brief and to the point. I've just come back from the assembly, Morgan.
Oh, indeed, yes.
The affair at the Dolphin Tavern last night. Members of the assembly are very upset. I understand that one of your men started all the trouble.
Yes, so I have heard.
Well, I want to give you warning, Morgan. The assembly is thinking of closing the Dolphin Tavern. It has an unsavory reputation, and last night's exhibition almost closed its doors for good. Now, should there be any further disturbance in their quarter, the Dolphin Tavern will close. So warn your men, Morgan.
I shall. And have no fears, the man who was responsible has been dealt with by my Mr. Hunter. He will not come aboard this ship again.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Come, Antoinette. I must hurry to keep an appointment.
Goodbye, Captain Morgan. Oh, you have not forgotten our dinner appointment.
Not at all, mademoiselle. Allow me to accompany you to the quayside.
Thank you. And tell me, Captain, have you managed to persuade Mr. Hunter to come with you to dinner?
Well, to tell the truth, I've not tried again. But if you really want to see him, well, I'll see if I can persuade him to come.
I really would like you to, Captain Morgan. Oh, look, Uncle Thomas. He has gone on ahead. I must hurry and catch him up. See, he is waiting for me in the carriage. I hope to see you with Mr. Hunter at our dining table before very long. Goodbye, Captain Morgan.
Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Not so quickly, please.
Oh, who are you lurking in the shadow of that building?
I have been watching you, Mademoiselle Antoinette de Lacy. I know I've seen you somewhere before. And now I know where it was.
All of Dolores' plans are in danger if Dietz really knows her identity. Hear the sequel of this meeting in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. When Kitty tells Dietz that she is in love with Geoffrey Hunter and wishes to have nothing more to do with him, Dietz threatens to buy her from bow-legged Jobson and thus have her as his possession. His treatment of Kitty causes a riot in the Dolphin Tavern, and the men strew the place with wreckage. When Hunter hears of the incident, he knocks Dietz into the harbor, warning him not to come aboard again. The next day, the governor, Sir Thomas Modford, tells Morgan that should another Dolphin Tavern incident occur, the authorities will close the place. He leaves the Flying Gull, followed by Dolores. On the way, she is stopped by Dietz, who has been lurking in the shadow of a building. He tells her that he has recognized her.
How dare you stop and speak to me?
Not so fast. Just I want to know what you do here in Jamaica.
You are making a mistake. May I remind you, man, that I am Antoinette de Lacy, kinswoman of the governor of Jamaica, Sir Thomas Modford.
I'm not making a mistake. Your name is not Antoinette de Lacy, it is Dolores Pizarro. When you came aboard the ship, the Flying Gull, I looked on your face. I knew I had seen you someplace before. And just a little while ago, you came down off the ship, and I remembered. You see, I was in Cuba when you arrived with your father, Don Pietro Pizarro, governor of Cuba. And I saw you leave the ship just like you did a moment ago, and I remembered. You're up to some mischief. You're a Spanish spy.
Let me pass, or I will scream for help.
You'll scream and I will expose you. Go on. Take the risk.
Dolores, what is keeping you? We have an appointment.
You will meet me tonight just outside the gates of Government House and talk to me. Else I tell the governor who you are.
I certainly will not meet you.
All right, then. Tomorrow I go and see Sir Thomas. Tonight it is to be Signorina Pizarro at 9 o'clock. Or else tomorrow I go to the governor.
Wait a moment. Who the devil is it bursting in here like that?
I'm sorry, Captain Morgan. I thought you could come in.
Well, now the door's open. Come in and shut it. I'm glad it's you, Hunter, and nobody else.
Why, Captain? What's wrong?
You caught me at my secret cupboard. See a sliding panel in the wall? Until this moment, I'm the only person on the ship who knows of its existence.
I'm sorry, Captain.
It doesn't matter so much you knowing of it. You see, I trust you, lad.
Sometimes your trust in me worries me. It's a great responsibility.
I know an honest man when I see one. Look here, Hunter. I'll show you what I keep in the cupboard. My choicest loot of all my bucketing days. Take a look at that ruby. See the fire of it? How it catches the light and glows like Hades?
And yet is so cool.
Like the heart of some woman. Look you at these sapphires. Look at their blue like the Pacific Ocean on a summer's day. Took that little lot off the mayor of a coastal town I once sacked. How I made him squeal before he'd tell me where he'd hidden them. And look you, Hunter. My biggest prize of all. The Aztec necklet. You've never held it in your hands long enough to take a good look at it. Hold it now.
Beautifully fashioned by hand long since dead and crumbled to dust. Tell me, Captain Morgan, how much is the ransom of a bonded servant?
What's that?
I want to talk to you, Captain. You better put those jewels away in your cupboard and close the secret door.
Well, now, what's troubling you, lad?
What is the price of a bonded servant?
It depends. Some are cheap if they're old and bent and ugly. Kitty's price is far above what you've got.
Kitty? How know you I was speaking of Kitty?
There's not much that goes on in Port Royal that doesn't come to the ears of Captain Henry Morgan. Look, you lad. I talked before to you about that wench. She isn't for the likes of you. Why, there's not a man aboard the ship who'd not like the price to buy her from Bowlegged Jobson, and she knows it too.
I only want to know what her price would be.
Well, that is hard to estimate. You'd best ask Bowlegged Jobson. You see, Kitty's rather a special case. 'Tis Kitty that makes the Dolphin Tavern far and above the other quayside taverns, as far as custom is concerned.
When do we sail on the next expedition?
Oh, so you think you'll make enough out of buccaneering, do you?
We all get a share, don't we?
True. But many take part in my expeditions, and there are many to share the proceeds amongst. You'd best forget Kitty. Oh, I know that you've taken her eye, and I know that although you had no hand in the actual riot at the tavern, it was started through you. Forget Kitty, Hunter. She's poison to a man like you. She'll wreck your life.
Kitty? Are you there, Kitty?
Sure, I won't be a moment. I'm just putting all these bottles away. Who's that calling me? Why, Geoffrey. Here, help me down off this ladder.
Here you are, jump.
And right into your arms I come. And what place could be nicer?
Kitty, I'm going to talk to you.
Aren't you serious you're going to be? I don't want to be serious with you. I want to tell you how much I love you.
No, Kitty, no.
But I do. All my life's been changed. Whereas before, life was just the sun getting up and the sun setting and serving loud-mouthed cursing men with their drinks. And now it's all changed. There's a song in the heart and it sings all day. I love Geoffrey.
Kitty, please, I want to talk to you.
Why is it that after the life I've led, you should come so suddenly into my life and I'd fall in love with you?
You're not in love with me, Kitty. It's only because I'm a little different from the other men who have come to the Dolphin Tavern.
No, Geoffrey, it isn't that. I know in my own heart the way I feel. If it's possible for a woman to fall in love with a man so that nothing else in the world matters, then that's the way I've fallen in love with you.
You have tried to help me, Kitty, and I want so much to help you.
It isn't your pity I'm looking for, Geoffrey.
I want to get you away out of this place. I want you to be free, forever from the humiliation of being worked as a slave. I would like you to be free forever from the demands of every coarse, brutal sailor who shouts at you for his drinks.
And what you ask is impossible. That could only come about by someone buying my freedom.
There must be some other way. How long have you been in Port Royal, Kitty?
Seems like a lifetime, but I guess it's nigh on 2 years.
For how long is your sentence?
If you think I can work my way to my freedom, you're mistaken. I was sent out here for life.
What did you do?
I got 2 convictions, both for the same thing.
Must have been serious crimes.
Aye. Serious to the man who owned the bread. Have you ever been hungry in a strange city? Been without friends? Yes, I know you've been without friends. I was forgetting for the moment. But have you ever been hungry, really hungry, when your whole inside craves out for food?
No.
I was alone in England. I'd not come from Ireland long, and I was hungry. And the baker's basket was standing on the pavement. I couldn't help myself. My hand went out and I took a loaf, but I was not quick enough. The baker came back and he caught me. He sent me to Newgate for 2 years.
For stealing a loaf of bread.
And when I came out of jail, I was still as hungry as I was before I went in. And I thought this time I'd be cunning. When I saw another basket of freshly baked bread, I waited until the baker disappeared out of sight. And then I helped myself. But someone else saw me and gave me in charge. Already I had one conviction and not been long out of jail, so they sentenced me to Jamaica for life.
Such barbaric injustice should be allowed. What are these times we're living in?
And when I came out here, I didn't care what happened. Bow-legged Jobson took me as his possession. Well, I didn't care. I knew what I was, just like cattle in the field. So I just let my fancy play where it would. How was I to know that I'd meet you, Geoffrey, and that I'd regret what I'd done in the past 2 years? Geoffrey, you've not kissed me yet.
I came here today to talk to you, to try and help you, Kitty.
Well, 'tis helping me you'd be by kissing me.
Don't you understand? It's wrong I should kiss you like this.
But how can it be wrong? We're really alike. Your past are behind you, and your future doesn't promise much. Just let's be happy. The past's hanging on to you, and that's why you hesitated to kiss me. Let me make you realize that you can never regain what you've lost. And the future's only what you're going to make of it.
I'm here waiting.
Oh, will you give me a start? I didn't see you standing there in the shadows.
So you thought it wise to keep our appointment, Senorina Pizarro, eh?
You do not understand. You are making a mistake.
A mistake, is it? Yet you come secretly to meet me because you are frightened that I'll go to the governor and tell him the truth about you. How is it that you are masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy? What has happened to the real woman?
I might ask you the same question. What are you, a Spaniard, doing here in Port Royal?
I owe allegiance to no country. I just work for myself.
How much money do you want to go away and never worry me again?
So you admit you are an imposter.
I have admitted nothing, but I do not want you pestering me.
I will tell you something, eh? It is quite true that the English ship, the Elizabeth Ann, was captured by the Spanish. It is quite true Mademoiselle de Lacy was aboard her and she was taken to Cuba, yes. And there you learned that the governor had never seen the Mademoiselle, and so you came to Port Royal in her stead. For what purpose, eh? You tell me. We come from the same country. Maybe we could help each other, eh?
I will give you any money that you want if you go away and never worry me again.
So you are up to some mischief, Senorina Pizarro, eh?
Don't call me that, please.
I owe no allegiance to the English. Do you think you, a mere woman, can outwit them? Now, you pay me well. Maybe I help you in some way, eh? I can be loyal to you, because at the moment I hate the English, and Morgan included.
Morgan? So he is your enemy, eh? Listen, maybe you can help me a lot.
An unholy alliance is about to be made, which could mean disaster to Geoffrey, Kitty, and Captain Morgan. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Diaz sees Dolores leave the Flying Gull with Sir Thomas Mockford, and he suddenly remembers that he saw her in Cuba, and he knows that she is an impostor. He stops her and tells her that unless she meets him that night, he will expose her. Geoffrey Hunter is shown by the buccaneer Morgan his secret hiding place, where he keeps his most valuable jewels, including the Aztec necklet. Hunter discusses Kitty with Morgan and is advised to have nothing to do with her. But he goes to see her again, and she tells him that she is really in love with him. Dolores meets Diaz and confesses her identity and learns that Diaz has fallen foul of Morgan.
So, you are an enemy of Captain Morgan.
He has treated me with great injustice.
You would like to see him destroyed?
For a long time I gave him my faithful services, and then this smooth-faced Englishman comes, and Morgan, he throws me out, gives his trust and confidence to this hunter. He lets Hunter poison his mind against me, and then he throws me off the ship.
You have asked me what I am doing in Port Royal, masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy. I will tell you. I have come here to destroy Morgan.
You, a woman? You think to trap Harry Morgan?
I do.
You think that to smile upon him, he'll tell you all his secret plans. You don't know Captain Morgan. He has no time for women. His only interest is go buccaneering on the high seas. Your father should have known better than to send you to Port Royal to trap Henry Morgan.
My father did not send me. I came because I wanted to. You are going to help me. By what name do they call you?
Yes. But hold a moment, woman. You are telling me what I must do. Is not the shoe on the other foot? You think I take orders from you? 'Tis you who wish to remain undiscovered, Signorina Pizarro, and I want money. Lots of money.
You fool. If you listen to me, you will have all the money in the world. There is another reason why I am in Port Royal. Have you ever heard of an Aztec necklace?
The Aztec necklace? Aye. Curse Henry Morgan's black heart. It was mine, and he took it from me.
It was mine, and I want it back again. You can help me get it back.
Why should I?
Because I will pay you whatever you want. It is worth a king's ransom. The king's ransom you will have. More money than you ever dreamed of. You will get for me the Aztec necklace.
Yeah, but Morgan, he is running me off the ship. How can I know the whereabouts of the Aztec necklace? How can I take it if I cannot get back on board?
Then you must make friends with Captain Morgan. You must regain your position on the ship.
That is impossible. Maybe I get back as a member of the crew, but my other position, it's gone. Hunter has taken it.
Tell me, when you were the trusted servant of Morgan, did he discuss with you any of his immediate plans?
Yeah, that is where he'll miss me. All his successes have been due to me because he discussed his plans with me.
This Mr. Hunter, he is a strange man. I offered him my friendship when I met him aboard the Flying Gull, but he spurned it.
Don't speak to me of that man. I hate him with all the passion of a Spanish heart. Has he not taken from me the woman that I want?
So he has done that. Then he is not indifferent to a woman's charms. Yes. Would you like me to make him fall in love with me?
If he spent your friendship before, how could you make him do that?
There are many ways and tricks a woman can use to make a man take an interest in her. Oh, well, I must not stay talking with you any longer.
Morning, just before you go. I have no doubt that when you left the house tonight, you came prepared to buy my silence.
I had hoped that I could.
Come, give it to me. And every time you meet me, you see you bring money. If you wish to remain known as Antoinette de Lacy.
Surprised to find you aboard the ship tonight, Captain Morgan?
I got sick of being on land. I like to feel the broad planks of the ship beneath my feet. I'm lonely when I'm away from the Flying Gull.
I'm glad of your company.
Look here at this map on the desk. Look you closely at it. Nicaragua.
I see it.
I've had a word of interest about that part of the coast. I heard from one of my spies.
You have spies in Spanish possession?
Oh, of course, my lad. You don't think all my adventures are done by luck? Buccaneering is a highly specialized undertaking.
What have you been told by your spy?
There is a mule train laden with treasure arriving at one of those towns along the coast. And why should that treasure go to enrich the Spaniards when it might enrich me?
Your idea is to raid the town?
Definitely. I'm just waiting word which town it is and when the train is due to arrive.
Surely the town will be fortified, strongly garrisoned.
Undoubtedly. And that suits my taste for adventure even better. I should get a word any day now regarding the mule train's destination and when it's due to arrive. And then, lad, it's up sail and we're off. There's something about planning an expedition like this, Hunter. You'll find after a while it gets into your blood. The thrill of a fight, and always there is the uncertainty of the finish. And the rewards are great. Who's there?
It is Diaz, Captain Morgan. I want to speak to you.
Yes. But once here...
You'll find out. Roll that map up.
Can I come in, please, Captain Morgan?
In a minute. Throw that map over there behind the chest, Hunter. Yes, come in, Diaz.
You were the traveling intrusion, Captain, but I had to see you. I'd hoped that you'd be alone.
Whatever you have to say to me, Diaz, you can say in front of Hunter. Come to the point.
I realize, Captain Henry, the grave mistakes I've made in the past. I admit I've earned your distrust. Can't you in your heart find forgiveness?
You expect me to take you back. So that's what it is it? And after you caused a disturbance in the Dolphin Tavern?
I realize now I was at fault. My jealousy, she got the better of me. I know now I make the big mistake, but I want to say it again under you, Captain Morgan. I'm a good fighter. You have found use for me in the past. Oh, please, I beg of you, you take me aboard ship. If you don't, there's nothing for me to do in Port Royal. I starve in the streets. Please, you must have a little mercy in your heart. I appeal to your generosity.
Stop your whining. You sicken me. So you want to come back aboard the Flying Gull, All right. You can, Diaz. But if you cause me the slightest bit of trouble, I'll hang you.
Yeah, I understand. I realize I'm just like any other member of the crew.
You're back on board. What are you waiting for? Get out.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Captain Morgan. You'll find out before long that I am a very good friend of yours. Maybe your truest friend. I thank you for your generosity. Good night, Captain.
Hunter, bring out that map again. Just let me see if I can guess where that mule train will be going.
But, Captain, I fail to understand you. Why did you give Diaz a berth aboard the ship?
Because he asked for it. Listen, Hunter, I'm captain. With the exception of yourself, every other man aboard this ship's a cutthroat, a liar, and a knave. I'm not taking any risks in taking Diaz back.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to question you. I was just puzzled, that is all.
And besides, he's a good fighter, and he knows Spanish.
So do I, for that matter.
You do? Well, by St. David, there's a lot I'm learning about you, there is. I think I'm going to find you, Hunter, more useful to me every day. Now, back to the map.
Sure, and I have only one pair of hands. You'll have your drink in a minute. And whoever it is who's grabbed my wrist, let go or I'll hit you over the head with this pewter mug.
You would not treat an old friend like that, surely.
Why, Diaz.
I've come back to have a talk with you. You take a look at me. You thought you were a very smart one. You thought Diaz was a knock-on, eh? You think you like that pale-faced Englishman better, eh?
Let me go back to work. You're half drunk.
I have a good reason to be. I'm going to be an important man, a very important man. You think Diaz of no account, eh? You look my pockets, look. Full of pieces of eight, eh? And that is only a little bit. Soon I get a lot more. I'm a very successful man.
How did you get all that money? What have you been doing?
I'm such an important man. The Captain Henry Morgan, he came to me and he said that he wants me aboard his ship. He wants me to go back aboard the Flying Gull. And you're the foolish girl. You know that someday you'll be with me, Diaz.
You're mad to think that.
Then it is you who is driving me mad. You will see soon your Englishman Hunter, he will be of no account. I will have lots of money. I told you the last time I was here what I will do with that money. That I'd buy you, Kitty.
Oh, you're drunk. You'll never get the money to buy me.
But maybe I'll not have to buy you. Maybe you listen to what Diaz says, eh? Then you'll find out the Englishman is paying too much attention to the kinswoman of Sir Thomas Modford, eh?
You're a rotten liar. And get out before I smash your face in with this pewter mug.
All right. You wait and see.
Roll the map up, Hunter. Put it away. There's no good speculating. We'll know where to go when we receive word. Come in. Why, Mademoiselle Lacey, this is an honor.
Captain Morgan, good evening. And Mr. Hunter, too. How fortunate I am to find you both together.
Sir Thomas, he's with you?
Oh, no, I came down here on my own.
Mademoiselle, you must be mad. Surely you know better than to come to this quarter of Port Royal unescorted.
But I came in our carriage.
You must be told, mademoiselle, that it is not wise for a lovely woman to be unescorted down to the quays.
Oh, you are a flatterer. I am quite all right, and my mission is so important. I have come to invite you, Captain Morgan, and you too, Mr. Hunter, to dinner the night after next.
Delighted to accept. What about you, Hunter?
Would you accept my apologies, mademoiselle? I'm afraid I am unable to attend.
Oh, please.
I regret, mademoiselle, very much.
Once Hunter makes up his mind, mademoiselle, you cannot change it.
Oh, I am so disappointed. I realize now I was foolish to come to this ship. It is not right for me to come unescorted. I will take my leave. Perhaps, Mr. Hunter, you will escort me to my carriage?
I shall be charmed, mademoiselle.
Won't you take my arm, please, Mr. Hunter? I find it so hard walking on the deck of a ship. There seems to be so much rope and other things about.
Certainly, mademoiselle.
One could so easily twist one's ankle. Oh!
What is it, mademoiselle?
Oh, Mr. Hunter. Oh, I have made such a fool of myself. I have done the very thing I was afraid of doing. I have twisted my ankle. I fear I must ask you to carry me to my carriage.
Dolores is determined to win Geoffrey's friendship. Can she break down this reserve he has built around himself? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Diaz recognizes Dolores, and unless she pays him blackmail, threatens to expose her. Dolores confesses to him the reason she is on the island, and induces him with promises of great reward to help her regain the Aztec necklace. After talking with Diaz, Dolores realizes she must make friends with Geoffrey Hunter. That evening, after Diaz had seen Morgan and had regained his berth aboard the Flying Gull, she visits Morgan and Hunter, asking them to dinner. Hunter refuses, and she asks him to accompany her to her carriage. Suddenly, she clutches his arm, saying she has twisted her ankle, and he will have to carry her.
Oh, it is so stupid of me. Just when I was saying how easily I could do it.
Is it very painful?
Oh, what a silly thing to say. Oh, come, Mr. Hunter, pick me up. I am quite light. There is nothing for you to be afraid of.
No, of course not, mademoiselle. I seem to have lost all my manners since becoming a buccaneer.
Oh, you are very strong, Mr. Hunter.
And you're very light. Just where is your carriage?
On the quay. It is not far. Oh, I am so ashamed. I have made such a fool of myself.
You couldn't help it, mademoiselle. It was an accident. We should keep the Flying Gull in more shipshape order.
But I fear I shall have to infringe still further upon your kindness.
How do you mean?
You have already told me that I took in coming unescorted through this part of the town. I have to face the same risk going home. And what is more, I now have a bad ankle.
Oh, I understand, mademoiselle.
Would you be so kind as to see me home?
Of course, mademoiselle.
If you will just put me down on the chaise longue. Thank you. Why, I do declare, Mr. Hunter, I found it more comfortable lying in your arms.
Shall I call a servant, mademoiselle, to inform Sir Thomas of your accident?
Oh, no. Sir Thomas is out. He had to go to a tiresome meeting tonight.
Is there anything I can get you before I leave?
Oh, you are not thinking of going so soon. Oh, it is so early, Mr. Hunter. What would you think of my hospitality if after doing me such a great service I sent you away?
It is not a case of you sending me away, mademoiselle.
No. I refuse to let you go. Having got you into my home after refusing my invitation, you don't think I am going to let you get away so soon.
I have a great deal to do.
And you would leave me to spend a lonely night all on my own? Oh, have pity on a poor invalid. If you refuse, I shall think you a bore and no gentleman.
You make it almost impossible for me to refuse.
Good. Then we are friends. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Not over there. There is room on the chaise longue beside me. That's right.
You're finding Port Royal to your taste, mademoiselle?
Oh, vastly.
You must find it a great deal different from the life you led in France and England.
Oh, come. Must we talk to each other like strangers? You are a very strange man, Mr. Hunter.
Am I? Why?
Why do you not want to be friends with me?
Can a buccaneer friends with a lady of quality?
Oh, you are no real buccaneer. You are a gentleman. Why were you so rude to me when I was aboard the Flying Gull?
Mademoiselle, you're embarrassing me.
Oh, I don't want to do that, but aboard the Flying Gull I knew that you were the only man that I could give my friendship to. I tried to talk to you, but you were rude.
I didn't intend to be rude, but my life isn't your life, mademoiselle.
But my life is perhaps a life which you have lost.
You're full of understanding.
Tell me about that life. I would like to hear it.
It is something which I must forget.
What are you doing out here in Jamaica?
Mademoiselle, as far as I am concerned, my life began just a few short weeks ago when I met Captain Morgan.
Why are you frightened of me? Why do you spurn my every offer of friendship?
You are being very kind. Because you wrongly feel that you're under an obligation to me for bringing you home.
Oh, no. You mistake my meaning. I really feel I want to be a friend of yours.
I am honored. I didn't want to appear rude, but it's also impossible.
I believe you need a friend. You are a very lonely man, Mr. Hunter. I can tell by looking at you that your place is in these surroundings. You have come from a fine home. Have you not?
If you only knew what painful memories you're bringing back.
I am doing so on purpose because I know you want a friend who lives the sort of life which you have lost.
But I have cut myself off from that sort of life.
I will pry and try to find out why you have done such a thing. Perhaps it is through no reason of your own. Perhaps it is because of a great disappointment. Maybe some woman. I will never ask you the reason. I just have the feeling that I could be a very good friend of yours.
You're being very kind.
I am being very selfish. Shall I tell you why? Because I like you. Because I would like to share with you secrets which I might have. Would you like to share those secrets with me?
To come and talk with a woman like you, a woman who can understand the way I think, the way I talk, would be wonderful.
Then it is a pact between us. We will be friends?
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh, but first of all, we must not be so formal. Would it be hard for you to call me Antoinette?
No.
And I? What shall I call you? I only know you as Mr. Hunter.
Jeffrey.
Jeff. I like that name. It is a good, strong name. Are you not glad I persuaded you to stay?
I'm very glad, Antoinette. I know I have missed talking to a person like you more than anything else.
Then I have brought you a little bit of happiness. Oh, I'm so pleased. Now you will come again. You will not regret making our decision to be friends.
Never.
You find me attractive?
Most attractive. I think maybe that is one of the reasons why I was rude to you aboard the ship. You belong to a life which I never thought I would get a glimpse of again. And I feared you were too beautiful for me to know too well.
And that is no bar to our friendship now?
No. No bar at all. Because, Antoinette, I'm desperately hungry to talk to someone of my kind. It sickens me to listen to buccaneers talk, to listen to Morgan's boastings.
Morgan? He is a boaster, eh?
No, I don't mean that in an unkind way. It's just the life he has led. He has been kind to me and placed in me his full trust. I'm honored that he should.
That is the way I like to hear you talk. You see, you are talking to me now just as though we were very good friends.
And now I know you, I feel that we...
But wait a moment, I am being so rude. We should drink to our new friendship. The goblets over there. You get them while I fetch a flagon of the sweetest wine you ever tasted.
Oh, hold a moment, your ankle. What? That's the quickest cure I ever saw.
Oh, I am foolish. I forgot that now you have found me out.
You didn't twist your ankle.
Foolish man, no, of course not. I tricked you, but I am glad I did. You see, I did so want you to be friends with me, and you were so cold. Oh, forgive me. Please say you forgive me.
Yes. Yes, I forgive you.
Why, it's Jeffrey.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, it's so strange you're being around these parts.
That's unjust. It was only last night I didn't come to the Dolphin Tavern.
Sure, and it seems like an eternity. Jeffrey, have you been missing me?
Well, I'm pleased to see you again, if that answers your question.
No, not really. Now I must get about my business. I've never seen such a thirsty lot of men as there are here tonight.
Kitty, what's the matter with you tonight? It's like talking to a stranger.
Maybe it's because I love you with everything I've got. Maybe it's because I love with a jealous love. A love which is possessive.
Look, Kitty. Can't you leave these men for a moment? Let's go somewhere where we can talk.
And it's fine explanations you have to make, too. Come over to the storeroom.
I won't be happy, Kitty, until you tell me what it is that's worrying you.
Very well, Geoffrey. Come in here.
Now, Kitty.
Kiss me, Geoffrey, and tell me that you love me.
Kitty, I have never told you that I loved you. I came to you because I was desperately lonely. I wanted someone who could give me some comfort, and you gave it to me.
2 nights ago, I was good enough for you to come and seek out. 2 nights ago, you were talking of buying my friendship. Isn't that as good as saying you wanted me for yourself?
I still want to buy your freedom and your friendship, Kitty, but because all my being cries out of the injustice of your being a slave in a tavern like this at the beck and call of everyone. You were kind to me when I was in trouble. I want to repay you.
You thought I was good enough until you became entangled with the fine ladies.
Just what do you mean by that remark?
Your own conscience should tell you what I'm saying. This Antoinette de Lacy, she's a grand lady, isn't she? And I'm just a common tavern wench. I'm not good enough for the high and mighty Mr. Hunter, am I?
Kitty, you've got this all wrong.
And now you want to become a fine gentleman and go to Government House, rather than be seen talking to Kitty of the Dolphin Tavern.
Who told you I'd been to Government House?
Geoffrey, I'm sorry I spoke to you the way I did. Please just kiss me and tell me that what I'd been thinking of last night was all lies and that you're just the Geoffrey who once held me in his arms. You see, I'm crazy with jealousy for your love. Can you resist the love I'm wanting to give you?
Kitty, you're such a child. I want to help you so much, but I am not in love with you. I have never been in love with you. I never once said I was. Now, be honest.
Then it was true what Diaz said. It is this Antoinette de Lacy you've given your heart to, and you think to throw me aside.
Diaz told you I was with Antoinette de Lacy?
Sure, he came and told me that he knew that you'd found a liking for a company.
Diaz said that? Was he at the tavern last night?
Yes, he was. And with his pockets full of gold, and boasting about himself, and he told me about you.
I saw Diaz last night. He was aboard the Flying Gull, but he left the ship. He must have come here long before Antoinette de Lacy came aboard the ship. How did he know I would be going to Government House?
A seed of suspicion is sown in Geoffrey's mind. But will he nurture it and let it grow, and so save himself from trouble? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Although Dolores has formed an alliance with Diaz, she knows that to learn of Henry Morgan's plans, she must become perhaps more than friends with Geoffrey Hunter. So she goes to the ship to invite him to dinner with Morgan. Once again, Geoffrey Hunter rebuffs her. So by pretending she has a twisted ankle, she forces him to accompany her home. There she carefully breaks down his resolve by pretending to show a great interest in him as a man. Finally, Geoffrey Hunter accepts her offer of friendship. But Diaz, knowing of Dolores' intentions towards Geoffrey, purposely arouses jealousy in Kitty's heart. And when she sees him again, she gives vent to it, accusing him of showing too much interest in Antoinette, whom, like everyone else, she believes Dolores to be. Learning that Diaz has told her this, Geoffrey is puzzled as to how Diaz could know that he'd been with Dolores.
How should I know how Diaz learned this? All I know is that he came and he told me that you were taking an interest in this Antoinette de Lacy.
But Mademoiselle de Lacy didn't come aboard the ship until after Diaz had left. What time did he come to the tavern?
How should I know? Do you think I keep an eye on the clock? Every hour is the same to me.
Was it late or earlier in the evening?
He was a little drunk when he came. Full of boasting he was, too. Oh, I think it must have been late.
I see. Then it's quite possible he hung around the ship and saw me leaving with Mademoiselle de Lacy in her carriage.
So, that's what it is it? You like driving with a fine lady.
Unless you stop this jealousy, Kitty, I shall shake you till your teeth rattle. Mademoiselle de Lacy, well, she hurt her ankle. And I had to see her home. That's all. Surely you wouldn't expect me to let a woman who was not feeling well drive through the dock quarters of Port Royal alone at night. Kitty, can't you see that Dietz has only told you this story to make you jealous?
Oh, Geoffrey, sure I know. And it's right ashamed I should be of myself. I know how you must miss all the life that you've left behind you. And I know you don't want to talk about it, and I've never asked you, but it's me great love for you. You can't blame me for being jealous when I hear of you mixing with women like Antoinette de Lacy. What chance would I, a common servant wench in a dockside tavern, have of holding you in the face of such competition?
I've tried to talk to you sanely and justly, Kitty, but you have never let me finish what I've been trying to say. There was a time when I desperately had to turn to someone for warmth and understanding, and you held out your arms to me. For that, I will never stop being grateful. And for that, I want to do what I can for you, Kitty.
But surely it would not be right for me, after living the life I've led, to fall so deeply in love with you and not have you return the affection. How is it that you want to help me? But Geoffrey, it must be because you're in love with me.
I want to help you because every instinct I have cries out against the injustice that you or any woman should be in the degrading position that you're in.
But it doesn't seem so degrading now since you've been about, Geoffrey. You'll never know how loving you has helped me. I now want to do decent things and lead a decent life. I've given you my love, and I'm not going to let that love be wasted.
Don't let's go on talking like this. It can't alter things. You're very appealing and very sweet. And I am just an ordinary sort of man.
I can see you're right. It's no good my talking about it anymore. You're going to be stubborn, Geoffrey Hunter. Well, I warn you. I'm going to have your love, and I'm going to fight for it. Because I'd rather hate you than give you up.
I think, Uncle Thomas, we will wait a while before we have coffee served.
Just as you like, Antoinette. You'll excuse my saying so, mademoiselle, but you amaze me.
In what way, Captain?
I've never known anyone to adapt themselves so quickly to the conditions in Port Royal. Take, for instance, the way you eat that tropical food. There's really quite an art in it, and yet you eat it as though you'd been on the island for years and quite used to it. It's strange, unusual.
Oh, talking of fruit, that reminds me. Antoinette, do you know I've never asked you about the peaches in the orchard at home?
The peaches? Oh, Uncle Thomas, they are doing well.
Doing well? But, Antoinette, I gave strict instructions 18 months ago that those peach trees were to be rooted out. They were attacked by blight.
Oh, the peach trees. I was confused for a moment. I was thinking of the apricot trees.
The apricot trees? I don't remember. Oh, perhaps they were planted since I came to Jamaica. Funny they've not mentioned them in their letters, knowing how interested I am in the garden.
Perhaps it is. Tell me, Geoffrey, aren't you glad now that you came to dinner?
Yes, Antoinette. I must thank you for persuading me. It meant a lot coming dining in these surroundings. Seems a long time since I sat at the table with no white damask cloth, shining candelabras, elegant woman.
Oh, you are a flatterer, Geoffrey. Well, gentlemen, I leave you to your port.
Not for me, thank you, Antoinette. It's too hot for port.
Then maybe you will accompany me out onto the terrace. The night air is cooler. And then when Captain Morgan and Uncle Thomas have finished their port, we will join them for coffee.
It will give me great pleasure.
Come on, Geoffrey. We shall see you two gentlemen later.
Excuse her. Shall I ring for a servant to get you a shawl, Antoinette? The night air might be chilly.
Oh, no. I love to feel the night breeze caressing the skin on my shoulders.
You would not risk in England or France going out at night without a shawl.
Oh, no. Of course not. Come, let us sit on the stone balustrade. The perfume of the garden always seems to be so much better on the night air.
The tropical garden has a heavy, exciting perfume.
You feel that too? It is dangerously exciting, is it not? Knowing you now, Geoffrey, having broken down that barrier that you had built around yourself, I find you a different person.
Perhaps you now know me as I really am.
I find myself liking that different person very much. I find myself at odd times suddenly thinking of that different person.
Antoinette, please. Tonight I have been living in the past. Don't destroy the hallucination so soon. Tomorrow I have to go back to being a buccaneer.
Geoffrey, you know I have met many men here in Port Royal, but you are the only one I find I like talking to. The other men may all talk of their plantations, their sugar, their slaves, but you are somehow different. You have an exciting life. Maybe that is what it is.
To date it has not been exciting. Quite the opposite. But maybe in the future, quite soon, it might be different.
Quite soon? You mean that you are sailing with Captain Morgan very soon on another reading trip?
Now you're talking about secrets, Antoinette. Anyhow, the plans are very vague and rather indefinite. What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Why'd you suddenly start as though you saw someone?
I think you were right, Geoffrey. It is a bit chilly out here without a shawl on my shoulders. Would you go back and ask my slave Lena to fetch me one, please? Don't be long, will you? It is a paisley shawl. She will find it in my wardrobe.
Yes, Antoinette. I'll be as quick as I can.
You may come out from hiding behind that palm tree, dear.
So, Dolores, you saw me, eh?
Don't use that name. Are you mad coming here? Do you know who our guests are here tonight? Captain Morgan and Geoffrey Hunter.
The money you gave me 2 nights ago, it's all gone. I want more. 100 guineas.
I have not got 100 guineas. And what about your part of the bargain? What about the Aztec necklace?
You're asking me to hurry. Oh, but I have already installed myself aboard Captain Morgan's ship. You must give me a little more time. The only thing I'm certain of is that the necklace is somewhere in his cabin.
I am not prepared to wait much longer, Diaz, before I get it. Time has run short, and you are trying to stretch it out so as to get more money from me. I am not such a fool as all that. Tomorrow night, we shall search.
Captain Morgan's cabin, tomorrow night? You must be mad. How could we search the cabin with Captain Morgan and Geoffrey Hunter aboard?
I will see that Captain Morgan and Geoffrey Hunter are out of Port Royal for tomorrow night. Leave it to me. I know how it might be worked, and I shall be glad to be free of Geoffrey Hunter for one night. His righteous air rather sickens me at times.
And how will you get them away?
Never you mind. I know how it can be done. Now go quickly and watch for me when I come near the ship tomorrow night.
I do not like it. It is risky.
Do you want that reward, that fortune I promised you?
Oh, yes, of course I do.
Then tomorrow night we will get the necklace. And I will bring to you the 100 guineas that you want. Now go quickly. The other men are coming out here.
Oh, there he is. I'm sorry that I was so long, but your maidservant couldn't find the shawl.
Oh, how foolish of me. I remember now. I left it in the music room. Never mind. I don't feel cold now. Oh, you finished your port, Uncle. I was thinking, Uncle Thomas, you are going to your plantation tomorrow and staying overnight?
Yes.
Mr. Hunter would be very interested to see it. And I am sure Captain Morgan would like the trip.
What do you say, Morgan?
I don't know. What do you think, Hunter?
Oh, I think it would be very nice.
You come too. Antoinette and we will make a couple of days of it, eh?
Oh, no, I don't think I will come. You see, the country here bores me so much. You will excuse me, won't you?
But I thought you were fond of the country. Didn't you live on Sir Thomas's estate in England?
Oh, yes, but that was English country. It is so different here. It is so hot. You men go and make it a men's party.
I think it might be an idea. Thank you, Sir Thomas. Hunter and I will gladly accept your invitation to spend tomorrow night on your plantation.
I don't like this.
Don't be a fool. Geoffrey Hunter and Captain Morgan left with my uncle this morning. They won't be back until late tomorrow afternoon.
You have my money?
Yes, here it is. Now, which part of the cabin shall we search first? In the drawers of the desk. Maybe there's a secret opening.
Should I put this money away in my quarters, huh?
All right. And I will start searching.
Everybody is off the ship tonight drinking. If Captain Morgan is safely away, we have no need to worry.
Yes, he is well away for the night. Now you go and then hurry back and help me. Now then, first of all, I will try this drawer. See if there might be a loose panel there. Oh, no, not there. Maybe there is one on his side. Full of maps and charts. There is no need for a false bottom there.
If you're looking for the necklace, Mademoiselle de Lacy, you'll not find it in that desk.
Captain Morgan.
There is silence as these two face each other. To escape disaster, Dolores must think quickly. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Kitty jealously accuses Jeffrey Hunter of paying too much attention to Dolores. And even though he protests that she is wrong, she warns him that she would rather learn to hate him than lose him. Diaz tells Dolores that he has regained his berth aboard the Flying Gull and believes that the Aztec necklet is hidden somewhere in Morgan's cabin. Dolores maneuvers to have Jeffrey Hunter and Captain Morgan accompany Sir Thomas Montfort to his plantation and to stay the night, so that she and Diaz can search Morgan's cabin. Consequently, the following night, she meets Diaz aboard the Flying Gull. Diaz leaves her for a moment, and while away, she continues to search the cabin. Suddenly, she is interrupted by Morgan.
Captain Morgan, you aboard the Flying Gull.
If you're looking for the Aztec necklet, you'll not find it in that desk, mademoiselle.
But I don't understand.
You believed I was with Hunter at Sir Thomas's plantation.
I don't understand. I thought...
Hunter is gone, but at the last moment I changed my mind. Did Sir Thomas not take my word when I said that he'd have the necklet after I retired?
I do not know. Oh, why do you ask that?
Look here, my girl. You can't defend Sir Thomas. And I know full well this work tonight is his doing.
Oh, Captain Morgan, how can I tell you?
So Sir Thomas did put you up to it, eh? You always said he was not a man to be trusted.
And now he will learn I have failed, and life will be more unbearable for me than it was before.
No tears, lass. Tell me all about it. Maybe I can help you.
You remember that night when you came and showed him the necklace and promised him it would be his when you retired? It was after you left the house.
Yes.
He came to me, said he doubted if you meant to keep your word, said he was determined to get the necklace, and that I was to get it for him.
I see.
He told me he would send me back to England, that he would cast me out penniless upon the world unless I did as he said.
The swine. Just wait till I see him again.
Oh, no, please, you must listen to me. Don't tell him I have tried and failed. Don't you see, he will send me back straight away.
What am I to do? Give him the necklet?
Oh, I know you would not do that, but you see, if he knows I have tried and failed and that you know about it, he will accuse me unjustly of being careless, and he will never forgive me.
But if he thinks I know nothing about it, he'll just let you go on trying.
Yes, but you see, now that you know, you can guard it more carefully. You could even take it away from the ship.
How do you know it's aboard the ship?
Well, it is so valuable, you would not have it far from where you could frequently see to its safety.
You're right, lass. But it's in such a secret hiding place, no one could ever find it. But I'm worried about you.
You need not worry about me. I will be all right as long as you swear a holy oath you will not tell Sir Thomas. I've tried, and you discovered me. I can go on telling him all the time I am searching for it and cannot find it. I can go back and tell him that I searched your cabin from top to bottom without a sign of the necklace, and he may be satisfied with that.
I don't like to do that. I am a man of action, mademoiselle.
Oh, please, we are friends. Call me Antoinette.
And I'd like to tell him he cannot put a thing over on me like that.
Oh, for my peace of mind, you must do as I ask.
I promise. But I'll never trust Sir Thomas Montfort again. Never.
Oh, thank you, Captain Morgan. Thank you.
You no doubt brought a carriage, mademoiselle?
Yes, it is waiting for me on the other side of the dock.
Then I shall escort you to it. And rest assured, I will not tell Sir Thomas.
this your carriage, mademoiselle?
Yes, thank you, Captain Morgan.
Don't worry about tonight's occurrence. I shall see to it that it doesn't reach the ears of Sir Thomas Motford.
Oh, thank you. I trust, Captain Morgan, you will be dining with us again very soon.
A pleasure, ma'am. Drive on, coachman.
It is fortunate it is so dark, as Captain Morgan might have wondered just what I was doing waiting in your carriage.
Yes, you here. I wondered if you were going to make a most inopportune entrance into the cabin.
No. I happened to see Captain Morgan into the cabin. I thought it best to let you get out of mess as best you could without my coming back and complicating matters.
You showed great wisdom. I made Captain Morgan believe that Sir Thomas forced me to go and search for the necklace. But do not worry. I made him promise that he would not mention the matter. How I rail against his foolishness.
And now what are you going to do? Do you not dare to him?
Never. That necklace is mine, and I'm going to have it back. I established one thing tonight, Diaz. That is the fact that the necklace is hidden somewhere in Captain Morgan's cabin. Next time, I will be successful.
It encourages me. I feared perhaps the great reward you had promised me might have been getting further away, perhaps even disappearing altogether.
You shall have the reward, Diaz. After you help me get the necklace.
I waited in the carriage for another reason, Dolores Pizarro. I have been thinking.
Yes?
You are a very influential person. Back in Cuba, you could see that I returned and no questions would be asked.
I have offered you payment to help me get the necklace. I'm paying you well to keep your silence. How much more do you want?
I just fear I would like to return to Cuba in safety. You will arrange that, or else my conscience will force me to let the officials of Jamaica know who you really are.
Is there no end to your blackmail?
When we first made our bargain, I intended that the money you give me should pay for the charges of a bondwoman.
I understand.
But upon recollection, I found if I buy her and still live in Port Royal, I cannot be sure of keeping her. But if I should take her by force and return with you to Cuba, I would have the woman and the money. You understand?
I understand. All right, Diaz. I will see that you are allowed to return to Cuba and no questions are asked. If you get for me the necklace. You understand?
I understand.
Will not be long now, Hunter, before we reach the outskirts of Port Royal.
No, Sir Thomas.
You've been very quiet on the way back. I thought you'd be full of questions concerning the plantation.
I'm sorry, Sir Thomas, but I must be frank about things.
Oh, what's wrong?
Life in Jamaica nauseates me. That this island, so beautiful, so green, should contain such baseness.
What do you mean, young man?
Readily, with eager hands, this island gives up wealth. And how do you receive it? Through the heartache, the misery of slave labor, black and white.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. Without slave labor, ruination would come to Jamaica. And as for the convicts we use, well, I admit they're humans, but they've lost all right to be considered as human beings.
Some might have. But others. For what trivial offenses have they been sent out here? And perhaps, who knows, some of them are innocent of the very crimes for which they have been convicted.
Oh, well, don't let's argue about it, man. Apart from the slaves, I trust you had a very enjoyable couple of days.
Oh, I have, Sir Thomas. Thank you very much. But I can't help thinking of their plight.
Well, come back and have dinner. Over a table, you'll soon forget it.
I am so glad that Uncle Thomas was called away by his secretary to sign those papers. I wanted to see you alone. It is so very urgent.
What's the matter, Antoinette?
I cannot tell you how my heart leaped when I saw you coming back with Uncle Thomas before going to the ship.
You have been distressed all night. I could tell from your manner at dinner. Is anything wrong?
Oh, you might find it hard to believe what I have to tell you. And I am taking you right into my confidence because you are my friend.
What is it, Antoinette?
You must promise me you will never let anyone know what I have told you. Please. You are my friend.
I promise. Is there something I can do to help you?
You believe Sir Thomas Motford is good to me. But he isn't. He is trying to make me do a very wicked thing. Oh, I must tell somebody else I will burst.
What is it?
He is trying to make me steal a famous necklace which Captain Morgan has.
The Aztec necklace. I know of it.
He has seen it and is determined to get it for himself. It was Sir Thomas' suggestion that I should arrange for you and Captain Morgan to go away to the plantation. And while you were away, I was to go to the ship and get the necklace.
But Morgan didn't go with us.
Don't I know? Captain Morgan caught me aboard the ship. He heard my story. Oh, Geoffrey, I am so unhappy, so miserable.
Oh, Antoinette, how terrible for you.
I do not know whether Captain Morgan believed my story. Oh, give me some comfort, please, Geoffrey.
There, don't upset yourself too much, Antoinette. I'm sure Captain Morgan believed your story. I have complete faith in you.
Oh, Geoffrey, it makes me feel so much better to hear you talk like that. I feel so alone with no one to share my confidence and having no one to share their confidence in me. Oh, if only, Geoffrey, I could make you believe how much you really mean to me. Please, give me a chance to show you.
I wanted to kiss you for a long time, Antoinette. Ever since I first saw you aboard the Flying Gull. Oh, I should not have come here. I should not have let you talk to me the way you did. If you knew me for what I really am, you would spurn me, turn from me.
Then you are in love with me. I knew it, Geoffrey, I knew it.
I don't know whether I'm in love with you or whether it's because you remind me so much of all the life I've lost.
Oh, no, it is love. It must be love.
Mayhap it's just as well I'm going away soon.
Oh, then Captain Morgan is going away very soon on another expedition?
Yes, at any time, I think.
Oh, it will be dangerous, Geoffrey. You might get killed if it is a raid he is going on.
I will look after myself. But while I'm gone, Antoinette, you must try to forget me. I won't see you again when I come back.
But this raid, Geoffrey. Oh, I'm so worried. Tell me about it. Tell me everything you know so I will know into what danger you are going. Oh, please, tell me.
Believing himself in love with this woman, will Geoffrey Hunter tell her of Henry Morgan's plans? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores goes to the Flying Gull to search for the Aztec necklace, believing that Henry Morgan has accompanied Sir Thomas and Geoffrey Hunter into the country. But he didn't go, and he finds Dolores. Thinking quickly, she puts the blame on Sir Thomas, saying he forced her to do it. Because Morgan does not trust Sir Thomas, he believes her and allows himself to be persuaded not to mention the incident to him. Diaz tells Dolores that he wishes to return to Cuba with her, taking with him Kitty. Before returning to the ship, Geoffrey goes to Government House, where Dolores tells him the story she told Morgan, pretending great distress and unhappiness. Upset by what he hears, Geoffrey confesses his love for her and immediately repents it, telling Dolores it is as well he is leaving soon. Instantly, Dolores' attention is taken by what he says, and she asks to know what his plans are.
What those plans are, Antoinette, cannot concern you. It is man's work.
But they do concern me, Geoffrey. I am in love with you. I must know what you are doing and how much you will endanger your own life.
Should a stray bullet or a quick dagger thrust find its mark, mayhap it would be for the best. It would be the end of a life which is useless.
No, you mustn't say things like that. Having just found our love, you cannot think of going into a fight with the thought of finding death.
Antoinette, you must listen to me. Your distress tricked me into showing my feelings for you. It's also wrong.
Oh, just give me the comfort of letting me know the danger into which you are going. How soon will you be leaving?
I don't know. I understand Captain Morgan's awaiting news as to when he will sail.
But it will be soon. How soon?
There is no saying.
Oh, every moment you are away, my heart will be worrying about you. Such danger you will be in. And just the members of one small ship fighting against all the might of Spain.
Captain Morgan will take just one small ship. I believe he will have with him quite a fleet.
Oh, you must forgive me for asking all these questions. It isn't because I am curious. It is just for your sake I want to know. And I wish to learn just how short the time will be that we will have together.
There's no saying how long it will be.
Then I must see you time and time again until you sail. You will give me just that?
Oh, Antoinette, you make it so hard for me. I have admitted I'm in love with you. But I should never see you again. I must never come back to Government House. I will sail away on Morgan's expedition, and that'll be the end of everything between us. I am resolved upon that.
If you are resolved upon that, and nothing will change your mind, just do one little thing.
What is that?
Just see me until you sail, as often as you can. Just so after you have gone away, I will have something to remember for always. I look up into your face, and with my eyes I beseech you to grant me that.
You'll make it nigh impossible for me to refuse.
Oh, remember how unhappy I am. Remember my life with Sir Thomas is not easy. Give me that time with you, please, Geoffrey, please. Oh, don't fail me. Come to me as often as you can. And promise me, Geoffrey, promise me that you will let me know how short a time we will be having together.
And hearken to me, you lazy scum. You've all had complete freedom since we came back to Port Royal to spend all your time in the Dolphin Tavern. Now it's time to get the Flying Gal into shipshape order. And you'll do it, else I'll have you flogged at the mainmast. You've had your play. Now you swines get back to work. And I expect the full muster of you on deck in the morning, scrubbing the scour. That is all.
You've been looking for me, Captain Morgan.
I see you're back. No, I've not been looking for you. I've been telling this lazy crew that the ship must be cleaned up. It's in a filthy state. I want to talk to you. Come into my cabin.
Yes, sir.
What delayed you? I expected you back on board some time ago.
I returned to Sir Thomas and had dinner with him at Government House.
Come in. Close the door behind you. Sit down. Help yourself to a drink.
Thank you.
Yeah, how did your trip go? Did Sir Thomas show concern when I didn't go along with you?
No, except to say he was disappointed.
I bet he was. The scoundrel, the rogue, the thieving, treacherous swine. Knew you that little trip to the plantation was just a plot on Sir Thomas's part to get me away from the Flying Gal for the night?
I do now, yes.
So you've seen the wench Antoinette de Lacy. She confided in you, eh?
She told me what Sir Thomas had been doing and how he forced her to get for him the Aztec necklace.
The girl herself is a mystery to me. She's just arrived out from England, yet she's so familiar with our colonial ways.
Maybe she's observant.
Maybe. It had struck me at dinner the other night that it was strange that she should make a mistake about those peach trees. Confuse them with apricot trees, of which Sir Thomas knew nothing.
But, Captain, that is easily explained. Mademoiselle de Lacy is really French. Perhaps everybody speaking to her in English and firing questions at her is apt to confuse her.
Maybe.
Captain Morgan, are you a woman hater?
No. Why?
Your attitude seems to make me think you are. First of all, you warned me about Kitty. Now you hold suspicions against Antoinette de Lacy.
Forget the wenches. We have more important work to do. You heard me tonight rousing on the crew to get the ship in sailing order.
Does that mean you've received word from the mainland regarding the mule train, the treasure?
Not yet. But it will be at any day now, and I'm getting ready to act as soon as I receive the information. You'll be kept busy now, Hunter, from now until we sail.
I'll be pleased with the occupation, sir.
First of all, we have to think of provisions. Tomorrow morning, I'll give you an order to take to Sir Thomas for his signature. With that order, we will get supplies and provisions for the ships.
Yes, sir.
Also, you'd better get a requisition order signed for ammunition.
From Sir Thomas?
Yes, I want it done first thing in the morning, Hunter. What do you intend to do for the rest of the evening?
I'm going to my quarters to bed. Why do you ask?
I overheard some of the men talking when they returned from the Dolphin Tavern tonight.
Well? You, followed my advice and kept away from the wench Kitty?
I had no choice. I've been out of Port Royal for 2 nights.
I can only guess how far things went between you two, but Kitty can have an ugly temper. You'd best not go near that place before we sail, Hunter. That is an order.
Sir Thomas is busy at the moment, Mr. Hunter.
Then I'll wait. Will you take these orders into him to sign at his leisure?
Yes, Mr. Hunter. Will you wait in here, Mr. Hunter?
Oh, Peter, I've been looking for you. Will you tell Sir Thomas I'll be in the garden if he's wanting me? Why, Geoffrey, how nice to see you. I didn't expect to find you here this morning.
I have come on business, Antoinette.
It is all right, Peter. You may go.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take these papers in for Sir Thomas to sign at once, ma'am.
Well, Geoffrey, aren't you going to kiss me?
I'm here on official business, Antoinette.
Then your business has to wait. Oh, you promised me we would be together at every possible moment. Isn't this one of the moments?
Oh, I feel so badly about this.
Oh, please don't. It is making me so very happy. Kiss me quickly, Geoffrey. Have you thought about me since last night?
I've thought too much.
And I've thought about you every moment. Something here right in my heart tells me that your official visit here means you have news.
Not definite news.
But the day of your departure, she draws close.
So it seems. The papers I brought here are for Sir Thomas to sign, so that we can get provisions and ammunition.
Provisions? Oh, you will be away for a long while.
Does it matter? We both agree that this must end when I sail.
And ammunition. It must be a very big undertaking you are going on.
It won't be easy to take from under the Spaniard's nose a mule train of treasure.
A whole mule train of treasure? Oh, but Geoffrey, where would you find that?
Oh, somewhere on the coast of Nicaragua.
I have seen the map. Nicaragua is quite a big place. Are you going to sail up and down the coast looking for this mule train?
Oh, no. Captain Morgan has spies in the country who will send him word as to the exact spot.
And he will go and hack a fortified town to get?
He has done it in the past. I have no doubt he can do it again.
Oh, he must have the heart of a lion. Oh, and he is taking you, my Geoffrey, into all that danger.
I will, miss.
So you will not be sailing until you know the exact town to which the treasure is going?
No.
Is it not strange that Captain Morgan should all the time going to seek treasure? He must have as much as any man could want.
I think it's the life he likes more than the gains.
No, he is interested in the treasure, that I am sure. You would think having in his possession such a famous necklet as the Aztec necklet, he would be satisfied. I think he is so foolish to keep it so near him all the time. Does he not put it in some safe place?
Oh, it's safe enough where it's hidden. No one could find it.
You have seen the hiding place?
I learned of it by mistake. Captain Morgan told me I'm the only one who knows.
Oh, then you must be very careful, my sweet, not to betray its hiding place to anyone.
I won't. Not even to you.
I got your message, Dolores. You want to see me?
Know you that Morgan is setting sail very soon?
I gathered that the activity that is going on aboard ship.
There is not much time. You must take risks if necessary to find out the secret hiding place of the necklet. I know it is secret because Geoffrey Hunter told me of it.
Hunter? He knows where it is hidden?
He tells me he is the only one who knows besides Captain Morgan.
Is that so? Then I will find it. And when it is on Captain Morgan that Hunter has taken it, because he is on the other man's hiding place. Yeah. Then how much will he think of the trust he put in this safe?
So the plot thickens against Geoffrey, who in all innocence is giving to Dolores the information she so urgently wants. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Dolores, masquerading as Sir Thomas's kinswoman, Antoinette de Lacy, induces Geoffrey Hunter to fall in love with her, so that he will tell her Henry Morgan's immediate plans. He tells her that Morgan intends raiding a town on the Nicaraguan coast and is only awaiting official particulars before sailing. Dolores realizes that the time is running short, so she contacts Diaz to impress upon him the urgency of stealing the Aztec necklet. When Diaz learns that Geoffrey is the only one who knows of the hiding place of the necklet, he vows that it will be upon Geoffrey that Morgan's wrath will fall.
I care not what Morgan thinks or whom he trusts. All I want is the Aztec necklet and to trap Henry Morgan.
You could not have any idea just how much it means to me to know that Hunter will get the blame of taking the necklet. No matter how much he protests innocence, Morgan will never believe him.
And when I disappear and go back to Cuba, Morgan, knowing how friendly I have become with Hunter, will have his suspicions turned to certainty. But Morgan might get the news for which he is waiting at the moment. We have not got much time.
But how to find the hiding place? Couldn't you get Hunter to tell you?
No. He has told me all I have learned without realizing it. But if I should question him about the Aztec necklace, he would notice my interest, and that is something I don't want.
How is it that you have got Hunter to tell you so much?
That is too simple. You men are all such fools. A woman, she gets demure and helpless, appeals to a man for his aid, and soon she has a man at her feet.
You have got Hunter in love with you?
If I expressed the wish, he would swim to Cuba for me. How his sincerity sickens me. How at times I long to break away from the demure role of Antoinette de Lacy I am playing and laugh in his stupid face. He was so stupid. How I hate stupid men. And it was all so simple.
I'm not interested in your feelings for him. All that interests me is his feelings for you. So he is in love with you, eh? Well, that pleases me very much.
How can that concern you?
Have you forgotten the reasons I gave you for my hating Hunter?
He took from you the place you had aboard the ship.
And he took from me the woman I want. And now he's in love with you. This woman, she will not like that. She will be mad with jealousy.
The woman you want to take back to Cuba with you?
Yes. But when she knows about you and Hunter, it will be so very much easier.
How will you get her to believe in it?
I will tell her.
You are not clever. You are like all men. Do you think she will believe that?
Then you must help me. Tell me, when will Hunter be coming here?
I don't know. He is busy provisioning the ship, as you well know.
The next time you are expecting him, you send word for me.
So?
And when he comes here, take him out into the garden. Make sure he makes love to you. That'll be sufficient.
I think I understand. Yes, that is simple enough.
Good. And now to talk more of the Aztec necklace. Have you any idea as to how we can discover the hiding place? Is there no chance of you finding out from Hunter?
None at all. Is the Aztec necklace the only thing of value that Captain Morgan keeps aboard his ship?
Oh, no. He keeps in the same hiding place all the jewels and gems that he values most.
You have seen this section?
Yes, some of it, yes.
Tell me what you have it.
He has rubies of the finest quality and sapphire, the most beautiful sapphire you ever see. As big as an egg. It is as clear and as blue as it could possibly be.
I see.
It is said there is not another one so perfect in the whole world.
I have an idea, Diaz. Do you know of a gem worker who is not too honest, but is an expert at making imitation gems?
Yeah, there is one. An Arab. He has a small shop at the dockside. His name is Amula. He has done me services in the past.
This sapphire, you can remember it?
Having once seen it, I can never forget it.
Oh, then go to this Amula. Ask him to make a replica of the stone. Money doesn't matter. Pay as much as he wants. But tell him he must hurry.
But for what purpose?
Would not Captain Morgan be interested to know there is another gem exactly like the one he prizes so much?
Yes, of course.
Then when the sapphire is made, you will go to Hunter. Not to Morgan, but to Hunter. You will tell him that you have found a sapphire which is exactly the same as the one Captain Morgan has. Give it to Hunter.
Why?
He will take it to Morgan. And if it is an excellent imitation, Morgan will grow suspicious that perhaps his stone might be missing. He will go in Hunter's presence to the hiding place to either see if it is there or to compare it. Surely there must be some way in which you can spy into the cabin and watch where he goes.
If I can get Morgan out of the cabin between the time I give Hunter the stone and he finds Morgan, I can perhaps hide in one of the chairs.
Then do that. Go at once to this gem maker and commission him to make the sapphire.
And you'll not forget to let me know the next time Hunter comes here.
I will send a message to you in some way.
You've got time to talk to me, Kitty.
Don't you come worrying me tonight, Diaz. I'm not in the mood for the likes of you.
Maybe you're really worried, eh? Maybe you're not see Jeffrey Hunter for a little time, eh?
You get about your business before I lay you cold with this pewter mug. I want none of your drunken boastfulness about me.
I don't boast. Everything I say be true. And look at all these men here tonight. All their lives they'll be buccaneers, but Diaz, he is different. He will soon be a great man. You'll see. Maybe then you'll be pleased to have Diaz take notice of you, eh? But of course when that happens, you'll have no choice because Kitty, you'll be with me. You'll not be in this tavern, no. Now you'll be a long way away. I'll be glad to wait. I tell you, you will come to me eventually, and you will see that, Sonny, you have no choice.
What have you got hatching in that cunning brain of yours? You come and tell me quickly.
You have not seen Hunter in a long while, eh? He has not been near you. And I'll tell you why he's not been to see you. He has found someone else.
That's a filthy lie. I don't believe you.
Then where's he been his last few nights?
He went out of town to Sir Thomas's plantation.
That was only for one night. What about since he came back, eh? Well, I'll tell you where he's been. He has been in the warm embraces of Antoinette de Lacy.
Oh, take that for your lying.
You will be sorry for doing that. But it will wait until you are away from here with me, and there's no one to come to your aid. And Hunter's worthless body has been thrown into the harbor with a knife in his back.
You lie, Diaz, you lie. You think I don't know what's happening to the Flying Gull and why there's no one here from the ship tonight? You think I don't know that they're busy loading provisions and that's why Jeffrey Hunter can't come? Because he's working the same as you should be. Get out of this tavern, do you hear me? Get out before I lay your skull open with this pewter mug and start another brawl. Go and get your face out of here. I don't want to see you again.
Through the alcoholic fumes which are clouding his mind, Diaz fears perhaps he has already said too much. And to look at Kitty with her green eyes blazing and all color drained from her face warns him that she has every intention of carrying out her threat. Confident of his ultimate triumph, he lets a faint echo of laughter fall from his lips. He swaggers arrogantly from the tavern. For a moment, Kitty stands tense, looking at the doors which swing after allowing him to pass. Then suddenly the insinuations he has said seep back over her mind. Her every instinct flashes a warning of danger. Danger.
Danger to me and to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I know Diaz was lying. Jeffrey's working hard on the ship, and that's why he's not been.
But is he working hard on the ship? What if he is with Antoinette de Lacy? He's never said he loved you, Kitty.
But he must, because I love him so much.
But a doubt lingers in her mind. There is only one way its voice can be stilled. Snatching a shawl, she throws it over her head and lets the door swing shut behind her. Never giving a thought to a fresh punishment for leaving her post, knowing only that the voice of doubt must be stilled. The quayside and the Flying Gull show a strange and almost unreal scene. Many braziers send long yellow flames high, making a circle of flickering light in the darkness of the night. On the quayside is a decreasing jumble of provisions. A keg of salted meat rubs against a barrel of dry biscuits. But bags of flour lie distractedly like limp and drunken men amongst kegs of gunpowder and cannonballs. And over from the ship comes a line of men like ants to sort their load from the jungle, and with shoulders laden down, trek back into single line to the ship. The air is full of men's voices, curses, and oaths. Unreal as it all looks in the strange yellowing, flickering light, Kitty pauses on the fringe, accustoming her eyes to the new light and seeking for a familiar figure who stands at the foot of the gangplank.
Jeffrey!
Kitty, what in the name of creation are you doing there? Matthew, take over my teddy sheet. Thank you. See the men are kept moving. Kitty, what are you doing?
I had to come. Please forgive me, Jeffrey, but I've not seen you for so long.
Take a look about you, Kitty. See the work that has to be done.
Well, I knew that was what was detaining you, but that isn't the only reason why I've come. There's trouble brewing, and I'm afeared.
What are you frightened of?
It's Diaz. Tonight he came to see me and he said some vile things about you. Things I knew which couldn't be true.
What sort of things?
About your being in love with Antoinette de Lacy, but I won't believe it. But that was not all he said.
What else?
Oh, Geoffrey, I think he's planning something which involves you and me. Something which might destroy us both. He's so boastful.
Is he now? Well, Kitty, I can't stay and talk. You understand, I have a job to do. I will come to the tavern and see you as soon as I can get a moment to spare.
You know I'll be waiting for you.
No. You run along before your absence is discovered. Here comes Captain Morgan.
All right, Geoffrey. And I'll be waiting for you.
You've done a good job, Hunter.
I think we'll be loaded by morning, Captain Morgan.
No, don't go back to tallying. I have news for you. I heard word tonight as to where that treasure mule train is going, the name of the town it's going to be at, and how long it's going to be there. I can tell you the full particulars of the expedition now, so you'd better come on board.
So Geoffrey is about to learn the full details of the expedition. Will he be foolish enough to repeat them to Dolores? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores Pizarro, masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy, makes Geoffrey Hunter fall in love with her, so that she can get from him the secret to Henry Morgan's plans. Not realizing what he is doing, Geoffrey tells her all he knows. Diaz tells Kitty that Geoffrey is in love with Dolores, and hints that harm will come to both Geoffrey and herself. Kitty doesn't believe Geoffrey is in love with Dolores, but is frightened of the threats Diaz has made. So she goes to Geoffrey to warn him, and he promises to talk of this later in the Dolphin Tavern. Morgan tells Geoffrey that he now knows the full details of the raid he is going to make on the Nicaraguan coast, and tells Geoffrey to return with him to the ship, where he will discuss the plans.
So return with me, Hunter, to the Flying Gull, and we'll go to my quarters and talk in privacy.
Will it be all right to leave the men to the loading, Captain Morgan?
Matthews can take the tally. He's a good man. He'll keep the crew moving to get those provisions aboard.
Oh, Captain Morgan, I noticed late this afternoon a strange arrival in the harbor. A drab, black-looking sailing ship. You dropped anchor over there, but I doubt if you can make it out in the darkness.
I know, lad. I saw it myself. She's from London.
London, eh?
Yes, but she's not many happy sailors aboard. She's a convict ship, full of poor devils come to sweat their hearts out in the swamps in the heat of Jamaica.
Poor devils.
You take the plight of convicts and slaves very much to heart, don't you, Hunter?
Yes. I hate the very sound of bond servant or slave.
You'll soon get used to them sailing with me. After a raid, I usually bring back a few hundred Spanish slaves to be sold here. There's money in it.
I want no proceeds from that sort of buccaneer.
Don't worry. It's my own personal little game. In 12 months' time, I'll warrant you'll have forgotten your fancies. Sit down, Hunter. Help yourself to a drink.
Thank you, but no. I'm all ears to learn what you have to tell me.
Look you again at this map. See? The coast of Nicaragua. Tonight I received word from my spy. The mule train has arrived.
You know where?
Yes. See this spot here?
Mount Santa Paula.
That is where we go.
But, Captain Morgan, That's not a coastal town. Why, it's inland. You couldn't make a raid in a town which is not on the coast. Your men are seamen, not soldiers.
That is where the treasure is, and that's where we're going.
But to take seamen off a ship and expect them to fight like soldiers... Why, they'd be cut off and wiped out.
You've not looked closely at the map, lad. Santa Paula is not on the coast, I admit. But it is on a river.
A river? You would take your ships up a river?
Why not? I've done it before.
But at the mouth of the river, there's bound to be a fort.
There have been other forts. You've a lot to learn, lad, about buccaneering. We'll leave Port Royal so that my little fleet arrives at the mouth of that river at the darkest part of night, when there's no moon, and the ships will be hushed and no sign of light or life. If we do this, my ships can sail past that fort.
Yes, but you have to return.
Yes, that's all right. Santa Paula is only a matter of 3 or 4 miles up the river, and it is deep and wide. They'll not expect an attack. We'll take them by surprise at night. Darkness makes men fear. And by morning, the town will be ours. A certain number of men will return by land. The fort is built to withstand attack from the front. But attack from the rear won't take long to overcome the garrison that's quartered there.
I see. It sounds like a dream to me.
It has its chances, it has its risks. That is why I like it. Although the Spanish think that they've put their treasure out of reach of my hands, they are by no means fools. They'll be alert for some little time, but as the days go on and there's no sign of Captain Morgan, they will relax.
You do not intend to sail immediately?
Oh, no, not yet. The other ships coming with me have to be provisioned yet.
But unless you attack soon, are you not afraid that the treasure may slip through your hands? When you arrive, you'll find it's already on its way to Spain.
Look, you lad, you do not think I'd leave a thing like that to chance, do you? My spy has sent me complete information. The ship that Spain is sending to take the treasure away is not expected for 2 more months. I'm quite safe in dallying for a while. Part of the pleasure of the attack is the enjoyment of the anticipation of it.
When do we sail?
I'll give you warning, have no fear of that. Just be prepared for word at any time. It's good to talk these things over with you, Hunter. Talking about these matters seems to make the plans formulate before my eyes. I can see it all. That river with the fort at the entrance. The jungle around it, ready, crouched like a tiger waiting to spring. Its green mantle over the fort. The river, brown and sluggish, dyeing the deep blue sea with its dirty hue. The greenness of the vegetation coming down, bending low to sweep in the water, hiding all animal and reptile life. Then suddenly up the river, around a bend, a clearing, gray and white. Buildings lying simmering in the tropical heat. Santa Paula, lying like a rich, fat merchant, ready to be plundered. The air is still. The night dark. Silently with muffled oars, longboats put out from the ships. Without a sound, men slink like reptiles into the very town. Then suddenly the air is rent with shrieks. From a dozen quarters comes the sound of fighting men. The Spaniards struggle from their beds, drunk with sleep, to defend themselves and their worth, to no avail. Oh. I am dreaming, Hunter, and there's still work for you to do.
I'm lost in your dreams, too, Captain Morgan. What instructions have you for me?
The provisioning of my other ships. I require other signatures from Sir Thomas Mottford. You'd best take off tomorrow evening and go and get them for me.
I came as quickly as I could, Kitty.
Come with me into the storeroom where we were once before. I have to talk to you, Geoffrey.
What happened between you and Diaz earlier tonight?
He was a little drunk, and he made all sorts of insinuations.
Oh, what sort of thing?
I cannot tell you here now. Come inside the storeroom. There are too many people, all too interested to hear what I have to say. Geoffrey, we're both of us in some kind of bother.
Oh, what sort of bother?
Oh, it's Diaz and the things that he said to me and the way he's been behaving. It all makes me suspicious that he's plotting something that means no good to either of us. He hates you, Geoffrey, because I've given you my love. And he'll go to any lengths to have me for himself.
What did he say or do to make you suspicious?
Oh, it's been his general behavior. He's suddenly become boastful of how important he's going to be. Already his pockets are full of money.
No?
I know he's back again as a seaman aboard the Flying Gull, but tonight he said he didn't care about the Flying Gull anymore or about buccaneering, that those days were over for him. He suggested that perhaps I would not be here at the Dolphin Tavern much longer. And he told me that possibly you would be found in the harbor with a knife between your ribs, having first become the enemy of Henry Morgan.
From what you say, it seems there is trouble afoot.
But what can it be? Oh, Geoffrey, never before have I been frightened, but there's evil about Dietz. He even boasted that I might be pleased to return to him when I'd learned how faithless you were to me.
Kitty, I only wish that we could...
Please, I'll hear no more about it. Oh, my, how I've changed. Here I am now without one jealous thought in my head, and now that I've told you all my fears, I feel better. All right, Geoffrey. Just kiss me once more, darling, before I return to my duties.
Kitty,
Oh, please, Geoffrey, and that'll satisfy me for just a little while longer.
Kitty, you're such a sweet person, I doubt if I could refuse you anything. I have some papers here from Captain Morgan which require the signature of Sir Thomas.
Very good, sir. I'll see to it right away, sir.
Did I hear you talking to someone at the door, Peter?
Yes, ma'am. This gentleman's from the Flying Gull, ma'am.
And you keep him waiting at the door. Really, Peter, you deserve a whipping. Surely you know by now that Mr. Hunter is a friend of mine.
Sorry, ma'am.
I am so sorry, Geoffrey.
Well, that's all right, Antoinette.
All right, Peter. What are you waiting for? You may go.
Very good, ma'am.
I have been waiting for you, Geoffrey. When I learned from the message that you were coming, I wondered how I would fill the hours in.
I've been wanting to see you all day. I hoped that I might slip away from the ship and see you, but Captain Morgan has kept me busy.
But business papers have brought us together again. And with all the activity, surely it won't be long before you'll be saying goodbye to me.
I don't care to think of goodbye.
But please, Geoffrey, we cannot talk here in the doorway. Come through the French windows into the garden.
The perfume of a tropical night will always remind me of you.
Do I mean so much to you, Geoffrey?
So much the parting is going to be almost unbearable. I was right, Antoinette. I should never have fallen in love with you.
But it has meant so much to me. Come with me into this arbor. The shrubs hide us from the eyes which might be prying from the house. You sound so sad tonight, Geoffrey. As though it were goodbye.
It might be goodbye. The times I will see you again are going to be very few. Captain Morgan told me to be prepared to sail at any time now.
Then he has the news he has been waiting for?
Yes.
And it is dangerous, isn't it, Geoffrey? Oh, I can see by your face.
I think the scheme is crazy. How Morgan thinks he can sail a ship up a river past a closely guarded Fort Sackatown, then return to sea safely, I do not know.
He's going to do that? Since you told me about it, I have been looking at the map of Nicaragua. There must be only one town on the river which is big enough to hold ships.
That one town is enough. I don't see us being successful. Morgan is relying solely on the surprise of our attack. He expects Santa Paula to fall into our hands overnight. We'll then send men to take the fort from the rear. Oh, but Antoinette, don't let's talk on these things. I've only a few short hours left with you.
Oh, how heavy is my heart. Hold me in your arms tightly and kiss me. Kiss me, Geoffrey, and tell me that you love me.
I do love you, Antoinette. I love you with all my heart. There's no denying it now.
Oh, you are so wonderful. Oh, but come, I must return to the house. Sir Thomas, he will be wondering what has happened to me. Take my arm, Geoffrey.
By returning to the house, does it mean I must bid you good night?
No, of course not.
Now, do you believe me, Kitty?
Oh, that he should have done this to me. It would seem I'd been mistaken in you, Dietz. But I warned Geoffrey Hunter. I warned him to beware if he played me false. Very well. We shall see now. We shall see.
Geoffrey is now caught in the trap, and with Kitty's love turned to hate, will she try to destroy him? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. The buccaneer, Henry Morgan, tells Jeffrey Hunter the full details of the raid he intends making on the coast of Nicaragua. Neither Morgan or Jeffrey have the slightest suspicion that the girl, Antoinette de Lacy, with whom Jeffrey has fallen in love, is really the Spanish girl, Dolores Pizarro, who is determined to take from Morgan the Aztec necklet and destroy him. Encouraging Jeffrey's love, she learns the details of Morgan's plans, and, aided by Dietz, she hopes to soon regain the necklet. Kitty, the tavern wench, has fallen in love with Jeffrey, much to the jealousy of Dietz, who hides with her one night in the garden of Government House, where she sees Jeffrey making love to Dolores. Immediately, her love turns to hate.
You thought I'd tell you lies, Kitty?
I can hardly believe it. I can hardly speak. So he thinks to make a fool out of me, does he? He thinks because I'm Kitty the servant wench, I'm without feelings. He thinks I'm like a glove. When the fingers are through, I can be thrown to one side.
Ah, you will soon forget him. I shall see that. I have been patient. I not worried you because I knew that soon you'll find out that this Hunter man is no good. And now I'm not going to be patient any longer. It's not been easy to see you and not take you in my arms and crush the very life from you. Oh, Kitty, soon the world will be just yours and mine.
Take your filthy hands from off me.
Kitty, what is this? Is this your gratitude?
Because Hunter has spurned me, you needn't think I'm going to fall into your arms, Dietz. I think no better of you now than I did at the time when I told you I wanted nothing more to do with you. And if you come near me in the tavern, I'll cause another riot and be pleased to take the punishment I get for it.
No, and I do not need to come near you at the tavern, Kitty. Soon you'll come away with me. We go away to some other place, huh?
You're talking like you did the other night. I'm not going to stay and listen to you. I don't believe there could be anything you could do. I hear from the conversation that the Flying Gull is leaving very soon and you'll be gone aboard her. And when you come back, I'll not be wanting to see you. And now I'm returning to the tavern. There's work to be done, and it's time I was doing it.
Dolores Pizarro. Is that you?
Yes, Diaz. But how many times have I told you not to use that name?
You have been a long time coming out to meet me. I've been waiting here in the garden ever since you returned to the house of Jeffrey Hunter. Did you not know I would be waiting?
Yes, of course I knew. But I could not get rid of Jeffrey Hunter. Oh, how he loves, sickens me. It is good to come and talk to you, Diaz, just once in a while when I can be my real self.
Tonight you are really wonderful. The way you twisted Jeffrey Hunter around your little finger. The way you obtained that information. So it is to be Santa Paula Morgan is going, huh?
He will go there, but he will never come back. I will take this information back to Cuba myself. That is one of the reasons I came to Japan. But I will not be returning until I have the Aztec necklace.
We will not be returning. Do not forget you do not make this journey alone, but I with another will be accompanying you.
I had not forgotten. You need not remind me.
You know I do not trust you. I think you play me false. But I have taken precautions.
What precautions have you taken?
You think I'd be such a fool as to tell you, eh? You want the Aztec necklet, and I'm helping you to get it at a price. I want to make sure I get that price.
Of course you will get it. I have promised. Am I not the daughter of the governor of Cuba? We do not make idle promises.
Just the same, I make sure.
And why should I trust you?
Because you have no choice. One word from me and you will never reach Cuba. And should the English find out who you are, they would have no mercy.
Tell me, you saw the gem merchant?
Mm-hmm. I did. And the gem is ready.
Then show it to me quickly.
Oh, not so fast, not so fast. I had to pay the man 100 guineas for the imitation stone.
You will get the money. Now show me the gem.
What is to stop me on my putting into practice on my own that which we planned and taking the necklet for myself?
You dare to even suggest such a thing. But no, I feel quite safe. You will not do that. You want to go back to Cuba, do you not? You want to take this woman with you. I am the only person who can get you back to Cuba and give you enough money to live comfortably for a long time. So, you see, Diaz, we are both at the mercy of each other. You know my true identity, and I know you want to get back to Cuba. I am not frightened of you.
Well, here is the imitation sapphire. It would take an expert to tell it is not a true gem.
Oh, it is beautiful. It is bound to take Morgan's eye.
Yeah, but there are still many risks to be faced. The gravest one is to get Morgan away from his quarters so that I can hide myself during his absence and watch what happens when Hunter gives him this stone.
There are 100 reasons why Captain Morgan could be called from his quarters.
Yeah. But at the moment, the ship, she is very active. In another day or so, she'll quieten down and life aboard her will be known. You let us wait till then.
What if Morgan sails in the meantime?
Oh, he will not sail, that I know. You leave this to me.
Oh, I have no choice. This is the bait. I know you can set the trap. I leave it all to you.
Come and sit down here in the shade, Hunter. You've been working like a slave all morning. The rest will do you good.
Oh, it's hot. I'm wringing wet.
Yeah, take it a bit easier, lad. You're not used to this sort of work. It'll knock you out.
What a beautiful sight it is, looking from here across the bay. It's marred just by one thing.
The convict hulk over there with all its human cargo?
Yes. They've been coming off that ship all day. Poor devils.
Do not waste so much pity on them, lad. The ones who are really unhappy will not live long, and the others might find some contentment. Who knows?
That's a careless way of looking at it. What happens to those people when they land?
Well, most of them have their masters to go to. They're taken in charge as soon as they land. Oh, do not pull such a long face, Hunter. Some, I admit, are treated like slaves, especially if they're recaptured convicts. Then their time is very hard. But many of the others get good masters who give them free time and spending money to put in their pockets. Well, some of them know more comfort and home than they ever knew one in England.
And to others it must just be hell.
You're in a strange mood, Hunter. You've been quiet all morning. And from the way you're talking, I gather there's something on your mind.
I'm worried. Remember, I was not happy when you took Dietz back on board.
Are you questioning my actions again?
No. You gave me your reasons. But I've had some news about that man.
Oh? What sort of news?
Oh, he's been talking in a strange way to Kitty, making insinuations as to how important the man is going to be. Has a lot of money. He's made threats against her and to me.
Well, that does not surprise me. Although I am interested to know whence he got that money. He's full of idle boasting. I don't think there's much mischief that he could get up to that could harm you, Hunter.
He even suggested to Kitty that the Flying Gull would be sailing without him.
Well, if we do, we do. Then I'd catch him when we got back. Was that all Kitty had to say about him?
Yes.
It all seems very vague to me. But I shall watch the odds just the same. He was not on board last night. I wonder if he was with Kitty, and if he said any more. Go to the tavern tonight and see what Kitty has to say.
Oh, I say, lady, will you bring a thirsty gentleman a glass of rum?
Geoffrey, I did not expect to see you so soon.
Why not?
Oh, I just thought perhaps the Dolphin Tavern was no longer to your taste.
You've been listening to your friend Dietz again?
Geoffrey Hunter, I don't want to start a row here. But men in this tavern have very uncertain tempers. And when two people start quarreling, there's no knowing where it will end.
I don't understand what you're saying, Kitty.
Don't you? Have you never hated anyone, Geoffrey? So much that you'd like to see them dead? I'm just surprised that I can keep my voice so low and be so quiet about it.
Kitty, you must tell me why you've changed like this.
Tell me, how is it you can keep yourself away from her arms? Did you find her lips softer than mine, her hair more perfumed? Has she taken your heart completely?
So you've learned about Antoinette.
Learned about her? Did you not practically go from my arms into hers and fill her with soft words and let me believe that I was not giving in vain?
Kitty, please, you must be fair. I have told you time and time again that I was not in love with you. I was grateful to you, but not in love with you.
Did I not warn you that my love had turned to hate if I found that you played me first? And you just have no idea to what depths my wrath can go. You'll pay for this somehow, in some way, Hunter. I'll hit back at you, and when I hit, I'll see you smashed. You may not think a serving wench, a bond servant, a slave, would have the chance of hitting back at a fine man like you. But the fates will be kind to me and give me the chance to hit back at you.
I hate you, Geoffrey Hunter. I hate you. I hate you.
Well. No wonder if I'd catch up with you in Jamaica, Hunter. And I'd find you here so soon after I arrive. How have things been going with you over here? A little bit different than in England, eh? Well, come on. You don't mean to tell me you've forgotten me. Me, Clegg.
You're making a mistake. I don't know you at all.
Oh, that's rich, that is. Hope you've struck it lucky like I have. Good master. First night he gives me the night off. So I come here to the Dolphin Tavern, and the first person I meet is you, Hunter.
You're making a mistake. I have never seen you before in my life. Excuse me, please. Good night, Kitty. I will try to see you again before we sail.
Well, what do you know about that? Cutting me dead. Who does he think he is? He's just the same as me, a convict.
Wait a minute. What is that you're saying?
That chap's name is Hunter, isn't it?
It is at that?
And he cut me dead. I knew him in England before he sent out here on the convict ship.
Well, would you believe it? So the fates have been kind to me already. Sent out here as a convict. Do you know, Mr. Clegg, what happens to escaped convicts in this colony? When they're caught, they're sent into the swamps with the heat, the fever, with the reptiles. And they work there until they drop. You must tell me more about the escaped convict, Geoffrey Hunter.
The secret of Geoffrey's past is out, and Kitty's love has been turned to hate by jealousy. Learn if she uses this information to harm Geoffrey in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Kitty is so deeply in love with Geoffrey Hunter that she cannot believe he doesn't return her love, not realizing that he only feels for her gratitude and pity. Dietz, who knows of Geoffrey's infatuation for Dolores, is eager that Kitty should learn of it. So, knowing when Geoffrey intends visiting Dolores, he and Kitty hide in the garden of Government House and see Geoffrey making love to her. Seeing this, Kitty's love changes to hate. But instead of turning to Dietz as he expected, she still will have nothing to do with him. But he knows his turn is coming. The imitation gem with which Dolores hopes to make Morgan betray the hiding place of the necklet is made, and she now waits her chance to use it. At the Dolphin Tavern, Kitty tells Geoffrey how she now hates him. They're interrupted by a man who claims to know Geoffrey, but Geoffrey ignores him and leaves. Then the stranger tells Kitty that Geoffrey is a convict who's been sent out from England.
So it's escaped that he has, is it?
Never you mind. But what you've been telling me interests me vastly. I'd like to hear more. Are you sure that is the man?
Well, his name's Hunter, ain't it? And he comes from England, don't he?
Oh, and it's foolish that I've been. I should have realized why it was that Geoffrey Hunter didn't want to talk about himself. Tell me, how long would it be now since this man Hunter was sent out, and why was he sent?
Oh, I don't know how long it was exactly, but not so very long ago.
And how can I be sure that what you say is correct?
How can you be sure? Listen, lady, wasn't it through me he was convicted? We were in a little scheme together. Well, not exactly a little scheme, but he got involved in a little business I was doing, which was not quite according to the law, see? I took him for a prize mug, and that he was, too. I got away, but he was left to take the blame, and he took it. Set out for life, he was. Now the mug thinks he can ignore me.
And you're willing to swear that he's the man, the very same man? You see, I don't want to make a mistake. It would only lead to further trouble for myself.
I'm sure his own name is Tobias Clegg. What's he been doing out here, anyway? What sort of work has he had?
Now, you just mind your own business and let me deal with this.
Oh, now, my young lady. Maybe there'd be a nice reward for an escaped convict. How did he get away with it? Staying here in Port Royal without anyone catching up with him.
If you know what's wise for you, Tobias Clegg, you'll keep your mouth shut about this. You've not been here long enough to know that I'm a person whose anger is to be feared.
Listen, there ain't a wench in the world who can put one over on me. Well, tell me where this Geoffrey Hunter hides out, because I want to know, see? So come on and tell me, else I'll bet the daylights out of you.
You lay your hands off me. I just have to call out for those men. They'll take the life from you.
You tell me what I can find this Jeffrey Hunter.
Take your hands from me.
Then tell me.
Take your hands off me.
Hands off the lady, our friend.
James, make him leave me alone.
Who do you think you are? Don't push your nose into business that don't concern you.
You had to make one big mistake. Kitty, she concerned me very much. You leave her alone, and I take you by the seat of your pants and throw you out into the roadway. And all these men here, they all know, Kitty. They'll do what I say unless you leave her alone.
Well, all right, mister. It didn't get nasty. I didn't realize. You see, the lady, she knows something I want to know.
She'll tell you if she wants to. Now, you get outside.
All right. But listen, Kitty, as they call you, just remember that if you collect anything for this information I've given you, I'm coming back to get my share of it, see? Good night.
What are you doing, Kitty, that he should use force on you? You're playing around again?
Faith, no. Dears, come in here to the storeroom where we can talk in private. I've learned something which will interest you vastly. Come in quickly and close the door behind you.
Yeah. Now then, what is it?
Hunter was here a while ago, and I told him just how much I hated him. I told him what fate would give me the chance to strike back at him. I told him that. And I'd no sooner said that when a man came in who claimed he knew Hunter. Hunter said he'd never seen the man before in his life and hurriedly left.
Well?
After he'd gone, the man told me that Hunter is an escaped convict. He was sent out here from England to serve a life sentence.
Hunter, a convict, eh? By the saints of... Yeah, what is he doing about the Flying Gull?
He's escaped. And you know the penalty for escaped convicts.
I wonder if he has told Morgan this story.
I doubt it. Haven't you ever noticed when anyone asks him about his past, he won't speak of it? And now we know why. Because he's afraid. Oh, this is just what I wished would happen. And so I'll go straight to the authorities. I'll go to Sir Thomas Market himself, and in front of that kinswoman of his, Antoinette de Lacy. I'll tell him what I've learned of Geoffrey Hunter. And it'll be with joy in my heart and a song on my lips. I'll see him go to the swamps to work out his heartbeats to death of fever and reptiles. And it's right this very night I'm going to see Sir Thomas.
Indeed, and you've done no such thing.
What?
Yeah, listen to me. I also have an interest in this little plan of yours.
You have not.
Yeah, listen to me now. I have a good idea. If you send him to the swamp, he will still remain Morgan's friend. Maybe Morgan help him to escape. Get some of his men to put him on the ship. Then your revenge is no good.
Morgan wouldn't dare do that.
Morgan would do anything if it suited his purpose. I have a better idea. We can, at the same time, send him to the swamp, destroy Morgan's trust in him, and completely break their friendship for all time.
But how can that be done?
You have not forgotten the Aztec necklace, huh? Maybe you have, but I have not. Remember, I promised it to you.
I told you I wanted no part of it.
But I still would like to give it to you. I can get it now. Why not let me steal it first, eh? And then you go to the convict authorities and you tell them about Hunter, and we'll arrange to have Hunter taken quietly and secretly away. Morgan will discover the necklace is gone. Hunter will have disappeared. Morgan will think Hunter has stolen the necklace and has gone away, and... Well, Morgan would never forgive him for that.
Hey. Why, it's a great idea. And I would, after all this, have the necklace for myself.
And maybe you'd show your gratitude to Diaz, eh?
No, Diaz, that I won't do.
Very well, then. You see, I'm a changed man. I give you the necklace anyhow. You think it's a great idea, eh?
Yes.
Well, first of all, I must get the necklace. And then you can inform the authorities.
Very well.
Matthew, I'm looking for Captain Morgan.
He's not aboard tonight, Mr. Hunter.
Where can I find him? I must see him urgently.
I don't know.
I see. It pleases me very much, Matthew. If anyone comes aboard the ship looking for me, you have not seen me all night. You understand? I have not returned.
You mean Captain Morgan?
I don't mean Captain Morgan or any of the crew. I mean any stranger who comes to see me. Is that clear?
Aye, aye, sir.
So, it is you, Diaz.
Yeah. Let us go out into the garden. I've something most important to tell you. We have to work and work quickly. It is the chance of a lifetime.
You mean take the necklace?
Yeah. We must do it tonight before Captain Morgan returns to the ship.
Why? What is the hurry?
Yeah, no, come along. Let us talk here in this part of the garden. Listen. Tonight I learned that Geoffrey Hunter is an escaped convict.
Indeed. So that is why he was so secret about his past.
And if I take the necklace tonight and then expose Hunter, have him arrested, Morgan will think Hunter has taken the necklace and disappeared.
But how to find the secret hiding place?
Hunter has gone back to the ship. I'll go and give him the gem. You hide yourself in the cabin and you watch where he puts it, eh?
Oh, yes, but I am so sick of him. I am sick of his love-lorn ways. But there is just one thing that's worrying me. The Spanish ship, which is to put in at night to the Jamaican coast and contact me, will not be here for another week. Just what to do with the necklet? Where to hide it?
I've thought all that out. You see, it is part of my little scheme to safeguard myself. To make sure that Kitty and I will sail with you to Cuba.
And what is this?
I give the necklet to Kitty. You'll get it when we go aboard the ship which goes to Cuba.
No, I do not like this plan at all.
Only by agreeing will I help you tonight. Do you not see? Kitty will be seen in the Dolphin Tavern with the necklet, and Morgan will believe that Hunter has given it to her.
And do you think that Morgan will allow Kitty wear the necklet for a whole week? He will take it back from her.
Yeah, that is easy. You see, in the morning, Kitty, she'll have disappeared. I'll take her away by force like that. At daybreak, she'll be safely hidden and will not be seen again. And Morgan will think she has run away with Hunter.
It seems I have put too much trust in you, Diaz.
But you have no choice, eh? You want the necklet, I want the Kitty. I want we get to Cuba, I want the money you promised me. I'll not betray you, but you might betray me. And so I safeguard myself.
Very well. If you wait just a minute while I get a dark cloak, I will accompany you to the Flying Gull. I want to get this business over as soon as possible.
I'm pleased that you paid me a visit tonight, Captain Morgan.
You're tired of my ship, Sir Thomas.
Oh, it's been a day of surprises for me. Eh, Colonel Atterbury?
Captain Morgan, you should have seen Sir Thomas's face when I met him this evening. He had no idea I was in Port Royal.
Oh, you say that you came out here in charge of the soldiers guarding the convict ship.
Yes, it's my first visit to Port Royal, and right glad I am that I didn't come on the last convict ship.
You mean the one that was wrecked on the Jamaican coast? Bad job, that. All hands lost, not one survivor.
You knew Sir Thomas Motford in England, Colonel Atterbury?
Yes, for years and years.
Oh, yes, one of my oldest friends.
You know, I was sorry, Thomas, that I couldn't get here for dinner, but there were several things I had to attend to.
Oh, the surprise was just as great when you dropped in afterwards. I had no idea you were thinking of coming out here.
Knowing you were here, Thomas, it gave me an interest.
I say, that slave is a long time getting that pork. I think I shall go and see what's keeping him. Excuse me, will you? You can keep Colonel Atterbury entertained, that I know, Morgan.
Yes, very well. You being such a close friend of Sir Thomas must know his kinswoman, Mademoiselle de Lacy.
Know her? Know her? Was it not I who brought her from France to England?
Oh, she'll be interested to see you again.
That she will, Captain Morgan. I hear you saved her from a possible watery grave.
Yes, I had that good fortune.
It always amazes me that Antoinette should be French. Looking at her with that raven black hair and those blue eyes, you'd swear she was Irish.
What coloring?
Black hair and blue eyes.
That's strange. You know, I've seen the lass often enough. I could have sworn that Antoinette de Lacy had eyes as black as her hair.
Dolores is confident that this night her planning will come to fruition. But danger and disaster threaten her in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Kitty learns from a newly arrived convict that Geoffrey Hunter was sent out as a convict from England. She realizes that he must be a fugitive, and she rejoices that she'll be able to send him back to captivity and slavery. But Diaz tells her to wait until he steals the Aztec necklet. Then, as Geoffrey will disappear suddenly and without apparent reason, Morgan will believe that he has stolen the necklet. Dolores and Diaz, knowing of Morgan's absence from the ship, plan to take the necklet that night, before Geoffrey has time to tell Morgan his true story. But what Dolores doesn't know is that another stranger has arrived in Port Royal, a Colonel Atterbury, who is, at that very moment, talking with Sir Thomas and Morgan. While Sir Thomas is out of the room, Morgan learns that Atterbury knows Antoinette de Lacy very well. He talks of her beauty, mentions her blue eyes. Morgan is startled. He remembers her eyes as being almost black.
I'm sure her eyes are as black as a starless night.
Come, Captain Morgan. Why, I know the girl so very well. It's her coloring that's always appealed to me. The blackness of her hair and the blueness of her eyes.
Well, perhaps I'm growing old.
Oh, we won't quarrel about it anyhow, Captain. Because in England you're known as a man with whom it's unwise to quarrel.
Oh, is that so? So my fame has spread as far as that, Colonel Atterbury? But just the same, neither of us is likely to make a mistake.
If anyone is, I assure you it must be you. When the girl was staying at the old home of Sir Thomas, I was a frequent visitor. It was I who met her in France and brought her across to England and did the best I could for her, because Sir Thomas was in Jamaica and not able to do it himself.
If I remember rightly, Sir Thomas Modford had not seen Antoinette de Lacy until she arrived here in Jamaica.
Yes, that is so. He heard of her plight in France. Realizing he was her only kinsman in the world, he wrote to me, asked me to contact her, bring her to England, and arrange for a transport to Jamaica.
And you say her eyes are blue.
Of course they're blue. Oh, you must have made a mistake. No, I can't see how you could make a mistake like that.
I wonder if it's possible we are making a mistake.
What do you mean?
I hardly know myself. You must have seen the girl tonight.
No, I haven't as yet. I was detained aboard the ship until after dinner. I only just arrived before you did. I was so busy talking to Sir Thomas that I've not had time to see Antoinette yet.
Then you've not seen her yourself.
What is biting you, Morgan? Really, sir, I don't like your attitude.
I don't like what I'm thinking myself. Did you hear from Sir Thomas how we came to bring Mademoiselle de Lacy here to Port Royal?
It was you yourself who found her in an open boat. He told me the story. A very fortunate thing for her, too.
Perhaps it was too fortunate a thing.
Well, come, sir, come to the point.
Well, I hardly like mentioning it. Sir Thomas will be back at any moment. I don't want to worry him in case I am greatly mistaken.
Well, quickly, say what you have to.
I received word from Sir Thomas to meet a ship, the Elizabeth Ann, because his kinswoman, Antoinette de Lacy, was aboard her.
That's true. I saw her off at Portsmouth myself.
And I was too late. The Elizabeth Ann had been taken by the Spanish. I turned around for Port Royal. Just before I reached here, a small boat was seen bobbing about in the ocean. Its sole occupant was a woman. We rescued her. She told us she was Antoinette de Lacy. She gave particulars about the ship that she was traveling on. She knew about Sir Thomas and his family.
Well, what of it? In this part of the world, it's either a British ship taking a Spanish ship or a Spanish ship taking a British ship.
I have spies in Spanish possessions. What if Spain were able to send someone here to Jamaica in the guise of a kinswoman to Sir Thomas Modford?
Why, the idea is preposterous.
Preposterous it may be. Yet there are so many things about this woman who calls herself Mademoiselle Antoinette de Lacy, and one thing that she did in particular.
Oh? What was that?
She came to my ship. I found her in my cabin. She told me that she'd been sent there by Sir Thomas Modford. For reasons best known to myself, I believed her. And there were lots of small things, too. How quickly she accustomed herself to the life on this island, and now there's the color of her eyes.
But how could anyone carry out such a masquerade?
Well, that's simple enough. The Spanish capture the British ship. They find her aboard, a kinswoman of the governor of Jamaica. They learn, by means best known to themselves, and perhaps better not discussed between us, that Sir Thomas did not know his kinswoman. How easy, by brutal methods, to gather from her all the information she knew about the family, the home she came from, and put another woman in her place.
Gad, man, it sounds like a fairy tale.
We can't talk on this at length, Colonel. Mr. Thomas will come in at any moment now, and we don't want him to catch us talking of this. We may be quite wrong. We shall soon verify our suspicions.
Aye. This girl will have to make an appearance. If she's an imposter, she won't know me, and I won't know her.
Then we'll wait until we face her.
Oh, sorry I've been so long. I got the port, but I have been looking for Antoinette. I can't find her anywhere.
Can't you, indeed?
No. Must have told me she was going out, but I forgot. Slade said she went in a carriage. Oh, she'll be so disappointed, Colonel, missing you tonight.
Well, we have a lot to talk about. Mayhaps you'll return before I leave. I particularly would like to see her, if you don't mind, Sir Thomas, and I'd like to stay.
Delighted.
I've no need to return to the ship. I, too, would like to stay.
Excellent. Now, just wait until I open this bottle of port.
Yet, I don't like waiting about in this quarter. Why do you have to leave me to go to the Dolphin Tavern?
Because I can't take you with me, not in there. Why, the men would tear you to pieces, and I have to tell Kitty what we are going to do.
Well, don't leave me for long, please.
You stay well hidden in the carriage. It's very dark. No one will see you. I'll be back very quickly. I won't leave you for long. Kitty.
Yes?
Oh, there you are. Quickly, I must talk with you, Sergeant.
Why, what is it, Yax?
It concerns Geoffrey Hunter and what you know about him.
Yes?
I want you to leave the tavern and go to the watch. Tell them that you've news of an escaped convict. He will be coming to the Dolphin Tavern in 1 hour. Remember that now. 1 hour. Now, you have them wait outside the tavern and they will catch him. Now, do you understand? Have you clear in your mind? 1 hour. Everything depends on the success of tonight's plans. Now, I've no more time to talk. I must go.
Sure, I understand. The watch is to be here in 1 hour, and I'll be here to watch them take him away.
And I will return in 1 hour, and you'll have the beautiful necklet. I'm going to get it now. Remember, 1 hour's time. Now, here is the gangway to the ship. You'll stay in the shadow.
Do you think anyone saw the carriage approach?
No. It's hidden by the buildings. Now, you listen carefully. I will go aboard the ship and send the watch away from the head of the gangplank, see? Now, when he has gone, I'll give you a low whistle and you go aboard. Now, you keep yourself well concealed till you hear the whistle, eh?
All right.
Who's this coming aboard?
The Matthew. Very man I'm looking for. You seen Mr. Hunter?
He came aboard some time ago, Diaz.
Look, you go and fetch him for me at once. I have an urgent message from Captain Morgan. I'll keep watch on the gangplank for you.
All right. I'll get him.
Come on, Giovanni, quickly. You know the way to Captain Morgan's cabin?
Yes, but it will be locked.
Yeah, I have thought of that. When I was his trusted friend, he gave me a key. I had it covered. Now, that is.
Quickly. The other man and Hunter will be back soon. Have you any flint to light the lamp?
There's no need to. Captain Morgan always keeps a line going in his orders. Now, you hide yourself in the big chest. You'll find it there in the cabin. And watch very carefully where Hunter goes.
You have the artificial gem to give him?
I have everything. Now, you hurry. Quickly, I think I hear them coming.
You're looking for me, Diaz? What is it?
I have something to give you from Captain Morgan.
Well, what is it?
You come under this swinging lamp so you can see, eh? There. You recognize him?
Looks like the sapphire from Captain Morgan's cabin.
Well, how would I know? He only said to me a short while ago, you take this to Mr. Hunter and tell him to put it away safely. He'll know the place, I mean.
Yes, I understand. Give it to me.
Also, he tell me something else. He wants you to go in about an hour's time to the Dolphin Tavern.
Dolphin Tavern? Diaz, I can't go there.
No, I don't care whether you go there or not. It's just one of Captain Morgan's orders.
Will you go back and tell him I'm in trouble and I must see him? I want to see him.
Oh, you think he'll take a message like that? When he say he want to see you, you want to see you. You're his friend. Maybe you're trying to go there, eh? What?
That's enough, Diaz. Never you mind.
All right. I go back, I tell Captain Morgan. I tell Captain Morgan you say no, eh? He'd rather spend his time in his farm.
You know I don't mean that.
I don't know what you mean at all. I only know you refuse to obey Captain Morgan's orders. If there's something you're frightened of, I would not fear it. It's so late at night there's no one about. Captain Morgan is in the tavern, and Captain Morgan will protect you. He is lord on this island.
Come to take over my watch again.
That's all right, Matthews. I don't feel tired tonight. You don't mind if I change watch with Matthew tonight, do you, Mr. Hunter?
I don't care what you do.
You'll come back in an hour's time, Matthew.
All right. Whenever was I wanted to refuse another hour in me bunk.
You better hurry, Mr. Hunter. She'll be keeping Captain Morgan waiting. Oh, you wouldn't like that. And neither would he.
All right. I'll go. Why, this is not the same stone. Must be another one. Oh, well, what's it matter? Now that's that job done. Now for the Dolphin Tavern. I'll leave here later. Don't want to hang about the streets. If I leave later, I'll make the tavern exactly the right time.
What a perfect hiding place. Whoever would have found it there.
Dolores, open the door at once, quickly.
Come in. Quickly, come in.
I'm in now. Close the door. Now, did you see?
I saw everything. In here. Look.
Well, I've been aboard this ship all the time, and I didn't know such a hiding place existed. Oh, look at the beautiful stones. We fill our pockets, huh?
You leave them alone, Diaz. We came here for one purpose alone, to get the Aztec necklace. Oh, look at it. To have it again. My necklace.
Once again, Dolores has the necklace. She and Diaz have plotted to destroy Geoffrey and to have him blamed for its taking. Learn if they're successful in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Events have taken place that have dramatically changed the course of our story. A convict named Clegg has arrived in Jamaica and recognized Geoffrey as an escaped convict. He has told this to Kitty, who in turn has told Diaz. Kitty, in her anger, has agreed to have Geoffrey retaken. So Diaz plots with Dolores to steal the Aztec necklace and to have Geoffrey blamed. He believes that as Geoffrey is missing, the buccaneer Morgan will believe it was Geoffrey who took the necklace. Dolores leaves immediately after dinner to join Diaz in his plan, little guessing that after she leaves, Colonel Atterbury, newly arrived from England, calls to see Sir Thomas. Later, they are joined by Captain Morgan. While Sir Thomas is out of the room, the Colonel and Morgan talk of Antoinette de Lacy. From what the Colonel says about her, Morgan becomes suspicious that the Antoinette de Lacy he knows is an imposter. Meanwhile, Dolores and Diaz have set a trap for Hunter and have just found the Aztec necklace in Captain Morgan's cabin.
In your haste, you're forgetting that I take charge of the necklace. Huh?
Indeed you don't.
Have you forgotten? That is my safeguard to make sure I get away to Cuba. You will give it to me or else I'll strangle you here in this cabin. You can't call for help or we'll all be lost, eh?
Oh, you're joking me.
Then release your hold on the necklace. That's better. Thank you. Now I'll place it in my pocket, and next time you'll see him is when we are at sea on our way to Cuba. Oh, I would like to fill my pockets with these jewels. We can have Hunter blamed for taking the necklace, but if we take everything, Morgan might grow a little too suspicious. Here, you close the panel. Oh, I do not like leaving all these beautiful jewels.
We have spent too long in here. We have the necklace. Now we will have to go and see that Hunter disappears. that Hunter is taken and sent to the purgatory for escaped convicts.
We still have plenty of time to reach the Dolphin Tavern and be there before he arrives.
I only hope that girl has the watch waiting.
You can trust Kitty. You've made her hate Jeffrey Hunter so much that she'll make doubly sure that he's retaken tonight. But before we leave the ship, I must go to my quarters just for a little while.
What for? It is dangerous to delay. You will be returning to the ship. You must avoid suspicion. If you are aboard the Flying Gull and Hunter is missing, it will be upon Hunter the blame will fall. But should you disappear, Morgan might become suspicious.
I'm fully aware of that. But I must have everything in readiness so that I can leave at a moment's notice. There are just one or two things I would hate to lose. I shall go to my quarters and get them down. I won't be a moment.
Hurry then. I don't like staying aboard this ship. Morgan might come back. I do not want a repetition of what happened the last time I came looking for the necklace.
You stay here. I'll be back before you realize I've gone.
Captain Morgan certainly knows how to see to his own comfort. The luxurious furnishing of his cabin. The lovely tapestries. And all taken from Spain. The scoundrel. But I now know all his plans. He'll not be pillaging Spain's treasures for long. I will see to that. Back already, the Who are you?
Well, can I believe my eyes? A woman in here aboard the Flying Gull.
Stand back, fellow.
I wondered what was going on here when I saw Diet slinking away from the cabin. Thought I'd have a look. Little guessing I'd find a nice treasure like you.
Keep your distance, man.
Hoity-toity, eh? I remember you. You're the wench we picked up out of the sea. You're the kinswoman to Sir Thomas Motford, aren't you?
I am, so keep a civil tongue in your head. And if you value your life, you will forget I was here tonight.
Looking for the captain, eh? Well, he ain't aboard tonight. It's his bad luck. But maybe it's my good luck, eh?
Don't you talk to me like this. I will scream for help.
That's a joke, that is. Don't you know better than to come aboard a buccaneer's ship, lady? Have you forgotten who the men are that make up the crew? What other help they'd give you? Come on now, pretty, just a little kiss, eh?
Why, you filthy cur!
Show spirit, eh? I'll show you. Oh! What's this you've got clasped in your hand?
Leave go of me. I will have you pay for this.
Open your hand. Come on, open it. Let's see what you've got there. Well, by the Lord Harry, the captain's necklet. So that's what you've been up to, eh?
Who do you want to keep your mouth shut?
Well, now, I've a fancy for that necklet myself. Fine thing this is going to be. Kinswoman of Sir Thomas Motford found in the captain's cabin. Stealing. Maybe you and me could strike a bargain, eh? I like a woman with a bit of fire.
Yes, you have seen too much. You know everything, don't you? You know so much now that it is not safe that you should live. Do you hear me? It is not safe that you should live.
Yeah, what's this you're talking? If you think a bit of a wench can scare me, I tell you...
Quick thinking on your part, Dolores. As soon as I opened the door, I got the meaning of your message.
I pray to the saints you opened the door quietly.
What was he doing here?
He saw you leave and came in to see what was happening. He found me and discovered the necklace in my hand. He threatened me. Who is he?
He was the man on watch tonight. His name is Matthew. He'll never be on watch again. We'll leave him here in the cabin. Yeah. Morgan will think that Matthew surprised Hunter when he was taking the necklace and he killed him, eh? Ah, yeah, it's all to the good. Morgan got great trust in Matthew. He wouldn't like to lose him.
Let us get out of this place. It must be time for us to be at the Dolphin Tavern.
Hunter hasn't left for there yet. Now put the mask over your face just in case someone sees.
Yes, I have it ready.
All right. Now I'll just make sure that the deck and the quayside are deserted.
I would never believe the time could pass so quickly.
Yes, just look at the time.
It's growing late, all right?
Yes, very late. And, Colonel Atterbury, I have a very early start in the morning. I don't think I'm being rude, but I have an appointment for 8:30.
I can take a hint, Sir Thomas.
Isn't it strange, Sir Thomas, that Mademoiselle de Lacy has not returned?
Yes. I've stayed so late, Sir Thomas, purposely to see Antoinette.
Of course, she doesn't know you've arrived, Colonel. Had she known you were going to call, wild horses wouldn't have dragged her out of the house tonight. She had no idea you were in Jamaica. Had no idea you'd ever left England. But you're not leaving Jamaica tomorrow, are you?
No. I shall be here for some time yet.
Oh, well, come and have lunch tomorrow. I'll tell Antoinette first thing in the morning that you're here, and she will be pleased.
I wonder.
What's that, Morgan?
After all, Sir Thomas, things out here are different from England, and people, as time goes by, often change their opinion about other people.
Oh, you're talking nonsense. I'll send a slave out for a carriage to drive you back.
No, not for me, thank you, Sir Thomas. It's such a lovely night, I think I'd like to walk. How about you, Captain Morgan?
I'm delighted to accompany you.
If you'll have one of your slaves, Sir Thomas, fetch my sword and hat, we'll leave right away. I must say I'm devilish disappointed at not seeing Antoinette tonight.
And so am I.
Oh, you're very quiet, Captain Morgan. Very quiet. You've hardly uttered a word from the house to the quayside.
Look, you, Colonel. It's a very worried man that I am.
Huh? Your suspicions about the girl you know as Antoinette de Lacy have been growing as the evening went by, eh?
Yes, it's worried I am. There's so much that has come into my mind. The things that have happened in the past that confirm my suspicions.
Well, men, what are they?
How quickly she accustomed herself to the ways in Jamaica. One or two remarks that she let pass.
What sort of remarks?
Well, times there have been when I've been with Sir Thomas and the girl I know as Antoinette de Lacy.
Yeah?
Sir Thomas has talked of his own home, and looking back, it now seems to me that she was never keen to discuss things with him. She always changed the subject. I remember once when they were talking about Motford Castle.
Motford Castle? Oh, what was said? I know the castle very well. It's second home to me.
It concerns some fruit trees. It was the girl who mentioned peach trees. And when Sir Thomas said that he'd given orders for the peach trees to be cut down, she said that she was thinking of apricot trees.
Apricot trees? Apricot trees? I don't seem to be able to remember there were ever being any apricot trees in the orchard at Motford Castle.
Every moment my apprehension grows. Every moment. I firmly believe that the real Antoinette de Lacy was taken by the Spaniards when they plundered the ship on which she was traveling, and that they've kept her and put in her place this spy.
Well, Captain Morgan, tomorrow I will either confirm or explode your theories about this girl.
But don't you see, man, tomorrow morning might be too late. Sir Thomas will tell the girl tonight that you're here in Jamaica and that you're coming to lunch. If she's an impostor, she'll either escape or make absolutely certain that you do not see her.
Yes, of course. Oh, we've been fools, Morgan. We should have stayed until the girl came home.
Let's retrace our footsteps, and we'll watch for her to return. We can hide in the gardens.
Maybe it'll be too late.
No. To get back to the house, she must pass along this road. And no carriage has passed us this night.
Oh, but Morgan, it's so dark. How could we possibly get a good look at her?
Don't you remember, man, there's a lantern hanging over the front door? It has kept alight all night. In order to get inside the house, she must pass underneath the lantern. We can hide in the shadows and watch for her to return. And when she does return, you will be able to identify her.
All right, Captain Morgan. Let's go back and wait.
Now a trap is being set for Dolores. You will hear more of these things in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores, aided by Diaz, has at last gained possession of the Aztec necklet. But in taking it from Captain Morgan's cabin, Diaz is forced to kill a seaman named Matthew. At Sir Thomas's home, Morgan and Colonel Atterbury wait for Dolores to return. But it grows late, and they are forced to leave. While walking towards the docks, Morgan discusses with the Colonel the girl he believes to be Antoinette de Lacy. The more they talk about her, the more convinced Morgan becomes that she is an impostor. Feeling uneasy, they decide to return to the house and head to the garden, and there wait for her return so as to give the Colonel an opportunity of identifying the girl.
I only hope, Captain Morgan, we're not wasting our time. I admit I was looking forward to a good night's sleep.
If the girl is an impostor and a Spanish spy to boot, as I suspect, our waiting will be well worthwhile.
Is there something personal in your agitation to know the truth?
That there is. If the girl's an impostor, she's completely pulled the wool over my eyes. And no man has ever done that. You think I like having that done to me? Especially by a woman. Know you, Colonel Atterbury, I once found the wench in my cabin. She was seeking a treasure I once took from the Spaniards. A treasure in the name of the Aztec necklet. She told me that she'd been forced to do it by Sir Thomas Motford. And I, like a fool, believed her story.
She told you that? But Sir Thomas would never do a thing like that. I've known him for years.
But you see, Colonel, Sir Thomas Motford doesn't trust me, and I don't trust him.
I assure you the girl was lying. She was there for purposes of her own, and certainly Antoinette de Lacy would not do such a thing.
This girl's been showing far too much interest in my plans. She made it too obvious that she wished to be friends with my lieutenant, Geoffrey Hunter. I'd like to know just how much the young fool has told her.
Yes, I can understand your worry, Captain Morgan.
I'll have no peace of mind this night unless I discover the truth. Unless I know for certain whether this girl is Antoinette de Lacy or an impostor.
We're approaching the gardens now. Show me a hiding place, and we'll lie in wait for her.
Have the carriage pull up here, Dolores. That's the Dolphin Tavern just here.
Right, stop the carriage.
You sure you can trust the coachman?
I warned him before I set out that should he open his mouth to anyone about tonight's doings, I'd have him flogged to death.
We cannot take too many risks. Remember you told me it would be a week before the ship comes to take us off Jamaica.
You can leave it to me. I am careful in my plans. My life is at stake as much as yours should you be discovered. Everything is very quiet.
Hunter hasn't left yet. Yeah, we're ahead of him.
And the girl, Kitty. What arrangements has she made for the taking of Hunter?
I left her to get in touch with the watch. And they'll be here now, lying in wait for Hunter to come.
And when he comes, what then?
I've left it to Kitty to arrange the actual taking of the man. Oh, look. Here she is approaching now. Make sure your mask completely covers your face. Wouldn't do for it to recognize you just yet.
I've taken every precaution.
Is that you there in the carriage, Jeff?
Yeah, Kitty, I'm here. You step up close so that I can talk to you softly. Yeah, that's better. What arrangement do you make?
The watch is here, hiding in the shadows.
And you've arranged what you're to do?
Yes. As soon as Hunter comes, I'll go to meet him. And when the watch see me talking to him, they'll know he's the escaped convict they seek. And they'll come and take him away.
And they believe your story that he was an escaped convict?
They'll take him into custody first. And when I give them the name of the convict who exposed him, they can check up with him in the morning.
All right, Kitty. Now, as soon as Hunter is taken by the watch, I want you to return to this carriage.
I'll have to go back to the tavern. Already they will have missed me.
You will return here to me, do you understand? There are certain instructions I have to give you. Instructions which will definitely lose for Hunter any friends he might have who would wish to help him. Now, quickly, you go back to your place and wait for him. Shh. I hear footsteps. This will be him now.
All right. This is the end of everything for Geoffrey Hunter. Geoffrey? Geoffrey, is that you?
Kitty. Kitty, what are you doing out here tonight? Shouldn't you be at the Dolphin Tavern?
Well, I've come to meet you, Geoffrey.
How did you know I was coming tonight? I received a message to meet Captain Morgan here.
It will not be Captain Morgan you'll be meeting. But I've other friends here who would like to see you.
What do you mean? Kitty, what have you done?
Is this the man you were telling us about, Kitty?
Yes, that's Geoffrey Hunter, the escaped convict.
Kitty, you've done this to me. Take your hands off me.
want to take me away or take me by force?
Listen, don't be a fool. I have 3 of my men here with me. If you don't come away easy like, we'll lay you low with a cudgel and then take you off. Well, you're coming quietly.
Kitty, do you know what you've done?
Sure, I know what I've done. I've made you realize that you're just like the rest of us. Oh, for your high and mighty airs, you're just like the rest of us. The likes of me weren't good enough for you, were they? A fine gentleman like you. You had to pretend you were a fine gentleman and seek your pleasures amongst the high and mighty. And when it come to girl offered you her love, you took it. And then you threw it back because she was not good enough for you. Well, let's see now how many fine friends you have.
I did try to help you, Kitty. I did want to do everything I could for you. It wasn't my fault I couldn't fall in love with you. I would have done something for you in time. Kitty, you don't realize just what you've done.
I do, Geoffrey, I do. I've got you down to my level.
When you realize just what you've done, go and get in touch with Captain Morgan. Go and tell him what has happened.
Come on now, I can't hang around here all night with you.
All right. I'm coming. Kitty, I'm sorry you felt that you had to do this to me. Yet I think that I can understand. All the jealousy and bitterness must have eaten so deeply into your heart that you just can't see anything else. I suppose, Kitty, it has all been my fault. But if you can possibly find room in your heart for regret, get a message to Captain Morgan as quickly as you can. And you can tell Dietz me that someday, in some way, he and I will meet again. All right, you men, you better do your duty.
Geoffrey, no. No, don't, Sam. No, don't take him away. Please don't take him away from me. It's all a mistake. I lied about him. He's not an escaped convict, really. He's not. I lied. Don't take him away. Please don't.
All right, then, Kitty. You'll soon prove that in the morning. But tonight he's staying locked up under my care. Now, come on.
No.
Come on.
No, don't take him. I lied.
Out of my way, Kitty. Stand aside.
It's too late now, Kitty. Too late. Come on. Let's get away out of
No. Geoffrey. Oh, why did I let myself do it? I'll have you freed. I'll go and see Captain Morgan. Oh, forgive me, Geoffrey. Forgive me.
All right, Kitty. All right. Stop your crying. That's enough of that now. What are you crying about? You come with me.
Take your filthy hands from me, Dietz. Why did you let me do it? Why did you let me do such a rotten, cruel thing? They'll send him to the swamps. They'll kill him there. Why do we women have to do such cruel things to the men that we love? Why? Oh, why?
It's too late, Kitty. You should have thought of all this before you did it. Too late now. He has gone forever. So you better stop thinking of it.
I'll go to Captain Morgan and I'll give him Geoffrey's message. Captain Morgan will free and help Geoffrey. He'll take his men and raid the jail and free Geoffrey. Isn't Geoffrey Captain Morgan's friend?
Captain Morgan's friend? Yeah, Kitty, he was. Up till tonight. But now you think things a little different. Captain Morgan will hate Geoffrey Hunter now because tonight Geoffrey Hunter disappears. And what disappears with him? Captain Morgan's Aztec necklace. Captain Morgan will never know where it is that Geoffrey Hunter has gone.
Oh, I'll tell him. I'll go to him now this very moment and I'll tell him, Judge.
Before you do that, Kitty, you'd better gaze upon your reward. That'll make you feel a little bit different, eh? Look, your reward for tonight's work. Isn't it lovely? Look, Kitty, look. There. I tell you something. Kitty, it's yours. Yours.
Why, the Aztec necklace?
Yeah, didn't I tell you, Kitty? Didn't I promise you should have it when Geoffrey Hunter was taken there? I always give my word, Kitty. You see, I'm still very much in love with you. I love you as much as I did before, even more. I give this necklace to you. It's yours.
I don't want it.
Oh, no, you take it. You do whatever you like with it. It's all yours, Kitty. Tonight I took it for you. You see, Hunter, he's disappeared. And what happened? Morgan blamed him for stealing the necklace. That's very good. And where will the necklace be? My little Kitty, she'll have it. Oh, just look at it, Kitty, how it sparkles. Oh, it's beautiful, is it not? Let me put it around your neck.
No.
Yeah, just around your little white neck, below. Yeah. And you know what I want you to do? You wear your little necklace. And you go to the Dolphin Tavern. You let everybody there you see your wedding.
No, I hate it. Take it away. Do you hear me? Take it away. Do you think that I want that necklace bought at the price of the liberty of the man I love? Oh, you must be mad, Dietz. I must undo this knife. I'll just go right out of my mind.
You'd hear me. You'll take it and you'll wear it.
I wouldn't touch it, dear. Not while I have dreadful feeling of blood upon my hands.
You will wear it, Kitty.
I think the odds that the girl is getting is hysterical.
And who are you?
Shall we just say that I am interested in seeing you obey the Act's orders? You will let me put the necklace around your neck. It looks very pretty there now, doesn't it? You will go into the tavern. You will walk through to your quarters. There you will take the necklet off and return to your duties.
And who are you to talk to me like this?
You will do as I say, because unless you do, there are so many unpleasant things that I could think of that could quite easily happen to you. Things which you could never dream could happen to you. At an order from me, you could be delivered into my hands, and the treatment of you would not be gentle. If you carry out the Act's orders, life will be a lot easier for you. You are now involved in something over which you have no control. Your destiny, your very life is in the hollow of my hand. Obey us and you will have freedom. Disobey us and you will know death. Death in the most terrifying way you could ever imagine.
Dolores' cold, merciless tones drum themselves into Kitty's mind. Terror seizes her heart. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Captain Morgan becomes certain in his mind that the girl he knows as Antoinette de Lacy is an impostor. So he and Colonel Atterbury return to the grounds of Sir Thomas Montfort's home to await her return. Meanwhile, Dolores and Diaz, having obtained the Aztec necklet from Morgan's cabin, join Kitty outside the Dolphin Tavern and wait to betray Jeffrey Hunter to the authorities. When Jeffrey arrives, Kitty gives a signal to the men to arrest him. When it is too late, Kitty realizes what she has done, and a wave of remorse and hysteria sweeps over her. Dolores quietly threatens Kitty that unless she pulls herself together, she will have a death more terrible than she could ever imagine.
Who are you to speak to me in this way?
It does not matter who I am. You will just do as you are told. Go back into the tavern as the Art says. Wear the necklet. Go to your quarters. Take the necklet off and return to your duties. That is all that you have to do.
Yes, all right.
And remember, there is to be no nonsense, no foolish behavior. The affair is now taken out of your hands. Now go and carry out our orders.
Yes. Yes, I'll go.
Good. Now, Diaz, back to the carriage.
You are wonderful in dealing with Kitty, Dolores. How did you manage it?
It is all very simple, Diaz. Kitty belongs to a superstitious race. The fact that a masked woman would speak to her like I did was enough to put terror into her heart. Have no fear. She will do exactly as she is told.
Then we have no need to worry about anything, huh?
Wait. I've told her to carry out your instructions. But I have no idea as to why you wish her to do that. I've had to trust you up until now, Diaz, so I will have to trust you further. Will you tell me why you wish her to return to the Dolphin Tavern wearing the necklace?
Yes, surely the reason is obvious. The necklace was stolen this evening. Hunter disappears. It is well known all over Port Royal that Kitty holds Hunter in affection. Tonight, 100 men shall see her walk through the tavern wearing the necklace. 100 men will remember Kitty wearing it. And 100 men will believe, now that Hunter has disappeared, that Hunter took it to give to Kitty.
But once Morgan knows that Kitty has the necklace, do you think he will sit back and not try to see her? Of course he won't. He will not rest until he has seen her.
And not as simple as all that, Dolores. Kitty will not be found in the morning.
Oh, then you are going to take her tonight. Is not that a risk? You know there might be a week's delay before the ship from Cuba calls to take her off this island.
I know. But we had to take the Aztec necklace tonight, and we have to take Kitty tonight.
Yes, but where are we going to take her?
Oh, that is very ironical. Overlooking the swamps, there is an old stone hut. It's been deserted for years. It is there that I shall take Kitty.
And why is that ironical?
Because the swamp over which the hut looks will be the place that Jeffrey Hunter is sent to work. That is the place where all the escaped convicts are sent to die. In that hut she will stay until we leave Jamaica.
And the Aztec necklace?
Then, my dear Dolores, we stay in my possession until we are on the high seas. Your Kitty and me. It will remain in my possession, my dear Dolores, until we are inside of Cuba.
And what of Kitty? Kitty, who has been caught up in a violent maelstrom of emotion. As though hypnotized, she returns to the Dolphin Tavern. Everything has happened so quickly. Her mind is dulled by pain and fear. Tears are smarting her eyes. An unknown terror has laid its icy fingers in her heart. The cold, merciless words spoken to her by the masked woman has brought to her mind all the superstitions born generations back in her Irish ancestry. Hardly conscious of what she is doing, dimly aware in that Irish psychic way that her fate is destined, she threads her way through the dirty, littered tables, passes the foul-mouthed, oathing men, not conscious that a hush falls suddenly over the place. The reflections from the smoking, flickering oil lamps, which dimly pierce the tavern's gloom, have picked out the dazzling brilliance of the necklet, which nestles in the whiteness of Kitty's throat. With the glory of a setting sun, it twinkles like an enchantress's eye in the gloom of the dingy surroundings. Not a man in the tavern has not heard of the Aztec necklet and knows to whom it belongs. 100 pairs of eyes follow her. Their expressions change for the moment from greed to amazement. And then, as their dull brains register the fact, a new expression creeps in. Ugly smiles creep over their face. Tongues gently moisten lips. For Kitty, unaware of the fact, wears the necklet like an ancient Irish queen. But not one man puts forth a hand to detain her. For when the pack is in full cry, the first who makes the move is torn to pieces by the others. Suddenly, a gently swaying curtain catches Kitty's eye. It's the curtain which covers the alcove wherein Geoffrey had taken her in his arms. With the pain of a searing hot iron, the memory of it comes up from the deep recesses of her mind. She tastes once more his kiss, feels the bruising pressure of his lips, knows the strength of his arms, the hunger in his heart.
Oh, Geoffrey, why have I done this to you?
But the tavern brings forth no answer, because she knows the answer. And the actions of hate and jealousy which are once sped can never be recalled. With a strangled sob in her throat, the dammed up emotions are released, and with tears upon her cheeks, she goes to her humble quarters. And on the other side of town, in a verminous, damp cell, chained by the ankle to the stone wall, is Jeffrey Hunter. It is dark, pitch black. Time loses its relativity. It ceases to exist. There is just blackness, dampness, and rats.
So you've come back to make sure I'm still here.
You'll be learning soon, Hunter, that it's wiser for a man in your position to keep his mouth shut.
What do you want? I recognize you now. You're the man who arrested me. For the moment, the brilliance of your lantern rather blinded me. I couldn't make you out.
If you're wise, you'll answer a few questions. Now, don't try any lies, because for the last hour I've been talking to someone. Someone who knows you very well.
Yes?
I had him brought here to the jail especially, just to tell me what he knows about you and your past history. Sent out from England on a convict ship, weren't you?
To whom have you been speaking?
Ah, you must know him. Didn't he recognize you earlier in the Dolphin Tavern? A man named Glegg. It was he who put your little game away, wasn't it?
What else did you learn from him?
I learned that you were sent out not so very long ago. I think I can explain your brief reign of liberty. The convict ship was due here and never arrived, lost in a cyclone. It was thought all hands were lost. You were aboard that, weren't you, Hunter? How did you get ashore? Did any others get away with you? By heavens, man, will you answer me?
I'm not admitting anything.
Don't you realize what you're going to? What's going to happen to you? We treat escaped convicts and escaped slaves the same way as we treat murderers. You're going to your death, Hunter. You're going to work in the swamps. You know how long a man lives there. If he lives 10 days, we think he lives to a ripe old age. The alligators don't get him. The snakes do. The cards are stacked against you, Hunter. Now, why don't you be reasonable and listen to me? Give me the information I require, and who knows? I might be able to make it a little easier for you. Now, tell me about that ship that went down. Did any others come ashore with you?
I am not such a fool as to tell you, mister. There's nothing that you can do to save me from going to the swamps. You just want me to tell you so as to make your task easier. I'm not going to do it. If you want to know anything, you can find out for yourself.
All right, Hunter. You'll get everything that's coming to you. You can have no idea of the hell you're going to, the pain and the humiliation you're going to suffer.
I'll risk that.
You seem pretty sure of yourself, don't you? You think there might be something to stop you going there, eh?
I have friends.
There's not a person on this island who can stop your going just where you're going tomorrow.
I think we can congratulate ourselves on a successful evening, Dolores.
It has all taken longer than I thought. The hour must be late. Oh, I hope Sir Thomas Montfort doesn't realize the time I reach home and start asking me awkward questions. Now, Diaz, we have to keep our heads. Nothing must go wrong in the next week before the ship comes to take us to Cuba. What about the necklace?
Have no fear. It will not remain long in Kitty's possession.
It had better not. Too many people saw her wearing it tonight. Too many others are anxious to get their hands on it. Tell me, what is your program? Are you returning to your ship?
Later, yes. But first of all, I have to deal with Kitty. You see, she will finish her duties in the tavern not long before dawn, and then she's free to retire to her quarters for a few hours. When she goes there, I'll be waiting for her, and in the grey light of dawn, I'll take her to the hiding place. There she will be kept prisoner till our ship sails for Cuba.
Yes, and then?
And then what is done, when all that is done, I return to the ship. I'll express surprise and dismay when Captain Morgan finds the body of Matthew and discovers that the necklet is missing.
Well, it is almost done, Diaz. Goodbye now. Play your part well, and we will succeed in everything.
And I know you'll not try to betray me, because I hold the Aztec necklet.
It's getting deuced late, Morgan. I'm getting cramped crouching here in these bushes.
Yes, that I know. I'm getting worried, Colonel Atterbury.
Do you think the girl has somehow managed to give us the slip and is already in the house?
No, that couldn't be possible. I wonder what the devil the girl could be up to. Listen. The carriage returning at last. Still a long way off. A noise carries at this time of day over great distances. Look, Colonel. On the veranda, not far from the front door, there's a green sun curtain. What say we go there? We'll be able to observe this woman at much closer quarters.
Do you think she will see us?
No, it'll be very dark there. But she'll be standing under the hanging lantern when she opens the front door.
All right. Let's run across now.
Right.
I only hope we have the time to conceal ourselves before she arrives.
Yes. It's still some way off. Just past the front door and we'll be in the shelter of the curtain.
What the devil?
Colonel Atterbury. Captain Morgan, what in the name of thunder are you doing here? This is an unforeseen circumstance. Dolores is about to arrive, but should she find Sir Thomas, Morgan, and Colonel Atterbury talking at this late hour, surely her suspicions must be aroused. Don't miss the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan.
Afloat with Henry Morgan.
Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Dolores and Diaz are successful in taking from Morgan's cabin the Aztec necklet, but a seaman named Matthew who discovers them is killed. Kitty, with their aid, has Jeffrey Hunter taken by the authorities, and when it is done, she is overcome by remorse and a strange fear of the threats made by Dolores. Wearing the Aztec necklet, she returns to the Dolphin Tavern, and those who are there are amazed that she should be wearing the jewelry so highly prized by Henry Morgan. Diaz tells Dolores, before she returns home, that he will kidnap Kitty before dawn. Captain Morgan and Colonel Atterbury wait in the grounds for Dolores to return. In the stillness, they hear the carriage approaching afar off, and they move to the veranda to enable them to see Dolores at closer quarters. Suddenly the door opens, and they're confronted by Sir Thomas Montfort, who demands to know what they are doing.
What is the meaning of this?
Sir Thomas, there is no time for explanations now. Just believe us or you'll spoil everything.
What are you doing, snooping around the veranda at this time of the morning?
Thomas, you're my friend. This is serious, very serious. There is no time for explanations now. If that carriage comes into sight and we are discovered here talking to you, all will be lost.
That is why I'm down here. Antoinette has not returned home. I've been awake all night worrying. I heard the carriage coming, so I came downstairs to let her in.
What we have to tell you concerns the woman in that carriage. Sir Thomas, the carriage is almost here, and if we're discovered talking to you... But Colonel Atterbury, if he won't listen to reason, we must force him to. That woman must not see us here.
Thomas, we mean business. Take us inside the house and we'll explain everything.
Well, all right. But by heavens, you have some explaining to do.
Now close the door. That's right. We're only just in time. Let's go into this room over here, quickly.
Well, There's no time for explanations yet, Thomas.
Now, don't close the door. Just leave it a little open. We'll be able to watch you go up the stairs. As for you, Sir Thomas, if you call out or raise your voice to this woman, I promise you you'll be sorry for it. She's going up the stairs now. Can you see her well enough to recognize her? No, confound it. It's too dark. She's turned the bend in the staircase.
Now, will you please give me an explanation?
For heaven's sake, keep your voice down.
If you don't tell me the meaning of this tomfoolery, I'll call the slaves and have you dealt with. Your conduct is outrageous. You left my home hours ago, and I come downstairs and see you snooping around my home. You're terrified of seeing Antoinette. What's the meaning of it all?
It isn't easy to tell you, but, well, earlier tonight, while you were out getting some port, Captain Morgan and I were talking, and we discussed the woman who has just gone upstairs.
Why do you keep saying the woman when you mean Antoinette? I've had enough of this buffoonery.
Will you keep your voice down?
Sir Thomas, Captain Morgan was telling me about this woman's visit to you, and I expressed to him just how much I was looking forward to seeing Antoinette again.
Well, this explains nothing.
Have patience, man.
In some way, the conversation turned to Antoinette's colouring. Captain Morgan swore she has brown eyes, but the Antoinette de Lacy I brought from France to your home in England, and then from your home to a vessel sailing for here, had black hair and blue eyes. I'm not making a mistake. I saw too much of her to be mistaken.
But that isn't possible.
And some other things that I've told Colonel Atterbury. It would seem that the woman upstairs is not Antoinette de Lacy, but an imposter. I believe the real Antoinette was taken captive by the Spanish when they took the Elizabeth Ann. And this woman has been substituted in her place. Not only is she an imposter, but she's a spy. That's why we returned tonight. Colonel Atterbury wished to see this woman at closer quarters. He could tell in an instant whether she was genuine or an imposter. We weren't going to worry you until we were sure of our suspicions.
The girl upstairs knows all about my family and my home.
I'm about to engage on a perilous expedition, Sir Thomas. I have no wish for a spy to return to the coast of South America and inform them of my plans. So, if for no other reason, you must go upstairs and bring that girl down to us.
And I tell you I'll not have her humiliated. I demand that you tell me more, and then I'll judge whether your suspicions are correct.
All right, Sir Thomas.
I'll tell you everything.
But what of the woman who has caused this violent argument in that room downstairs? Believing that all were quiet in bed, Dolores softly slips into her room, and once safely there, she lets the weariness which she has held at bay envelop her. The strain of the night is over. The tension is gone. Complete success is almost within her grasp. Vaguely in grey, the objects in the room take distorted shapes in that light which isn't light, that precedes the dawn.
Just to rest and lie on the bed. Oh, I cannot wait to even take off my clothes.
Without even removing her black cloak, Dolores sinks into the welcome embraces of her bed, lets it sensuously enfold her. Luxuriously she stretches out and lies quite still. Pictures flash across her mind. The seaman surprising her in Morgan's cabin. The cold, dispassionate way she viewed his death. That look of incredulous dismay on Geoffrey Hunter's face when he realized Kitty had betrayed him. The Aztec necklet gleaming wickedly on Kitty's neck. And suddenly a cold sweat breaks out on her hands and forehead. Fear and apprehension spring from the pit of her stomach.
What if the uncle was the kidnapping of Kitty? What if someone else takes the necklet before he does?
Struggling to kill the fear that is born at that dead hour between night and day, Dolores tries to think of other things. Looks out through the open window, up into the sky. The stars are turning a watery pale. There's a grey-yellow tinge in the heavens. Dawn is putting her magic on the world. The objects in the room are taking their proper shape. Idly, she tries to make her mind a blank. And as her fear quietens, there dimly seeps through her mind that there is a sound foreign to these surroundings. Instantly alert, she listens. The sounds establish themselves. Voices. Low, urgent murmurs. What does it mean, and coming whence?
Who can be up and talking at this time? And with whom?
Swiftly and silently she goes from the bed to the open window and listens. The voices are clear, but still indistinct. They're coming from the room below. With the instinct of a hunted animal, she goes to the door, opens it, and listens. There is no one about, just the low murmur from downstairs. Silently as an animal of the jungle, she goes to the head of the curved staircase and down. Nearer come the voices.
They are in that room over there. The one with the door a little open.
Suddenly, a voice becomes distinct.
But how can we be sure?
It is Sir Thomas Montfort's. And she pauses to see who replies.
There's only one thing you can do to prove whether or not that girl whom you call Antoinette is an impostor, and that is to go upstairs yourself and bring her down here to us. Then I can identify her.
Impostor? Identify her? Ominous words. Words of doom to Dolores. This strange voice she doesn't recognize. To whom does it belong? That doesn't matter. She only knows it possibly belongs to someone who was well acquainted with the real Antoinette de Lacy. Flight before discovery. But to where? It doesn't matter. Escape from out of the net which threatens to enclose her. Her only plans are immediate. Down the long passage, out through the kitchens, into the yard at the back, over to the stables. By some delay, the horse has not been taken from the carriage in which she returned. The drowsy slave attending to it turns in amazement to her. With a savageness born of panic, she thrusts him to one side and leaps into the coachman's seat, grabs the reins and urges the high-bred horse into activity. Back in that front downstairs room, Morgan and Colonel Atterbury wait to hear Sir Thomas Montford's reply to the Colonel's demand.
Well, Sir Thomas, what are you going to do about this? It seems to me that Colonel Atterbury's request is a very reasonable one. And it should, for once and all, remove any possible doubt, or else confirm our own suspicions.
Oh. Well, after all that you've told me, it seems to be the only thing that I can do. I don't know, I don't want to be hasty about this. You see, it's like this. If the girl is innocent, it seems a very humiliating thing to do to her. Look, I suggest, Captain Morgan, that we wait until breakfast time. And then you, Colonel Atterbury, could come casually over to the house and see this woman. By doing this, you would put no doubt in her mind. Can't you understand if I go upstairs now and bring her down to you both at this late hour in the morning, and then find out that you were mistaken?
Sir Thomas, after telling you all these things, surely you must believe that we're right. We can't be wrong. Why, that story she told me when I found her in my cabin aboard the Flying Gull. She said that you'd sent her there to take the Aztec necklet. Surely, Sir Thomas, that must prove that there's something suspicious and wrong about this girl who calls herself Antoinette de Lacy. Let's get this business over once and for all. Go upstairs now, Sir Thomas, and bring her down for Colonel Atterbury to identify her.
All right,
What's that?
Look, there, a carriage. Going down the driveway.
Let me see. Why, look, Sir Thomas. It's light enough to just make out who it is. It's that girl up there in the coachman's seat. She's driving down the drive. She's heard us talking. She knows that we know about her. This proves that our suspicions were right. But she must not get away. We must catch her.
Dolores has a start on the three men. But even if she does escape from them, what is she going to do? A hunted fugitive on an enemy's island. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores feels that her plans will succeed. The Aztec necklet is almost once again within her grasp. Jeffrey Hunter has been taken and has disappeared, and so will be blamed by Captain Morgan for the theft of the necklet. Dolores is in possession of Morgan's plans and so can effect his capture. All she has to do is wait for the ship to arrive, which is to take her back to Cuba. But fate has been working against Dolores. A Colonel Atterbury, who knows the real Antoinette de Lacy, has arrived in Jamaica, and after talking with Captain Morgan, they believe that the woman known as Antoinette is an impostor. So they return to await her homecoming. There they are discovered by Sir Thomas, to whom they tell all their suspicions. Together they watch Dolores return, but it is too dark for the Colonel to identify her. Upstairs, Dolores hears their voices and creeps down to hear them. She soon overhears their suspicions, and knowing that they can be verified, she escapes in a carriage. Hearing her go down the drive and seeing her in the coachman's seat convinces Morgan that she is an impostor and must be captured at once.
There's your proof, Sir Thomas. The woman on that carriage driving away like that.
The whole thing has just gone entirely beyond me.
She must have been listening outside the door, and she must have heard our voices and come downstairs to investigate. Well, she knows we're after her. That's why she's gone. Perhaps she isn't the Antoinette de Lacy I knew in England.
She's a spy sent out by Spain. I wonder just how much she does know. Let's not waste any more time. She must be caught and brought back. 3 horses, Sir Thomas, and at once. We must set off in pursuit. I'll not return to my ship until that woman is found.
But I'm in my night attire. I'm not ready.
I'll go and order the horses. And while they're being saddled, you throw some clothes on, Sir Thomas. We've already wasted precious time.
Quickly, Captain Morgan seizes hanging bell ropes and continues pulling them until slaves with sleep in their eyes make their appearance. Hastily demanding 3 of the fastest horses, Morgan and Colonel Atterbury follow the slaves to the stables. Morgan's oaths hasten sleep from their bodies, and with nimble fingers the horses are bridled and saddled as Sir Thomas makes his reappearance, still fumbling with obstinate buttons. Without a word, the 3 men swing up into the saddles, and the blood horses, sprightly and fresh, churn up the gravel beneath their hooves, splaying out sharp, stinging pebbles. Around the drive they swing and out onto the highway. The equipage is a long way out of sight, but their horses are fresh, unimpeded by a carriage. The sky in the east changes from grey to yellow, and dawn gazes with amazement on this astonishing scene. The horse's nostrils become distended as it tries to outpace the other as it is urged on by its rider. Flecks of foam form around their mouths. Their bodies stretch and their muscles strain. Down the road, around the curve, still an empty highway lies ahead. Lighter grows the sky. Slaves out working from the first streak of daylight pause to watch the maddened horseman. Around another bend, still an empty highway, and a fork in the road. Reins are pulled hard against mouths. The pace was checked. Snorting, panting, stamping, the horses are pulled to a standstill. Silence again, except for the awakening birds.
Well, which way now?
Don't know. I can't see from the tracks. This highway's too well used.
Well, to me, it looks as though she went this way. Look where the gravel is sprayed out, as though the fork was taken at a very high speed.
You may be right, Captain Morgan, but she could have gone the other way.
Well, there's only one way to find out. You take one road and I'll take the other.
And I'd better go back home. There's little use my coming with you. I can get things moving from Government House. I'll call the militia out. I'll have the island searched from top to bottom, from side to side.
You can call out the soldiers in my name, Sir Thomas. The ones who came with me in the convict ship.
Right.
We all better meet here at the crossroads again in 1 hour's time. If she's ahead in the carriage, we must catch up before then.
Very well. The three of us meet here at the crossroads in 1 hour's time.
The bit bites deeply into the horse's mouth as Captain Morgan savagely pulls his head round. Startled, the beast rears on its hind legs, momentarily pawing the air. Then, feeling the urgency of its rider's haste, bounds with the speed of a sped arrow. The mad, urgent race is on again. Over the crest of rises, down the dips and the roads, on and on, forever urging greater speed. Around another curve, still an empty road. Can it be that Colonel Atterbury is following the right trail? The road turns to a sharp incline. If Captain Morgan is right, the carriage can't be far ahead. Feeling the uphill grade beneath its hooves, the horse begins to labor. Making a break in the rhythm of its gallop, carefully Morgan nurses his mount. The crest of the hill is reached. The laboring horse readily responds to Morgan's restraining hand and comes to a halt. Eagerly, Captain Morgan scans downhill, and his quick eyes catches a moving object, the carriage down below. The chase's end in sight. Digging his heels into the beast's flanks, the horse, refreshed by the brief respite, hardly lets its hooves touch the ground. Careless of any danger, horse and man speed onwards. Level ground is reached. The carriage sways on ahead. Slowly, ever so slowly, the distance between them lessens. But horseflesh is tiring. With the end so near, Captain Morgan spurs it on. Nearer, nearer. The air is filled with carriage wheels and galloping hooves. Nearer, nearer. The rear of the carriage is overtaken. Nearer, nearer. Riding alongside. Nearer, nearer. Level with the coachman's seat. But the coachman's seat is empty. Captain Morgan is chasing an empty runaway carriage. Gently edges nearer the other horse's head. Pace for pace, the two horses gallop together. Morgan reaches for the other horse's reins. Both horses, tired, are willing to be brought to a standstill.
So, the witch has beaten us. Left the carriage to go careering on.
Leaving the horse and carriage at the roadside, Captain Morgan remounts and returns eventually to the fork in the road. He is late. The others are already awaiting him.
Well, Morgan, you'll return empty-handed just like I did. I saw no sign of her.
Neither did I. But I found the carriage.
You did? Where?
It's some miles along the road. Sir Thomas, you've got to send some of your slaves out there to pick it up. The poor horse is worn to a frazzle. He won't go far.
And the girl masquerading as Antoinette, what of her?
She's been far too smart for us, Sir Thomas. She was not in the carriage.
Not in it? Why, what do you mean, Captain Morgan? Where is she?
That I don't know, Colonel Atterbury. This woman must have realized that the chase would not be far behind her, and that our horses would be fresher and would soon outpace her carriage. So, having got what she considered a safe distance between herself and us, she no doubt pulled her carriage up and then dismounted. She must then have whipped the horse into a gallop and sent it careering along the road on its own.
Then where do we start to look? Where do you think she could be hiding?
By now, Sir Thomas, she could be anywhere.
Well, Morgan, she won't get very far because I have aroused the militia. I also called out all Colonel Atterbury's troops aboard the convict ship. She won't be able to escape us. The soldiers will find her before long and bring her back. Have no fear of that.
I wish I had your confidence.
But don't you see, Captain Morgan, Jamaica is an island. She can't possibly get off it.
How do we know? How do we know what arrangements she might have made in preparation for such a circumstance? She's a clever woman. And I somehow think, Colonel Atterbury, that we've been completely outwitted by a woman.
But I've called out the troops. She can't have got very far. She can't yet have got into the wilderness to hide. The soldiers will recapture her, you see, Morgan.
No, Sir Thomas. This woman has been far too smart for us ever since the very beginning. I somehow feel that she has made preparations for such an occurrence.
But how could she? No, Morgan, I think you're making a mistake. She is in flight trusting to luck.
I don't think she's the kind of person who would leave things to luck. I can't help remembering everything that we know about this woman.
What exactly do we know about her?
Well, I'm thinking of how well she must have planned this whole thing. It takes courage and careful plotting to do what she did. To set out from Cuba masquerading as a kinswoman of the governor of Jamaica. Yes, there was very little that she left to chance. The only possible thing that could happen to expose her was the arrival of you, Colonel Atterbury. Someone who knew her in England. And it did happen. But that chance was so very remote, it was a chance that she had to take, and so she took it. Yes, there was very little, Sir Thomas, that she knew about your family, if you remember.
Yes. Coming to think about it, she was always reluctant to discuss the family in my home. Yes, I can remember many conversations we had, and always when I mentioned it, she switched the conversation. There was always something else to talk about.
Yes, I remembered all that, but at the time you didn't seem to notice it.
No, it's only by comparing those times to what we know now that I realize.
Yes, and then there was the brazen way in which she blamed you, Sir Thomas, at the time that I found her in my cabin. She told me that tale with such conviction that I believed her. And of course, she knew that I didn't trust you. And there are dozens of incidents that I could call to mind that showed just how carefully she'd laid her plans and how little risk she was really taking. Now I come to think of it, that is why, Sir Thomas, that even the sudden plans for her escape will be made. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we never set eyes on her again.
And can't you see the position in which I'm placed? Well, Morgan, when this becomes public gossip in Jamaica, I'll be the laughing stock in all Port Royal.
I'm not at all concerned about you, Sir Thomas. What is worrying me is my own future plans. I don't know what the woman knows of them. Maybe she knows too much already. That's why we must catch her. Now, just exactly what could she have learned?
Nothing at all. Never have I discussed with her any of your plans. She knows absolutely nothing.
By heavens, I know what she might have done and to where she might have gone. That woman formed a great attachment with Geoffrey Hunter. Do you remember? I wonder could she have gone back to my ship, the Flying Gull, to see him. Sir Thomas, Colonel Atterbury, let us return to the Flying Gull at once.
But there is a surprise awaiting Captain Morgan when he returns to his ship, the Flying Gull. There is a dead man in his cabin. The famous Aztec necklet has been stolen, and Geoffrey Hunter is missing. And what of Kitty? It is long past dawn. Has Diaz got her and the Aztec necklet? Make sure you hear the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Just when Dolores believes that her plans are bound to succeed, fate in the form of Colonel Atterbury strikes at her. From what he tells of the real Antoinette de Lacy, Morgan and Sir Thomas believe her to be an impostor. As they are preparing to unmask her, she overhears them, and taking a horse and light carriage, flees into the grey light of an early dawn. Seeing her escape confirms all the men's suspicions, and they set off in pursuit. Morgan catches up with the carriage eventually, only to find it empty. Dolores had dismounted at an unknown spot and had sent the horse and carriage on. Returning, Sir Thomas calls out the militia to hunt for her. Then Morgan remembers her friendship with Geoffrey Hunter and thinks perhaps she might have gone to his ship, the Flying Gull.
Go to your ship, the Flying Gull? Why, Captain Morgan, would you do that? That would be the very worst place for it to go.
It would be from now on. But remember, she has a good start on us.
This man Hunter, who is he?
He's a member of my crew, a fine type of man. He formed an attachment for this woman. Then, of course, we believed it to be Antoinette de Lacy. You can see now why she was so interested in Hunter. She hoped to pump him, get all the information she could from him.
Do you think she might have been successful?
I don't know. I'm only certain that Hunter wouldn't willingly betray a trust. When a woman makes up a mind to wheedle something out of a man, she usually gets it without him realizing that she's doing it.
And do you think she might have gone to this man Hunter? Because of the attachment between them, she's most probably asked him to help her.
Well, it seems an obvious thing for her to do if she has no other friends to help her or that she can trust on the island.
But if Hunter did that, he'd be helping a spy.
But he's a man and she is a woman, and that makes the difference.
Captain Morgan has made the only suggestion as to where we can start to look for this woman. I think we'd better act on it.
Well, we're a fair distance away from the port, and she's a long way ahead of us. Let's go right away and not give her any more start.
And so Dolores at this moment seems to have escaped the wrath of the three men. But what of Kitty, and how has she fared? It is now long past the hour that Diaz told Dolores he would kidnap Kitty and regain possession of the Aztec necklet. And so we must put back the clock, go beyond these few hours of daylight into that time when the stars were beginning to dim and the black curtain of the dark was starting in the east to have thrown against it the pale shadows of approaching dawn. The Dolphin Tavern is now almost empty. Those who remain are incapable of arousing themselves from their drunken stupor. Limply they sprawl across the tables, bodies inert and heavy. Filth and stains and broken glass litter the floor. The lamps, black with smoke, still flicker a guttered light from their untrimmed wicks. Sordidness and depravity on every hand. But tonight, Kitty has not been conscious of these surroundings, as though in the world and yet not part of it. As though her mind were divided from her body, she's gone about her tasks like a puppet, pulled by wires, laughed and talked, bantered without knowing it, as a doll who has no soul or mind, just sawdust and clockwork inside. She had gone to her quarters and removed the necklet, as bidden by Diaz, and then returned to her duties. Greedy and curious were the eyes that followed her, yet no one dared to touch upon the subject of the necklet. These men had been schooled in life's hardest way, where a word spoken out of turn could meet a knife between the ribs. So each man kept his counsel and his thoughts. Now the night is over. Though indescribably fatigued, Kitty begins to feel the numbness leave her mind. The power for thought and realization is returning. Horror once again clutches at her heart. Horror and fear.
What did that woman mean? And who is she?
But that wonderment is only a small portion of the mind. It is the horror of that which he has done to Geoffrey Hunter which floods all else out and brings that ache of despair and remorse. She knows to where he is going. His death, torturous and slow. Men never come back alive from the swamps. And she alone has sent him there because she loves him. Love? What kind of love is that? Mean, jealous, hateful love, the love of a base, degraded woman.
What have I done? What have I done, and why? Oh, he was right. How could a treacherous creature like me ever win his love?
But what is done is done. A spoken word cannot be recalled, nor a sped arrow, nor a jealous action. With a quick shake of her head as though to ward off these despairing thoughts, Kitty, with effort, takes herself to her humble quarters. Everything is quiet. Very quiet. But what was that Geoffrey said as they took him away? Quickly her mind seizes on that half thought, drags it forth into her consciousness until it is clear like a beacon on a rocky shore.
He said, if I could find room in my heart for regret, get a message to Captain Morgan.
Like a shaft of sunlight breaking through a thundercloud, hope for a chance of redemption is born in her heart. Weariness drops from her. Her mind is clear. Captain Morgan must know what is happening. If necessary, he will raise the jail to set him free.
And the necklet. Of course, the necklet. I'll return it to him. He'll see that Diaz is punished, and he'll set Geoffrey free. I know he'll set him free. I know he will.
With feverish hands, she unearths the necklet from the place it is hidden and looks at it as it lies in her hand. This bauble she once wanted, was willing to pay any price for it, but now it is worth less to her than the dust upon the floor. Snatching a shawl, she throws it about her shoulders and turns to rush from the room. Then her eyes open wide in terror. A hand flies to her mouth. For standing in the doorway...
Diaz!
Diaz stands, says nothing, and in the half-light of dawn his eyes gleam coldly with the light of triumph. The certainty of the grim sneer which wrinkles over his corner of his lips strikes a new terror in Kitty's heart. The snake's gaze holds a bird, so does Diaz hold Kitty's eyes in his gaze. With an effort, she makes her eyes drop and see that he's holding within his hands a coil of thin rope. The certainty of disaster, the futility of escape floods over her. She wants to open her throat and scream, but no sound will come. Quietly she edges backwards. And slowly he comes forward.
Diaz, what are you doing here? What are you going to do?
Slowly he comes towards her. Never before has Diaz seen Kitty afraid. Always she'd been so sure of herself, but now here's the master. And the feeling of power thunders in his head. It forms as a red mist before his eyes. The desire to hold this beautiful creature, to have her entirely at his mercy, is overwhelming. And all this Kitty can read in his face. Hard up against the wall she stands, cornered like an animal of the forest. And nearer comes the beast. Then suddenly he springs. The rope drops to the floor as he puts forth his hands to grab her. Cruel hands which dig deep into her flesh. Too terrified to struggle, she lies helpless in his arms. Then the feeling of bruising flesh tells her that he's forcing open her hand, the hand which opens the necklet. Relaxing, she lets it drop to the floor. And in doing so, the will to fight returns to her. Fiercely she struggles with him, scratching, fighting, kicking, but she can't break his iron grip. With horror she feels one hand creep up and around her throat. Tighter becomes the pressure. The room swims before her. Her heart echoes its pounding. Her eyes seem to burst from her head. Everything seems to go further and further away, until everything is gone. Feeling her go limp, Diaz releases his pressure and lets her fall to the floor. Quickly he feels her heart. She lives. He takes the rope and binds her wrists and ankles. He pockets the Aztec necklet and then quickly swings her unconscious body over his shoulder. Cautiously, he makes his way through the Dolphin Tavern. He goes out into the street. All is quiet. Port Royal still sleeps. A closed-in carriage stands across the road. Opening the door, he tips the unconscious girl inside. And then he stares in amazement.
Why, Dolores, what is this? You're here in this carriage. What are you doing here? What does it mean?
Don't ask me any questions now, Diaz. There is no time for me to answer them.
You heard what I said. What does it all mean? What has gone wrong with our plan? Something has gone wrong, I know. Has Captain Morgan discovered the truth about the Aztec necklet? Now tell me. Does he know that we took it?
No, Diaz. Don't be a fool. It isn't that. I will tell you later on all about it. You have the woman Kitty. Good. And you have the Aztec necklet back?
Yes, I have it here, Dolores. I told you had nothing to worry about. Now, will you not tell me just what you're doing here in this carriage? Why are you not back at Sir Thomas Moffat's house where you should be? Dolores, will you tell me what has gone wrong?
Oh, it is nothing, Diaz. Nothing at all that you need worry about. Now, will you get up there on the box and drive?
No, Dolores, I will not. Not until you tell me everything that has happened.
Oh, very well, but I will have to tell you quickly. Someone has discovered that I am not the real Antoinette de Lacy. Fortunately, I overheard them talking and quickly made my escape. I made my escape in a carriage. I gave myself extra time by dismounting and then whipping up the horse and sending it along on its own. They did not realize that I had got out. They will waste a lot of precious time when they all go chasing an empty carriage. And then I thought, what shall I do? Suddenly it came to me. I remembered that you, Diaz, had work to do here at the Dolphin Tavern at dawn. So I thought best to come here to you.
Oh, what can we do? What can we do now? That means that the whole island will be out searching for you, Dolores. What can we do? I must think. You'll never be able to escape them.
Oh, yes, Diaz, I will. I am full of resources. There are several days that we have to put in before the ship calls for me from Cuba to take me off this island. Those days, Diaz, will be spent in hiding with this woman and this friend of yours, this Kitty. And now, Diaz, you are going to drive me to your hiding place.
Kitty has been taken. Dolores, it seems, has escaped. What will happen when Captain Morgan returns to his ship, the Flying Gull, and finds that the Aztec necklet is gone and that Jeffrey Hunter is missing? Will he believe that Jeffrey Hunter has taken the necklet and made his escape with it? Be sure to listen to the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Believing that they have proof positive that the girl they know as Antoinette de Lacy is an impostor, Captain Morgan, Sir Thomas Montfort, and Colonel Atterbury set out about searching for her. Remembering her friendship with Jeffrey Hunter, Morgan thinks that perhaps she might have gone to him aboard the Flying Gull. But Morgan doesn't yet know that Hunter is missing, that Kitty, with the aid of Dolores and Diaz, has had him arrested as an escaped convict. Kitty, too, has met trouble. At dawn, she retires to her quarters, realizing that if Morgan knows what has really happened to Hunter, he will help. Perhaps she should go to him. But Diaz enters and throttles Kitty into insensibility. He then carries her cautiously out to an awaiting closed-in carriage. There he finds, to his amazement, Dolores waiting inside. She tells him she is going to the hiding place he has for Kitty.
You want to come with me to the place where I'm taking Kitty?
Of course. You have boasted as to what a good hiding place it is. If it is such a good place where they will not look for Kitty, it is a good place where they will not look for me.
How could such a disaster as this happen when we've been so successful?
I do not know. I can only imagine that someone has come out from England. Someone who knows the real Antoinette de Lacy. It was indeed fortunate, Diaz, that I was able to discover what was wrong in time and so make my escape. I could have easily been caught, and then none of us would be returning to Cuba. So I think that we can believe our luck might still be holding. Tell me, how far away is this hiding place?
I told you. It's a stone hut overlooking the place where the convicts work. It's about half an hour's drive. No one ever goes into that part of the jungle, only the convicts. You'll be safe then. But I must warn you, it's very primitive, just a stone hut.
It will keep me safe until the ship comes from Cuba. You had better hurry, Diaz. Every minute we waste, the search for me grows more intense. And remember, you have to get back to the ship as quickly as you can.
I know.
How frequently will you make visits to the hut? We will have to rely upon you to bring us food.
Don't worry. Your safety is precious to me. Don't forget that without you, I cannot return with Kitty to Cuba. I'll see that you're cared for to the best of my ability. Now, you remain inside the carriage with Kitty. If she shows signs of consciousness before we reach our destination, gag her with a scarf.
on, you two. Follow me up the gangplank. You'll soon find out from Hunter if there's been any sign of this woman. Watch. Who's on watch here?
I am Captain Morgan.
Oh, Patcheye. Go fetch me Hunter, and hurry, man.
Well, Captain Morgan, he ain't here, sir.
Not here? Well, where is he?
I don't know, sir.
Has there been anyone on the ship looking for him this morning?
No, sir, not since I came on watch.
Who was on watch before you?
Matthew, sir.
Go and fetch him. I want a word with him.
Hey, Captain.
Thomas, Colonel Atterbury, you'd better follow me to my cabin.
So Hunter isn't aboard, eh?
No. Wonder where the devil he's got to.
The man on watch said that no one had been here this morning, so perhaps you're wrong about your supposition that the woman came here.
Yes, maybe so, but she might have come here last night. She was devilish late returning to Sir Thomas's home. Remember that? However, Patcheye will send Matthew to us, and he'll be able to tell us who came aboard last night, and perhaps he can tell me what time Hunter left. He might have gone to meet her. Why, by St. David, what's this?
A body on the floor.
Wait till I turn him over. Why, by thunder, Matthew.
The man who was on watch?
Yes, the same man. Stabbed, eh? There's been devilish business aboard my ship.
What would he be doing here in your cabin?
Well, it seems obvious, doesn't it? He was on watch last night.
You there, Captain Morgan?
Come in, Patcheye, I want you.
I can't find Matthew. My Lord, love me. Matthew.
Yes, that's why you couldn't find him. You didn't see Matthew when you took over your watch?
No, I knew it was time I went up and watch, and I couldn't see Matthew. I thought perhaps he just kept it. I wasn't going to say anything about it. I'm just going to ask him private-like.
So there's no knowing when he was killed?
You were about to make a surmise on Matthew's death when this man came in and interrupted you. What were you about to say, Captain Morgan?
Matthew was on watch last night. There's only one thing that would bring him to my quarters. It was because he thought that something was wrong. If we can guess what was wrong, then we know why he was killed. You have no idea, Sir Thomas, where this woman was going last night.
None at all. I was surprised when she left the house.
My guess is that she was going to see Hunter. Being attracted to Hunter would not make her come to this ship. She'd know that the risk that she was running by coming aboard the Flying Gull. There must have been a strong reason for her to come here.
You're surmising that she did come?
Yes. Now let's work out a theory on that assumption. Why should she so urgently want to see Geoffrey Hunter? She had no idea when she left the house that you, Colonel Atterbury, were in Jamaica. She had no idea that she was to be unmasked. So that it was not the reason that she came to see Hunter. By all the devils which guard the sea, I'm remembering her last visit to my ship when I caught her in my cabin and what she was after.
The Aztec necklace?
The Aztec necklace, yes. And there's only one man aboard my ship who knew besides me where I kept it.
Hunter?
Geoffrey Hunter. He surprised me one day at its hiding place. It didn't perturb me at all because I thought I could trust him. And when a man gets into the toils of an unscrupulous woman, she can work wonders with his honesty. Patcheye?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Geoffrey Hunter at all last night?
As a matter of fact, I did, Captain Morgan. He came back aboard ship pretty early. In great state he was, sir. Word got about that he had told Matthew, who was on watch, that no one was to know he was aboard ship. He acted very queer like, Captain Morgan.
I see. Would you say, Patcheye, that he acted as though he had a secret?
Yeah, definitely, sir.
Without looking, I know just what has happened. But I'd better confirm my suspicions. As the place where I keep all my treasures is secret, I wonder would you mind leaving this cabin for a moment?
Not at all.
Take them outside and wait with them, Patcheye, until I call.
Yes, Captain Morgan. Will you come this way with me, please, gentlemen?
Certainly.
What Morgan fears has happened. This will be afloat, and Colonel Atterbury. He thought a lot of Hunter.
Who is Hunter? Where did he come from?
I don't know. Different from the usual type of man you find aboard these ships. Obviously a gentleman. He came to join Morgan, I don't know.
Thieving, treacherous swine! I'll hang him from the yardarm. I'll quarter him. I'll tear his limbs out.
It seems as though Morgan was right. Let's go back.
I gave my trust, my confidence to a rotten scoundrel. A man who took that which I treasure most. But I'll find him and he'll die, I swear it. He'll die more horribly than you could imagine. Here, Patcheye, go back to the crew and tell them that I'll give the man who brings Hunter back alive aboard the Flying Gull 500 guineas.
Yes, sir, we'll get him.
So the Aztec necklace is gone.
The Aztec necklace?
Yes, Patcheye. That's why Hunter isn't aboard. Only he knew the hiding place. That's why this woman who's masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy is missing. Hunter has gone off with her, together with the necklet.
I know where the necklet is, Captain.
You do? Where?
We're at the Dolphin Tavern. We all saw it with our own eyes.
So what, man? Speak out.
I saw Kitty wearing the necklet at the tavern last night.
Kitty?
Yes, you couldn't mistake it. We couldn't make it out at all.
We'll soon know all about it. Gentlemen, to the Dolphin Tavern.
Quiet it is now the act has gone. What good are you for company, Kitty? Unless I take the gag off your mouth and you can answer me, I will go mad from loneliness. Now, it's no good you're crying out for help. No one will hear you. Just a minute. Is that better with the gag removed?
What does it all mean? I can't understand anything that's happened.
There is nothing for you to understand. The act wishes you to be kept here for as long as it suits him. It doesn't concern you now you are his property.
Why, I recognize you. You're the woman who was with Geoffrey Hunter in the garden. You made me betray him to the authorities.
You must have loved him a lot to do that. I had him in the hollow of my hand. He told me everything I wished to know. I didn't want him. He sickened me. I am completely indifferent to his fate.
Don't talk like that. Did he love you?
I think so.
And you don't care that he's going to die? I believe it was all a trick to make me do it. What's been happening? What does it all mean? Why did Diaz make me wear the necklace?
You are causing something which does not concern you. Your very fate, your very life depends upon Diaz now.
But what's going to happen?
You'll learn in time. I am sorry I cannot untie your wrists. You see, I don't care what you do, but I do care about my safety.
But you're the governor's kinswoman.
That is what everyone believed. But now they know they are all out looking for me. I care not whether you escape from Diaz, but I do care if you escape from me. My safety depends upon holding you, Kitty. You in a place where you must keep your mouth shut, where you cannot tell where I am. I have loosened the bonds which tied your ankles. You can walk about this miserable little hut. But I cannot let your hands go free. You will be staying here just a few days, and then we go on to the cove. A ship is coming. We will be going aboard her. This ship will be...
Will be what? You see, I'm frightened.
What is that you say?
What are you looking at from the window? What can you see down there?
This hut overlooks the swamp. Down there amongst the heavy green trees, a little party is marching. In the middle of the party is a man who is heavily shamed. He is a convict going to work in the swamp.
Well, let me see. Let me see.
Look, they are going into a small clearing now. See?
Geoffrey.
Yes, you're Geoffrey, going to the place where they take escaped convicts, going to the place where they work them until they die. Is it not ironical that he should be down there, and you, the woman who sent him to such a fate, is kept a prisoner overlooking the place where he will be working?
So Kitty, the woman who loves Geoffrey Hunter and yet who betrayed him, stands at the window watching him go to his doom, helpless to aid him. Make sure you hear the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Dolores discovers in time that Sir Thomas and Captain Morgan know her for an impostor, and she escapes from them, going with Dietz when he takes Kitty into hiding. Morgan thinks that perhaps Dolores might have gone to Geoffrey Hunter for help. So, together with Sir Thomas and Colonel Atterbury, he returns to the Flying Gull. There he discovers that Hunter is missing, together with the Aztec necklet, and not knowing the truth, believes Hunter has taken the necklet. When he learns that Kitty was seen wearing it in the Dolphin Tavern, he is convinced he is right. Meanwhile, Dietz has taken Kitty to a deserted stone hut overlooking the swamps, and has left her in the care of Dolores. Looking from the small window, the two girls see Geoffrey Hunter being led in chains through the swamps.
You have to let me go. You can't keep me here. I have to help him. I have to do something to save him.
Oh, no. That is something I will not do. I do not care whether Dietz keeps you for himself or not, but I am concerned about my own safety. Do you think I'm going to let you return to Port Royal to tell the world of my hiding place? Look, the figures down there have almost disappeared. In a moment they will be swallowed up by the green of the jungle. Although Geoffrey Hunter will not be so very far away from you, you will never see him again. Within a week he will be dead. And within a week you will be on your way with us.
No, I must do something to help him. I must. Geoffrey, help!
You little fool, keep quiet. There is no one who can come to your aid.
Are you going to let Geoffrey Hunter go to his death?
Why not? I have no further use for him. I got from him all the information I required. I don't care now what happens to him.
How can you be so vile? You made love to him. You made him fall in love with you. He believed in you, and now you treat him like this.
I do not blame myself for his present predicament. It was not I who informed the authorities.
No, then I must be as vile as you are. But I've repented.
Repentance will bring him no comfort.
Oh, if only I could understand what all this means.
I will tell you. It will help to fill in the boring time I have to spend here. It will pass a few of these dull moments, and I will tell you because I will enjoy telling you just how much you have helped Dietz and me in our plans. What a fool you have been. How gullible. But then, of course, your jealousy would make you like that, would it not?
I don't think I want to hear any more.
But you are going to. You are going to hear the full story. What made you think that a woman like you could hold the love of Geoffrey Hunter? You, a common, low woman. He only turned to you because he knew the type of woman you are, whereas I am a woman of his own class. It was so easy for me to take him away from you. So very easy.
You must be the vilest person living.
Oh, no. Unscrupulous. You must be to get what you want. Unfortunately, it was discovered that I am not Antoinette de Lacy. No doubt they fully believe me to be a Spanish spy, which is quite true. That is why I have come into hiding with you, to await the arrival of a ship to take us back.
You will be found. You must be found. The truth must be told. Geoffrey Hunter must be saved from the fate we sent him to. We must be able to do something. We must.
Even if I was found, nothing could be done to help him. He is an escaped convict. No matter what you do, Kitty, you cannot make amends for betrayal.
You cruel, vile woman. You're torturing me with your words.
I must find some amusement.
I'll escape. I'll get to Captain Morgan. I'll tell him the truth, and he'll rush to save Geoffrey.
How? The bonds which bind your hands will not be loosened. I will make sure of that. You will stay here with me until it is time for us to leave the island. And then your fate will be entirely in the hands of Dietz.
The jungle closes in with its green stillness, broken only with the cry of distant birds. Vines chokingly twist and curl up and high around old, gnarled, moss-covered tree trunks. Sharp brown eyes of small furred monkeys peer inquisitively from behind the sheltering leaves. They chatter momentarily, stilled by their own curiosity. Giant flowers trail down from their vines like great splashes of paint flung from an artist's brush, which has been dipped upon a gaily colored palette. But upon the ground, where the twisted roots dig deep into the earth, is a carpet of rotting vegetation. Leaves turn brown with age and decay. The fallen flowers have lost their hue. Mud from seeping water mixes and churns it into a dark black mess, from which comes the acrid stench of rot and decay. Occasionally the fallen leaves are disturbed as a scaled reptile with flashing forked tongue belly slides through the slime. Its cold, wicked eyes, age-old with evil, unblinkingly search for the meal which must be full of life. The merciless sun sucks up into the heavens the moisture from the mud in a thin, steamy vapor, while just above the ground hang suspended by their overworked and tiny wings millions of death's messengers, carrying in their barbs the dreaded fever. The track through the jungle to the swamps is well worn by hundreds of feet that never made the return journey. Yet footsteps fall silently upon the putrid ground, as though the jungle resented man's intrusion. The small party of men who pass through this part is silent. All of them, except one, have made this trip many times before. They have no dark and brooding thoughts. They will have left this portal to death long before the sun sinks into rest. This night they will once again enjoy the comfort of their women, the warmth of their drink. There's no novelty for them to be introducing a person to death. And the sweaty, sticky humidity makes talk too much of an effort. And the one who they know will not return, the one whose body they believe will in a week's time will be rotting in the swamp, his thoughts are not to be shared. They are his own, deep and dark within his mind. They have no care as to what he thinks or feels, for in their minds he is already dead. But to himself, Geoffrey Hunter is far from dead. Providence has made it that hope dies slowly in a man's heart. Reason cries in his ears that hope must now be abandoned, but a spark of hope remains.
I can't believe that everything has to end like this. To die forgotten, unknown in the swamp. I have not lived this long to die like this.
All through the remaining hours of darkness, Geoffrey Hunter had sat in the blackness of his cell. And when the first streak of dawn's grayness had etched itself in the sky, the guard, lantern in hand, had turned the great and cumbersome lock, slid open the bolts, and slammed back the door.
My friends have come. You're going to release me?
Like the surge of a great tide, confidence was within him. The guard had opened wide his jaws and laughed. Sound had no humor, just cruel amusement. The tide of confidence went from Geoffrey Hunter. His chains were unlocked from the wall. Like a beast, he was taken out through the guardroom into the dull light of dawn. 3 horsemen already mounted were there waiting for him. To them, Geoffrey Hunter had ceased to be a man. He was just an animal. An animal to be worked to death. Without showing any interest in him, the men talked together, laughed, shared a coarse jest. Then the horses were pulled into activity. The chains attached to Geoffrey's wrists were cruel. He jerked. A long whip curled around his shoulders, and the small cavalcade moved out through the heavy iron gates, out into the roadway, with Geoffrey trailing behind the leader's horse, the other 2 horsemen following close behind. With a suddenness only seen in the tropics, the sun shot up into the sky, its rays burning up dawn's coolness. The road was rough and dusty. Iron manacles on wrists and ankles hung heavy on limbs and caused a stumbling foot. But a pace was made, and the long curling whip hastened a lagging foot, and still hope didn't die.
Kitty must have repented. She must have. She would find Captain Morgan. She would tell him. He is my friend. Surely he will help me. He'll get me out of this trouble. Even now, he's probably with the governor. Sir Thomas might be signing my release this moment. Before long, Morgan will come riding on the road after us.
But mile after mile, and no horseman overtook them. And the manacles hung more heavy on his limbs. His feet stumbled more often. Up a twisting, treacherous track on a hillside, the horsemen rode and Geoffrey toiled. Plantations and banana palms and green trees sprawled out over the hill, and the sea, studded with the sun's sparkling gems, spread blue into the distance. The summit was reached, and a halt was called, for the horses could go no further. While the men tended to the horses' needs, Geoffrey looked down into the jungle which he was told was to be his grave. Everything seemed green, a deep, unhealthy green, with mists coming up through the greenness, and in the center of this sea of green was a dark brown patch which shone in the sun, the dreaded swamp, the draining of which was being paid for by men's lives. Slowly the descent was made, and the men, just like pygmies in the vastness of a jungle. But hope was still alive, with just a faint flame in Geoffrey. And once, he could have sworn he heard Kitty's voice. But that, of course, was silly. Was not Kitty back in Port Royal seeking aid for him? The cry was the cry of birds, the chatter of a distant monkey. Now the journey is almost over. Now and again through the trees can be seen the swamp's muddy waters and rough, crude stone huts which house the convicts for so short a time. Meanwhile, in Port Royal, time creeps on, and Sir Thomas and Colonel Atterbury wait for Henry Morgan to leave the Dolphin Tavern and join them.
Here comes Morgan now.
And look at his face, black as a thundercloud. Well, Morgan, what did you find out about the girl?
Gone. Flown. Hasn't been seen since this morning.
But she can't do that. She's a bonded servant.
Well, she's taken her life and liberty into her hands and flown with that scoundrel Hunter.
Do you think the three of them have gone off together?
The three of them? Yes, of course. Now, that's strange.
How do you mean?
Without doubt, Hunter took the necklet and gave it to Kitty. The woman we thought to be Antoinette de Lacy learned that she was about to be unmasked and fled. Because of the feeling between that woman and Hunter, I feel sure that she would have gone to him. And yet Hunter gave the necklet to Kitty, and not to that woman. We know that they must have all gone off together. It all adds up, and yet it doesn't make sense.
Little does Morgan know that he has within his grasp the truth of what really happened. Will he realize it? Make sure you listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Captain Morgan, together with Colonel Atterbury and Sir Thomas Motford, returns to the Flying Gull, thinking that perhaps the woman who was masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy might have gone there to ask Geoffrey Hunter to give her his protection. Morgan is quite ignorant of the fact that Dolores has conspired with Dietz, so that Kitty has betrayed Geoffrey Hunter to the authorities. Aboard the Flying Gull, Morgan finds that both the Aztec necklet and Hunter are missing, and he naturally concludes that Hunter and the woman have run away together. Then he learns that Kitty was seen wearing the necklet, and so he takes the other two men with him to the Dolphin Tavern. Meanwhile, Dietz has kidnapped Kitty, and Dolores has gone with her into hiding. From the window of the stone hut, the women see Geoffrey being taken to work in the swamp. While this has been happening, Morgan has learned that Kitty has disappeared. The others believe that Geoffrey, Dolores, and Kitty have gone off together. But Morgan feels that although this appears to be so, it doesn't seem to make sense.
But Morgan, the facts are quite obvious. The Aztec necklet was taken from your ship, and this woman, who I believe to be Antoinette de Lacy, is gone. Kitty was seen wearing the necklet, and now she's disappeared. What other conclusions can we come to? They must have all gone away together.
They must have, yes. But it still doesn't make sense. Geoffrey Hunter was in love with that woman who was living at your place, Sir Thomas. And I knew that she wanted the necklet, because she tried to steal it once before. Why should Hunter take it and give it to Kitty?
Might I suggest that it was given to Kitty to try and throw you off the scent? Hunter possibly gave it to her and then took it away later on.
And where has Kitty got to?
They might have killed her.
It's a possibility, yes. But do they think they can get away with a thing like this? That woman must know that the whole island will be aroused against her. And by heavens, my men will find Hunter and they'll bring him back to me alive. Then I'll deal with the treacherous scoundrel. I gave him my trust, my friendship. And because a woman comes by and because her arms are soft, he forgets all that I've done for him. Well, I'll remind him when I see him.
There's something that we've all overlooked. In the excitement of the chase, we've all forgotten the real Antoinette de Lacy, the one that I said goodbye to in England. What has happened to her?
There's only one place that she could be, in the hands of the Spanish.
Then heaven help her.
If only we discovered this imposter when she arrived. I might have been able to help you, Sir Thomas. I might have been able to find out where the girl was and so rescue her in time. But now...
By now, she would have been sold into slavery, and that makes me all the more keen to find this woman who impersonated her. I'll not let the militia rest a moment until she is found.
Well, I'm going to leave the search in your hands, Sir Thomas. And when you find them, I expect you to hold Hunter until I return.
Where are you going, Captain Morgan?
Sir Thomas knows I have a little project in view. And after this, I feel I want to get out and do some fighting. Get away from Port Royal and the treachery of the man I trusted. I'll be sailing with my fleet almost immediately, Sir Thomas. I'll fight them. I'll boil the fat Spanish merchantmen alive to make them tell me the hiding place of their treasure. I'll slit their stomachs or hang and quarter them.
But your ships are not fully provisioned.
They'll have 2 days to finish the job. Then we sail provisioned or not provisioned.
You have sent for me, Captain Morgan.
Yes? Shut the door. I was wanting to talk to you, Diaz.
Yes, Captain.
Reluctantly, I have to give you back your position aboard the Flying Gull. You're the best navigator I've got. You're the only other man aboard the ship who knows the way I like things run. I'm doing it with reluctance because I have no other choice. You understand that, Diaz?
Yes, Captain Morgan.
Where were you last night, Diaz?
I was out with some friends.
Were you at the Dolphin Tavern?
No, I did not go there last night.
I don't suppose there's anything I can tell you which you don't know already.
If you'll forgive me for saying this, Captain, but you remember I told you that you placed too much trust in a strange man of whom you knew nothing.
Keep quiet, you dog. I'll not have that man mentioned aboard the ship. I'll deal with him when the time comes. Yes. He'll get what he deserves when we return to Port Royal.
When we return? We're sailing so soon?
In 2 days' time. Whether the fleet is ready or not, we sail.
In 2 days' time?
Yes. Can it be that my orders do not please you?
Course not, Captain. Might I ask what your plans are?
No, you might not. Never again will I trust my plans to anyone. You'll receive your orders when we're out at sea. That is all. You can go. But remember, you're being restored to your position aboard this ship only because there's no one else suitable to take your place. I don't trust you. I know what a treacherous swine you are. Now get out and about your business. Make sure that the fleet is ready to put to sea in 2 days' time.
Take your place beside this nigger and keep on digging this drain. You got your pick and your shovel? And remember, if I catch you loafing and not working as fast and as hard as I think you should, I'll flog you both to death. Men's lives are cheap here. There are plenty to take your place when you go. And go you will before long. I'll be watching you. You mean less to me than the reptiles that crawl through the jungle. I have supreme power of life and death over you here. Now get to work. And don't forget I'll be watching you.
You'd better do as he says, Master.
The swine, I'd like to catch him right on the point of the jaw.
You do that, and you not live as long as anyone else. You just do as he says. Maybe you live as long as I have.
You been here long?
Longer than anyone else. You take up your shovel and start working with me. We can talk as we dig. We have to finish this drain by tonight, else we all get flopping.
For how long have you been trying to drain these swamps?
I don't know. I've only been here a month.
A month? I thought you said you'd been here the longest.
So I have. If a man lives here in the swamps for a week, they think he lives a mighty long time.
Hasn't anyone tried to get away?
Get away? When they have you chained up all night. Brother, you was asking a mighty impossible thing. You better make up your mind that you is here to stay till the very end. It won't be very long. They work us so hard during the day that men is too tired to get up at night and think about running away. You just go back to your hut and they chain you up and you're mighty glad to lie on the floor and sleep. They don't let you sleep long. They get you up before the sun comes up. You stay out until the sky is quite dark. Sometimes the guards get very bored, so they like to play with their whips. I've seen them cut men to pieces and throw their bodies to the alligators.
Alligators here?
Sure. The swamp's full of alligators. During the day, you hear men scream, and you know an alligator sneaked up behind him. And then the swamp waters are stained red.
But surely you can see the alligator coming?
They sometimes don't get a chance. The gators come up these drains here. Water's deep. There's just a faint ripple. Their snouts out of the water. Before a man knows it, the gators have got him. I've seen them snap a man clean in half. Then there's the fever. There are insects and flies round. They bite, and in a few hours' time, a man is a raving mad. Before you know what has happened, he's thrown to rot in the jungle. He's no good, so they throw him out and let him die.
No wonder that no one lives more than a week.
Quickly! Go for your life up the bank. Here's a gator coming now. Ask no questions, going up. That's right. Come on. Look
out! Heavens, he's fallen apart, the alligator. Has the chance of saving himself. A moment. There's an iron staff. It just might do the trick. Here it comes, jaws wide open. Now hit with the spike right down its throat. Now's my chance. If I miss it, it'll be too bad for us both. Come on, quickly. Let me help you out. Come on.
I thought I was no longer going to be the oldest inhabitant here. I sure thought my days were finished.
Up the bank now. I think the alligator's finished.
That was a mighty brave thing you did for a Negro.
I was going to stay there and watch the alligator take you. It's dead now.
Nobody else would have done that for me. The gator's dead. We'd best go down and get that bar from out of his throat. Otherwise, Overseer may make trouble for you. You're my friend. My name is Hero. You saved my life. I'll not forget that. Someday, maybe, I might save yours.
All over and done with now. My name's Jeffrey. We better get back to work before we strike more trouble.
Dolores, I had to come and see you tonight. I have news.
What has happened in Port Royal? Are they searching for me?
Yes, everybody is out looking for you.
Is there any chance of they looking for me here?
No. No one would think of looking for you near these swamps. This old deserted hut is forgotten. They never think a woman would come to the swamps where there's death. Don't worry, they'll never find you. But Captain Morgan is sailing with his fleet in 2 days' time. What am I going to do? I can't sail with him. When does the ship come to take us?
Not yet. Not until after Captain Morgan sails. You will have to desert. That is all you can do.
Master Jeffrey, you still awake?
Yes, Hero, I'm still awake.
All other men are asleep. We can talk now. I want to tell you something.
What is it, Hero?
I've been waiting to tell you this ever since you rescued me. But I was frightened someone might overhear us. I must tell you now because it's late and everyone is asleep.
Well, what is it?
I was going to escape, and I've taken you with me.
Hope surges again within Jeffrey Hunter. What plans can Hero have for escape? You'll hear of them in the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Captain Morgan is firmly convinced that Hunter has taken the Aztec necklet and is in hiding together with Dolores and Kitty. He, of course, has no idea that Hunter has been arrested as an escaped convict and sent to the swamps. Nor does he know that Dolores, aided by Dietz, has taken the necklet, and that she is in hiding with Kitty, who has been kidnapped by Dietz. Dietz returns to the stone hut to tell Dolores that Morgan is sailing in 2 days' time. And as this is before the ship is due to take Dolores back to Cuba, together with Dietz and Kitty, she tells him he will have to desert the Flying Gull at the last moment. Jeffrey Hunter, working in the swamps, saves the life of a Negro named Hero. Late that same night, he tells Jeffrey that he has plans for escape and asks Jeffrey to join him.
Escape? But how could one escape from this hell?
You just keep your voice down. I knows what I'm talking about.
But how could such a thing be possible?
This is the only place we can talk, boss. You see, the other men, they's all asleep. Asleep in the sleep of exhaustion. In the morning, they'll be roused from their sleep with whips. They won't stir all they hear us. This is the only time we can talk.
All right. Let's hear what it's all about. How are we going to escape?
I made up my mind to get away from here some time ago. And just 2 days ago, I got into the workshop and stole a file. I've been working on my fetters. There's almost filed right through right now. Just a couple more strokes and they'll come apart. But I've not done that. I'm waiting, just in case someone discovers the fetters are broken.
What about me?
I was going to work on your fetters tonight, and so have them just like mine in the morning.
All right. Well, we can get out of our fetters. What then? There'll be a hue and cry set up after us. Where can 2 fugitives hide?
I have that all worked out, too. You knows how I came to be here working in the swamps?
You must be an escaped slave.
Yes. I ran away from a plantation. I reckoned I knew a safe place where I could hide.
But it was not as safe as you thought. Those places never are. So what guarantee have we got that we won't be found before we reach Port Royal?
The hiding place was all right. It was just my foolishness that made me be caught. I was hiding in this place for a long while. I became overconfident. Thought the hunt must be over for me. So I went out onto the highway. They saw me and caught me. But I never told them where I'd been hiding all that time. They don't know my hiding place. It's as good still to hide.
Where is it?
It ain't so very far from here. As a matter of fact, it's just at the top of the hill. Just before you start to go down to the swamps. It's an old stone hut.
A stone hut would be useless.
No, sir. I reckon there ain't nobody that remembers that place. I found it quite by accident. It's covered with moss and green vines. Unless you get right up close to it, you'd think it was part of the jungle. Anyhow, I stayed there quite safe for 10 days. No one came there, and they was all looking for me. It wasn't until I went out onto the road that I was caught. My own foolishness caused it all.
Then if we could escape and get to there and stay in hiding until the pursuit has passed, we could make our way to Port Royal. You have heard of Captain Henry Morgan.
I sure has.
Captain Morgan and I are friends. If we could get to Port Royal and get aboard the Flying Gull, he would protect us. He's sailing very soon. We'll be away from Jamaica and out into safety.
It seems as though your being here is an act of providence. I would have had to stay in hiding for the rest of my life. But now, with your help, we can get to the hiding place, get to Port Royal, and then get away for good, eh?
Yes. Hero, I believe we could. What's that?
Them is bloodhounds for tracking down the men what think they can get away.
Bloodhounds? And that rather dashes all our hopes of escape, doesn't it?
I thought of that, too. We will have to wait for the right time to get away.
There's no right time when there are bloodhounds on our trail.
But there is. We get mighty lot of rain round this place. And when it rains, the thunder comes and the water comes down in torrents. That track up the hill there comes down like a river. The water rushes down and no bloodhounds could follow that track then.
I see. Then you're only waiting for a night when there's a thunderstorm so you can make your escape.
Sure, boss. That's what I'm doing.
I'll trick the hounds.
And you better go down on your knees and pray very hard that we have a thunderstorm very soon. Because Captain Morgan is sailing before long, and if we don't reach him before he sails, it's going to be too bad for us.
Don't worry. We'll have one before long. Every night, before I come in here, I takes a look at the sky to see if it's coming. It'll be here soon.
And whereabouts is this hut which you say can't be seen from the track? Are you sure it can't be seen by a casual passerby?
I'm certain it can't. From the hut, I'd watched the men coming down that track. Not one of them had any idea that there was a hut there. Now, if luck comes our way, I might be able to show you just where it is.
Can you see it from the swamp?
No, sir. Tomorrow is provision day. They bring the provisions up from Port Royal to the top of the hill. A party of convicts and slaves have to go up there and bring the goods back. And if our luck holds, maybe you and me will be sent in the party, huh? Then maybe I can show you where the hut is.
All right. Let's hope our luck does hold.
Now, Jeffrey, you'd better try to get some sleep. Maybe now you'll be better after I told you this news.
Maybe I will. Though I'm worried. I'm beginning to fear that someone I relied upon has let me down.
You need not worry about Hero like that. I's your friend for life. Now you get some sleep. I was going to work on these fetters for a while with my file.
I am going mad. I cannot stand being cooped up in this hut much longer.
Sure, and it's a pity about you. You're here by your own free will. And what about me? Why, I've not even the use of my hands.
And you're not going to get the use of them either.
Why will you not tell me who you really are? All I know is that you must be some Spanish spy.
I am not in the mood to talk about myself. Oh, I feel stifled in this hut. Why must I stay here? Surely it must be safe for me to go for a little walk to see the sky above me and the green trees around me. That is what I will do. I will go for a little walk. But don't worry. I will be back. But before I go, I will first of all bind your feet and gag your mouth.
Jeffrey, you help me lift this barrel, will you?
Yes, Hero, of course. Let me take this end of it.
When you was coming up the track, did you see the hut?
No, and I looked hard for it.
I told you couldn't see it. It looks just like the trees. You passed quite close to it, too.
Couldn't we slip away now and hide there?
It wouldn't be any good doing that now, Jeffrey. When we return to the swamp, the overseer calls a muster. He would soon know that we was missing. And every niche around here be so thoroughly searched that the hut would be discovered. We will have to wait until one night and get a good start. Then they think we travel miles.
Yes, you're quite right.
But I tell you what we might do. Maybe we could slip away and have a close look at it.
How could we do that?
You watch the overseer. He goes down in a very short while and talks to the other men who come from Port Royal. They talk about the happenings in Port Royal, and he forget about us people. He don't watch us too closely. He knows we can't go far.
But the others who are working here might see us go.
I tell you what we'll do. We'll carry this barrel right over to the edge of the jungle there and slip through as soon as his back's turned. Look, he's going over there now. We can go and see the hut and be back in 5 minutes before we missed. And then we won't get any punishment.
I'll take the risk if you will.
All right. All the other workers seem occupied in what they're doing. No one's watching us. The overseer's down talking to the men. Let's put the barrel down here and quietly fade into the jungle. That's the hut right there in front of you.
Unless you got within 2 feet of it, you would never know it was a hut. It's a perfect hiding place.
There's a window there, too. Lets in plenty of light. I reckon we're the only ones who knows about that hut. I doubt if anybody living in Jamaica ever remembers it. Come on now. We'll have to get back.
Wait a minute. Let's have a look in the window and see what it's like inside.
There's nothing to see, just a bare room. Ain't been anybody there since I left it. But you're wrong, Hero. Somebody's there.
Asleep on the floor. Looks to me like a woman. A woman didn't dare. Well, that's your imagination. No, it isn't. It's too dark to see clearly, but there's something about that figure looks familiar. Well, I believe the woman is bound and gagged. And it's impossible, but... Hero, how do I get into this place? The door's right here, but we should be getting back. You wait here, Hero. And give me the alarm when he comes. But it is. Kitty, what are you doing here? Wait till I take the gag from your mouth. Kitty, what does this mean?
It's you, Jeffrey. I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh, and how can you ever speak to me?
Doesn't matter about that. Why are you here? Tell me why.
It's Diaz and that woman. They've been holding me prisoner. They're going to take me away to some Spanish possession. Oh, Jeffrey, help me, please.
What woman are you talking about, Kitty?
The night that I betrayed you, after the men had taken you away, Diaz and this woman, they were there. Diaz put the Aztec necklace around my neck. He made me wear it in the Dolphin Tavern. And then early in the morning, just at dawn, he came back and throttled me into unconsciousness. And when I came to, I was here in this hut, tied up, and with this woman, the woman who was masquerading as Sir Thomas's kinswoman. Jeffrey, she's a Spanish spy, and they found her out, and she had to run away. And that's why she's here with me hiding. She's gone out for a walk now, but she'll be back.
That woman is a Spanish spy? But she knows all Captain Morgan's plans. You say she's going back to a Spanish possession?
Yes, she and Diaz, and they're taking me, too.
Master Jeffrey, hurry, hurry. There's someone coming through the trees.
Things are moving to a climax for Jeffrey. Will he be able to rescue Kitty and give warning to Captain Morgan? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Jeffrey Hunter is put to work in the swamps. As soon as he arrives at the jungle camp, he is sent to work beside a Negro named Hero. They are helping to make a channel which is part of the swamp drainage scheme. Jeffrey soon learns from Hero how cheap human life is regarded in this hell, and he realizes how little a chance he has of prolonging his life. Jeffrey saves Hero from an attack by an alligator, and Hero swears eternal gratitude. Late that night, Hero asks Jeffrey to join him in his attempt to escape. He tells Jeffrey that he knows of a deserted stone hut. The next day, while out with the chain gang, Jeffrey slips away with Hero to see this hut. He is dismayed to find Kitty there. Dolores having gone out for a walk, Kitty tells him briefly what has transpired. Then they are interrupted by Hero calling out that someone is coming.
Hurry! Hurry, Master Jeffrey, hurry!
Oh, Jeffrey, go. She's returning.
I can't take with me, Kitty, not yet. But here are the man who's waiting outside now. We're planning to escape. And as soon as we do, we'll come back for you, I promise.
You won't let them take me back with them, will you, Jeffrey?
I swear it. I'll come back for you before they have a chance to take you away from these shores.
Master Jeffrey, will you hurry? I'm coming here.
Jeffrey, you'd better put the gag back in my mouth. I don't want them to suspect that anyone's been here.
Very well, Kitty, I wouldn't make it too tight. You keep your spirit up. Won't be long before I'm back. I'll see that you come to no harm. I promise you that. But now I must go. Remember, I'll be back. Perhaps tonight. Jeffrey, you didn't leave any too soon. Look through the trees. Woman, she's coming this way. Quickly. Over here behind this tree. Better pass. What's going on in that hut? You look quiet. That's the woman, all right. So she's an imposter, eh? God, believe I told her all Morgan's plans. And she'd arranged to go back to a Spanish possession. Well, we'll see about that. So that's what I meant to her, eh? That's what all that fine premises meant. I see, young lady. You just wanted to get information from me, eh? Well, we'll see just how much chance you have of getting away from Jamaica when I've seen Captain Morgan. What are you talking about there? I don't like staying down here. We should be getting back to the others. We'll be missed, and if we're missed, it will mean a flogging for both of us. All right, we can go back now. The woman's gone into the hut. Can't do any more at the moment, so let's join the others. Someone who knows all of Morgan's plans has turned out to be a Spanish spy. She's returning to a Spanish possession. A trap will be set to catch Henry Morgan. We have to escape, Hero, before Henry Morgan sails. We can't afford to wait for wet weather. We'll have to escape tonight.
I've been thinking, Geoffrey. That is more than a possibility. I spent all my days in the jungle. I can read the signs that nature gives, and I can smell in my nostrils stormy weather. There be rain about.
There's not a cloud in the sky.
All the same, there's something inside me that tells me it's going to rain mighty hard. I knows. Bad storm come to our aid. You see. Maybe tonight we be free of our fetters and away. Listen to old Hero, and you'll be right.
I hope so. But we have no time to wait. We have to get to Port Royal before dawn, even risk being recaptured. But first we return to that hut. Release that girl and take the other one a prisoner.
Mighty dangerous to go to Port Royal right away. That'll be the first place they'll look for us.
If we reach Port Royal ahead of our pursuers, we'll be all right. Captain Morgan will help us.
You saved my life before. I'll not forget that. I believe in you. If you say we go to Port Royal, then we go to Port Royal. But keep your voice down. We're just about to join the others.
You're right, and I hope we've not been missed.
Look through the trees. Over there. See? See the overseer still talking with the men. We have not been missed. My gods are watching over us. I have the feeling we're going to be very successful. Here we are in the clearing. No one has seen us come back. And now if we just take the end of this barrel that we dumped down here before, we'll look as though we've been working all the time. What's the matter?
Oh, that's funny. As I bent to pick up my end of the barrel, I suddenly felt giddy.
You're not getting sick, are you?
No, of course not. It's the heat and the walking up the hill from the hut. It made me feel quite weak. You're right in a moment. I can manage. Don't worry, I'll be all right.
Yachts!
Yes, Captain Morgan.
Come up here to me. Up here in the poop. I want to speak to you.
Coming right away, Captain.
I like not the look of the sky. There's wind about and rain.
It's quite calm and still, Captain.
I've been at sea long enough to be able to smell an approaching storm. This night it's going to blow. I can smell it in the air. And nothing, the odds, is going to stop my fleet sailing tomorrow morning.
Is it wise, Captain Morgan, to set sail so soon if a storm is threatening?
I've made up my mind to sail tomorrow, and no one will stop me. How goes the provisioning of the other ships, the odds?
It's going at pace, Captain, but...
I'll have no buts. The ships will sail as they are tonight.
Tonight, but Captain, you said tomorrow morning.
I want the ships away from the quayside before the storm sets in. They'll all move out into position and anchor there until the morning. Nothing is going to prevent my sailing tomorrow. Nothing, you hear?
Yes, Captain, but it's so unexpected leaving the quayside so early.
I've given an order and it must be carried out. The Flying Gull will leave her berth in half an hour. The other ships will follow suit.
Half an hour?
Am I to run my ship to please my crew? Take that scowl off your face. Send someone to give my orders to the captains of the other ships. Come on, hurry up, sprinkle it.
But Captain, half an hour, there's so much to be done. But Captain, there's something of which I've forgotten. A number of the men are on leave on shore. If you leave in half an hour, they'll not have time to rejoin the other ship.
Confound it. That matters not. You, Diarts, will have permission to return to the shore tonight and round them up.
Yes, Captain Morgan. I think that it's right that you should send me. They show me respect and quickly obey my orders. The ships will be ready to put out to anchor in the bay in half an hour's time, Captain.
Having averted what might have been an impossible situation, because he knows that once the ships leave the quayside, it will be impossible to go ashore unless on a special mission, Diaz promptly leaves the poop, shouting orders to the men who are leisurely going about their tasks in the waist of the ship. His voice galvanizes them into activity. Their aimless wanderings become missions of orderly action. Orders are shouted, oaths and curses fall upon the air. Men, ant-like, swarm up the rigging, laboring and loosening sails from the cross-arms, and the sun moves down in a cloudless sky. But Morgan on the poop is not deceived by the sun's guileless smile. Born of the sea, he has come to know all of nature's quips and tricks. Standing firmly with feet apart,
He gazes up into the heavens and notes again the telltale pink haze which is filtering itself into the skyline. Gently he sniffs the air and absorbs the faint, fresh odor of coming rain. His orders have gone forward to the other ships which lie at the quayside. They seem alive with men who swarm over them, preparing for the unexpected sailing order. Now the Flying Gull is ready, and the haze is spread over the sky. Its pinkness deepening into red, and the horizon is fringed with tumbling black clouds.
Get to it, the yachts! We must be in the bay before the storm starts!
Faintly, the freshly born wind sighs in the rigging, and softly billows into life the canvas like white-shrouded drunken ghosts. Hands grasp on ropes and pulleys creak, and the air is filled with singing men. The capstan groans as it turns. The chain protestingly rattles as it drags from the seabed the mighty anchor. The helmsman stands at the wheel. The sails are filled. The Flying Gull becomes a thing alive. Hawsers are cast from the quayside. She moves, and black clouds toss and tumble overhead, spitting forth large blobs of rain, while the seabirds scream and wrath, and the sun sinks in the west, leaving the island at the mercy of an angry night.
Didn't get away any too soon. Hope the other ships make it.
And as the Flying Gull gets underway, he turns to watch the rest of his fleet leave their berths. One by one they sail in line across the wind-whipped sea to the anchorage in the bay, their sails gleaming white against the failing day, black clouds and the deep green of the sea. Soon night will enfold them in their dark embrace. Lanterns are lit and put at the mastheads. Eyes aloft in the crow's nest strain in the dusk's dismal gloom. And suddenly the heavens split as the clouds recoil from the jagged flash and rumble in their bellies protestingly. And their tears fall like a cataract in flood.
Bring in that canvas! Drop anchor! Signal by lantern that order to the other ships!
And the wind mocks while the ships are made secure for the night and ready for sailing at daybreak on the next day.
The odds! Yes, Captain Morgan? Looks like we'll be sailing short-handed.
What mean you, Captain?
Well, it isn't possible for you to put back to Port Royal in a longboat tonight. You couldn't live in such a squall.
But Diaz must leave the ship tonight, else there'll be no chance to desert and join Dolores. Desperately, he looks towards the coastline, but the night and the storm have hidden it from his straining eyes. And on the island of Jamaica, over the hill and down in the swamps, work is over. The meager meal has been eaten. The men lie chained to their thin, hard palliasses, their tired limbs aching, their minds dull with fatigue, growing cloudy as they sink into forgetful slumber, dimly conscious of the storm outside. But there are two who stare hard into the darkness, fully conscious of the rain outside, knowing that the fetters which bind them are almost filed through. Silently they listen to the men's groans and mutterings until they grow quiet.
We better get moving pretty quickly. We want all the time we can get. I told you the storm would break. I was right. I was so tired, Harold. And more than I thought. Once you get outside and smell the air of freedom, you'll soon forget your tiredness.
Working quickly, Hero frees himself of his fetters. He then frees Geoffrey, and then, like two spirits from another world, they move silently towards the door, look out into the blackness of the storm, then back at the other occupants of the hut. All is quiet and still. There is no movement.
Good, Master Geoffrey. We've got to hurry. You follow me. Don't lose me in the darkness, though.
Phil, you'll have to go and help me. I suddenly feel so well. I'm going inside. I don't think I can move another step. You go on.
Glory be, Master Geoffrey. You've got the cursed fever.
Escape in sight, and Geoffrey Hunter is struck down by this dreaded fever. And at the top of the hill in the stone hut, Kitty awaits for Geoffrey to rescue her. Diaz is held stormbound aboard the Flying Gull. Hear what happens in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Jeffrey Hunter and the Negro Hero plan to escape from the swamp and hide in the forgotten stone hut which is over the top of the hill. While out bringing in provisions, Hero and Jeffrey slip away to see the hut. There, to Jeffrey's amazement, he finds Kitty being kept a prisoner. She briefly tells him what has transpired, but before he can release her, Dolores is seen returning, and he has to leave. However, he promises to return and rescue her. Reaching Hero, he tells him that they must escape that night, release Kitty, capture Dolores, and return to Port Royal before Henry Morgan sails on his expedition. In the swamps, Hero and Jeffrey listen to the storm, and when the others have fallen into an exhausted sleep, they remove their fetters and quietly creep to the door. There, Jeffrey complains of dizziness and weakness, and Hero realizes that Jeffrey is in the grip of the dreaded fever.
I can't take another step, Hero. I don't know what it is. I think I must have strained myself today.
You ain't strained yourself at all, Master Jeffrey. You've been mighty sick man. What you've got is the fever.
Then you go on, Hero. Don't wait for me. If I have the fever, I'm as good as dead.
I ain't going without you, Master Jeffrey. You know what they do to you if they find you with your fetters gone? They flog you nigh to death, and then they throw you to the alligators alive. I'm not leaving you to that fate. No, sir. You'll have to put your best foot forward. I ain't forgetting you saved my life. You must come with me.
No, you go, Hero. Go before your talking wakes the others, and they give the alarm.
Glory be. It goes and falls like that at my feet. You'll be mighty big and heavy man, but Hero, he's strong. Your legs won't carry you, so my legs will carry the both, eh? No sakes, if he ain't hot. Now, good Lord, please send us a flash of lightning. That's right. Thank you, Lord. You showed me the way to run. Me and my burden will find the way. Maybe the rain will cool Master Jeffrey's brow.
Flinging pebbles into his face. The ground is wet and slushy, cold around his ankles. His great muscles strain beneath the velvet blackness of his skin with the added weight of the restless, burning, hot, unconscious form that he carries in his arms. Anxiously, Hero looks towards another stone hut, distinguishable in the darkness only by the lights which stream from its windows. A burst of laughter comes from there. Hero grins with satisfaction. The guards have shut themselves away with their cards and their rum. The storm deters any from venturing out to inquire into the condition of their charges. Waiting for another flash of lightning, Hero takes note of his surroundings and direction. Then the storm merges his black body and night into one. The track runs steeply up the hill. His feet wade through the miniature torrent which the rain has made. But the wetness has made his heart happy. It will wash away that telltale odor which the bloodhounds in the meadow will seek in vain. Except for the thunder, the rain on the leaves, the wind in the branches, there is stillness in the jungle. All shapes and forms are swallowed up in the inky blackness, to be occasionally revealed for an instant, stark and white, fearsome in heaven's moment light. Up the jungle path, Hero struggles. The added burden, together with a deeply buried superstitious fear of storms inherited from a race born deep in an African jungle, causes his foot to falter. A stumble is recovered from. But human limbs are tired. A heart is pounding beneath a black breast. Sweat is running down a black brow, trickling into large white eyes. Up and up the slushy path, his task becomes a labor. Arms and legs are growing numb with fatigue. A stagger comes to his gait, and Jeffrey murmurs restlessly in his arms.
Oh, Lord, give me light, and show me soon my journey's end.
As though in answer, the deadly white of lightning flashes from the sky, showing the hilltop near at hand.
I thank you, Lord.
Now Hero leaves the track and breaks through the undergrowth towards where he knows the hut must lie. His simple soul offering prayers that he may be near his journey's end.
Then a thought returns from that part of his mind which slumbers.
Remembers now. There's someone in that hut. Someone who's a friend of Master Geoffrey. But I can't take him there. No, sir. Didn't he say he had an enemy there, too? I'd better not risk it. I'd better find some other place.
Bewildered by this change of plan, Hero blunders off in another direction, his eyes trying to pierce the gloom, looking for a place of safety to hide his friend who is in such need of aid, till at length limbs will go no further, and he sinks with his burden to the ground. Quietly he lies there while the wind dies away, and his ebbing strength slowly returns to his fatigued body, and Geoffrey beside him mumbles and mumbles in his delirium. The urgent need for safety and security echoes in his mind.
Ah, Lord, show me place to hide.
And his eyes stare out into the blackness, and the rain eases into a fine misty drizzle. While he stares, something seems to merge from the blackness and take shape. It is a tree, a giant, centuries old, whose very limbs seem to droop with age.
I thank you, Lord.
With strength born of hope, Hero is on his feet, Geoffrey across his shoulders, and he seeks a footing on the thick gnarled trunk. Up he climbs, passing the lower limbs until he comes to a broad one hidden beneath a forest of leaves. And at sea, out in the bay at Port Royal, Morgan's ships swing gently in the quietening swell, and the lights of Port Royal flicker mistily through the thin, soft rain. Now the wind has gone. All that is heard is the faint slap of the swell and the murmuring creaking of ships cradled in the now benign sea, their lights bobbing like will-o'-the-wisps of an Irish bog.
Come in. Yes, what is it, Diaz?
I want to talk to you, Captain Morgan.
What's wrong? Isn't everything all right?
Yeah. Everything seems to be in order. The ships are riding well at anchor, and the messages that have been flashed to me by Landon say everything is in readiness for sailing aboard the other ships.
We sail at daybreak. The storm didn't last as long as I thought. Well, that is all, Diaz. You'd better have an early night. There'll be plenty of work for you to do in the next few days.
Yes, Captain.
Well, what are you standing there for? Get about your business.
There's just something, Captain, I wish to discuss.
Well, what is it? Can't you see I'm busy working out details of the expedition? I'm away from Port Royal now. Time for idle chatter is over. My mind is occupied with serious business.
Possibly you have forgotten, Captain, but late this evening before we left Port Royal, you told me about your certain sailing orders.
Yes, I remember. You seemed reluctant to carry them out.
Oh, it wasn't that I was reluctant. It was only that I was thinking of your welfare, Captain. The men who had been left on shore, they didn't know about the new sailing time. These men are still ashore.
I told you they had to stay ashore. You're concerned with the ship now,
Yeah, but Captain, it was arranged that I should go back in a longboat and round them up. In all, there's quite a serious loss of men which you can ill afford.
The seas are too heavy.
Oh, no, but now the wind has died away. There's not even a sigh in the rigging. The sea, she's gentle like the love of a mother. And these men, they are in Port Royal. You're sailing away into you know not what danger, and you'll need every man you can lay your hands upon. They'll be fighting.
Yes, Diaz. I like not to leave these men behind. All right, Diaz. Go back to Port Royal with a squad of men and as many longboats as you can need, and bring those stragglers back to the ship. That is all.
Like a man reprieved at the last moment, Diaz bustles about, organizing crews for the longboats. A lopsided smile lurks in his mouth, twisting one corner of his thin lips. An article hangs heavy in his pocket, the Aztec necklet, his passport to Cuba and fortune, and the satisfaction of his base and evil designs. A poem of pride sings in his heart as he thinks of his cleverness at duping Henry Morgan. Excitement makes his heart pound. The vision of Kitty, when he held her helpless and frightened as before him, and a surge of domineering power rushes through him. Soon, so soon, she'll be completely at the mercy of his will, powerless against him, friendless in a strange land, with none to turn to for aid. But Kitty, at this moment, is strangely at peace, lost in dreams of her own. For the first time since the nightmare which happened in the Dolphin Tavern, her heart is smiling, for Geoffrey Hunter has been. He has forgiven her. He knows the falseness of the woman with whom she is forced to share this hut, and he is going to save her from a life which is worse than a death. Her confidence in her rescue is like the faith of a child. And as she listened to the storm which howled outside, she knew and believed that tonight Geoffrey would escape and carry her away. Soon, at any moment, he would come bursting in, release her from her bonds, and she would have his lips crushed in hers, feel the muscles beneath his thin shirt as her arms slid about him, know the joyous pain which would rise from her heart till it choked in her throat and blinded her eyes in a rose-pink haze, have the feeling of her limbs grow weak and distant while in his arms. Such is her faith in her dreams. Doubt has no place in her mind.
I know you are not asleep. What is it you are thinking about?
Surely my thoughts can be my own. Surely that much is left to me.
You are different. I noticed that when I came back to the hut earlier today, and once or twice before darkness fell, I actually saw a faint suspicion of a smile. Why are you different?
I told you my thoughts are my own.
Did anything happen while I was away? Anything which could have brought about this change?
Happen? And exactly what could have happened? Didn't you find me as you left me?
No, that is right. Nothing good happens in this place. But while I was out walking in the jungle, I saw a gang of convicts working on the hilltop. But they could not have come here. If they had come and found you here, you would not be smiling. No, you are right. Nothing could happen here. And soon we will be away.
And the darkness returns both women to their thoughts, and the rain drizzles down outside. Dolores dreams once more of the Aztec necklet, and Kitty returns to her exciting visions which are full with Geoffrey. While far away, high up in an old gnarled tree on a broad limb, screened so carefully from without by a thick curtain of leaves, a white man murmurs incoherently and tries to toss his hot, feverish body to and fro, but the tight vines tied by the watchful hero hold him firmly to the tree. As a mother tends her child, so Hero watches his friend. Pain and sorrow are in his eyes. His hands are soft and gentle as he feels the fevered brow.
It was a mistake. I couldn't will it. How soft and sweet your lips are, Kitty. And that I love you. Yes, I do. It's a mighty bad thing to escape and die like this alone in the forest with just an old no-good Negro. It's sure I'm bad. Poor Master Geoffrey. To die like this, it's sure I'm a mighty bad thing.
Afloat with Henry Morgan. Just as Geoffrey and Hero are about to escape from the swamp, Geoffrey is struck down with fever. Determined to stay with him, Hero carries him through the raging storm and eventually finds sanctuary in the sheltering boughs of an old tree. Henry Morgan, realizing that a storm is approaching, has his ships put out to anchor in the bay. When the wind dies down, he allows Dietz to return to the shore and round up the stragglers, not knowing that Dietz intends to desert. Geoffrey, in Hero's care, tosses and turns in his delirium, and Hero fears that his death is near at hand.
It sure does seem a mighty sad thing after escaping from that hell camp he should die of fever. It ain't just fair. You know what I'd do, Master Geoffrey? When the gray lady of the dawn comes up in the sky, I'm going down this tree trunk, and I'm going to look for some leaves and herbs that I used to find in Africa. I sure think I would find these if you hold on to that spark of life until the light comes up at dawn. So you lie quietly, Master Geoffrey, and don't go and die on me this night. Do I fear you might? In the morning I go and see if I can find those herbs and leaves.
So Hero keeps his vigil beside his newfound friend, praying that the spark of life will not leave Geoffrey. And as he sits there watching, softly crooning words of comfort, trying to help, the drizzle stops as the rain clouds break. Pre-dawn stars shine watery, then flicker and go out before the approach of day's herald. Through the trees in the eastern sky, streaks of orange and yellow light the heavens, behind the lagging, dispersing clouds. The air is fresh and clear and cool. The yellow light reflects the blueness of the celestial dome, and the few remaining clouds dissolve before that optimism born at the birth of each new day. The jungle begins to stir. Birds ruffle their gay reds and blues of their plumage to shake off the wetness left by the storm. Their throats open, and they sing a new poem to a fresh day. Monkeys uncurl as they stretch from their slumbers and prattle merrily in their chattering tongue, while the sun, red-eyed, peeps over the horizon before plunging up into the heavens. But Geoffrey has grown quiet and still, as though in the very presence of death. Anxiously, Hero watches him, then leaves to go on his search. And on the other side, overlooking Port Royal, a man cautiously toils up the roadway, frequently looking behind to be sure there is no one in pursuit. He curses that dawn is here so early. He would have liked to have reached his destination under the protecting grayness of pre-dawn. When the longboats had grounded on the Jamaican shore, Diaz had seen to the rounding up of the stragglers so that none could read his intention. Then it had been an easy matter, as the boats pushed off, to slip away into the darkness. But the hours of darkness had sped by, and dawn has caught him still on his journey. A fear keeps nagging at the back of his brain that perhaps his absence was discovered too soon, and Morgan, thinking that perhaps he'd been left behind, inadvertently had sent a boat back to find him. And that is why he keeps looking over his shoulder so frequently and anxiously. Trees and palms climb tall and green alongside the rough and twisting road. Diaz is small and dwarfed beside them. Suddenly the road turns sharply, and the trees fade away on one side as it runs to a bluff on the hill. Diaz walks to the edge. Below him, like a toy thing, stretches Jamaica with its freshly washed face. The island is green and clean beneath his feet. The town of Port Royal peeps sleepily out from its many palms and gardens. Its buildings seem no bigger than tinder boxes and look cool and inviting. The island stretches out around the bay, which is deep, deep blue, flecked with white. And there at the entrance, which is guarded by the reef, is the sight for which he had hoped. Ships in line, their canvas filled with wind, their bows dipping deep into the blue, sailing like toy swans on a child's bath. And as he watches, the leading ship turns to navigate the reef, and the sun, fresh from bed, playfully picks it out, painting it gold and making it seem to come alive. Diaz's laughter is laughter born of freedom. It fills the air around him. Morgan has sailed. There will now be no pursuit. He is free to think of the life he has planned, the thoughts which will become a reality in a few days' time. Immediate danger has passed. He can now think only of Kitty and enjoy his anticipation to the full. But Kitty has lain awake all through the night, her ears listening for what she knows will come, Geoffrey's footsteps. And even now, as daylight fills the hut, her confidence cannot be shaken. He said he would come, and come he will. Then suddenly she hears them, and his name springs to her lips. But she must not utter it and give warning to Dolores, and so it is choked back. With a heart pounding, nearer and nearer the footsteps come. They halt outside the door. A hand is placed upon the latch. The door is quietly pushed. A widening gap of green is seen behind it. Rescue has come as she knew it would. The door's opened wide.
Well, I have returned. I'm here to stay.
Diaz, it's you.
And who else would you be expecting? You had a look of expectancy upon your face when I came in. I thought for a brief moment you might be glad to see me.
Ah, now what is it brings the tears to your eyes, huh?
Yes, why are you here?
Have you forgotten? I told you Captain Morgan was sailing today. I have come to be with you two until it is time for us to leave.
What is the news in Port Royal?
They're still seeking for you. The whole island is aroused. Of course they would never come here. Who would think that we would hide in the jungle? Kitty, see over there at the convict camp. Your friend Geoffrey Hunter, he is down there. He is lost forever in the eyes of the world. You hear that, Kitty? He is lost forever. Who knows, he may be dead even now. They died very quickly down there.
Stop it. He isn't dead. He'll come back, you see. One of these days he'll come back and he'll have his revenge upon you, you see.
And with you, too. Don't forget it was because of you that he was captured and put down there. Do you think that he'll forget that? You'll soon forget him anyhow, Kitty. I'll see to that. When we make our home in Cuba, there'll be only me. Yeah, and sometimes I feel I can't wait that long. You're looking to me so very beautiful, Kitty. Your lovely soft hair around your face. I can hardly believe that at last you're going to be all mine for just as long as I wish. Oh, That's a most exciting thought.
Then, Diaz, you had best forget it for the moment. We are not out of danger yet. We have yet to leave these shores.
You're in a fine state of nerves, Dolores.
Would not you be if you had been kept here in this filthy hut with this woman for days? I'm nearly going out of my mind with boredom, with worry and anxiety.
It will not be long now. Surely the ship will be calling very soon to take us away to Cuba.
I know when it is coming. I will keep the information to myself. I will feel a lot safer if I do not share that secret. You have the Aztec necklace with you?
Oh, yeah, but of course. Is it not agreed that I'll give it to you when we reach Cuba?
Two such wicked people as you will not be allowed to succeed in this vile plan.
So, you have changed again. All through the night you seemed so different. Now fear has come back again.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what she thinks or what she believes. There's nothing she can do.
What's that?
What? Dogs. Bloodhounds.
Bloodhounds? Don't they use those dogs for tracking down people?
Yeah. Someone must have escaped from the swamp, some slave or some convict or something. That is just what I didn't want to happen.
Why?
Oh, don't you understand? All the guards will be out searching for this escaped convict. They might just stumble across our hiding place here. They will have already been told to look out for you, Dolores, and if they should come here, all our scheming will go for nothing.
Oh, perhaps the convict could have gone not far. They will catch him tonight.
No, their task will be very hard because the rain will have washed away all the traces. There'll be no scent for the dogs to follow. We must stay in this hut and not move from it. We must be very quiet. Now, if you dare raise your voice, Kitty, and try to attract attention, by heavens, I swear I'll throttle you.
But Kitty isn't listening to Diaz's threats. The disappointment she showed in his arrival has given way to a new wave of optimism. The baying hounds mean a convict has escaped, and that can only mean one thing, Jeffrey's escape. And the rain will have obliterated his traces. They'll never find him. He will remain hidden in the jungle until the pursuit has passed. And then, of course, he will come and rescue her, and will then pay his account with Diaz. The fear which she felt when she read her fate in Diaz's eyes is gone. Helpless as she is, she need fear nothing from him. Only a few hours to wait, and then Jeffrey will come. Not so far away, Hero pauses in his task of gathering herbs and leaves and listens to the baying of the hounds. Hastily taking what he has gathered, he returns to the tree and climbs up beside the still unconscious form of Jeffrey. The fever makes him burning hot. His breath is deep and short. And while Hero compounds his mixture, he listens to the baying of the hounds going further away. A sigh of relief escapes him. Satisfied at last with what he has done, he applies his mixture to the patient, and then sits beside him, waiting. 2 days pass. 2 days of watching, broken only when Hero tends to Jeffrey in his fight to break the fever. Occasionally during the 2 days is heard the baying of the dogs, but always far away. And Kitty, during these 2 days, has waited and waited. Faith giving way to wonderment, to apprehension, to fear, and finally to despair. There is only one thing which she can believe.
Jeffrey isn't coming back for me. He didn't mean it.
She cares not now what happens to her, but her mind is numb. She has not noticed that Dolores has been talking earnestly to an now excited Diaz.
Did you hear that, Kitty? Tonight is the night we leave for Cuba.
And when the sun rises on the next morning, Jeffrey stirs and opens his eyes.
Master Jeffrey, you're better now. The fever has gone. I knew it would. You'll live now.
Fever? What are you talking about? What are we doing here? The rain. The storm. Yes,
We escaped and I carried you here. You had the fever, but you're better now. We've been here 2 days.
Oh, I feel so weak. 2 days, you say? But we should have gone to the hut to Kitty. I promised to rescue Kitty. 2 days here. We must get to that hut at once.
You're too weak.
I don't care. You'll just have to help me to get there.
Be honest, Jeffrey. There's the hut.
You carried me quite far enough. I'm strong enough to walk here. Put me down here and I'll go the rest of the way. Up by the window so I can peep in.
There you are, Master Jeffrey. It's best to look in first and see what's going on. That's right. Can you manage?
I can see, Hero. But they've gone. The hut is empty.
So Kitty has gone. He knows not where, but to what fate he can imagine. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Jeffrey Hunter and the Negro, Hero, escape successfully from the convict camp in the swamps. But Jeffrey is suddenly stricken down with a dreaded fever, becoming unconscious. Hero carries him to a hiding place which he finds amongst the branches of an old tree. Meanwhile, Kitty, who has complete faith in Jeffrey, waits for him to rescue her. Diaz, knowing of Morgan's immediate departure, deserts from the Flying Gull, and the next morning from the hillside sees to his satisfaction Morgan's ships putting out to sea. And then, to Kitty's horror, he joins Kitty and Dolores in hiding. 2 days pass, days in which Hero tries to break the fever which brings Jeffrey so close to death. Days in which Kitty waits in vain for Jeffrey to come, believing at last that he has deserted her. Then comes the evening when Diaz tells her that the ship has arrived to take them to Cuba, and she realizes she is now beyond all aid. The next morning, Jeffrey awakens weak but cured, and insists that Hero take him to the stone hut. But upon reaching there, he finds Kitty is gone and the hut empty.
Gone. And I promised Kitty I'd come and rescue her. There was nothing you could do, Master Jeffrey. You were a mighty sick man. Why did I have to be struck down like that? It was that cursed fever. It's the fever that kills most men when they work in the swamps. Why, if I had not been able to find those leaves and herbs, you wouldn't be here with me now, Master Jeffrey. I would rather have died than have left Kitty down. You couldn't understand here. You don't know what's happened. I only knows you had a friend in the hut. I also knows you had an enemy. That's why I didn't bring you here. That friend was the woman I saw when we came to this hut that day. She was being held prisoner by 2 unscrupulous scoundrels, a man and a woman, 2 Spanish rats. I knew them both. That's all such a muddle, Hero. Even now I can't work it all out. There are so many gaps. Where have they gone now? They've gone back to some Spanish possession, taking with them that other woman as a slave, no worse than a slave. The other woman, who is my friend, has been taken to a land where she'll have no friends, where she'll be utterly helpless and powerless, where her life will be worse than a living death. And she has gone believing that I failed her. You just listen to me. Now, you be mighty sick man. You're very weak. When person's been sick and they's getting better, they's liable to think the most awful things about themselves. Ain't you got no gratitude? You ought to be mighty ashamed of yourself, Master Jeffrey. Here we are, still in danger. You're only thinking of your own misery. You ain't got no thoughts for poor old Hero, what's done all he can to keep you from the grave. Yes, Hero, you're right. I haven't even said thank you. Why didn't you leave me? You might have been miles away from here now. I didn't want to leave you. You're my friend. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Nothing else matters. I knows you're still a sick man. You have to get rest. Now, I suggest we go inside the hut. No one is here. You can lie down and try to get some sleep for the rest of the day. When evening comes, you'll be refreshed. Ain't you forgetting that we go and join Captain Morgan? Henry Morgan. Yes, we have to get to Port Royal. I was forgetting that. We must get there. Especially now that woman has made her escape and gone off the island. She knows Henry Morgan's plans. I, poor fool, told her. We have to reach Henry Morgan before he sails and warn him that his plans are known by a Spanish spy who has gone back to some Spanish possession. Unless he is warned, he'll be trapped. This expedition that Morgan is going on is the most hazardous one he's ever attempted. Well, there ain't nothing that we can do until nightfall. You must get some rest before we go to Port Royal. What with the sickness and disappointment that you've had, we can't travel in daylight. We'll have to wait until nightfall. Now, you come with me inside the hut, and I'll make you comfortable. And then when it's dark, you and I'll sneak into Port Royal under cover of night. And we'll find Captain Morgan.
Diaz.
Right, Dolores. I didn't hear you coming.
What are you doing up here on the prow of the ship, staring into the darkness?
A man is entitled to have moments of dreaming. No. Away over there in the darkness, Cuba. It's good to be returning home, to be going back to my own people.
People whom you have betrayed. But for me, you would be returning as a traitor.
Many times when I've been in Morganized port of beautiful Cuba. Many times I regretted leaving that so lovely island. I never thought that the time would come when I'd be able to return to it. Now all is forgiven, is it not, Dolores? I am returning home. I have fulfilled all my dreams, all my wishes. I'm going back. And taking with me the woman I want. I have the promises of riches. And you are going to keep your word, are you not, Dolores?
I have promised you a reward, yes. I have promised you safety. What more do you want?
I just want to remind you that but for me, you would not have got back the Aztec necklace.
I have not got it back. Not yet.
No. But you will have it when we reach Cuba. While I hold it, I am still assured that you'll keep your promise.
Do you trust anybody?
No. No, why should I? That's foolish. Yes, I'm a very lucky man. Everything I have planned has succeeded, and ahead of me, somewhere in the darkness, lies Cuba.
And also somewhere out there in the darkness is Captain Henry Morgan and his fleet of ships. Captain Morgan, sailing on his last expedition.
You are sure now that you can trap him?
I am certain. I know where he is going and what he is going to do. As soon as I reach Cuba, I will tell my father. Mighty ships of Spain will sail after him. Mighty ships that will trap him, and there will be no escape for Captain Morgan. You will see him again, Diaz. He will be brought back alive to Havana. I wish to talk with Captain Morgan again. And when I see him, he shall be in chains, and I shall be wearing the Aztec necklace. He shall know before he dies 1,000 deaths that it was I, a mere woman, who trapped him. Yes, Diaz, I too am happy.
Master Geoffrey, wake up.
Oh, what is it, Hero? What's wrong?
No, it's all right. There ain't anything wrong.
Good heavens, it's dark.
You've been sleeping a long while. Look, I brought you some wild fruit. I went out just a little while ago. You ain't had nothing to eat for ever such a long while. You've been asleep for ages, so that'll refresh you.
Yes, thanks. I wonder what time it is.
The time don't matter. It's been dark mighty long time. I reckon now you'll be strong enough after all that sleep all these long hours to get back to Port Royal. We'll be safe there because all good people be abed now.
Oh, yes, Hero, I feel fine. I have to get to Port Royal just as soon as I can. Captain Morgan was preparing to put to sea when I was taken. Must be ready for the trip now. Who knows, he might be sailing in the morning. We must reach Port Royal before morning.
Well, everything is very quiet. You know, while you've been sleeping, I've been listening. And today is the first time I've not heard the baying of the hounds. The search must have gone further afield now.
Yes, in the day since we escaped, the authorities must have searched Port Royal, too. They won't be looking for us there now. They're probably searching for us out on the plantations inland.
Well, I reckon, Master Geoffrey, after you eat up all that fruit I brought you, we should be on our way. Because we have to take our time. You're still weak.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
No, you ain't very strong. We have to be extra careful we don't see no one. It's going to be dangerous going into Port Royal, so we have to allow ourselves plenty of time. You eat that fruit I brought you, and we'll get going.
Must be very late. I wish I knew what time it was. Must have been the hours of early morning. If you reach Port Royal, not in the sign of anybody.
Wait a minute, Master Geoffrey. Look, just coming round the corner. Down there. Someone carrying a lantern.
Yes, I see. Quickly. Get in here. Through these open gates. Stand behind the high fence. Let everybody go past.
3 o'clock in the morning. A fine night and all is well.
It's the watch. If he sees us, he'll raise the alarm. Keep quiet.
He's coming closer.
What bad luck this is. Round the next corner, we'll be right at the docks. He ain't likely to look behind this wall.
3 o'clock in the fine morning. All is well.
He's passing. He ain't stopping. What? It'll be an hour before he comes this way again. Now, as soon as he's gone, don't run towards the docks. Just walk casually. Footsteps on halfway attract attention. His footsteps have faded right away now. Try the safest to go now. Way too fast, hero. Nearing our dirty lane, it'll be dreadful to be caught now.
You say the dock's just around the corner?
That's right. When we turn the end of this building, you'll see the flying gull line at the back. Only a few steps more. Hero, look. Oh, no, no disappointment again.
This quayside sure am empty.
He's gone. Henry Morgan's gone. Once again, I'm too late.
It's sure going to look mighty bad for us.
We have to take a risk. There's only one thing to do.
What's that?
We have got to go to the governor of Jamaica.
But we as escaped convicts.
For the sake of Captain Morgan and all his men aboard his ships, we have to forget our own safety and go and tell Sir Thomas Mutford what we know.
Look at the time, Sir Thomas. 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not used to this sitting up all night and talking.
Well, you return to England tomorrow, Colonel. It's the last opportunity of having a little chat with you. But before you go, let's go into my study and have a final nightcap.
You know, I hate going back to England and not knowing the fate of Antoinette de Lacy.
Yes. Worries me, too. I try not to think of it.
Don't go in, Sir Thomas. There's an intruder in the room. Look over there where the curtains hang in the window. They're bulging out. There's a man hiding there.
Put that pistol down there.
Whoever is there for no good purpose.
A shot is fired. The curtains part and the Negro falls to the floor, revealing, standing behind him, Geoffrey Hunter. Hear of the encounter between Hunter and Sir Thomas Mutford in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. For 2 days, Hero watches and patiently tends to Geoffrey Hunter as he lies in the grip of the deadly fever. Tenderly, he administers to him the mixture he prepared from herbs and leaves. While Geoffrey lies so near death, Kitty waits for him to rescue her. She waits in vain, finally thinking that he has forgotten her. Diaz deserts from the Flying Gull, joining Kitty and Dolores in the stone hut. Eventually, Geoffrey recovers and goes at once to the hut to rescue Kitty, but he is too late. Diaz and Dolores have taken her, a helpless prisoner, with them on their way to Cuba. Under cover of night, Geoffrey and Hero get to Port Royal to give warning to Henry Morgan that Dolores knows his plans. But once again they are too late. Morgan has sailed. At the risk of their liberty, Geoffrey decides to appeal to Sir Thomas Mutford. Sir Thomas and Colonel Atterbury enter Sir Thomas's study, and the colonel sees a bulge in the curtains and, suspecting an intruder, fires his pistol. Hero falls, revealing Geoffrey standing behind him.
So it's 2 intruders and not 1. Well, I'll fix the other party.
Stop your murdering. Let me see what you've done to my friend.
What are you 2 men doing here? You think you can ransack the governor's home?
We're here to see Sir Thomas Mutford. No, you've not killed him.
It's a pity. 1 nigger less wouldn't do any harm.
He's a man the same as you are, and my friend. The ball from your pistol grazed the side of his head and stunned him.
You haven't told us yet what you're doing here.
My business is with Sir Thomas and not with a stranger. Haven't you recognized me yet, Sir Thomas?
Your face seems familiar. Colonel Atterbury, bring that lamp forward so I can see in a better light. What? It isn't possible. Did you think to conceal yourself with that growth of hair on your face, Hunter?
Hunter? Do you mean
Yes,
to say...
this is the man the island has been looking for. Where is she hiding, Hunter? What have you done with her and the necklet? Come, answer me, man. Where have you been all these days? Has the pursuit become too hot for you? You've come back to throw yourself upon my clemency. Ring the bell for some slaves to come and hold this man, Colonel.
Sir Thomas, please, you must listen to me. Don't make a mistake now which you can't rectify. Don't do anything which you might regret.
Regret? What could I regret? Especially when I have within my hands a scoundrel who took advantage of my hospitality, who foully schemed with a Spanish spy, the man who broke faith with the man who befriended him. You will be held until Captain Morgan comes back. I promised him the pleasure of dealing with you. But first you will tell me where that woman is hiding.
Please, Sir Thomas, I've been very ill. I'm under a great strain. I can't make head or tail of what you're talking about. I have a story to tell you, but there are so many gaps which you have to fill in.
The man is wasting our time by talking. I'll ring through for the slaves, Sir Thomas.
Don't do that, sir. Why do you think we sneaked into your home like a couple of thieves, Sir Thomas? Because we have to see you. Because we have to get your help.
Help? Why, the man's a raving lunatic. You thought tonight to sneak back into my house and help yourself to some other treasures. If we'd not been talking so late, you'd have succeeded. Where have you hidden that woman?
I understand you're talking about the woman who posed as Antoinette de Lacy.
As well you know, you scheming scoundrel. Didn't you, with her help, steal the Aztec necklet? Didn't you take it from Morgan's cabin and then give it to the tavern wench Kitty who wore it? And then didn't you, together with the two women, disappear into the night?
Oh, everything is at sixes and sevens. I can't make head or tail of anything. But I've come here tonight, Sir Thomas. I'm risking my very life in coming to you. Because Henry Morgan and his men are going to their deaths. They're going right into a trap.
What poppycock is this you're talking? Lies to get you out of your predicament.
You have told me that I, together with a woman who is here posing as your kinswoman, took from Captain Morgan the Aztec necklet. And then, with Kitty, we ran away to get her.
Of course you did. It's quite obvious.
So that's what the plot was. How cleverly it worked. Gradually, everything is piecing itself together in my mind. I have not been with that woman at all.
Do you expect us to believe that?
I can prove where I've been. I've been working in the swamps. I was sent there as an escaped convict.
Nonsense.
That is something which you and your position can easily prove, Sir Thomas. Send one of your secretaries to the authorities. Ask them to send you the record of Geoffrey Hunter. You will find it there. I was recaptured and sent to the swamps the night the necklace was taken from Morgan's ship. I'm not telling you lies. You can prove I was in the swamps.
You, an escaped convict? Oh. Well, what the devil are you doing here?
If you'd been working in the swamps, Sir Thomas, you'd do everything you could to get away from there. As it was, I barely escaped with my life. If it had not been for my friend whom your companion has knocked unconscious, I wouldn't be here now.
Sir Thomas, I think we should hear what this man has to say. He's forfeited his liberty by coming here. Therefore, he must have a serious message for us. I seem to remember Captain Morgan not being fully satisfied with the explanation that we formed about this affair. He could never understand why this man Hunter would go away with two women.
Oh, well, it won't do any harm to hear what he has to say, Colonel. So, Hunter, you're an escaped convict. That is why you were never too eager to accept our friendships, until that woman who was living in my home decoyed you. That was why you never talked much about yourself, eh?
It doesn't matter about me. But I want to know what really happened. I want you to tell me all you know, and I'll tell you all I know. In that way we can get a complete picture. I have come here to save Captain Morgan, all his men, and his fleet of ships from falling into the merciless hands of the Spanish. I know that Captain Morgan has sailed into a trap set by that woman who is living in your home, Sir Thomas. She obviously was a Spanish spy. She and a man called Diaz stole that necklace, of that I'm sure.
Now I know you lie. Diaz has sailed with Captain Morgan. He took your place aboard the ship.
I'll wager my liberty against your year's salary that I'm right.
Then where are Diaz and this woman now?
On their way back, with Kitty, from where that woman came.
How do you know?
Before I escaped from the swamp, my friend Hero here and I found an old stone hut lost in the jungle. Hiding in that hut was a Spanish woman who claimed to be Antoinette de Lacy. She was guarding Kitty, who was being kept prisoner. Fortunately, Kitty had been left alone in the hut, while this woman had gone for a stroll. Unfortunately, she came back too soon. But for the brief time I was there, Kitty told me that Dietz and this woman had kidnapped her.
and that he was taking her back to some Spanish possession. I gathered from what she said that they had the Aztec necklet. Then the Spanish woman was seen returning to the hut. I had no time to hear anything further. But I promised Kitty I would come back and rescue her.
And did you?
Hero and I escaped from the swamps that night. But I was stricken down with fever. I only recovered yesterday morning. When I knew what had happened, I went straight to the hut, but we were too late. They'd gone.
On their way back from wherever she came. She must have had a ship lurking offshore, Sir Thomas.
If we're to believe this man's story, yes.
Oh, we can soon check up and see when he was arrested. If it was on the night that the necklet was taken, we'll know he couldn't have had a hand in it.
True, very true, but he must have taken it. Didn't he say that Hunter here was the only person who knew the necklace's hiding place?
How do you explain that, Hunter?
I can't explain it. Dietz and the other woman must have discovered it by accident. Why did this other woman run away? How did you people discover that she was an imposter?
Well, I knew the real Antoinette de Lacy in England. I arrived in Jamaica unexpectedly. I called to see Sir Thomas the very night that the necklet was taken. Morgan was here. Morgan and I got to talking about Antoinette de Lacy, and we were soon at loggerheads. Morgan then realized that we were not talking about the same woman, so he believed she was an imposter. After saying good night to Sir Thomas, we watched in the garden, hoping that she would come back, so that I could see her.
But I, unfortunately, spoiled their little game because I found them there, demanded to know what they were doing, and brought them inside. While we were talking and they were telling me all their suspicions, the woman returned. She must have overheard us. She fled.
I see. Then when she arranged to have the necklace stolen, she had no idea it would be necessary for her to go into hiding. She intended to stay here as your kinswoman, Sir Thomas, until it was time for her to meet the ship to take her back to her homeland.
If what you're saying is true, and I suppose it is. You know, I'm being very generous in allowing you to tell me your story, Hunter, but it will be all the worse for you if I found any falsehood.
I'll accept that risk. Tell me what else you know about that night.
When the woman escaped, Sir Thomas, Captain Morgan, and I set off in pursuit. Well, she got away from it. Morgan then remembered a friendship with you and thought she might have gone to the Flying Gull to you. So we went to the ship. It was there Morgan discovered one of his crew dead in his cabin and the necklet gone.
Yes. It was then that we were told that Kitty had been seen wearing the Aztec necklet for a while at the Dolphin Tavern the previous night. Morgan went straight to the tavern then, but Kitty had gone.
Oh, I see. It was very convenient to have Kitty wearing the Aztec necklet at the tavern the previous night, have her missing the next morning, and have me missing too. The obvious conclusion was that I had taken the necklet and Kitty and had gone away. But you, Colonel, nearly upset the little plan because the Spanish woman had to go into hiding too. No wonder Captain Morgan was a little puzzled that I should take those two women with me, especially as he believed I had given my devotion to the woman who called herself Antoinette de Lacy.
I still can't make head or tail of what really happened, Hunter.
By what I know, and from what you have told me, I can tell you everything. I was infatuated by the woman who was living in your house, Sir Thomas. To me, she was a symbol of something of which I thought I'd lost forever. I never thought I would again come into a home, such as you have, be entertained by such a person, be admired and flattered by such a person. I thought all that was gone for good. I let myself believe I'd fallen in love with her.
But you were a member of a buccaneer's ship. Surely you must have been crazy to think you could fall in love with the woman whom we believed to be my kinswoman.
It was crazy, and I knew it to be crazy, but I couldn't resist going back for a short while and getting a glimpse of that life which I had lost. I'm used to the nice things of life, Sir Thomas. I was born to them. Coming here into your home, being accepted as your guest, sitting down to your table, living was like living a new life. I believed the sincerity of this woman who called herself Antoinette. I believed that she was in love with me. Of course, now I know it was just to serve her own plans, to get my knowledge from me. Against my better judgment, she persuaded me to give her my love until I sailed away with Captain Morgan.
Hunter, before you go any further, I think perhaps you'd better tell me for what crime it was you were sent out here from England.
What is the story behind Geoffrey Hunter's exile? What crime could this man have done to warrant such a punishment? Listen to the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan.
Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Recovering from the deadly fever, Geoffrey discovers that he is too late to save Kitty. She's been taken a captive by Diaz and Dolores to Cuba. Kitty cares naught about her fate, believing that Geoffrey has forsaken her. Knowing that Dolores has gone, but ignorant of her destination, Geoffrey goes with Hero to Port Royal to warn Captain Morgan, but finds that he too has sailed. Jeopardizing his own liberty, Geoffrey appeals to Sir Thomas Montfort for help, admitting that he is an escaped convict, and tries to prove that he had no hand in stealing the Aztec necklet. He tells of his friendship with Dolores, but Sir Thomas interrupts him to ask how it was that Geoffrey became a convict.
Yes, that has been puzzling me, too. You are obviously a man of education and intelligence. How is it that you were convicted and sent out to this colony with the riffraff, the scum of humanity?
That story has nothing at all to do with what I'm discussing tonight. It's done and can't be undone. I know what it means to my future by coming to you, Sir Thomas, tonight. It means my death. But it means much more to me to be able to save Henry Morgan, his men, and all their ships.
I would still like to hear your story, Hunter.
I will tell it to you, Sir Thomas, when I have made you believe what really happened on the night that the Aztec necklet was taken.
Yes, you have yet to convince me that what you've told me is true.
It all seems so perfectly clear and logical now that I can't see how you can help but believe me.
Well, if you won't tell us your own story, get on with the story of the Aztec necklet and the woman who was masquerading as Sir Thomas's kinswoman.
The friendship of the woman I thought was Antoinette de Lacy meant so much to me that I fell in love with her. I can see now that she set out to make me fall in love with her. I was lonely, desperately unhappy. It was an easy thing to do.
Unhappy, lonely? What about Kitty? The story goes that you were over fond of her.
Before I met the Spanish spy, I went to Kitty because of my loneliness and for comfort. She never meant anything to me. She was just a woman who could make me forget. And I appreciated that. I appreciated all she did for me. But for some reason, best known for herself, she fell in love with me. How that fitted in with the plans Diaz made. Kitty fell in love with me in a jealous, possessive way. I couldn't make her understand that I was not in love with her, never had been. I tried to help her. I hated seeing her as a plaything for filthy seamen in a dirty tavern. But everything I tried to do for Kitty, she thought I was doing it because I was in love with her. Then I met the woman who was in your house, Sir Thomas. I tried to make Kitty understand that this other woman was part of the life which belonged to me, but I didn't succeed.
But what has all this to do with the Aztec necklet?
I believe the Aztec necklet was taken by Henry Morgan as a Spanish prize. I believe this woman knew of it. I believe the real Antoinette de Lacy fell into the Spanish hands. And this woman knew that you had never seen the real Antoinette, Sir Thomas. And so she learned all she could about her family and came in her stead.
Yes, we've surmised that already.
And she came for two purposes. One was to get the Aztec necklet, and the other was to betray Morgan into the hands of the Spanish. She has succeeded in one and is about to in the other. That is why I've come to you for help.
Will you please carry on and tell us about the night the Aztec necklet was stolen? Unless you can prove you had no hand in it, Hunter, I don't want to hear anything else, and you'll go back to the fate which you so richly deserve.
Not so long ago, a convict ship arrived in Port Royal, and aboard it was a convict named Glegg.
Yes, I know that ship. I was in charge of the convicts aboard her.
Glegg knew me in my past life. I was with Kitty at the Dolphin Tavern. Glegg recognized me. I tried to deny it and immediately left the tavern. Previously, Kitty had seen me with a woman, the one you thought to be Antoinette de Lacy. She was mad with jealousy. After I left the tavern, she no doubt got the whole story of my past from the man named Glegg. Then she must have told Diaz. Don't you see what a perfect opportunity this was? Don't you see they were both in league to get the necklet? What a chance it was for them to betray me and have the necklet disappear at the same time.
Yes, I can see what this man is getting at, Sir Thomas. Carry on, Hunter. I'm becoming very interested.
But it had to be done at the same time. Their idea was that they should get their hands on the necklet and have me disappear. That Diaz would make Kitty wear the necklet in the tavern on the same night, so that Morgan's seaman would see her wearing it. And then Diaz was to kidnap Kitty and take her away into hiding. Then, when the Spanish spy left for her homeland, Diaz and Kitty were to sail with her.
I believe you've hit the nail on the head, Hunter.
But tell me, how did they know the hiding place of the necklet? Morgan said only knew of it, Hunter.
Well, perhaps I told her.
Oh, you betrayed that trust.
Not intentionally. But I did betray another trust.
What was that?
I'll come to that all in good time. After I left the Dolphin Tavern that night, after meeting Glegg, I was terrified that everything would be lost. I returned at once to the Flying Gull, hoping that I could see Captain Morgan and so beseech his aid.
Yes, Morgan was here with me that night.
I know. I gave word to the man on watch that no one was to come aboard who wanted to see me. I was frightened that Glegg would follow me.
And then what happened?
I went down to my quarters, hoping that Morgan would return aboard ship very soon. After a while, I received word that Dietz was waiting to see me on deck. I went up, and he told me he had come from Captain Morgan.
That was a lie. Morgan was with us.
He also told me that Morgan had given him a precious stone, which I was to put away for him.
Was the man Dietz alone?
At the moment, yes, but I didn't see him come aboard.
You mean, then, that the woman could have come aboard with him and hidden?
Yes, and I think that is exactly what did happen. Dietz showed me a precious stone. He told me Morgan wished me to place it in a hiding place. He also told me that Morgan wished to see me in half an hour's time at the Dolphin Tavern. Although I wanted to see Morgan, I was a bit fearful about going. But I thought I'd better obey orders. I took the stone from Dietz.
From where did the stone come from?
I have no idea. I didn't examine it. To me, it looked like one which I'd seen in Morgan's hiding place. Perhaps Dietz had held that gem awaiting such an opportunity. Anyhow, I took the gem to Morgan's cabin. I placed it in the hiding place. Now, I believed that the woman was already hiding in the cabin and saw me put it away. I then returned to my quarters, not wishing to be seen about on the deck. I later went to the Dolphin Tavern. Whilst I was in my quarters, they must have escaped with the Aztec necklace, going straight back to the Dolphin Tavern where they waited for me.
You went there to find Morgan?
Yes. And I remember now that as I approached, I saw drawn up on the other side a closed-in carriage. I think, no doubt, that in that carriage was Dietz and the woman. As I approached, Kitty came to me. And as soon as she spoke to me, 2 members of the watch arrested me.
So it was Kitty who betrayed you?
Yes. Goaded into it by Dietz and a Spanish woman. As they took me away, I asked her to go to Morgan and tell him what really happened. And I believe she possibly tried to do it, but was stopped by Dietz, who made her wear the necklet into the tavern, and then, later in the evening, he took her away by force.
You disappeared. Kitty disappeared as well as the Aztec necklace. If all this is true, it's a devilish cunning plot.
It can be proved by checking up with the authorities as to what I was doing on that night.
But why was Kitty betrayed?
For 2 reasons. One, that it was to be thought she had run away with me. And the second, that Dietz wanted her for himself. I have no doubt that the payment for the part he played in getting the Aztec necklace was a passage back to a Spanish possession. And he wanted to take poor Kitty with him. And he succeeded. I can't bear to think of her fate. It's too terrible.
So they've gone. And it seems as though the Aztec necklace and Kitty have both gone for good. But you said you betrayed another trust. What was that?
I believed in this woman who was masquerading as your kinswoman. I can see now that she very cleverly wormed from me information which she wanted, in honeyed words of love, as though concerned for my safety. She got me to tell her all that I knew of Henry Morgan's plans. She knows where he is going. She knows what he plans to do. Spain will give large rewards to anyone who captures Captain Morgan. That is why I've come to you, Sir Thomas. That's why I've thrown away my liberty and what chance I had of making a permanent escape, because I can't bear the thought of Henry Morgan sailing unsuspectingly into a trap. And from the trap which they set, there will be no escape.
But Morgan is gone. We can't recall him.
I know to where he is going. I can give you full details. His ships are heavy and cumbersome. Send a fast ship off in pursuit. A ship which will overtake him before he reaches his destination. And before I return from where I escaped, I will tell you all that I know.
Colonel Atterbury, what do you say about this story that we've just heard?
I believe it, Sir Thomas. I believe it. Remember how Morgan said it just didn't add up together? He couldn't understand Hunter taking the necklet, giving it to Kitty, when this other woman was so anxious to get it.
Yes, he did say that. Hunter, I believe your story, but I must check up with the authorities.
Well, freedom and life were nice while they lasted.
Tell me, how did you come to be sent here? You've told me the story of the Aztec necklet. Now tell me your own story.
There's nothing much to tell, really.
I was a fool who had too much trust in my fellow men. I was born to a life of ease, Sir Thomas, and comfort. I was always sorry for the underdog. I was against, and still am against, harsh laws which send human beings into captivity and slavery.
Well, those convictions don't send you to Jamaica.
They did in a way. Because a man came to me, a man named Glegg. He told me that he'd been in trouble once with the authorities, that they had hounded him ever since. He couldn't get a job. He was driven by starvation back to crime. I gave him a job. He was with me some months, and then one day he suddenly disappeared.
Oh, what happened?
The next day the Bow Street runners came to my house. They searched it and found hidden in one of my bedrooms jewels. Jewels that had been stolen from my friends. They're only part of the missing jewels. Glegg had managed to get away with the rest. But he left those there just to incriminate me. I was arrested, tried, sent out to Jamaica as a convict.
And Hunter, how did you manage to get free and join Captain Henry Morgan?
How was it that Geoffrey Hunter was abroad that night in Port Royal when he saved the life of Captain Henry Morgan? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Through illness, Geoffrey is unable to rescue Kitty before Dolores and Diaz take her by force to Cuba. Upon reaching Port Royal, he discovers that Captain Morgan has sailed. Realizing the only person who can help him is the governor, Sir Thomas Motford, he risks his liberty by going to him. He manages to convince Sir Thomas and Colonel Atterbury as to what really happened on the night the necklet was taken. And Sir Thomas, realizing that Dolores will tell the Spaniards of Morgan's plans, apprehends Morgan's danger. Geoffrey tells of how in England the man Glegg deputed him and left him innocently in the possession of stolen jewels. Although innocent, he was convicted and sent as a convict to Jamaica. Sir Thomas asks him how it was that he was free in Port Royal to join Henry Morgan.
How is it, Hunter, that you were sent out here as a convict, and yet you were free to join Henry Morgan? I realize that joining the Buccaneers is an ideal way for a man to escape, but the risk is great. Captain Morgan is frequently in Port Royal. The chances of recognition are many, and a convict or a slave is always a marked man.
I was free because I didn't reach these shores as a convict. Do you know, Colonel, what happened to the convict ship which left England before you?
Oh, that must have been the ship that was lost at sea and lost all hands.
Lost all hands, except one. I was aboard that ship. We were just off the Jamaican coast when we were struck by a terrible storm. I have never known such wind or been conscious of such seas. We were all shut up, locked down in the hold. We could only imagine what was going on outside. Suddenly all hell was let loose. Above the wind was a roar and then a crash. We in the darkness surmised the mast had gone. We thought the ship lift badly. Men in the hold screamed and scrambled, trying to find a way out of the darkness. Water started to come in. We knew the ship was doomed, confusion reigned, and above our heads the storm raged and roared, and the battered ship was tossed about. Men became like hysterical animals.
But surely the ship was not abandoned, and you men left to your own fate?
No, not quite that. When they realized the ship was doomed, they flung open the hatches. The seas came tumbling down. 2 or 3 members of the crew struggled in the hold to unchain the convicts, but they'd left it too late. Only a few of us were unchained. Then the water started coming like a torrent. The ship was turning over. 3 others and myself managed to scramble out of above, and the ship sank beneath our very feet. The cries of the men were drowned in the moaning of the wind, and then shut off suddenly.
What happened to you?
I was sucked down into the churning, angry greenness, down, till I thought my lungs would break. Then suddenly the suction stopped, and I shot like a cork from a bottle up to the surface. 2 of us. Only 2 of us were struggling in the sea. A broken spar floated by. We both grabbed it. 2 days and 2 nights I hung to that spar,
And on the second night, my companion loosened his hold. That was that. The next morning, I was washed up on a rocky shore.
On the coast of Jamaica. Yes, I know the very spot. Quite a bit of wreckage is washed up there.
I didn't wait to see. I had arrived in Jamaica, not in chains as I had thought, but with a chance of being free. There was no one in Jamaica who knew me. I had guessed that I possibly was the only man to come out of that wreck alive. I believed if I laid low long enough and existed quietly, there was a very good chance that no one would ever know anything about me. It was while I was living in seclusion that I met Captain Morgan one night. He offered me a berth aboard his ship. He didn't know who I was, and I refused to say anything about myself. I believed I had a chance to get away with him, and during his cruises, I would become accepted as a member of his crew, and no questions would ever be asked about myself.
But fate decided that someone should come out on the very next voyage. Someone who knew you.
Yes, Clegg, the man who duped me. I knew it was no good appealing to him to tell the truth. He isn't the type who would enjoy seeing a convict go free, no matter how innocent he was.
About this man Clegg, you have told me that you gave him a position in your house in England.
Yes, I was sorry for him. He told me such a sad tale.
Well, it seems to me that you were convicted on very small evidence, if what you say is true.
Clegg told me that he was a reformed character. While he was with me, he seemed grateful to the position I had given to him. Unknown to me, he was going out at night robbing, and in doing so he showed great cunning, because he only robbed wealthy friends of mine. Then, when he had taken all he could get from them, he cleared out. But he wanted to make sure that someone else was accused of his crime, so he left a few trinkets in my room, trinkets which could easily be traced. All my friends believed I had been robbing them. The authorities tried to persuade me to tell them where I'd hidden the rest of the loot, but of course I couldn't tell them. That made everything go against me. Clegg had disappeared. I could only talk about a man whom I couldn't produce. I was found with the jewels, and on that I was convicted. But I am as innocent of any crimes as you are, Sir Thomas, or you, Colonel. We've been talking so long I'd forgotten about tending to my friend here.
Well, it's lucky he has a thick skull, or the ball from my pistol might have killed him.
You just grazed his temple.
Oh, master, me got awful head.
Now, don't you worry about anything, hero. You just lie there still and you'll be all right.
Now, tell me about this Negro. Where does he come into your story?
It was he who helped me escape from the swamp.
Oh, so he's a runaway slave?
I want you to understand, Sir Thomas, that hero came with me voluntary. He has thrown away any chance he might have had of freedom so that we can help Captain Morgan. But for his care and attention, I would never have been here to tell you the truth. I would have died back there in the swamps. Hero, at every risk to himself, stayed by me and nursed me back to health. He has made a great sacrifice. Now I know it's all in vain. We have to go back to face whatever punishment there is for convicts or slaves who escape from the swamp. But you must do whatever you can to save Captain Morgan from sailing into a trap. If he and his men are saved, then whatever sacrifice Hero and I might make, it will not be in vain.
Colonel, will you pull back the curtains? It's light now.
Good heavens, have we been talking as long as this?
Another day. I wonder what it will bring. Now, about this business of Captain Morgan. Morgan sailed some time ago. He's not within easy reach of Jamaica. This time of the year, he should have a steady wind behind him.
But someone could go up in pursuit of him and catch him.
Yes, Colonel. Your ship. The one on which you are returning to England is ready for us.
No, she'd never catch Morgan and his fleet. She's a convict hulk, slow and clumsy.
Yes, that's right. There's a sloop in the harbour. She's very small, but she's fast. She's the only ship I can think of that might overtake Morgan. I'll send for the captain immediately. And you, Hunter, had better be prepared to tell the captain all you know of Morgan's plans, his destination, and what he intends to do.
Unless Captain Morgan changed his plans unexpectedly, Sir Thomas, I can supply you with all the information you require.
As regards yourself and your companion, Hunter...
Yes, sir.
I have my duty to do, no matter what I think personally. I can only carry out the law as it is.
I understand, sir.
I must place you and this Negro under arrest. No, it will not be done in an obvious way. You will stay here at Government House until you've spoken to the captain of the sloop and told him what you know of Morgan's plans. Hunter, I think you're a man of honor, so I won't humiliate you by placing you under guard. You and your companion shall be taken to a room and left there. I place you both on your honor that you will make no attempt to escape.
No, oh, it is you in the flesh. It is not a dream.
Yes, Father, I am home again. Oh, did you doubt that I would return?
Doubt every moment since you left these shores. I have been trying to convince myself I would see you again. Oh, you are really here and unharmed. I could not believe that you had returned, that you were waiting for me here. But for a moment, who is this?
This is Diaz.
Oh, your servant, Don Pietro Pizarro.
But for him, I would not have been successful, Father.
Oh, but tell me, what everything I want you to tell me that has happened on the island of Jamaica while you were there. Everything was a success?
A greater success than I imagined. I got back the Aztec necklace. I told you I would.
And Morgan, tell me of Morgan. Have you made any plans so that we can catch him?
I know his plans. Captain Morgan at this moment is sailing the high seas on his way to Santa Paula. He intends to go up the river, sack the town of Santa Paula, and carry off the treasure which is there.
Santa Paula? But Santa Paula is up the river. We didn't think he would ever dare do that.
He is audacious enough to sail his fleet up the river. You can catch him now, Father. Let him go up the river, and then when he turns to go back, he will find the might of Spain waiting to smash him. But there is no time to waste. Already he is on his way to Santa Paula. The fleet must leave Cuba at once.
Caramba, we have caught him. There is a big reward for the person who brings back such information.
I do not want it. But for the axe who stands beside me, we would not have been successful. Give him the reward. I want it not. I have back the Aztec necklace.
Ah, you are too generous.
No, Diaz. I reward well those who serve me. Money shall be given to you immediately. My father will give you protection for any of your past crimes.
Then, senorita, allow me to present you this for which you have been waiting. The Aztec necklace.
Master Geoffrey, we've been kept here waiting too long. I don't like it.
I fear, Hero, there's no escape for us.
Oh, Lord, I wish you could show us a way to get out of this trouble.
Oh, Hunter, I have news for you.
Yes, Sir Thomas.
I have verified your story with the authorities. The incidents which took place on the night the Aztec necklace was taken were, as you said. I also discovered something else of interest. The man, Clegg.
Yes, Sir Thomas?
The authorities told me that he was waiting in custody to be taken to the swamps. It seems he struck an overseer, and the punishment for that is the swamps. I had Clegg brought to me. I told him he had a choice. He could either confess the truth about you or go to the swamps. He's confessed that you are entirely innocent. Papers clearing you will be given to you with my signature. Well, Hunter, you're a free man now.
Thank you, Sir Thomas.
And as for your friend Hero, although he is an escaped slave, he did valiant service in saving your life. I've decided to give him a pardon and make him a free man.
Oh, Lord, I thank you.
And you, Hunter, are to leave immediately aboard the sloop to overtake and give warning to Henry Morgan.
So Geoffrey Hunter is to overtake Captain Morgan. But Captain Morgan believes Hunter to be a thieving scoundrel. Make sure you listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan.
Afloat with Henry Morgan. Geoffrey Hunter, anxious to save Henry Morgan from sailing into a trap, goes with Hero to the governor, Sir Thomas Motford. Between them, they piece together what really happened on the night that the Aztec necklace was taken. Sir Thomas is anxious to know how Geoffrey became a convict. Geoffrey tells him that it was the innocent dupe of a man named Clegg, who later arrived as a convict at the island and who denounced him to Kitty. Sir Thomas warns both Geoffrey and Hero that he has no option but to retake them into custody, and he puts them on their honor not to try to escape. Dolores, together with Dietz and Kitty, still a prisoner, arrives in Cuba, and Dietz is well rewarded for his work, and plans are made to capture Morgan. Eventually, Sir Thomas returns to Geoffrey to tell him that Glegg has confessed, that Geoffrey is innocent, and so he is pardoned. Due to the good work Hero has done, he too is given his freedom. A sloop is about to leave Port Royal to overtake Morgan and his fleet, and Sir Thomas tells Geoffrey that he is to join her.
I can't express, Sir Thomas, the feelings I have. Without doubt, this must be the happiest day of my life.
You are prepared to join the sloop?
Join her? Why, 100 fighting men couldn't keep me away. I, too, don't know what to say, boss. When I left my home way back in Africa, I never thought I'd see a free day again. Lord, I thank you for letting the sun shine so bright. My heart is so full of happiness, my tongue is just dripping over itself. I'd like to go down on my knees and thank you for all that you've done.
That will not be necessary. I realize that if you'd not stayed by Geoffrey Hunter and nursed him back to health, Morgan wouldn't have been warned.
He's not warned yet. And he has a good start.
But the sloop is fast. And with the very good wind behind you, you have every chance of overtaking him. The sloop sails in an hour's time.
An hour? Good. We want to waste no time.
I dare say there's quite a lot you've to do. You want some money to set yourself up, some new clothes.
Yes, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I'll give you what you need. But you better hurry. You've not much time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sir Thomas.
There's nothing to thank me for. Your case was a miscarriage of justice. You'll be compensated for the humiliation to which you've been.
Hearing my name is all the compensation I want.
You ain't saying goodbye to me, are you, boss? I ain't got no place to go now. Freedom to an old Negro like me means a lot, but it's like a new world I've been put into. I'm a bit bewildered. I don't want to say goodbye to you, Master Geoffrey. I ain't forgotten you saved my life. I ain't forgotten that you treated me just as if I was a white man and not just a bit of black trash, and then things I ain't never going to forget. I don't want to say goodbye. You're going away on the ship. Maybe I never see you again. I'd rather be back as a slave and have you as my master.
That'd never do, Hero. And there's no reason why you shouldn't go on helping me.
What do you mean by that?
I had no thoughts of saying goodbye. True, I'm going away on a ship, but I took it for granted that you'd be coming with me.
You want me to go with you, Master Geoffrey? Oh, Lord, I thank you for being so kind to me. Thank you for keeping me by my friend. You want me to come with you. I'm telling you, Master Geoffrey, that there's one person you ain't never going to lose now. No, sir. You're taking me away with you on the ship. Hallelujah. I go down on my knees and I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Now, come on, you black skelly. Wake up on your feet. None of that nonsense. Of course you're coming with me. And we'll have to move pretty fast if we want to catch that sloop.
When I returned, Kitty, to find you dressed in the fine clothes that I brought you. What are you doing still in those filthy rags you're wearing in Jamaica?
I want none of your clothes, and I want none of you. So keep your distance, dear.
And they told me you had not looked over your fine house that I bought you.
And I don't want to see it. I'll ask you to leave me be.
Are you not forgetting, Kitty, that you are not in a position to make demands of me? In Jamaica, when you were at the Dolphin Tavern, you were a bonded servant, a little better than a slave. But here in Cuba, you're not even that. You're my property. I do with you as I will.
Don't you come near me. I hate you.
I'm glad to see your spirit is not gone. I was beginning to think you'd become a milk and water woman. Now, don't become that, Kitty, because if you did, then I would soon grow tired of you. And when I grow tired of you, I'll not want you about me, and then, of course, I'll have to get rid of you. For your own sake, you'd best remember, always make yourself interesting to me. And now enough of this nonsense. Dress yourself in the fine clothes that I brought you. Appreciate the fine home you're living in. I'm a man of wealth now. I'm going to be a man of position. Look what I'm giving you. Don't you appreciate it? Isn't it better to be here with me than a slave in a filthy dockside tavern?
I'd rather be a slave in a dockside tavern than living with you.
Have you not yet learned that anger hardens your beauty? It makes you glow with life. I've been a very patient man, but now my patience is at an end.
Don't you come any closer to me, Dietz. I'll have nothing to do with you. And don't you put your hands on me.
And who is there to stop me, eh? This is not the Dolphin Tavern, Kitty, when you could scream and have the men coming to your aid. There is no one in Cuba to help you. No one at all. Open your so lovely throat and scream. Scream loudly. It will bring you no aid from those who hear you. It will only bring to their faces a knowing smile.
And Kitty knows that what he says is true. There is no one. She is helpless as a jungle-colored butterfly which is fluttered unsuspectingly into the enmeshing, sticky strands of a spider's web. But to give without a fight is against all her nature. She is conscious of the fact that her anger has heightened her beauty, has made the hot blood pound in Dietz's head, has finally burst the dam of his impatience. Her heart pounds within her. Her mouth slowly opens. Her small white teeth close over her lower lip. She looks searchingly into his face. It grows large before her eyes, horrible, vicious, leering. It fills the orb of her vision. Fascinated with horror, she lets him put forth his hands to grasp her. The shock of the cruel, deep-digging fingers snaps the bond which paralyzed her. Like forked lightning playing around the trees, she becomes a live, squirming, fighting thing. Reserved and hidden strength born of desperation surges through her. But Dietz's strength is even greater. A sloop noses out around the headlands of Port Royal Bay as daintily as a dancer. It skirts the reef over which the ocean's swell breaks into a feathery white surge. Quietly, the steady wind fills the canvas so that the ship seems like a white cloud being strangely guided over the deep blue sea. Her long, lean, narrow bow dips down to cut through the rolling sea, then rises proudly up to meet the next swell. And the coast of Jamaica steadily recedes behind the pathway of swirling wake the ship leaves. Up on deck, the trade wind plays chasing among the gold of Geoffrey's hair, gently caressing his cheek, and his eyes search wide over the expanse of sea, looking out to that point where the two blues merge to make the distinct line which is the horizon. But his happiness is clouded. The memory of her face is before him, and a trust which he didn't fulfill.
It was not my fault. My failure was beyond my control.
But the inner voice will not be still. Kitty has showed to him that she had complete trust that he would rescue her, and now she's gone to a life of...
But I won't think of that. I must not else I'll go mad. I'll think of Henry Morgan and the warning I must give him. I pray this wind will hold and we'll be able to overtake him.
And the wind does hold, and day makes way for night. Stars pop their cold, centuries-old light out from their cushion of blue, deepened almost to black. Like diamonds in the hair of a raven beauty, they winkingly look down. Then their brilliance fades before the white, waxing moon, which climbs from out of the sea like a Dutch cheese which has been bounced slightly out of form. As though in a new world of strange beauty, the sloop cuts through the ocean, its night lights bobbing like fireflies, the moon reflecting in the wake, making a dancing silver lane, while the wind, gentle yet strong, fills the curved, spreading canvas. Over the arch of heaven moves the Lady of Night, chased by coming day. Gently she sinks to abdicate to her lord, the King of the kings of the heavens. Bright and red and full of life, he sweeps majestically into the sky, and the wind still holds steady and firm. The circle of time repeats itself again and again, till the days run into a week. Curacao, Windward Island, Trinidad, all are past. Faintly, the coastline of South America lurks just on the edge of the horizon, like a thin, indistinct black pencil smudge. south and further south sails the sloop. It passes into that stretch of ocean which turns from depthless blue into a strange muddy brown, caused by the mighty Amazon spewing forth its waters into the sea. Through the muddy waters, out into the blue once again. High up in the masthead, the watch is ever searching for the small fleet which is known to lie ahead. And behind the sloop, miles and miles astern, well out of sight, sails another fleet, proudly bearing the flag of Spain. But the watch is looking ahead, not astern. And then there is a shout.
Sails ahead!
There is a rush for the sails. Voices jabber, fingers point, hands shield sunlight from eyes. And then away in the distance of the ships, looking small like pocket handkerchiefs. And the coast of South America begins to loom large and take shape. Cleaving through the rollers, the sloop draws near, and Morgan, aboard the Flying Gull, views it with suspicion.
They're flying the English flag, but we're in enemy waters. Have all guns trained on her.
Nearer comes the sloop, and Morgan, a glass to his eye, watches the longboat lowered and put out towards the Flying Gull.
That man in the stern. Can I believe my eyes? By St. David it is. Yes, it's Hunter. Patchai, have a guard ready to give my visitors a welcome. What game does Geoffrey Hunter think he's playing? The moment he comes aboard the Flying Gull, I shall see that he's placed in irons. And then, Patchai, you can lock him below. I'll deal with him when I'm ready.
Geoffrey Hunter had not realized that this would be his reception. It is imperative that he makes Captain Morgan listen to him and believe his story. Will they meet in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan? Afloat with Henry Morgan. Diaz, with the unwilling Kitty, has arrived in Cuba under the protection of Dolores and has been well rewarded for the services he has done. Geoffrey Hunter and Hero have been pardoned by the governor, Sir Thomas Montford, have set out to overtake Henry Morgan to warn him that he is possibly sailing into a trap. Eventually, Geoffrey and the sloop provided by Sir Thomas overtakes Morgan's fleet. Aboard the Flying Gull, Morgan suspiciously watches the sloop approach. He sees the longboat put out and make towards his ship. Through the glass, he recognizes Hunter. Believing him to be a thief and a scoundrel, Morgan gives orders that Hunter is to be taken prisoner as soon as he comes aboard the Flying Gull.
You hear me, Patchai? Put that thieving scoundrel in chains and throw him in the hold of the ship. He and whoever comes aboard with him.
Are you sure that it's Hunter, Captain?
Go ask my eyes. Do you think I'm likely to forget him? Look at him. Sitting there in the stern of the longboat. Well, he'll get an unhappy surprise when he comes aboard my ship. You'll get a warm reception, Hunter. You'll get all that when I'm ready for you.
But ain't it strange, Captain? What should he be coming back here for, after what he done to you?
And the devil alone knows what he has in his mind. He's here for some mischief I warrant. He's probably concocted some story, and now comes expecting me to believe it, and planning in his foul mind more treachery. I leave you, Patchai, to give him a warm reception. If I stayed, I might strike him dead upon sight, and I don't want to do that. I don't want him to die too easily or too quickly. Tonight, we reach the mouth of the river. In the darkness, we'll raid and sack Santa Paula, piling our ships with its treasure. And then tomorrow, when we're at sea once more, then there'll be time to deal with Geoffrey Hunter. Time to make him realize that a man doesn't cross Henry Morgan and die easily.
The longboat is alongside now, Captain.
Throw him a ladder. Let him come aboard.
Ahoy there! Captain Morgan, ahoy!
I'll be in my cabin, Patchai, going over plans for the attack tonight. Signal to the other captains of the other ships to come aboard the Flying Gull at sunset. We will then finalize plans. By going over them again in my cabin, I will perhaps drive thoughts of this treacherous swine from my mind.
All right, you men. You heard the captain's orders. As soon as this cur comes aboard, seize him and whoever is with him. Now draw your pistols. That's right. Now make sure they're keyed and primed. He's coming up the ladder now.
Let him and whoever's with him come aboard. Take them when I give them the word.
Ahoy there! Where's Captain Morgan? Fine choice. We've had trying to catch you people. Come on, Hero. We'll go and find the captain.
Not so fast, Hunter. Why, what's wrong with you, man? Why, your pistol's drawn. You all know me. Where's Captain Morgan? Will someone inform him I'm aboard? I want to see him urgently. All right, you men. You know what you've got to do. Take the nigger, too.
Take your hands off me. Leave go. What does this mean? What is going on here? Where is Captain Morgan? I demand to see him.
You'll see Captain Morgan all right, much to your sorrow. He's itching to get his hands on you. He has more important things to do tonight. But tomorrow you'll provide sport for the crew. What game do you think you're playing with a captain coming back here after doing what you did to him? Do you think a man like you could steal the Aztec necklet and then have Captain Morgan fall all over you?
I must see Captain Morgan. Don't you understand? It's urgent. Why do you think I've come all these miles? I had nothing to do with the Aztec necklet. If you don't take me to him, you'll all be sorry. I have come to save you from fitting into a trap.
Shut up. Take them both below and put them in chains.
You must listen to me for your own sakes.
Away with them. Put them in the dirtiest and deepest part of the ship that you can find.
Unceremoniously, like bags of chaff, Geoffrey and Hero are seized by a dozen pairs of hands. Struggling, they are pushed and pulled. The air is filled with jeers and curses which drown out their cries of protest. Overwhelmed by weight of numbers, they are forced below into the very bowels of the ship. A lantern is lit and held high. Its light is pale and yellow in the gloom. Heavy chains and fetters are hung around the prisoners. The jeering voices in the lanterns go. The door slams heavily. The two men are left in the blackness and a silence which is broken only by the scurrying rats. And far away, just near the edge of the horizon, a fleet of Spanish ships draw up in formation. As a net closes in about a darting fish, so do these ships draw in a semicircle about Henry Morgan's unsuspecting fleet. They can bide their time with patience, wait confidently till Morgan takes his ships landward and enters the river, which is the trap. And so this fleet waits. While oblivious of its existence, Morgan plots his night's work, and Geoffrey with Hero is in the darkness of the ship.
I never expected this would happen to us, Master Geoffrey. I can't understand it.
It is something which I, in my blindness and impatience, should have foreseen. Of course, Henry Morgan believes what Sir Thomas believed, that I was responsible for taking the Aztec necklet, that I betrayed the trust he put in me. I don't wonder he refuses to see me.
But, Master Geoffrey, you came all this way to give him warning.
I know. There must be something we can do, Hero.
And what is going to happen to us tomorrow?
Unless I can get word to Captain Morgan, there might not be a tomorrow for any of us. I know that woman who came to Jamaica got back to a Spanish possession, and by now she'll have given warning as to Morgan's plans. They'll be waiting for him. Spain would pay any price to have Captain Morgan as a captive in their hands. We have to see him, Hero. We must make him listen to us. They must take us to him. We must call and call, Hero, till someone comes. And when they do, we will make that person listen to us. Raise your voice, Hero, and call.
But their cries fall upon unheeding ears. There is no one who cares to listen to them. The crew of the Flying Gull have other things to think of. There is the thrill of the night ahead, the fight, the screams of the vanquished, the plunder, the loot, the pleasures to be got from a fat and wealthy city plundered by buccaneer scum. So, day fades. Morgan has his conference with the other captains. Details are made. They return to their ships. The night is black around them. All lights are dust. And the Flying Gull leads the short line of ships silently towards the coast and the mouth of the river.
Keep your mind on the steering, Patchai. The slightest deviation from our course will put us on a sandbar.
Aye, Captain.
Have soundings taken every half minute.
Aye, Captain.
We've not much time, Patchai. We'll be well up the river and past the fort which guards the mouth long before moonrise. The night is dark. Everything is to our advantage. I hope no man is fool enough to show a light. We must be drawing near to the mouth of the river now. If we can get past the fort without being seen, we're bound to succeed.
You're very different tonight, Captain Morgan. I don't understand you at all. You're usually so very excited and so full of enthusiasm. But tonight you're sort of quiet.
I just can't seem to get that man, Jeffrey Hunter, from out of my mind, Patchai. The cold rage I feel against him tends to shut out everything else. And I'm worried, too.
What of that, Captain?
Tonight, I keep remembering the very sudden disappearance that Diaz made.
That's puzzled us, too, Captain Morgan. But on the morning that you found that he'd not come back, you warned us that his name was not to be mentioned again.
I believed that the treacherous swine had lost courage. But now I'm beginning to wonder if Jeffrey Hunter had anything to do with his disappearance. The feeling that perhaps I should have questioned Hunter. Anyhow, it's too late now. It will have to wait.
We're in the mouth of the river now, Captain Morgan.
If only I can get the rest of my ships past that fort, which is somewhere over there in the darkness, then our plans will be bound to succeed. And tomorrow, Patchai, the loot which is waiting for us in Santa Paula will weigh down our ships. And being in the kind of mood that I'm in tonight, Patchai, I can assure you that Santa Paula will be shown no mercy at all. It will divulge every doubloon in the city. I pity the man who crosses me tonight.
Silently, like kinsmen of the Flying Dutchman, the ships glide into the mouth of the river. There are no warning cries coming from the fort. Night has held forth her dark hand in friendliness. The priming of pistols is looked to. The keenness of cutlass is felt. Talk of boastful deeds is whispered amongst the crew. Many there are who will never see the sun rise at the morrow, but all talk of the thrill of the night, for these men live by taking what they want, and death is always lurking and waiting. The short line of ships swing around the bend of the river, safely away from the eyes of the fort. The jungle closes in about them, faintly silhouetted against the darkening sky, which dances with the dotted lights of a million stars. How quiet everything is. A faint lap of the still water against the slowly moving hulls. An occasional plop as an inquisitive fish jumps and makes widening ripples in the river. Perhaps the quietness is broken by the cry of a bird, awakened, startled from its sleep. There is peace. A peace which is a prelude to carnage. From one of the ships, small boats put out, heavily laden with armed men. These are to attack the fort from the rear and silence it, so to make the return journey safe. But out at sea, the Spanish ships draw near. They are to stand at the mouth of the river like fox terriers watching for a rat, while below the decks of the Flying Gull, two are in chains.
How still the ship is riding, Hero. We must be well up the river now.
And you ain't seen Captain Morgan yet?
No, it doesn't look as if I'm likely to see him either. We're in the river, I fear. Any warning that I could give him now would be too late. I have done all I could. I've tried my best to see Captain Morgan, Hero. Nothing can stop him now from attacking Santa Paula. And there is nothing at all to save him from disaster.
Santa Paula lies just ahead, sleeping peacefully. It will not be long before the stillness of the night is shattered by the screams of a sacked city. Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Jeffrey Hunter and Hero aboard the sloop overtake Henry Morgan's small fleet. But Morgan, believing Jeffrey is a treacherous scoundrel, has him seized the moment he comes aboard and put in irons and thrown into the darkest part of the ship.
In vain, Geoffrey pleads to be taken to Morgan, who, not knowing the danger about which Geoffrey has come to warn him, takes his ships under cover of night up the river towards the town of Santa Paula. In the darkness, Geoffrey tells Hero that it is now too late to warn Henry Morgan. He will be trapped. Why has Providence been so unkind? After coming all this way to not be able to get my warning through.
But you don't know just what to warn him about, Master Geoffrey. For all we know, you might be just afeard of nothing.
Oh, no, Hero. My fears are well-founded. The Spanish spy escaped from Jamaica. She safely got back to her homeland, somewhere on the Spanish-American mainland, in full possession of Morgan's plans. The Spaniards have been for years trying to catch him. They wouldn't let a chance like this slip through their fingers. I know not in what form this danger will come. I know not from what quarter. But now he is in the river, the whole success of this campaign is on surprise. What if Santa Paula has been warned? A warned enemy can spring on you in 100 different ways.
Listen, Master Geoffrey. They're getting mighty excited up there on deck.
That can mean but one thing. The ships are up the river. Santa Paula has been reached. You and I, Hero, can only wait down here in this darkness and wonder what is going to happen next.
Geoffrey's surmise is correct. As the late moon rises above the tops of the jungle trees, so do the ships of Henry Morgan round the bend, which brings into view the town of Santa Paula. Snug and tranquil it lies, carved from out of the ever-encroaching jungle. White under the pale light of the moon, it sleeps with no thought of the merciless intruder at its gates. No watchful eye of light shows in any slumbering window, trusting and helpless at the mercy of a plunderer's hand. There is not even a whisper from the men armed to the teeth, who silently in hundreds slip over the sides of the ships into the boats waiting below. They're doing what they've done many times before, and there is grim excitement in their eyes. Only the faint sound of muffled oars echoes in the river as the boats push forward to the shore, cutting broadening arrowheads of water which ripple out from thin bars. Silently the boats are grounded. Dark figures with a panther's tread dissolve into the shadows. Quietness. Silence. Everywhere. Intruders swallowed up in the deep shadows of the sleeping town to be disgorged as fiends incarnate. Peaceful and quiet, Santa Paula is in a deep slumber. Suddenly the veil of night is rent by a shriek. Long and piercing, it seems to re-echo up to the very furthermost star. Santa Paula awakes with numb mind and sleep-drugged body. Shouts and pistol shots, the sickening thud of steel upon soft, yielding flesh, mingled with the agonizing female screams to make the macabre symphony of death and destruction. Everywhere, noise and confusion, cries of men, screams of women, loot dragged from homes and secret hiding places. Diamonds, rubies, pearls torn from fingers, rifled from chests. The bloodlust to destroy, thieve and torture. Flames shoot red and spread around the city, while to the screams of torture the town spews forth its treasure. Daughters are torn from their parents who are cut down where they stand, wives from their dead and tortured husbands. Carnage, bedlam, violence reigns for this night. The flames spread, showing clear in the red light, victims fleeing in vain from the insatiable, rapacious covetous buccaneers. And the white paving stones glisten with a slippery, sticky red in the firelight of a ravaged town. The light from the moon is overpowered, and through the smoke and haze seems red with blood. The riverbank piles high with loot and captives. Then there is no more for the city to disgorge, and the drunken, bawdy buccaneers struggle back to the riverbank, drunk with wine in excess, laden down with loot and dragging captive victims. Straggling like sheep, the boats return to their ships. There are still hours for revelry before daylight breaks the spell of this night of horror.
Once again, Pachai. Once again, Henry Morgan has succeeded. What other man of the Caribbean Sea as far as the Keys of Florida would have been successful tonight? What other man, Pachai, would have had the courage to do what I did tonight?
Yeah, it's been a goodly night, Captain. A goodly night.
Aye, Pachai. And you were in the thick of it. You served me well.
The days when we're at sea and when we're back at Port Royal are just existing days, Captain. I only live for raids such as this. So on a night such as this, I feel fully alive. To be the conquerors of a city. To have it lying like dust beneath our feet. It's good, Captain. It's good.
Yes, what power have other men compared to Captain Morgan? Come, Patcheye, bring forth more drink. This night's work has given me a mighty thirst.
Your gloom is gone, Captain. You're the captain I've known for so long. The captain I've sailed under for so long.
Gloom? The taking and sacking of a city is enough to dispel any man's gloom. The men are making merry. The lust for sport and kill is still upon them. Tonight, Patcheye, we shall give them more sport. Yes, let's make it a night to be long remembered. Let's do it while my hands are still stained with blood.
You want to deal with the prisoners tonight, Captain Morgan?
Yes, let's deal with Hunter. While the men are in this mood, they can think up many and various punishments for him. Have him brought to me right away. And then when I've finished with him, I'll pass him over to you men to make the punishment fit his crime. Bring him in, Patcheye. And his friend, too. That's right. You can leave them now. I'll call you when I'm ready. Well, Hunter, it's been easier than I expected. I knew eventually I'd find you, but I didn't think you'd come back to me willingly. Do you know what's going to happen to you now? Have you nothing to say? Look you there through that opening. See how red the sky, how black the trees stand with a glow of fire behind them. Just a few hours ago, that red glow was Santa Paula. Tomorrow, it's ashes and dust. Destroyed. In a month, the jungle will start to creep in. In 2 years, there'll not be a Santa Paula. Not even a sign of where Santa Paula stood. I, Henry Morgan, did that, Hunter. Yes, Hunter. I did that. And you, a mere pitiable human being, thought you could betray me, you swine!
I know you, Captain Morgan, to be a hard man. I know you to be a man who gets what he wants. But I believe you're also a just man.
Just, you thieving scum. Who are you to talk of being just? I placed you with all my trust, and you betrayed it, you scum, to a Spanish spy, to gain possession of that which I treasured most.
Your anger at the loss of the Aztec necklace has blinded your sense of reason.
What did you do with that necklace? Tell me. Before you die, Hunter, you'll scream out its hiding place.
I didn't take it.
You mean to think that you can come back within my grasp and tell me that you didn't take it?
The necklace was taken by Diaz, and the woman you unmasked as a Spanish spy.
Oh, so it was taken by Diaz, eh? So that's your story, is it? You concocted that story, and then thought yourself safe enough to come out here after me, and once more find favor in my graces. So Diaz took it, eh? Now I know only too well what happened to Diaz. You knew that he was ashore that night, and so you disposed of him to give credence to your fantastic story. And just how do you, Geoffrey Hunter, explain your absence and your disappearance? And how do you explain your fancy friend Kitty wearing the Aztec necklace in the Dolphin Tavern on that very same night?
On the night the Aztec necklace was taken, I was captured as an escaped convict. My recapture and disappearance was all part of a plot which the Spanish flying Diaz had concocted. Diaz deserted your ship. He has returned with a Spanish woman to some Spanish possession, and he has taken with him Kitty as an unwilling captive.
Poppycock.
Captain Morgan, all that I say is true. I was sent to work at the swamp. My friend here with me, Hero, managed to help me escape from there. I have told all of my story to Sir Thomas Watford. He believed me. And because I knew you to be in mortal danger, he granted me permission to take a sloop and sail in pursuit of you and give you warning.
Warning? Warn me about what?
To warn you you were sailing right into a trap.
A trap? Well, there's been no trap. How could anyone trap me?
The woman who escaped and went back to her Spanish possession was aware of your plans to sack the city of Santa Paula. Once the Spanish know of your intentions and your destination, do you think they're likely to let you slip right through their fingers?
Look once again towards where Santa Paula was. So much for their preparations.
You still don't believe my story, do you, Captain Morgan?
Of course I don't.
Why else do you think I sailed across the ocean after you, if my intentions were not of the best?
I've no idea at all, except perhaps that you planned more treachery. I want that necklet back.
I'll tell you where it is.
Oh, so you admit it? You know that your story will not be accepted.
The Aztec necklet is in the possession of the woman who was masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy. It is in her safekeeping, somewhere in some Spanish possession. And she returned there knowing all your plans.
That statement, Hunter, in itself nails you for a liar. There was no one who knew my plans.
I did.
Yes. Heaven forgive me for trusting you.
And I unwittingly revealed them to her. I trusted her. I thought she was in love with me, and I in love with her.
So, that is what you thought of my trust. Although I must be fair. I believed in her as much as you did. And I know full well the damage a pretty woman can do with a man when she makes up her mind. I know full well how they can wheedle secrets within from the most silent lips. But your story lacks proof, Hunter. I've succeeded in my mission. There was no trap set for me. Only proof, Hunter, would convince me that there was any truth in what you've just said. That's right. What is it?
Captain Morgan, some of the men have just come back from the raid in the port at the mouth of the river. They bring back word that there's a Spanish fleet at the entrance of the river, waiting for you to come out. Would you call that the trap, Captain Morgan?
Captain Morgan's fleet is in a river. The might of Spain waits for him in the open sea. What will happen now? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Although Geoffrey Hunter and Hero aboard the sloop overtake Henry Morgan and his fleet, Morgan refuses to see Geoffrey and has him put in irons. Not knowing the proximity of the Spanish fleet, Morgan and his ships, under cover of night, sail up the river and sack and loot the town of Santa Paula. With the lust for blood still upon them, Morgan calls for Hunter, intending to mete out to him suitable punishment. In vain, Geoffrey tries to tell him what happened on that fateful night when the Aztec necklet was taken, tries to make him believe that he has come to warn him of his danger. But Morgan, being successful, claims that there is no trap. Then Patch-Eye bursts into the cabin with the news that the Spanish fleet is waiting for Morgan's ships at the mouth of the river.
What did you see, Patch-Eye?
There's a fleet waiting at the mouth of the river, Captain. They have us bottled up.
What's its strength?
The men counted 12 first-class ships, Captain.
They outnumber us, eh?
We couldn't fight them. How could we maneuver into battle positions locked up here in the river? Seems that this time we've been a little too smart.
What talk is this? Not a Spaniard alive can outwit Henry Morgan. Well, Hunter, perhaps there's just a little bit of truth in what you've been telling me. How else would a warning have been given to Spain? We can be sure of the fact that the fleet is not here by accident.
I wanted so much to reach you in time and give you warning, Captain Morgan. If only I could have managed to make you listen to me last night before you went up the river.
Do you think a dozen Spanish ships would have stopped me sacking Santa Paula?
No, but you could have taken precautions.
What are we to do, Captain Morgan? The men will be getting uneasy till they hear from you.
The swine! They lost their nerve already. Can't we meet with a bit of opposition? Tell them that their skins will be safe. Go on, Patch-Eye. Set about doing that. And leave this little problem for me to work out.
Yes, Captain.
So, Hunter, you claim that you've been the victim of a most unusual adverse circumstance.
Until I returned and talked with Sir Thomas Motford, I had no idea as to what happened on that night the necklet was taken. All I knew was that I had been taken by the authorities. I know now that my being taken was all planned by Dietz. That you would think I'd taken the necklet.
And so the woman that we tried to find had a ship waiting off the coast, did she?
Yes. And Dietz went with her, taking with him Kitty. I had promised that I'd rescue her. But I was struck down with fever. If it had not been for my friend Hero, I wouldn't be alive today. Because of what he did for me, Sir Thomas Motford gave him his freedom.
And you? What about your case?
By a stroke of good fortune, Sir Thomas Motford was able to prove that I was innocent of the crime for which I was sent to Jamaica.
If you're lying to me, Hunter, remember that I can verify these facts as soon as I reach Port Royal. But because one part of your story's been proven, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for the time being. Buckeye! Come here! Yes, Captain. Have the irons taken off these two men. It seems that perhaps we've been unjust, too hasty in our accusations. You know, Hunter, I couldn't understand how it was that Spanish woman and Kitty appeared to go off with you.
At the time that Kitty disappeared, the Spanish woman didn't know that she too would have to vanish. It was supposed to appear that I had gone off with Kitty alone.
Yes. Well, it's starting to make sense. I told you, Patch, I'd have these irons taken off these men.
Yes, Captain, but I...
Will you do what I say?
Yes, Captain.
Then go and send a signal to the captains of the other ships. Tell them that to come aboard my ship at once. We must have a conference and combat the Spanish menace standing at the mouth of the river.
You sent for me, Captain Morgan.
Yes, Hunter.
You're looking tired.
Who wouldn't be tired? I packed more into my life tonight than many men do in their whole lives. Well, it's getting on towards dawn. We've not got much time, and there's much to be done.
Have you come to any conclusions as to what you're going to do about the Spanish menace?
Yes, it's not a secret. I thought that you'd like to know.
I would.
The ships are sailing down the river now.
You're going to try and fight your way out through the mouth of the river?
No. The ships will be led by the Mary Lee. She will go on ahead. Already the ships are maneuvering into their lines.
Yes. Then what?
The Mary Lee will sail with every stitch of canvas spread. A course will be set and the wheel lashed. She'll be manned by a skeleton crew.
But Captain, why no man at the wheel?
Where that ship is going, no man would stay alive.
I see. And what about the small crew aboard her?
When everything is ready and the fuse is lit, they'll be away in a small boat.
Fuse is lit?
Yes. I'm sending the Mary Lee on her last trip. She's going to sail right into the guns of the Spanish fleet. Aboard the Mary Lee, there is enough gunpowder to blow Havana sky high. It will be so timed that when she reaches the Spanish fleet, she'll blow. And then, Hunter, then we'll watch the Spaniards who can get away scurrying for their very lives. Have you ever seen a fleet in confusion?
No.
Well, it's a sight worth seeing. But it must be done in the gray light of dawn, when the light is confusing. When the Mary Lee blows up, it will lift some of those Spanish ships out of the water. The others it will set on fire. I don't think there'll be many in any fit state to give chase. And then in the confusion, we will slip away. There's nothing like a fire on a ship in the middle of a fleet to throw terror into a man's heart. I'll teach the Spanish dogs to try to trap Henry Morgan.
Look there, Captain. The Mary Lee is drawing well away from us now, Captain.
Aye, that she is, Hunter. She looks a picture in this gray dawn. I hate to see her going to a destruction, but I've no choice.
When will the few men aboard her leave?
Well, they have to judge the time the ship will take to reach the Spanish fleet and light the fuse accordingly, then get off. Look at those Spanish ships out there. They're drawn up in a semicircle, confidently thinking that they've at last caught me.
Won't they become suspicious When they see that only one of your ships is going out to meet them?
They will believe that I've sent one ship ahead as a decoy to engage them. And then while they're attacking her, I will slip away. That is what they will think. Now look there. 2 of the Spanish ships are moving out of line. Those 2 Spanish ships are moving forward. They're going to engage the Mary Lee.
But I say, will they be able to intercept her before the Mary Lee reaches the main bulk of the fleet?
No, that they won't. They'll be expecting the Mary Lee to turn to starboard. That is just what she would do if she was going to engage in battle. Her keeping straight on in full sail will confuse them.
Here you are, Captain Morgan. I think you had better take the glass. I think the few men are leaving the Mary Lee now by way of the stern.
Yeah. Yes, Hunter. That is right. Yes, they're leaving the Mary Lee, all right. Well, that means that the fuse has been lit. Now, just you wait, Hunter, and you'll see a sight worth seeing in a few minutes.
You're right about them thinking the Mary Lee would turn to starboard. See, the other 2 ships have altered their course again.
Yes, I can see that. But the Mary Lee is beyond them. They haven't a hope of getting away.
She must be almost within range of their guns now.
No, not yet. It must be getting near the time for her to blow up. Look, you, Hunter. The other ships suspect that there's something wrong. See? Already they're turning in a line.
But, Captain, they might be able to get a range of an explosion.
Not they. Why, there's not enough canvas spread. Mary Lee is drawing up very close now. And there she goes.
The sea's transformed into a ball of fire.
The rigging of 3 of the ships is alight already.
And 2 of the other ships have the masts completely gone away.
The fire will spread on those ships, and they're laden down with ammunition. The fire will spread to the whole fleet and destroy it.
Look how the ones that are still able are trying to maneuver.
Now is our chance, Hunter. While all that confusion reigns, we will slip out of the river and away. Well, Hunter, but for my small fleet, the sea is empty. The Spanish ships that managed to get away after the explosion have lost us for good. I've just been thinking, Hunter. Thinking over a few things.
You will find upon arrival in Port Royal, Captain Morgan, that everything I have told you is the truth.
If what you say is true, then I've a job for you.
What is it?
Last night at Santa Paula, I had to use rather strong methods to make the mayor of the town divulge where his treasure was kept. Under heavy torture, he gave me much more information than I required. Willingly, most willingly. But he couldn't supply me with the details. And that is what I want you to do, Hunter.
What could I do?
I once heard you tell me, Hunter, that you were able to speak Spanish. The information that I require is to be found in Havana, in Cuba. I am wanting you, Hunter, to go there and get it for me, as my spy.
If Jeffrey Hunter accepts this assignment to go to Havana, he will unknowingly be going to the place where Dolores and Diaz are. What chance would he have should they suspect that he is in their midst? Listen to the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. After the sacking of Santa Paula, Henry Morgan decides that he will punish Geoffrey Hunter, so has him brought to his cabin. In vain, Geoffrey tries to tell him the truth, but Morgan refuses to believe him until he learns that Spanish ships are waiting for him at the mouth of the river. To discuss means of overcoming this trap, Morgan calls together a meeting of his captains, and they decide to send an abandoned ship with sails fully set, laden with gunpowder and a fuse lit, in amongst the Spaniards. The next morning, Geoffrey, together with Morgan, watch this plan put into operation. The chosen ship bravely sails alone into the midst of the enemy and then explodes, setting fire to the other ships and throwing them into confusion, during which Morgan's fleet sails safely away. Later in the day, Morgan tells Geoffrey that because of certain information he has received, he wishes him to go as his spy to Spanish Cuba.
But, Captain Morgan,
There are no buts. Either you wish to do it or you do not.
What is the task I have to perform? What do I have to find out?
Have you heard of the city of Panama?
Of course.
When the mayor of Santa Paula was eagerly giving me information as to how to save himself from further torture, he babbled on about the wealth of Panama. He told me the city is bulging with jewels and gold.
But Panama is inaccessible as far as you're concerned, Captain Morgan. To reach Panama, you've got to sail around Cape Horn. Why, it lies across the isthmus on the Pacific side.
Yes. The Spaniards think that Panama is safe from roving buccaneers. It's a mistake they make sometimes. They thought Santa Paula was safe from my hands.
But it would take months to sail around to Panama. And if the loot's in Panama, why ask me to go to Havana?
Well, although the mayor told me quite a lot, it was not sufficient. He told me all he knew. He was only too eager to.
But to sail for those months around Cape Horn, it's an impossible task.
I have no intention of sailing around Cape Horn. There's a quicker route across the isthmus.
You intend going overland to
Yes.
Panama?
Yes, why not? I'll train the men to do it and we'll succeed.
But the way lies amongst swamp and fever. There's death in every hand and every form.
Some will die, but many will return.
And what do you want me to do in Havana?
The mayor of Santa Paula told me there's a fleet being assembled at Havana. A fleet which will sail round the Horn to Panama to load the treasure and take it back to Spain. I want to know when that fleet leaves Cuba. I want to know when she's well on her way, sailing south. As you said, it'll take some months to sail around the Horn to Panama, and during those months the Caribbean Sea will be free of Spanish ships. I'll be able to move a faster fleet to the mainland and march across, sack Panama, and return while the Spanish ships are still rounding Cape Horn. Havana must be full of news regarding the sailing date of the fleet, and I want somebody there in Havana who will listen to that news. You speak Spanish? I want you to take the job. Of course, you know what discovery would mean. At their kindest, it would be just death.
So you now fully believe my story, Captain Morgan. You trust me once again.
I believe it, yes. But upon reaching Port Royal, I'll verify what I believe with Sir Thomas Moffat. If you've lied, I'll know how to deal with you. If you've spoken the truth, you'll be fully recompensed for what I've done to you.
Thank you, Captain.
And I've told you these plans so as to give you time to think over my proposition. If you decide to accept it, you will have to leave Port Royal practically immediately upon our arrival.
Pleased I am, Captain Morgan, to see you return safely. I held grave fears for you after what Hunter told me.
I'm relieved to hear from you, Sir Thomas, that Hunter has spoken the truth. I regret very much that I mistrusted him. But after all, the plot was so cunningly made against him, it seemed that he must be guilty. There was never a word or a sign as to where the woman went with my necklet.
There hasn't been a sign of her or Kitty. Nor has there been a sign of Diaz since he deserted from your ship the night you sailed.
Well, this is one time that I must cut my losses. The Aztec necklet is evidently not for me. But who knows? One of these days, on one of my raids, that Spanish spy and I may meet. And I think that then she will have regrets.
Yes. Well, that is another matter which I have to discuss.
What?
Your future expeditions. During your absence, Morgan, I've received more pressure from England. Pressure to wipe out buccaneers.
I thought you'd already done that by creating me a vice admiral.
Oh, that didn't hoodwink them in England. They tell us that raids on the Spanish possessions must cease. I'm sorry, Morgan. The matter's entirely out of my hands. You know I shall be the loser by it, as well as you know.
Are you threatening me, Sir Thomas?
No. Oh, I'm warning you, Morgan. You once talked of retiring. Perhaps it would be better if you decided now to take up a peaceful life.
They wouldn't dare touch me. I'm the most powerful man in the Caribbean. I'll not be dictated to by anybody. I'm Henry Morgan.
Well, should you not take my advice, Morgan, I would have to arrest you for piracy.
I laugh at you for your threats. You look after governing Jamaica, Sir Thomas, and leave me to take care of the Spaniards. Well, I'm glad, Hunter, that you've decided to accept the task which I offered you. You fully realize what you're doing?
I understand, Captain.
After hearing your story from Sir Thomas, I could have understood you readily accepting such an assignment had your name not been cleared. But you've got everything to live for now.
After what Dietz and the Spanish woman who was masquerading as Antoinette de Lacy did to me, I want to do something back to their race. I'm also keen to go for another reason. I have a strange feeling about Havana.
Oh? What is that?
Over there I may hear about the woman who was in Port Royal. I might hear of the Aztec necklet. And also I have a strange feeling that someday I'll have a meeting with Dietz. There are several scores I've got to settle with him. I doubt if I will ever find Kitty. But who knows, I may hear word of her. So you'll see I have several reasons, Captain Morgan, for going to Havana.
Well, don't forget that I'm relying on you to return to give me the information which I so vitally need.
I won't be taking any risks. I'm taking the Negro, a hero, with me. I want a companion, and he refuses to be left behind.
You have one serious disadvantage. You're so fair. You could never be taken for a Spaniard.
I had already thought of that. At the moment, a state of war exists between England and Holland. I intend posing as a Dutch gem merchant who's come to Cuba with an eye to trade.
Ooh, an excellent idea.
And being supposedly in the jewel business, I am likely to hear more readily the movements of the fleet. I shall give out that I am in the market for buying rare diamonds and rubies. And if the Spaniards are eager for business, they'll willingly tell me the movements of those ships.
An excellent plan. I couldn't have thought of a better one myself. Can you and Hero sail tomorrow night?
There's nothing to detain me in Port Royal. But have arrangements been made for getting me away from Havana?
The ship that you sail on will return at night to the spot where you were put on shore exactly 7 nights after you land. You will have, Hunter, exactly 1 week to get the information. With all those Spanish ships in Havana, Cuba will be a hot spot for a British ship to linger about. The ship cannot wait for you in the vicinity of Cuba for more than 1 week.
I see.
And should you not be at the appointed place at the appointed time, the ship will sail back to Jamaica without you, believing that you failed in your mission and that your identity has been discovered and that you are lost. So remember, unless you make that appointment and you're still alive, there will be no means of your returning to Jamaica.
Lovely, my dear daughter.
And my father.
I see you are not taking a risk in losing the Aztec necklace again. You wear it nearly all the time.
After the fight, I had to get it back. I am not going to chance the losing of it again.
Dolores, what is the matter with you these days? You seem to be bored all the time. You no longer go out and mix with the society of Havana. All the time you stay about home.
I find Havana dull and stupid. I want again to live an exciting life with danger, like it was in Port Royal.
Ah, do not mention those dreadful days to me. I was all the time wondering if you were alive.
Oh, but you have so little faith in me. That was living. Oh, and now to come back here to an idle life of social rounds, balls, routs, afternoon tea parties. Oh, bah. Do you not wonder I get tired and sick of it all?
Dolores, you should have been a man. What a leader you would have been. What a fighter against the English buccaneers. When I think of Morgan escaping the trap, which was so carefully set for him, I could have sworn we would have been successful. But no. The arch-fiend himself sent the fire ship in amongst our ships and destroyed them. Once more he is free to roam the seas. In Spain they have complained to England about those buccaneers. And England promises they will be wiped from the sea. But what happens? Morgan goes on putting his fingers to his nose at us. But someday we will find him. Someday someone will be able to tell us his plans. And the next time we learn them, we must make sure he does not escape. The last it was to us. Santa Paula destroyed, all our treasures taken. Spanish ships blown up and sunk, and Morgan goes laughing on his way, working hand in hand with the Jamaican governor, Sir Thomas Motford.
Sir Thomas Motford. My dear Uncle Thomas, as I used to call him. He was so simple to hoodwink. They all were, especially the man Geoffrey Hunter. Oh, he is dead now, of course. Father, I have just remembered something. What happened to the real Antoinette de Lacy?
I had forgotten her. I suppose she is in prison still. I gave orders that she was to be well looked after, and the very existence went from my mind.
Her youthfulness is over. We have no need of her now. But she was very beautiful. You had better sell her on the slave market. She will fetch a high price.
And so once again, Geoffrey Hunter is sailing into the lives of his enemies in Havana. How will he fare on the island of Cuba? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. After the sacking of Santa Paula, Geoffrey Hunter manages to convince Captain Henry Morgan that he was innocent of doing any harm towards him. Finding a Spanish fleet waiting at the mouth of the river, Morgan sends a fire ship in amongst them, disperses them, and so makes his escape. Later on, he tells Geoffrey Hunter that he's had information relating to the treasure which is being held in Panama City. As he intends to sack the city, he wishes Geoffrey to go to Cuba and learn the movements of the Spanish fleet which is assembling there and preparing to sail around the Horn to load the treasure. Back in Port Royal, Sir Thomas Motford warns Morgan that he's been ordered to entirely suppress the buccaneers. But Morgan laughs at his threats. In Cuba, in Havana, Don Pietro Pizarro, the governor, decides that as Antoinette de Lacy has served her purpose, she is to be sold as a slave in the marketplace.
That is an excellent idea, Dolores. Why, I'd completely forgotten the girl's very existence until you reminded me at this moment. She is of no further use to us. She is very beautiful and should bring a high price.
The sales are in 3 days' time, Father.
Very well, then, Dolores. She will be auctioned with the others on that day. What is it that you're looking at, Dolores?
From this window, Father, you can see the ships in the harbor. There are a great many of them. Never in my life have I known so many of them to be assembled at once in the harbor.
They are a fine-looking lot, are they not? But, Dolores, they are a great responsibility. I'll be indeed glad when they leave Cuban waters, and I shall be a lot happier still when they are safely back in Spain.
What are they assembling for?
When they are all ready, they leave for Panama City, sailing around the Horn. Panama City has been collecting treasures for too long. We feel it is not safe for them to be kept in this part of the world any longer. So they are going back to Spain. It will be the biggest armada of treasure ships that Spain ever had on the sea at the one time. With Morgan still at large, I will not rest until I hear that the ships have rounded the Horn and are safely back in Spain. Why did our plan to trap him have to fail? Not only did we lose him, but we lost many of our finest ships.
The next time, Father, we make sure that Henry Morgan is not cleverer than us.
If only we could know where the devil intends to strike next. And if only I could lay my hands on one of his men just for a little while. One of his men who know all his plans. Then it would make a great difference.
And this time I cannot help you. Even if I were free to go back to Jamaica, Jeffrey Hunter is dead. And even if he were alive, it would be no good because I destroyed all the trust that Morgan once had in him.
No. You cannot help me this time.
Oh, but how I would like to help you, Father. How I should like to relive all those moments of excitement that I felt when I was in Jamaica.
We had the opportunity to trap Henry Morgan Deloitte, and we missed that chance. We can just hope that the fates will give us another chance.
It is no good you're looking out into the blackness of night anymore now, hero. The ship has sailed away, swallowed up in the dark.
Yes, Master Geoffrey. We're mighty long way from friends now. I reckon we're just by ourselves, all alone in a strange country.
In a country about which we know nothing. Every man on the island of Cuba is only too willing to betray us, hero. We have arrived. The future of our very lives depends upon our own two selves.
I was mighty scared, Master Geoffrey.
I didn't want you to risk your life by coming with me, you know, hero, but you insisted.
I sure did, Master Geoffrey. For you see, wherever you goes, I got to go too. I just ain't got no choice.
Well, now, do you remember everything that I told you?
I sure do.
Well, before we set off in the direction of Havana, let's go over it all once again. Until we leave the shores of Cuba, I am Mynheer van Loop, a gem merchant from Amsterdam, who has come out here to Cuba in the hope of trading precious stones.
I'll remember.
You, hero, are my servant. Unfortunately, through an affliction at birth, you have lost the power of speech. Remember, if you once should open your mouth and speak in public, you'll jeopardize our very lives. When we're both alone, make sure there's no one around to overhear us. And always speak to me in a low tone, hero.
I sure will remember all that you've told me to do, Master Geoffrey. I won't forget.
All right. Now, come on now, hero. Let's pick up our traps and make towards the city of Havana. We want to reach there before daybreak. And then, when it gets to be a respectable hour, we must look around for suitable lodgings, somewhere quiet and inconspicuous.
Where do you think you would be likely to find us lodgings, Master Geoffrey?
And I don't exactly know, hero. I think it will be best if we go near the docks. That's where the sailors will be gathering, and that's where I'm most likely to pick up any news regarding the movements of the Spanish fleet. Well, come on, hero. We're quite some distance from Havana, and daylight is not so very far off.
Why, Kitty, what's this? You have not eaten your roll or drunk your coffee, Kitty. What's wrong with it?
I don't want it.
Why don't you want it? Tell me, Kitty. You eat nothing these days. What's the matter with you?
There's nothing the matter with me, Dietz. Does my not eating displease you?
I wish you would do something to displease me sometimes, Kitty. Then I'd know that you were alive again. You know what? I always thought you were a woman of fire. And now you're just a milk and water wench. Yes, Dietz. No, Dietz. Yeah, I'm getting sick of you, Kitty. Sick and tired.
Then it's your own fault. Of what use is my fighting? You've beaten me, Dietz, and... well, there's just nothing I can do now.
No, that's not right. You think that by becoming a willing slave to me, you've beaten me, don't you, huh? You think that by being demure and lacking fire, you'll anger me. But you're wrong, Kitty. You're wrong, you see. I've just grown tired of you. And I feel I don't want to see you ever again. You know what is likely to happen to you, don't you?
Oh, no. But you couldn't be so cruel, Dad. You wouldn't sell me in a slave market.
Why not sell you into slave market? You mean nothing to me anymore. In a little while, I'll be sailing away. I've not told you that little piece of news yet, have I? Don Pietro has given me command of one of his ships to sail to Panama City. I've waited a long time, Kitty. I'll probably find other things to interest me when I come back.
And when are you going away?
The ships will sail in 8 days' time.
And you're going away and leaving me, a stranger, not knowing a soul?
Oh, I bet you'll know somebody else by then, Kitty. I told you. I'm sick of the sight of you. I'm going to sell you in the slave market in 2 days' time.
Well, this seems comfortable enough, hero.
It sure is, Master Jeffrey. But what are you going to do now?
Today I'm going to wander around the dockside taverns. I'm going to try and pick up all the information that I can get from the sailors.
Do you think, Master Jeffrey, you can learn all you want to know from the sailors?
I don't know, hero. I can't but try. In any case, I wish to become familiar with the city of Havana. I think I can afford to waste a day learning all I can about it. You never know, it might be useful.
It sure might be. Especially if they should grow suspicious and we have to hide any time.
And should I be unable to learn anything to my advantage today, I will tomorrow set about doing so in earnest.
And what are you going to do tomorrow?
Hero, I think I'll bluff my way into seeing the man who must know all the movements of the Spanish fleet. As Mynheer Van Lucre, a gem merchant from Amsterdam, I will call upon the governor of Cuba, Don Pietro Pizarro.
This information that you bring to me, Mynheer Van Luke, it is most interesting.
Of course, Don Pietro, you understand that I'm only interested in the very best stones. See, Cuba is my first port of call.
Well, then, Mynheer, you've certainly come to the right place. It will be an honor indeed to do business with you. It is a pity, though, that a lot of gems will not be coming back to Cuba. Mynheer, do you see that fleet of ships down there in the harbor?
I have noticed them.
Well, those ships are preparing right now to sail to Panama City. You see, Mynheer, the city of Panama is just bulging over with treasures. That fleet of ships will be taking that treasure back to Spain. But, of course, they will not be coming back here to Cuba. They will cross the Pacific Ocean.
That's very unfortunate, Don Pietro. Will they be sailing soon? Perhaps it will be possible for me to get a passage aboard one of the ships.
The most beautiful jewel you've ever seen. Ah, Dolores. Sunrise. I have someone here. Someone I'd like to... Yeah, you look like that.
I thought you were in the...
Jeffrey Hunter has walked right into the very jaws of the lion. Listen to the consequence of this dramatic meeting in the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan.
with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. Jeffrey Hunter convinces Captain Henry Morgan that he was an unfortunate victim of circumstances and had no hand in the stealing of the Aztec necklet. In Cuba, Dolores has, against her will, settled down to a dull social life, while her father, Don Pietro, thinks in vain of ways to learn of Morgan's plans. Diaz has rapidly grown tired of Kitty and has threatened to sell her in the slave market. Meanwhile, Morgan learns of wealth in Panama City, and as he plans to sack it, sends Jeffrey Hunter to Cuba to learn movements of the fleet, which is assembled there preparing to go to Panama City to take back to Spain this great wealth. Jeffrey and Hero are landed on the Cuban coast with exactly 7 days to obtain this information. Posing as a Dutch gem merchant named Van Luc, he calls upon Don Pietro, hoping that he will unsuspectingly give him the information. Don Pietro calls Dolores to show Jeffrey her jewels. When she arrives, Jeffrey, to his horror, realizes that she is the woman he knew in Jamaica as Antoinette de Lacy.
This is almost too incredible. Jeffrey Hunter, here in Cuba, in the city of Havana. I thought you were dead. I thought you died in the swamps where you so rightly belonged.
Dolores, my child, you are making a mistake. This is my Herr Van Luc from Amsterdam.
From Amsterdam? What story is this? What has he been telling you, Father?
He is most interested in buying jewels. That is why I wanted you to come and show him the Aztec necklace.
Undoubtedly, he is very interested in jewels. And that on behalf of Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan? What is this you're saying?
You have nothing to say for yourself, Mr. Hunter. You surely could not have forgotten me or forgotten those times we spent together in the garden of Government House in Port Royal. Oh, you surely have not forgotten how you took me in your arms and swore eternal love, and how you would never see me again when you sailed away with Captain Morgan. So the pain from being parted from me was so great that you had to follow me here. Is that the reason you have come all this way to Havana?
So, this is a man that you knew when you were in Port Royal, Dolores?
This is the man who told me all about Captain Morgan's plans, Father. What are you doing here in Havana, Hunter? Tell me. You fool, Hunter. How long do you think it would take my father to make a check upon your story? How long would it take to realize that you are an impostor?
Not as long as it took to discover that you were one.
Oh, but I was so much cleverer than you, Hunter. It was just by chance that I was discovered. But you came here in your stupid, pig-headed English way to the very home where I live. Did you miss me, Jeffrey, when I was gone?
No. You see, I didn't have much time to even think about you. I had to undo the work which you had done. I had to find Captain Morgan as soon as I possibly could and warn him that I had told you all his plans.
So, that is how he escaped from the net.
No, I was too late in warning him, Don Pietro. Captain Morgan forced his own way out of the trap which you had set for him. You were very clever, weren't you, Senorita, on the island? You planned things very well, didn't you? It was so very easy for you to make it appear that it was I who had taken the necklace. And what of Kitty? Where is she? Where has Diaz taken her?
I do not think that will concern you, Mr. Hunter. You are in no position to ask questions. Do you remember, Father, you said that opportunity had given you one chance to catch Captain Henry Morgan, and you hoped that it would give you a second chance. Do you not think the second chance has arrived? Why did Henry Morgan send you here to Havana, Hunter?
I'm sorry, but that is something just between Captain Morgan and myself.
If you are wise, young man, you will answer us now while you have the opportunity. You will answer all our questions in the luxurious surroundings of my home and in comfort.
Why?
Because otherwise you will be made to answer them in the cold, damp cellars of this house, where the Inquisition works.
I can't tell you anything.
You can, Jeffrey Hunter, and you will. What is Captain Morgan planning to do next? Answer me, or else I will scratch your eyes out.
I don't know.
You English pig, you will.
No, Dolores, no, stop that. This is not the place to force information from him. Let us be practical about this business. Now, Duan, Summon a guard. Place this man under arrest.
Have you anything to say to us before the guard comes to take you, Geoffrey Hunter?
I would just like to ask one thing.
Oh? And what is that?
What happened to the real Antoinette de Lacy?
What manner of man are you, Geoffrey Hunter? Here you are facing the tortures of the Inquisition, and you are asking about a woman whom you have never set eyes upon. Antoinette de Lacy is safe and quite well at the moment. Is she not, Father?
What have you done with her?
We have done nothing to her yet. But tomorrow she goes to the slave market.
Is there no pity at all in your hearts? You've kept that woman here in prison for months, kept her captive. You used her name to serve your purpose. Can't you now have the generosity to send her on to Jamaica?
No. Why should we? She is a very beautiful woman, and the price that she fetches at the market will go towards buying several new gowns.
Dolores, what are you doing here at my home? This is an unexpected pleasure.
I have some news which will interest you very much, I am sure, dear. I have a task for you to perform, one which will bring joy to your heart.
Dolores, something has happened. There's a new sparkle in your eyes. You have suddenly become alive once again. What is it?
My news. It will surprise you.
Come in here, into this room. Get out, Kitty. Leave us alone.
No, dear. This news is for Kitty, too. It will do her good to hear it. Stand over there, Kitty, and listen to what I have to say to Diaz. My news concerns someone whom she knew very well once. Do you remember, Diaz, the man called Geoffrey Hunter?
Geoffrey? You've had word of him? Oh, tell me, please, please. He did escape from the swamps, didn't he? He told me he'd escaped.
He told you he would?
Yes. It was when we were hiding in a stone hut overlooking the swamp. One day when you were out Dolores walking, Geoffrey Hunter came and he found me in the hut. He told me he'd planned to escape from the swamps and that as soon as he did, he'd come and rescue me.
So that is the reason, Kitty, that you've lost all your fight and fire. Ever since we landed here in Havana, you've been different. You've been thinking that white-faced Englishman was going to come and rescue you, huh? That's why you've been a changed woman since you came to Havana. You've been dreaming of Geoffrey Hunter again, haven't you? Well, you know where your dream is going to put you, don't you, Kitty? Into tomorrow's sales at the market.
Oh, no, Dad, please don't do that to me. That would be too cruel.
Oh, tomorrow's sale should be an interesting one, really. Antoinette de Lacy is being put up for auction, too. We must see that they go in the same lot, Dad.
Never mind about that, Dolores. You asked me when you first came in if I remember Geoffrey Hunter.
Mayhap he knew that we were coming here to Cuba. Mayhap he had come here to rescue Kitty.
Geoffrey? Here in Havana? Well, what are you saying?
Yes, what is this you say, Dolores?
He had the impertinence to go to my father, posing as a Dutch gem merchant. He had been sent to Cuba, I believe, by Henry Morgan. I believe Henry Morgan had sent him here as his spy. He is unwilling, at the moment, to tell us what he knows of Morgan's plans.
He will soon tell. Once the Inquisition question him, that will make him talk.
Oh, undoubtedly it will make him talk.
You mean torture him? Oh, no, you mustn't do that to Geoffrey. No, please don't torture him.
Knowing the feelings that you have for Geoffrey Hunter, Diaz, I thought maybe you would like to be his examiner.
There is nothing in the world that will give me greater pleasure, Dolores.
Please don't torture him. Don't harm him, please.
Now then, Hunter, here we are together again. Perhaps you would like to answer my questions.
How subtle of them to make you my inquisitor.
You know where you are, Hunter? You're on the rack. An instrument which makes men scream out their innermost secrets. So, you had better be wise, Teddy. Where have you come to Havana for?
Mayhap to find you.
I'm pleased that you are being stubborn because I am remembering certain things. I'm remembering the night that you came to the Dolphin Tavern and knocked me to the floor. I'm also remembering another night, Hunter, when you hit me into the harbor. Knowing that I remember all these things, you still not want to tell me?
I have answered you.
Move your head and look around the walls. You will find the most interesting things.
The dungeon is deep in the bowels of the earth. In iron brackets around the wall, flaming torches send out yellow dancing light. It picks out the pattern of the large square stones of the walls upon which hang in orderly rows instruments of pain-searing torture. A boot, a scroll, a widow's cap, chains and weights, cruel black whips, gadgets conceived by diabolical minds to drag out secrets and confessions, to tortuously rend bodies from souls. The light playfully caresses the stripped-to-the-waist body of Geoffrey Hunter as he hangs suspended between the bone-breaking wheels of the rack. Two figures in black stand at the wheels, eager to twist and make the ratchets click. A faint red glow reflects on his face from a brazier burning white-hot coals, from which protrudes the menacing handles of white-hot pincers.
You see, there are many ways to make a man talk.
A man will only say as much as he wants to.
When I have finished with you, Hunter, you'll want to tell me everything.
What diabolical fate has put Geoffrey Hunter into the hands of arch-enemy Dietz? You will learn if Geoffrey Hunter escapes from the pain which Dietz has promised him in the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Henry Morgan has learned that Panama City is bursting with wealth, which is awaiting the arrival of a Spanish fleet to take it all to Spain. The fleet is assembling in Havana, in Cuba. Planning to sack and loot Panama City, Morgan sends Geoffrey Hunter to Havana to pose as a Dutch merchant and to find out movements of the fleet. Meanwhile, in Havana, Dietz has grown tired of Kitty and threatens to sell her in the slave market. Upon his arrival in Havana with Hero, Geoffrey goes to the governor of Cuba, Don Pietro Pizarro. But Dolores sees him and unmasks him as Morgan's spy. Geoffrey refuses to tell why he's in Cuba. So Dietz is given the task of getting this information from him in the torture dungeons.
You will regret, Hunter, that you didn't tell me the reason for your being here in Havana.
You will never drag from me that information.
The ropes are slack. Just one twist and they'll tighten. You'll begin to feel your limbs being torn from your body.
Always a coward, aren't you, Dietz?
You think to mock me? All right.
A vicious twist and limbs stretch. Again, the ratchets click. Sweat breaks out on his forehead and teeth bite through clenched lips.
Fools! Yeah, party, Jack. Give the wheel to me.
A savage sound of many clicks and muscles tear from limbs. Pain from the pit of the stomach sends out a muffled cry which forces open the clenched lips and hangs echoed in the dungeon. And though held taut, the figure seems to sag. Water again brings back to the mind the pain of a wrecked body. It happens all again. Not a word comes from the victim's lips. Coals from the brazier standing near his head stir with the rustle, but his mind is too far away in a world of pain to note the significance of the sound. Until the pincers send screaming pain racing through his body as they burn and tear flesh from his bones. And the blackness of the mind covers the pain of the body. Deep. Deep is the blackness which water cannot revive.
That is no good. We'll have to wait and then think up another way.
Dietz's lips are thin. His eyes glow with an almost insane luster as he looks upon his fellow creature, so helpless, so broken, and at the moment so far away from pain.
Dietz's anger surges like a red, turbulent tide within. The desire to mutilate, destroy the man he hates, takes all sense from his mind. Like an animal, he snatches from the wall a barbed whip and swings it high above his head.
Stop it, Dietz. That will do no good. Man is unconscious.
Don Pietro, I did not hear you enter.
I came to see what progress you had made. Put down that whip. It will serve no purpose at the moment.
Now, he has defeated us. He has told us nothing.
And you have not treated him gently.
We have tried to revive him, but failed.
We can be patient. He will return to a world of pain. And we must think of other means to make him open his mouth. If torture does not, there must be some other way that we can persuade him.
Don Pietro, I think I know the way.
I am listening.
And as Dietz talks, a slow smile spreads over Don Pietro's face, a smile of triumph. Orders are given to the two black attendants to take the unconscious Jeffrey down from the wreck and put about him heavy fetters and cast him into a dark, damp, gas-infested cell. Gradually, the black curtain of his mind, they creep through the messengers of pain who lift the blanket of blessed unconsciousness. Wearily, he turns his head and tries to moisten the dryness of his lips. When he attempts to move, it's like driving knives through his muscles. All motive power has gone from him. The task is all in a swirling mist. No single thought can come from his aching mind. But it's just pain. 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 But the same tag thought is cold and brings some relief. Time doesn't exist. There is only pain. And then the iron doors clang open and two men come in. And because his legs will not obey the orders that come from his mind, they each seize an arm. Agony runs through him again. They drag him out once more into the torch-lit dungeon. The yellow light blinds him for a moment. And they pause to let him take a look around. Slowly in the hard light, things take their shape. Instruments of torture are being back. He dully sees Dietz and Don Pietro standing by the wreck. Stupidly, he looks at them. And slowly he realizes that the wreck is not empty. And it's as though his mind is away from it all, as though he were looking down at himself. And he seems like a disinterested spectator having no relation to anything about it. Dragged over to the wreck, he looks down at the figure stretched there. And into a pair of eyes which seem to grow large and are full of terror. As he looks, the pain in his head eases to let through his mind so slowly the thin threads of recognition. Once the flow begins, it rushes like a torrent. His scream echoes around the walls.
No! Jeffrey, help me, I'm frightened.
And now, perhaps, Hunter, you will tell us why Captain Morgan sent you to Havana. You know, Kitty will not bear it in silence.
You swine. I'll kill you for this.
Turn the wheel.
No, please, no.
Only you, Hunter, can stop that wheel from being turned. Now, come on, Hunter. Tell us.
You turn that wheel, and I'll break every bone in your body.
Hunter, this is your last chance. Speak up, else I'll turn the wheel myself. You remember that I am not gentle.
Don't let them do it to me, Jeffrey. Don't let them do it.
I'll tell you. I think that you are being indeed very wise, Hunter. Now, why did Captain Henry Morgan send you here to Havana? What is the reason?
I came of my own accord. No one sent me. I came here to rescue Kitty.
Do not lie to us, Hunter. If you lie once, Kitty will suffer. You didn't know that Kitty had come to Cuba.
I am a very, very impatient man, Hunter, and I have no mercy. I want this information from you, and I am going to get it. If I do not get the information, this girl will die. Now, what is it to be? This is your last opportunity. Why did you come to Havana?
Jeffrey, don't let them hurt me. Please don't let them hurt me anymore.
I came to Havana because I wanted to know about the fleet that sent in the harbor.
So, what did you want to know?
When it was sailing for Panama City.
Ah, Captain Morgan knew about that, eh? He knows about the wealth in Panama City. Tell me, Hunter. What else does he know about?
Isn't that all he needs to know?
Oh, Captain Morgan wants to know when the fleet leaves Havana. He thinks, no doubt, to sail ahead of it around Cape Horn and wait for it there until it leaves. The wealth of Panama City.
Yes. Yes, that's his plan.
I see. Very well, then. This time, Mr. Hunter, we will not be making any mistakes. For this time, Captain Morgan will not be successful. He will fail in his mission. And then I shall have the pleasure of having him here before me, alive, in this very dungeon. What will happen when you do not return?
Captain Morgan will go straight ahead with his plans. There's nothing whatever to deter him. You should know that by now. He will sail without knowing the information I would have brought back to him.
Good. That is very good. It is a surprise that Captain Morgan will receive when he sails to attack the treasure fleet. You should have told us all this information before, Hunter. It would have saved you a lot of pain. Thank you, Diaz, for your cooperation. Good day.
Just a moment, Don Pietro. What are we to do with this person now?
I do not really care, Diaz. He is of little use to us now. In his present condition, he is useless to anybody. There is to be a sale tomorrow in the market. Put him up for sale. Well, that is all, Diaz. I will go now and leave you to finish off the business. I must go and act upon the information that I have just received.
Well, Diaz, fate has thrown me in your path once again. Must be for some purpose. Fate will repeat itself, and I'll be waiting for the next meeting, Diaz. I shall be remembering a lot.
When it happens again, Hunter, it will be you who will once again have regrets. The sale in the markets tomorrow should be a very interesting one. I must attend to it. There will be you and Kitty.
You're doing that to Kitty. Why?
Because it pleases me to do so. But there's another one who is being sold as well as you and Kitty. A certain Antoinette de Lacy. But this one, she is the real Antoinette de Lacy. All right, you men. Take that woman off the rack and bring the two of them with you. We'll take them to the auctioneer in the markets. This is the cell that the auctioneer said to put them in. It isn't very large. Hold the lantern up so that I can see. It will not be your home for very long, you know. Just until after the sales tomorrow. Oh? So you're not to be alone. You have a companion here. Who's this?
Go away. Please go away.
Very beautiful, too. And you speak in English. There's only one person whom you could be. You must be Antoinette de Lacy, eh?
What want you with me?
Nothing at the moment. But you make me regret that I'm sailing away on a ship so very soon. The Fates, Hunter, are playing one big joke, eh? The Fates, they put you and Kitty and Antoinette de Lacy in the one cell altogether. And tomorrow, you lose sight of each other for good. It's a good joke, a rich joke. All right, lock them in.
What is happening? I do not understand it all. I'm so very frightened.
Never mind about yourself. Help me with this man, Jeffrey Hunter. Let's try and make him comfortable. He's been tortured.
They are cruel and inhuman. These people, they're going to sell us as slaves.
Yes, it looks like the end of everything now.
It might not be.
Why?
There's just one chance. One faint glimmer of hope. I have a friend. A Negro called Hero. While he is still free, all is not lost.
What a slender hope this is. What could Hero do to aid these three unfortunate people? Listen to the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Jeffrey Hunter, accompanied by Hero, goes to Spanish Cuba to obtain for Henry Morgan the movements of a fleet which is there preparing to sail to the city of Panama to take charge of treasure. Jeffrey has no idea that it is to Havana that Dolores has returned, together with Dietz and Kitty. Dietz is rapidly tired of Kitty and intends selling her in the slave market. Dolores recognizes Jeffrey and has him cruelly tortured by Dietz to force him to reveal the reason of his mission. But he refuses to speak until he sees that they intend torturing Kitty. But he only tells them half of Morgan's plans, and Don Pietro comes to the wrong conclusion, but is satisfied. He leaves instructions that Jeffrey is to be taken to the slave market to be auctioned on the following day. Jeffrey and Kitty are thrown into the same cell and find that it's already occupied by another woman, Antoinette de Lacy, the missing kinswoman of Sir Thomas Motford. Jeffrey tries to reassure the girls. He has a faint hope of help if his friend Hero has not been taken.
And so, while he is free, we must not give up all hope of help.
But of what use could he be? How could he help us? We're in a foreign country. Our only value is the price we're worth at the auction block on the morrow.
No, please do not talk of that. I cannot bear to think of it. It's too horrible.
Oh, Jeffrey, I think we're beyond all aid. Your friend Hero, he will not escape for long. He must have missed you by now. He might have made foolish inquiries.
I can only hope that he keeps his head.
There's no way in which he can get word of you.
I don't know. The news of the capture of a British spy will spread like fire around the city. His fate will be the talk of every tavern. Hero has a smattering of Spanish, just enough to make him understand when he overhears that I've been taken.
All right, then. He knows where we are. What can he do?
Oh, Kitty, don't plague me with questions now. I can hardly think of anything.
Oh, Jeffrey, I'm sorry. Is the pain so very bad?
They must have tortured you most cruelly.
And to save me from meeting the same fate, he told them the secrets that they wanted to know. Oh, Jeffrey, I should have been as brave as you. I should have let them do their worst. I made you betray Captain Morgan.
No, Kitty. It isn't as bad as all that. I only told them half of Captain Morgan's plans. Captain Morgan wanted to know when the fleet was sailing. Don Pietro surmised that it was because he wanted to intercept it. I let them believe that. Morgan has no intention of intercepting the Spanish fleet. He just wanted it out of the way so that he'll be free to sail up the coast, march across the isthmus, and sack Panama.
And Don Pietro doesn't know this?
No. I let him believe that Morgan intends to intercept the fleet after it was loaded. But by the time the fleet reaches Panama will be a smoking ruin. So no harm has been done. You're safe.
Safe? Safe for what? To be put up for auction tomorrow like a beast?
I can't believe that it is going to happen to us. Really, I can't.
To think that you are Antoinette de Lacy. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that we would meet you under these circumstances.
Why don't you try and get some sleep, Jeffrey? You must be tired. Why not rest those aching limbs of yours? Is there nothing I can do to make you comfortable?
No, I must not try and rest. I must try and think. Clear my head in some way. I'm so worried. I just don't know what we can do.
Oh, Faith, you'll only make things worse. You couldn't break out of this place.
Kitty, perhaps you can help me. What do you know about slave markets? What is the procedure?
Well, I don't know about in Havana, but these cells look very much like the ones in Port Royal. You see, one side's all open. There isn't a wall, just iron grills.
Like cages.
They're built this way in Port Royal for a special reason. So I surmise these would be built the same way for the same reason.
What is the reason?
In Port Royal, they don't hold the auction until the afternoon. And in the morning, prospective buyers come and they cast their eyes over the human merchandise.
Can anybody come?
Anybody who has a mind to.
I see. Well, Kitty, what you tell me gives me food for thought. If only I could stop my head aching. Now, you two girls get some sleep. Tomorrow you'll need all the strength you can gather in order to face your ordeal. I want to lie here in the darkness and think about things. The whole of our future depends upon the capricious Lady Luck.
were quite right, Kitty. In the morning, they certainly do come and view the human merchandise.
I feel like a monkey in a cage. I cannot stand it much longer. It is so humiliating. I cannot stand the leers and the jeers. I feel so helpless, so lost.
Now, Antoinette, you mustn't lose your heart now. Let's talk of something amongst ourselves. Let's try to forget these leering faces outside the cage. Judging by the attention that we received, our story must have spread around a banner. That might be a good thing, because it will have surely reached the ears of Hero.
And what good can he do?
Oh, let's talk of something else. There's something which I do want to talk about, Kitty, in case I never get the chance again. I want you to know that I did not forsake you when you were in the stone hut.
Well, what happened to you, Jeffrey? I waited and waited. I was so confident that you'd come and rescue me.
I managed to escape from the swamps, and then I was struck down with a fever. My friend Hero nursed me back to health. He hid me safely in the jungle. But when the fever passed, the delirium had gone, we went to the stone hut. We found that we were too late. The hut was empty. You had sailed away with the others.
Oh, Jeffrey, it's all been so horrible. It's been just like an awful nightmare. I should have known that something like that must have happened to you. I should have known that you'd not forget me.
And now, Antoinette, what has been your story? Tell us all that has happened to you.
Well, it happened all so long ago that I think I almost forget it. At the beginning, they took me prisoner when they captured the Elizabeth Ann. They frightened me with their threats of torture. They asked me all I knew about Sir Thomas Motford and about my family. I was so very frightened. I couldn't bear being tortured, so I told them, little knowing what use they were going to put it to. Then they put me into prison. But they must have forgotten all about me. When they did remember me, they sent me here to the slave market. And today I'm to be sold.
And Jeffrey, did you only come here to Cuba to find out the movements of those ships?
Yes, Kitty. That was the only reason. I had no idea at all that you had been brought here. I had no idea where they had taken you. I suppose there was lingering at the back of my mind the thought that you might be here, that I would find Dietz. I certainly found him. But in what different circumstances to the ones I had imagined. I'll meet him again. Whenever I ever get back my strength, if I ever again have the power to move my limbs.
And did you have the time to find out what you wanted to know about the ships?
No, I didn't, Kitty. But after all, it doesn't really matter now.
Oh, Jeffrey, if only you'd known where to come and find me, I could have told you everything.
You know when the fleet is sailing?
Sure I do. Dietz told me. He's sailing away with them. That's why he thought he'd sell me. He'd grown tired of me, and he didn't see why he should have to keep me in food while he was away.
Swine. When are the ships sailing, Kitty?
Well, let me see now. It was 3 days ago that he told me that. Why, it must be in 5 days' time. Yes, that's right. In 5 days' time, Jeffrey, the fleet's sailing out of the harbor. Dietz with them.
And that is the very information that I wanted. Now I can't do anything about it.
Shh, Jeffrey, don't turn too suddenly. But I think there's somebody outside the cage. And I think he's trying to attract your attention. He's a Negro.
That'll be Hero. I dare not look. Is there still a big crowd outside?
Yes, a big crowd. And we still seem to be the center of attraction.
Don't look at him. And don't, whatever you do, give any appearance of recognition. Now, can you two girls help me to one of the corners of the wall?
Yes,
just up there against that grill.
That's right.
Just move me as though you were trying to make me feel more comfortable.
You take him under the other armpit, Antoinette, and I'll take this side.
Oh, Kitty, go get me.
That's all right, Jeffrey. We can't help it if we hurt you. Oh, if you only had the power back in your limbs.
Yes, I'm so very hopeless, aren't I?
Never mind. There you are. You're right up against the corner now. The Negro's seen us. He's making his way around to the other side.
Oh, there are far too many people about. I can't talk to him without arousing suspicion.
He's standing right beside him now. Why, the crowd's going away.
It must be time for the auction to start.
Master Jeffrey, everyone else has gone away now.
Hero, how pleased I am to hear your voice and to know that you're safe.
Master Jeffrey, what have they done to you?
There's no time to talk now. Just listen intently to what I have to say. And then, Hero,
Just carry out what I have to tell you. And mark this well. If you make no mistakes, you can rescue me and these 2 women.
What is it that Geoffrey has to tell Hero? You will hear in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Geoffrey Hunter, masquerading as a Dutch gem merchant, together with Hero, lands on the Cuban coast to discover for Henry Morgan the movements of a Spanish fleet. Not knowing Dolores' true identity, he has no idea that she, together with Dietz and Kitty, is in Havana. Boldly, Geoffrey goes to the governor, Don Pietro, hoping to bluff him into giving the information. But Dolores sees him and exposes him as Morgan's spy. He is cruelly tortured by Dietz to make him reveal his mission. But Geoffrey refuses to talk until they threaten to torture Kitty. Then he gives them misleading information. Geoffrey and Kitty are taken to the slave market to be sold on the following day. They're put into the same cell as Antoinette de Lacy. As Hero is still free, Geoffrey has faint hope that he might be able to help them. Next morning, Hero visits the market. When the sale begins, the compound becomes empty, except for Hero. Cautiously, Geoffrey talks to him through the iron bars of the cell.
Master Geoffrey, you say I can rescue you. What can I do? Just a poor nigger? Just carry out the instructions that I give you. It's a long chance, but it's the only chance we've got. Oh, Lord, give me strength to carry out this mission.
Hurry up, Geoffrey, and tell him what he has to do. I want to hear your plans myself.
It's a risk to you, Hero. A great risk. If you fail and you're caught, you know what your fate will be. If they take you away from me, Master Geoffrey, I don't want to do anything. I don't care at all what happens. Just take a good look around the compound, Hero. Are there any guards? There's a couple of men down the far end there. They're open to sell and taking the people out. Then the sale has started in earnest. It seems then that they're emptying the cells one by one and selling the occupants that way. Well, that's good. It means that they will open the doors of our cell eventually, and we will all go out together. It sure seems like that. Have you been to the market where they actually sell the slaves, Hero? I just had a look at it. It's a great big wooden place. Better and better. Now, we're in the last cell. Therefore, we will be the last to be sold. What can I do to help you? You're locked up here. They'll come and take you out and put you on the block and sell you. and I'll never see you again. There doesn't seem to be anything that I can do for you.
You can do everything. The only possible way of escaping is by a confusion being created. And you have to do that, hero. You have to cause a panic.
But how?
We have no time to argue now. Every moment is precious. Someone might come here and find you. Then everything will be lost. Stand at the entrance where they take the slaves into the block. When you see them open our door and take us out towards the market, you must mingle in the crowd. Are you carrying a flint?
I sure am.
Then if I can imagine anything about markets, the inside of that market is littered with rubbish.
It sure am.
That's good. Now, as soon as our cell gates are opened, hero, you must start a fire in the market.
You mean set fire to the place?
That's what I said. That will create a panic, confusion. And in the confusion, we must get away. When the fire is going, right back here to the cell.
I understand, Mr. Jeffrey, but I don't like my chances.
I know everything's against us, but it's the only hope we have. Now go away from the cell. Don't come near us again, but just watch. Watch and wait. You're our only chance of escape. Remember that, hero. Remember, 3 of us are relying upon you.
They've taken them from the other cell. It's our turn next.
This suspense is killing me. If Hero fails, there's no hope for us. It is such a slender chance.
We must not think of failure. It doesn't take them long to dispose of the slaves. Only a matter of minutes before they come to get us. But we must make the journey from here to the auction markets as slowly as possible. We must give Hero every chance to succeed.
Of course we must, Jeffrey. Because if Hero fails, we all fail.
All day I've been cursing my helplessness, my crippled limbs. But now I believe it might be a blessing.
In what way?
Don't let the gods take me when they come for us. You 2 girls support me on either side. I'll make that journey last as long as possible with you 2 girls helping me, the cripple.
They are coming. The guards are leaving the market. They are coming this way. Oh, Jeffrey, they are coming for us.
Courage, Antoinette. We must not think of failure.
And Hero's come out from the market. He's standing near the doorway.
You 2 girls had better help me to my feet.
All right, Jeffrey.
Take an arm each.
There.
Help me.
You're right.
That's right. Oh, I wonder will my limbs ever go back into place. They won't know what you're talking about, Kitty, but try and make them understand that you 2 girls will help me to the market.
All right. We'll just start walking towards the door and see if they interfere.
Slowly.
They are going to let us do it. They are not going to interfere with us.
Good.
There's no sign of Hero. He's gone back indoors.
Just keep moving slowly. That will give him plenty of time.
We can't travel too slowly, Jeffrey, in case the guards become impatient.
Won't they be suspicious if they see us talking together?
They possibly think that we are saying our last goodbyes.
Jeffrey, look. Over there, towards the marketplace. There's smoke.
Listen. Hero has succeeded. Just look at the smoke pouring out of the doorway.
The guards are leaving us. They are rushing towards the building.
It's just what I hoped and prayed would happen. Let's stop here and watch till Hero comes. He will have learned his way about the marketplace. He will surely know how to get us out of here.
The guards have gone into the building.
And here comes Hero now.
Hero, hurry. I'm coming, Mr. Jeffrey. I'm coming. Not a big fire started there.
Good man. I knew I could rely on you, Hero. Now to get these girls out of this place. I have some more instructions for you, Hero.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jeffrey. But wait until we get outside before you tell me what to do.
I must tell you here. You know when the ship is coming to the island again. You know where she is supposed to land. And you know on what night she arrives.
I knows all that, Mr. Jeffrey. But that's not for another 4 days' time yet. Tell me later, Master Geoffrey. We have to hurry out of here.
You had better hurry then. I am not going. I'm a cripple. I would prevent your escape if I came. I'm only a burden on your hands. You'd have no chance of getting away. Go up with the girls to the hills and hide. Hide till the ship comes in. Kitty knows the movements of the fleet. She'll tell you, and you can tell Captain Morgan.
We're not going to leave you here, Geoffrey. We won't go on without you.
If you won't go, then all is lost. All this is in vain. Don't you see? I'd only impede your escape. I can't do anything for myself. I can't even walk.
Master Geoffrey, I said some times ago that I'd never go away and leave you. And I mean what I said. I knows a way to get out of this place. We're going now, and you's coming with us.
I give the orders, hero. Take these two girls and go. I have planned it all from the very beginning.
Master Geoffrey, I once carried you up a hill through a tropical storm. I did it once, and I can do it again. While all that noise and fighting of fires going on in there, they're not going to look at us. I'm picking you up in my arms, and I'm carrying you out with me.
I know why I've come, Dolores. There's no need to tell me. All the town is ringing with the news.
The fire in the slave market is nothing. They can rebuild it again. But most of the slaves got away, including the ones we had a special interest in.
Yes, I know. You know what I believe, Dolores? I believe that Geoffrey Hunter didn't come to this island alone. I believe that he had with him an accomplice. And it was this accomplice who started the fire. I come to think of it, I was there to say it didn't begin until the two women and Geoffrey Hunter were to be brought to the auction block.
And they must be found, every one of them. I do not want them to escape.
I wouldn't worry about that. They are all strangers in a strange land. They can't get very far.
No? I was once a stranger in a strange land, and I eluded pursuit.
Ah, yes, but you were a little different. You had a place to hide. They had no place to go. They will be found before anyone else.
I hope you are right. If only I could be sure of that.
You want me to go and look for them? No doubt you do. But I have not the time. I'm sailing with the fleet when they leave Havana.
But that is not for 5 days yet. You could spend that time in searching. You will help me, and find them we will.
Please, do not go so fast. I am tired.
We can't stop now. We have succeeded in getting out of the city, across the plains, into these low hills. Oh, Antoinette, we've just got to keep on going.
Oh, surely we could find a hiding place among these shrubs and trees.
Hero will tell us when it's time to stop. And, Hero, oh, you've been so quiet. Is Geoffrey too heavy for you?
I'm a mighty worried man, Miss Kitty, about Master Geoffrey.
Why, what's wrong?
He been lying so quiet and so still in my arms. We have to find a hiding place mighty quick.
Why?
Master Geoffrey's mighty sick man. It has all been too much for him. I fears that he's gone and got that dreaded fever again.
Fleeing from pursuit with a sick man in their hands, what chance have they of escaping? Listen to the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Barry and a George Edwards production. After Geoffrey Hunter gives Don Pietro misleading information about Henry Morgan, he and Kitty are taken to the slave markets, where they share the same cell as Antoinette de Lacy. After the torture received at Dietz's hands, Geoffrey is crippled, but he has hopes that Hero is free and will aid them. The next morning, Hero goes amongst the curious to see them. And Geoffrey manages to whisper to him that when the sales start and they are taken from their cell, he is to set fire to the market. Hero faithfully carries out his instructions, and in the confusion, Antoinette, Kitty, and Geoffrey are left unguarded. Hero joins them, but Geoffrey, being crippled, refuses to go, claiming that he would impede them. But Hero picks him up, and they safely get away from Havana into the hills. But Geoffrey becomes very still and quiet, and Hero tells the two girls that the trials that he's been through has brought upon Geoffrey another attack of the dreaded fever.
He's sure a mighty sick man. He's been through more than any man could ever be expected to go through.
The fever. Oh, Hero, what shall we do? There's no one we can turn to for aid.
We don't want no aid. I cured Master Geoffrey before. I reckon I can do it again. Only thing is, time's running very short. There ain't too much time, Miss Kitty.
That's right. We have to meet the British ship at a certain time, don't we?
And if we're not there on the shore to meet her, she'll sail away without us. That's part of the agreement.
But what are we going to do for Geoffrey?
I reckon we've just got to push on till we find a nice quiet spot where he can lie hidden. And I can go out and gather herbs like I did before. I'll make a mixture and hope it'll break the fever in time for us to get to the ship.
Oh, how still he lies, and oh, how hot he is.
That's the fever, Miss Kitty. We've got to get into a place where we can rest before the delirium starts upon him.
Surely this would be the ideal spot, Hero. Here, by this stream, under the shelter of these overhanging vines.
And all the scrub around will keep us safe from prying eyes.
And the bracken is lying thick. It'll make a bed to lie the poor master's body on.
Let me help you, Hero. Lie him down. Oh, gently now.
It's gentle. I've been carrying him all the way.
Oh, I know. Hero, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak sharply to you. It's just that I'm so anxious. We have to see to his every comfort.
I reckon that is about as comfortable as we can make him. Now I have to leave you. I have to go out into the bush and try and find those herbs. Oh, Lord, if I don't find them, we'll be in a fine pickle.
Have no fear, Hero. I'll look after him. I want to nurse him until he's well again. I want to give him all the care that I can.
Well, I go off knowing that he's in good hands. I'll be back just as soon as I can get the herbs. And you two, ladies, keep a good lookout. Although I reckon we're nicely hidden here. You can never tell who's prowling about. You can never tell. Oh, Lord, to keep him safe.
Oh, what have we done that this affliction should be set upon us? Is there to be no end to our trouble?
And a fine one you ought to be worrying about yourself. What about poor Geoffrey? Look what he's been through. And to get the fever on top of it all. Don't you realize that it might kill him?
I know. It's just that I feel so helpless.
Well, tear a bit off your dress and dip it in the creek and bring it back so that I can bathe his poor hot head.
Oh, yes. Of course I'll do that.
Oh, Geoffrey, what have they done to you? Why did this have to happen to you? I keep feeling that it's all my fault. If I hadn't been jealous, all this might not have happened. You wouldn't have been taken as a convict, and I wouldn't have gone away with Dietz. But I'll atone for it, my darling. You'll see.
Here is the wet cloth.
Oh, thank you.
How flushed he looks, and so helpless with his hair tumbling over his face. It seems so wrong that a great, strong man should be lying there so ill, with his body so broken.
His body will be fine and strong someday. If it's care and attention that'll make him well and happy again, it's I who'll be seeing that he gets it.
And now he lies there so helpless as a young baby.
He'll be fine and strong again, I'm telling you that. I'll see that he not wants for a thing. I'll attend to him well.
It will be too much for one woman to nurse him by herself. But together, we will be able to do it. Won't we, Kitty?
There'll be no need for that. I can look after him. He's my responsibility.
Oh, I see.
It may be just as well if we have things made plain between us right now, Antoinette, so as to save any further misunderstandings later on.
There will not be any necessity to do that.
I think I understand, and I'll make sure that you do by telling you in my own words. Geoffrey's my man. Do you understand that? He's my man. I lost him once, and I'm not going to lose him again.
Yes, I understand that, Kitty. I know he is yours.
The Lord is certainly looking after us well. Look, I found the herbs. Glory be, it's going to be all right now. You'll see. I'll go down to the creek and I'll get these ready right away. Oh, glory be. It's a happy man I am that I found these herbs. Oh, I thank you, Lord.
Yes. What do you want here? I am very busy. I have not the time to talk to you.
I'll not keep you very long. Where are you hurrying, Sir Dolores?
I am sick of Havana. I am going into the country. I am packing. I am leaving here this night. But tell me, what did you want with me, Diaz?
I've only come to hear if there's been any word as to our three friends. Have they yet been discovered?
So far, no. But all the search parties are not in yet. But what about you? Have you not been out looking for them?
Yeah, I've searched for them until I'm nearly dropping from fatigue. I can't understand it. How could they possibly get away? Geoffrey Hunter is a cripple. They must carry him. How could two women carry a big man like that and not be observed?
Geoffrey Hunter had an accomplice. That is obvious. For all we know, it might be someone who lives in Havana. He might have given them shelter in his house. We do not know.
But to get away from the slave market, he must have been carried. How was it that he was not observed?
Oh, at the time there was great confusion. Everyone was rushing around in everybody's way, fleeing for their lives. They were not looking for what other people were doing. And once they were away from the slave market, it would not take them long to get right away from the town, if they are out of the town.
But how could anyone be giving them shelter here in Havana? They know nobody.
We never know, Diaz. There just might be someone here in Havana who is in the pay of the English. But all the search parties are not back yet. We might have word any moment now that they have been retaken. I do not expect they will get very far.
When will all the search parties return?
Before sundown.
I have a right, Dolores, to know how they have progressed.
What right?
I have joined the past when you're in Jamaica. You get word immediately to me, Dolores, when all the search parties return.
I cannot do that, Diaz. You see, I am in a hurry to leave Havana. I am sick of the place, and I want to get away into the country. I am leaving tonight. Oh, well, Diaz, I will do this much for you. On my way into the country, I will call at your house and I will tell you. We will have had word from all of the searchers before I leave.
I would be very grateful if you'd do that for me, Dolores.
Very well. It shall be done. What are you looking at, Diaz?
I was looking at the Aztec necklace, Dolores. I was thinking how perfectly you wear it. You're frightened now to let it out of your reach, Dolores, aren't you? People look at it and they desire it.
They may look at it and they may desire it. But Diaz, that is all. The Aztec necklace is all mine, and it shall stay mine.
It has brought so much trouble in the past. I wonder if its troublesome days are over.
I will never let it out of my possession.
No, of course not. You know, it once was very nearly mine. Captain Morgan gave it to me, not realizing just how beautiful it really was. You know, I was foolish enough to show it to him, and I lost it. I have never for a moment stopped regretting the loss of it, Dolores.
So? Then you had better.
You know, it's a wonder to me that you're not afraid to wear it.
I am afraid of nothing or no one. I am the daughter of the governor of Cuba. No one would dare to attempt to take the necklace from me.
Are you warning me, Dolores?
No. I am just telling you that I am not at all frightened of you, Diaz. Now, will you please go and leave me? I have much to attend to. But I will call at your house on my way out of Havana and will give you the latest news about the escaped slave.
had your carriage drawn, Dolores, so I came to open the door for you. There's no one else in the house. You come in. No. You have news?
I cannot wait very long. I am driving myself into the country. I dislike being driven by coachmen. I like to have the control of the horses between my own two hands. But they are very high-spirited horses, and I cannot leave them alone for long. No, there is no news of the 3 who escaped. Most of the other slaves have been recaptured, but those 3 have not been taken. That is all the news I have for you, Diaz. Now I must go before my horses get restless. Why are you looking at me like that, Diaz?
Dolores, did you tell anyone that you are coming to give me this news tonight?
No. Why should I?
Then you have come here alone, Dolores? And no one at all knows that you are here. You are driving into the country. You would not be missed for perhaps days, eh? And in that time, I will have left Cuba. I will be sailing on the fleet which is taking me to Spain. I will never come back here to Cuba.
Why, what is all this? Diaz!
When I leave, I am going to take the Aztec necklace with me, and it seems, Dolores, that in taking it, I must first of all kill you.
The Aztec necklet brings nothing but despair, agony, and pain. Hear what happens to this accursed piece of jewelry in the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Hero faithfully carries out Geoffrey's instructions, and as Kitty, Antoinette, and Geoffrey are taken from their cell to the auction market, he sets fire to the place, and in the confusion they all escape and make to hide in the hills. But Geoffrey, due to privations he has suffered, again falls victim to fever. They struggle on until they find a hiding place by a stream, and Hero leaves them to gather the healing herbs. While he is away, Kitty makes it plain to Antoinette that Geoffrey is her man, and warns her that she has no intention of losing him. In Havana, Dolores goes to Diaz to tell him there's been no word of the 3 escaped slaves. Diaz is leaving Havana for Spain in a few days' time, and when he learns that Dolores is on her way to the country, and that no one knows she came to see him, he resolves to take from her the Aztec necklet.
You must be mad, Diaz. What chance do you think you would have of escaping?
Every chance in the world. You told me yourself that no one knows you came here. You were driving your own carriage into the country. There is no coachman waiting outside. It might be days or even weeks before anyone in Havana realized things were not right with you. And I want that Aztec necklet.
Then you shall not have it. Do you think I went all that way to Jamaica, risked my very life just to regain it, only to lose it to such a man as you?
You're not afraid?
You haven't the courage to attempt to take it.
You know, Dolores, that I must kill you to get it. I can't risk taking it and leaving you alive, because I have 3 days to fit in before I leave Havana. You're going to die, Dolores. You're going to die.
You really mean all this?
Yes, I mean it.
Don't you dare lay your hands on me, Diaz. Don't you dare. No!
You can scream. There is no one in the house to hear you, and the people nearest to us, they're too far away.
Oh, your hands.
Choking the very life from you. Yeah, you can struggle, Dolores. You can scream, you can kick, but it'll do you no good. My grip is too strong.
Oh, I cannot breathe.
And everything's going to You know it would have been better had you let me have the necklace in the first place. So it is done. Now to act quickly. But first of all, the necklace. It is a prize worth killing for. At long last, it's mine. Now for the horses in the carriage. I'd best put them in my stables. Plenty of feed there for the horses. They'll not be discovered there. And after that, I'd best go into hiding until just before the ship sails. I'll hide along the coast someplace. There's little risk of Dolores' death being discovered for some time. But just in case, I'd better disappear until the fleet sails.
What are you doing, Antoinette?
Oh, why, Kitty, I was just giving Jeffrey some of the mixture that Hero prepared.
Then leave it be. I told you I was nursing him. It seems a body can't turn her back for 5 minutes, but that you're trying to take her place.
I am sorry, Kitty. I only did it because he had gone out for a spell. Jeffrey seemed so hot. I thought perhaps he should have some more of this preparation.
I'm sorry I spoke to you like that, but I want you to understand that Jeffrey's mine.
He hasn't moved. Not since we brought him here.
And in 2 nights' time, the ship from Jamaica puts into these shores.
How's poor Miss Jeffrey getting on? Any sign of improvement?
No, Hero. Can't you do something else to help him?
I's doing all I can. The medicine is the only way I know of breaking the fever.
But he is lying so hot and so still.
The delirium is gone. That's one good thing. He's not a raving like a madman anymore.
But what if he doesn't regain consciousness? What if it doesn't break before the ship comes?
I reckon you can't move him from this place until the fever breaks, and there's no saying how long that'll be.
2 more days. Oh, surely it must break. It cannot last forever.
We can only sit around beside him and watch. I reckon that is all we can do.
I don't mind waiting beside him. I don't mind if the ship comes and goes without us, just as long as we can get him well again. Oh, Jeffrey, darling, if only we could do more. If only you could hear me. If only I could give you the will to fight. If only I could do something to help you. To help those poor, aching limbs of yours.
Won't you let me sit by Jeffrey and just give you a rest, Kitty? Except for the short break yesterday, you haven't left his side since we came here.
I'm quite all right, thank you. There's nothing you could do that I can't do.
But you really should be getting some rest.
I'm sitting here by Jeffrey's side until the fever breaks.
Very well, Kitty. There's no sign of improvement, is there?
No. And it's tomorrow night that the ship comes. Why don't you go out and leave me alone with him?
He is a good man, isn't he?
Good. He's the finest man in the whole world.
I have been talking to Hero about Jeffrey. Hero has told me about how Jeffrey was wrongly convicted and sent out to Jamaica, a convict slave. He told me how he got his freedom. From what I have learned, I seem to know Jeffrey very well.
Indeed?
I have formed a picture about him in my mind, about his past life, the kind of home he came from, the people he has known and mixed with.
Yes, he's a fine gentleman. You needn't tell me that.
And he is a free man now. I suppose he will want to go back to England and once again take up the threads of his life.
What are you trying to do?
I am just talking about Jeffrey.
Well, I don't think I like this talk. In any case, we're none of us free. We're still on the island of Cuba and likely to be retaken at any moment. You have no right to talk like this until we're back in Port Royal. While we're here on this island, we're just Antoinette, Kitty, Jeffrey, and Hero. Just 4 human beings, fugitives, Spanish slaves.
Life in this part of the world is so different from any other part of the world. Do you think Jeffrey will want to stay in Jamaica?
I don't know what he'll want to do.
What if he wants to go back to England?
Then, to England he'll go.
What about you?
Me? Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. I suppose the Dolphin Tavern will be waiting for me. Why must you talk to me like this? Do you think I don't know why you're doing it? Because you have fine airs and graces, you're a fine lady. You're using it all to separate me and Geoffrey.
No, it is not, Kitty. But I have had nothing to do while we have been here but think and try to work things out. You would not try to work them out in your mind because you do not want to.
I'll not listen to you anymore. I know why you're doing this to me. It's because you're in love with Geoffrey and you want him for yourself.
Me? In love with Geoffrey? Why, I do not know.
Do you think I've not noticed the way you've been looking at him?
I am so sorry for him. It seems dreadful that a big man like that should be lying so ill and so helpless.
Are you in love with him? Answer me.
I do not know, Kitty. Really, I do not know. I hadn't thought much about it.
Well, you are. You come from the sort of life that he'll be leading, don't you? Sir Thomas Motford, the governor of Jamaica, he's your kinsman. You're the sort of people that Geoffrey knew. The sort of people that he mixed with in England. The sort of people he'll be going back to. Yes. Your kind of life is his kind of life. Oh. I heard it. Hero, are you there?
Yes, Miss Kitty, I've come.
Look at Geoffrey. I think the fever's breaking.
May the Lord be praised. His head's cool. I do believe the fever has broken.
Oh, look. His eyes are opening.
Geoffrey, darling, it's me here. It's me, it's Kitty. Oh, Geoffrey, darling. Oh.
Kitty. Oh. What does it all mean?
You've been sick, my darling. But now you're better. And you're going to get well.
Am I still in those nightmares that I've had?
No. You've been sick, but you're going to be all right. Now you just lie there and rest.
Yes. I'm very tired. So very tired.
His eyes are closing.
He's asleep. That's good. Long, refreshing sleep he must have.
Will he be all right to travel to the coast tomorrow night, Hero?
We can give him plenty of rest before then. But when we set out, I reckons we'll have to help him all the way. But have no fear. Hero, mighty strong man. Hero can carry him just like a babe in arms.
Then we are going to get away from here. Oh, I know now that we are going to get away.
Yes, Hero. This is the spot. I remember seeing this cliff when we landed.
I'm straining my eyes out into the darkness, but I can't see a sign of a ship.
They'll be showing no lights. I think we'll wait up here on the cliff top until the boat puts in down below. Journey is nearly over. And I'm so much in debt to you three people.
Over there. Oh, look. I thought I saw someone in the bush.
Someone over there? I'll soon go over and find out who it is. I'll find out.
Perhaps the boat's in, and it's one of the British seamen.
More likely a Spanish peasant.
There ain't no one over here.
No. Because they've moved. They're just behind you.
Look out!
Oh, look. A knife was thrown. It is sticking out of her back.
With rescue so near at hand, has tragedy overtaken the party? Listen to the next exciting episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Afloat with Henry Morgan. Dolores Pizarro goes to Dietz's home to tell him that there is no news of the 3 fugitives. Learning that no one knows of her visit and that she's on her way into the country, Dietz strangles her to obtain possession of the Aztec necklace. Realizing that it will be 3 days before he leaves with the Spanish fleet, he goes into hiding. Meanwhile, Kitty, Antoinette, Geoffrey, and Hero are in the hills, and Geoffrey is in the grip of the fever. Jealously, Kitty tends to him, claiming him as her man. Antoinette tries to make her realize that such a love is impossible. The day before the British ship is due to take them off Cuba, Geoffrey regains consciousness. The next night, they make their way to the cliff top, at the bottom of which they are to meet the British ship. Suddenly, Kitty sees in the darkness a figure. Shouting a warning, she throws herself in front of Geoffrey, and the next instant she is lying on the ground with a knife in her back.
Oh, Geoffrey, look, a knife in her back.
Come on over there, throw it. Don't worry, Master Geoffrey. I'll see him. I can catch him. I'll get it for you.
Geoffrey, the knife was meant for you. I saw it coming.
Oh, you're so foolish, girl.
I couldn't let you die, Geoffrey. You have everything to live for. I was just going back to what I came from.
I won't let you die.
I want to. I'd be much better off. Much happier in another world. I've not been a good woman, Geoffrey. As well you know. You think that's going to count against me?
Not after what you've just done, Kitty. Whatever your sins are, you've atoned for them fully.
I really did love you, Geoffrey. You're the only man I ever did love. The British boat will be here before long, and you'll get away. Both you and Antoinette. You can go into that new life. There was no new life for me. I tried to pretend there would be. I tried to make myself believe that I could will everything to be different. But I know that couldn't be. It's getting hard to talk, Geoffrey. Bend down closer.
You mustn't try to talk, Kitty. The boat will be here soon. We'll get you aboard the ship.
No. I've lived my life. Such it is. But I don't mind dying, knowing that you'll be happy. Kiss me once more, Geoffrey, so that I might die with the taste of it lingering upon my lips. Goodbye.
Is there anything I can do, Geoffrey? I went a short distance away. I thought you would want to say goodbye.
Thank you, Antoinette, but there's nothing anybody can do now.
Is she? Is she dead?
Yes. I wonder who the assassin was.
Are you there, Mr. Geoffrey? Are you there? I got him.
Keep your voice down, Hero. You want to arouse the whole countryside?
I caught the low Martin's gun. I told him that if he starts wriggling about too much, I'll break his arm just like a tallow candle.
Bring him over here. Let me have a look at him.
So, the knife had missed you, Mr. Hunter?
Yeah, it's you. I thought fate would decree we'd meet again, but I didn't think it would be in such tragic circumstances. Yes, the knife missed me, only because it found Kitty first.
Kitty? Ah, so my aim here's not so good, huh?
Are you alone? What are you doing on this part of the coast?
Maybe I'm looking for you, eh?
I know that you're alone. If you'd had others with you, the noise you made would have brought them to the spot. Considering the feeling that exists between us, you're very arrogant, Dietz.
I'm not frightened of you. I've never been. But you're still a cripple from the torturing, eh? You look as though if I blew on your heart, you'd fall over.
This man, Master Geoffrey, he's the man who give you all that pain, eh?
Nothing to the pain he'll get when he is retaken.
So you're the man what gives Master Geoffrey all the pain. You make Master Geoffrey mighty sick man. You no frightened of Master Geoffrey. Well, maybe you'll be frightened of me, Hero, eh?
Yeah, leave me alone.
Don't touch him, Hero. He isn't worth it.
Master Geoffrey, you're still a sick man. You still can't hardly move. This man is going to be sorry.
Hey, What are you going to do?
I was going to let you go for just a little while. So you have 2 hands free, and Hero have 2 hands free. And then we see who's the better man. Now you fight.
Oh, Jeffrey, what is going to happen?
I don't know. It's dark. Though it's light enough to see them, it's too dark to recognize who's winning.
Hero's foot slipped in the grass. He is down.
Yes, got him. Oh, why am I so helpless?
Oh, you black nigger, I've got your eyes out.
Save your breath for fighting.
Hero can suddenly wriggle.
Look, he's sounding at top. They're both on their feet.
Locked together again. Hero has the axe's body in a vice-like grip.
He's squeezing the life from him.
My ribs, you smashed them.
And while you die, you remember all the pain that Master Jeffrey went through.
You're smashing my ribs. You're smashing my ribs.
Let him go. Do you hear me, Hero? Let him go. You can't crush a man to death. Let him go.
I'll let him go when he's dead.
Let him go. Do you hear me? Let him go. I can't stand it.
All right, Master Jeffrey. You're the boss. I'll let him go.
Oh, my ribs. You've broken my ribs.
He is staggering backwards. Look out, the axe. Look out.
Too late. He's over. Then, Master Jeffrey, I didn't kill him, but I gives him just a little push.
Yes. We'll call it an accident, Hero.
Listen. Listen. Oh,
It's the boat. It's come. The British ship is here. Oh, come on now.
but look here. Jeffrey, on the grass. It must have fallen from that man's pocket. It is a necklace.
The Aztec necklace. I never thought we would see it again.
I can't tell you, Hunter, how sorry I am for all the trials you've been through on my account.
I brought back news of the fleet. That's what you wanted. That's what I went for.
As a reward for your services, I've left in the charge of Sir Thomas Mutford treasure to the value of thousands of pounds. It's for you, Hunter.
Oh, but...
Don't try to refuse it, because I won't hear of it.
I understand, Captain. Thank you very much.
Sir Thomas has his kinswoman at last. His real kinswoman. I have the Aztec necklace. We must be grateful to you for that, Hunter.
Antoinette's rescue was just by chance and good luck.
But poor Kitty.
Yes, poor Kitty.
Well, I'm sailing in 2 days' time. I regret that you can't come with me. But in your present state of health, it would be impossible.
I understand. I hope you have a successful trip.
I have no doubt I'll lay the city of Panama in ruins. Oh, and by the way, Hunter, no mention of my plans to anyone. Not even Antoinette de Lacy.
Of course not. I'll not make the same mistake again.
Tell me, what are your plans?
Sir Thomas has asked me to stay with him here in Government House, just till I regain my health. Then I'll go back to England.
Good.
Ah, Morgan. I heard you were here. I want to speak to you.
Yes, Sir Thomas?
Your ships are in the harbor, fully provisioned. As you're my Vice Admiral, I've signed all your requisition orders, given you what you've asked for without questions. But now it seems that your ships are ready to sail at any moment.
That is right, Sir Thomas.
I know that your departure is in connection with news that Hunter has brought you back.
Possibly.
You're going to ignore my warning? You know, I've had strict instructions to wipe the buccaneers off the seas. Morgan, should you be planning such an expedition, I'll have no choice but to carry out my orders.
I've lived my own life without interference, and I'll continue to do so. A fig for your warning and your threats, Sir Thomas. I'm frightened of no man.
It is lovely up here on the hill overlooking the bay.
You've been so good to me, Antoinette, these last few months. I'm my old self once again. A man couldn't have had a more attentive nurse.
I want you to get well again, Jeffrey.
But you yourself, Antoinette, have not been well. The hardships you went through have told on your health.
I am feeling better. But I am going away soon, Jeffrey. I am returning to England.
So am I. Maybe we could go together. Antoinette, these last few months, I have come to know something. I want to talk to you about it.
No, Geoffrey. You must not talk about it. I do not want to hear it.
But, Antoinette...
No, Geoffrey. Oh, look out there in the bay, coming around the headlands. One of our ships.
As I live and breathe, that's Morgan's. He's returned. Quickly, Antoinette. Let's go at once to Port Royal. You wish to see me, Sir Thomas?
Yes. Captain Morgan and his fleet have returned. He'll be here at any moment now. Hunter, I want you to be here when he arrives.
Well, Sir Thomas, I'm here. Back again in Port Royal. Success once again.
Success in what?
Well, here's news for you, Sir Thomas. I sacked the city of Panama. I've left it in ruins with not one stone standing upon another. And the wealth, wait until you see the ships. They're weighed down with all the jewels and the money. Oh, what a trip. Never has such a feat been equaled in all the world. Me and my small handful of men crossing the isthmus and sacking the city of Panama. Why, the whole world will ring of this exploit for centuries.
Oh. So it was the city of Panama, eh? Captain Morgan, you're under arrest.
Captain Morgan looks unbelievingly at Sir Thomas Mountford. Will Sir Thomas have the courage to carry out his threat? Listen to the next episode of Afloat with Henry Morgan. Now present the concluding episodes of Afloat with Henry Morgan.
Under arrest for what?
Buccaneering. I gave you warning. Fair warning, Morgan.
A pipsqueak like you putting me under arrest? Nonsense, forget it, Sir Thomas. And take your share of the plunder.
You still won't believe me.
Why should I believe you? Why, my men would sack Port Royal, burn it to the ground.
I foresaw that, Captain Morgan. When I heard that your fleet had entered the harbor of Port Royal, I gave orders to the militia to take charge of your ships the moment they entered Port Royal. I know you've been on a buccaneering trip, but I must admit I didn't know that you'd have the audacity to attack the city of Panama.
Attack and sack it.
Out of your own mouth, you've admitted to an act of buccaneering. That's why I have Hunter here in the room. He can bear witness to your utterances.
But, Sir Thomas, you can't mean it. You're not going to arrest Captain Morgan. He's your friend. And, in a sense, your partner.
I have no choice. First and foremost, I'm the governor of Jamaica, subservient to the king's wishes. I've had orders to suppress the buccaneers, and Captain Morgan is the leader of them.
All right, take me, hang me. But you'll never wipe them out. You don't know how to do it. They'll thumb their noses at you, possibly band together and sack the city of Port Royal.
I sincerely regret having to do this to you, Morgan. I tried to warn you.
Regret? All you think of is your own skin. You're just as guilty as I am. Haven't you always shared in my loot?
That was yesterday. We're now dealing with today.
I always knew that you were not to be trusted, Sir Thomas. I had a feeling that this might come to pass. What is to be my fate?
You'll be sent to England. There you will stand trial.
Sir Thomas, you can't do this.
I'm carrying out the king's command.
But, Sir Thomas...
Take it not too hard, lad. Such is the fate of all buccaneers.
growing colder, Antoinette.
Yes. And every day brings us closer to England and makes me feel much better in health.
When we reach England, will I be seeing you again?
I do not know. I possibly might return to France.
Do you want to?
Oh, look, Geoffrey. An albatross following the ship.
Antoinette, for 4 months you've been with me constantly. And every time I try to talk to you, you build a wall around yourself. You shut yourself away in an ivory castle. Won't you let down the drawbridge and allow me to cross?
Geoffrey,
What is it, Antoinette? Are you so blind that you can't see how much these last few months have meant to me? Months in which I have regained my strength and had your companionship. Why can't I talk about it to you?
Because, Geoffrey, because...
Because what? Let's discuss this barrier which is there and break it down and trample it away. I don't know what it is that has put it there.
You must, surely.
Open out and talk to me, Antoinette. Then when we've threshed things out between us... Oh, let's forget this conversation. I want to tell you that I love you.
That is why we cannot talk about it. You do not love me, Geoffrey. But I love you. Now, excuse me. I must go into my cabin.
Antoinette, no. You love me. Then there is no barrier between us because I love you.
No, Geoffrey. You see, those days when you were ill, when we were at Cuba, I talked about you a lot with Kitty.
Kitty?
Yes. I knew that you two were very much in love with each other. You're just trying to forget Kitty and me.
Then that is what has been the trouble. But Antoinette, you're so wrong. I was never in love with Kitty. Not really in love.
But Kitty, she told me.
I know. I believe Kitty was very deeply in love with me. But I didn't return that sort of love. I held her in great affection. She meant a lot to me. But I wasn't in love with her. I was never in love with anyone. Until I fell in love with you.
Oh, Geoffrey. And all these months I thought you were just seeking my company because you were trying to forget about Kitty.
No, Antoinette. It couldn't have been.
And I have been so miserable about falling in love with you. Because I didn't want you, Geoffrey, unless you were all mine. I didn't want you if there was going to be a shadow between us. A shadow of a woman who was dead. It would be too hard to love a man who was in love with a memory.
The only memory I will ever be in love with is the memory of the moments I've spent with you.
Won't be long now, Hunter, before we reach England.
No, Captain Morgan.
It's a long time since I saw the white cliffs of Dover. I must be quite an important person to be brought home to be hanged in England. They could quite easily have hanged me in Jamaica.
Please don't talk like that.
And why not? That's exactly what's going to happen to me. They'll hang me as high as the masthead. Still, a man of my bulk should not take long to die. No, Hunter. It's a funny thing. I never believed my days would end at the end of a hangman's rope. Of course, I should have realized it, but never believed it. I always had a little inner thought that fate had another end for me tucked up her sleeve. It's foolish, I suppose, Hunter, to get those impressions.
Don't talk like this, Captain. It distresses me.
Of course, there are many things I've got to be thankful for. They've given me freedom of the ship. Perhaps they think that I should jump overboard, then if I were to do so, it would save the hangman the task. He could have thrown me into irons, thrown me into the darkest hole. But I won't abuse their kindness. What are your plans, Hunter?
Antoinette de Lacy and I are going to be married.
Are you now? I'm glad to hear it. You two should both be very happy
Been through a lot of trials together.
I believe we shall be.
Never had much time for marriage myself. You see, mine was a mistake. I'm afraid I've not brought my good wife much company or comfort. It's not very nice for any woman to know that her husband dies at the end of a hangman's rope. However, you're different. You've had your fling.
I want no more roaming.
You know, Hunter, the disposal of something has been worrying me. And you've given me the solution. I carry it here in my pocket. Here you are. Take it and do what you will with it.
The Aztec necklace. In the short time I've known of its existence, it's brought death, unhappiness, and destruction. I wonder if it has done all that down through the ages, ever since hands long since turned to dust fashioned.
Something we'll never know.
It's beautiful. But then lots of evil things are beautiful.
What are you doing, man?
I've done it.
Thrown it overboard.
With it where it can do no more harm. I think, Captain Morgan, we're all better off without it.
You know, Hunter, I've been wanting to throw it into the sea ever since we left Port Royal. But I never had the courage to do it. Never did like the waste of wealth.
Happy, Antoinette?
Very happy. The last 6 months have gone like a dream.
You've never regretted marrying me?
Never for a moment. But sometimes I think, Geoffrey, you might have some regrets.
Regrets? What talk is this for a bride of 6 months?
You seem so far away at times, as though you have forgotten I even exist. Do you regret very much, Geoffrey, giving up your roving days?
Sweetheart, it's not that. It's 6 months since we landed. 6 months Henry Morgan's been lying in jail and never a word from him. He was my friend, Antoinette.
Yes, I know. I should have realized you were worrying about him. Is there anything I can do?
Nobody can do anything. What must he be feeling lying there in jail, waiting there for a verdict which in his heart he already knows?
If they are going to hang him for his crimes, why don't they do it? Why do they torture him?
That's what I think. If only they'd let me see him. I've tried, but they won't let me see him.
Mr. Geoffrey, I have a message for you. There's someone with news of Captain Morgan.
Well, show him in. There's no need to. The message is here already. Geoffrey and Antoinette.
Captain Morgan, free!
Free and alive, Hunter, free and alive. I told Hero that he was not to let on who had arrived. It gave you a bit of a surprise, eh?
Free, but this is wonderful news to hear, Captain Morgan. I've been so worried about you. I tried to see you.
I know. I told you, Hunter, that I thought fate had a surprise for me. You won't believe me when I tell you what has happened. Sir Thomas Montfort has been recalled because he accepted part of my loot. They don't think that Sir Thomas is worthy to be a governor.
Oh, poor Sir Thomas.
He won't mind. He's made a pile. But here is a joke. I've been to see the king.
The king?
King Charles himself was gracious enough to grant me an audience. Me. He laid his sword upon my shoulder and said, "Arise, Sir Henry Morgan."
Sir Henry Morgan?
That's right. And, Hunter, that's not all. His Majesty told me he had failed to put down the buccaneers in the Caribbean Sea, and upon deep consideration, the only person capable of undertaking such a job was Henry Morgan himself.
You?
Aye, that's right. You see, I'm returning to Jamaica, Sir Henry Morgan, Governor of Jamaica, going with the express mission to stamp out the buccaneers. And, my lad, let the first buccaneer who crosses my path beware. He won't be sent home to England to get a knighthood or a governorship. Oh, no. I'll string him up in Port Royal.
And so concludes Afloat with Henry Morgan, written for radio by Warren Berry and a George Edwards production.